Chapter 1 After an Accident. It's so hot. In a daze, Shang-Chu moved her body and found that she couldn't move at all, as if someone was holding her captive. Slowly opening her eyes, she saw a completely unfamiliar sight, and Shang-Chu immediately came to her senses and saw a pair of hands around her body. Shang-Chu screamed, "No!" and turned her head to see a man's face. At that moment, her mind went blank. How did she end up in the same bed with a man? And she wasn't even wearing any clothes. She remembered that yesterday, she had been drinking with her best friend, Shin-Chi, and her boyfriend had cheated on her. He had dragged her to get drunk, and after drinking too much, the two of them had checked into a room upstairs from the bar. But how did she end up here? Where was Shin-Chi? Without time to think, Shang-Chu broke free of the man's hands, which were wrapped tightly around her body. After finally breaking free, she sat up and felt only pain all over her body. Shang-Chu's heart sank. She had actually slept with a strange man last night. She got out of bed, her legs shaking. She couldn't stand up straight and fell to the ground. She thought back to the hazy fragments of last night. She was being overwhelmed and kissed by this man, turning over and over. With the pain in her body. She picked up her underwear on the floor and quickly put it on. She saw that her skirt was already in tatters and couldn't be worn. She remembered that it seemed to have been torn by him last night. Recalling the images of her lingering with him last night, she was both ashamed and annoyed. Shang-Chu took the man's shirt off the ground and put it on, planning to escape the scene, and looked expressionlessly at the man on the bed. He had deep eyebrows and eyes, a high and straight nose, long eyelashes when he slept, and perfect facial features as if crafted by God. Shang-Chu thought she had seen a lot of handsome guys, but she had to admit that the man in bed was more handsome than any handsome guy she had seen before. Shang-Chu pursed her lips and turned to leave, when suddenly, her wrist was grabbed. She turned her head and saw that the man had woken up, his sleepy eyes still slightly dazed and a faint smile on his lips. He said, "What, you want to run away after I fall asleep?" The man's voice was very pleasant, and Shang-Chu felt a tremor in her heart. Hua Jinghuai saw that the girl had not answered, and continued, "Why aren't you saying anything?" Shang-Chu bit her lower lip and said with a sense of grievance, "You forced me last night." "I forced you? You were the one who entered my room, hugged me and kissed me. I'm a normal man." Shang-Chu blushed. "You could have refused." "Why would I refuse?" Shang-Chu. Hua Jinghuai looked at the girl and slowly got up from the bed. Shang-Chu inadvertently saw the man's naked body and quickly reached out and covered her eyes. The man laughed lightly. "It's not like I haven't seen it before, why are you covering your eyes?" Thinking about last night's lingering embrace, Shang-Chu instantly blushed to the roots of her ears. Hua Jinghuai took a bathrobe and put it on. He saw that the girl was actually wearing his shirt, and her slender and graceful figure was on full display. His eyes lingered on her long, slender legs. With a curved lip, he said, "Last night was my first time, and you took my first time. You have to be responsible to me." Shang-Chu thought her ears were playing tricks on her. What did this man say? Make her responsible? Responsible? To me? Shang-Chu blinked her big eyes in disbelief. "Well, you have to be responsible to me. Our family has strict moral values. Since we've already done it, you have to be responsible to me." Shang-Chu's mind was confused, so she asked casually, "How are you going to be responsible?" The man said seriously, "Get married and get a certificate." Shang-Chu froze for a moment, then said, "Are you kidding? Get married? You and me? Chu-Chu, do I look like I'm joking?" Hua Jinghuai said seriously. Shang-Chu looked dumbfounded. "How do you know my name?" The man smiled slightly. "Last night when we were entwined, I asked your name and you said it." Shang-Chu thought back to last night and wished she could find a hole to crawl into. It was true that she had gone to the wrong room and slept in the wrong bed. She was drunk last night and couldn't remember much, but she did remember having sex with him. Hua Jinghuai saw the girl's confused face and said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Hua Jinghuai, I'm 29 years old, single, healthy, without any hereditary diseases, and my family is also quite well off. I don't have any bad habits either. After we get together, I'll hand over all my salary, and I'll go straight home after work. I'll never hang around outside, and I'll keep a safe distance from the opposite sex, and be a good husband." Shang-Chu's head ached as she listened. Why did this man have to introduce himself? Who said anything about getting married to him? How could he make such a rash decision about such a big matter as marriage? Shang-Chu interrupted him, "Sorry to interrupt, but it's the 21st century now, and you don't actually have to be so conservative in your thinking. We don't know each other, and such a big matter as marriage shouldn't be decided lightly. If you feel that you suffered last night, then I'll transfer you 500 yuan as compensation for your emotional distress yesterday. It was indeed my fault yesterday, and I went into the wrong room. Hua Jinghuai frowned slightly. Shang Chu picked up his phone and asked, "Where's your phone?" "I'll transfer you 500 yuan. Hua Jinghuai's expressionless face said, "Chu, what do you take me for?" Why does it sound so strange to hear her name from his mouth? It's like a trashy girl who slept with him and then tried to run away. Shang Chu paused for a moment and said, 500 yuan is a bit too little. You're so good looking, 500 yuan is really insulting. How about 1,000? Hua Jinghuai said. I don't want your money. You slept with me, how am I supposed to find a wife in the future? Our Hua family has always had strict family values. Since we've done what we should, you have to be responsible for me. And didn't we have a good time last night? We'll be together in the future, and our sex life will be harmonious. Shang Chu. How can there be such a man? While she was in pain and discomfort, he was full of energy. It was obvious that she was the one being taken advantage of. She thought, this man must be teasing her for fun, and there is no need to stay any longer. Since you don't want my money, then, I'm leaving. After Shang Chu finished speaking, she endured the aching back and legs and ran away. Looking at the girls hobbling back as she fled through the door wearing his shirt, the man let out a smug smile. Thinking about last night's lingering embrace, a smile unconsciously rose at the corner of his mouth. Chu, do you think you can get away? She was so soft, so fragrant, and so delicious last night that he couldn't help himself. It seems that she was terrified. He had already spoken very gently, but Chu was still frightened, so it seems that next time he meets her, he will have to be even more gentle. Shang Chu went home and rushed straight into the bathroom, washing her body vigorously. Only after she had taken off her clothes did she realize that her body was covered in marks, on her breasts, collarbone, shoulders, and even her waist. There were fingerprints left by him. There was a tingling sensation coming from below, but it wasn't her heart that was aching. She had actually slept with a man she didn't know. She had only gone with her best friend, so how could this have happened? What was even more ridiculous was that the man had actually wanted her to take responsibility. Shang Chu washed herself in the bathroom until her skin turned red. She wanted to wash away the marks on her body, but the hickeys were so deep that they couldn't be washed off at all. Just pretend it was a dog bite. Shang Chu turned off the tap, wrapped a towel around herself, and got out of the bathroom. As soon as she left the bathroom, she heard her phone ringing non-stop on the sofa. She slowly walked over to the sofa, picked up the phone, and saw that it was a call from her senior, Su Yan. Shang Chu swiped the screen to answer the call, and the other person's voice came through urgently. Shang Chu, why didn't you answer your phone when I called? Are you home? The movie is about to start, I'll pick you up downstairs. Shang Chu then remembered that her senior, Su Yan, had asked her to go to the movies with him today, and she had actually forgotten. I'm sorry, senior, I don't want to go. What's wrong? Did something happen? It's nothing, I just don't want to go. It's okay if you don't want to go to the movies, we can go out to dinner. I don't want to go out to dinner either. Shang Chu, what's wrong? You don't sound well, are you at home? I'll come over to see you. Don't come to my house, I'm not home. The man downstairs looked up, but unfortunately it was the 5th floor, and he couldn't see anything. You go back, senior. Shang Chu hung up the phone. Shang Chu was exhausted, hung up the phone, turned off her phone, went back to her bedroom, and fell asleep. I don't know how long it was. Shang Chu. Shu. Wake up. Shang Chu was woken up by a familiar voice. She opened her eyes and saw Shen Qi, who was pulling her quilt. Shu, why are you still sleeping at home? Shang Chu was pulled up by Shen Qi, who shook her shoulders. Haven't you always liked Senior Su Yan? Do you know that he was going to confess to you today? Chapter 2, Fever of 39.2 degrees. Shang Chu's mind was confused at the moment, and she replied weakly, so what? Haven't you always liked him? If he confesses to you, won't the two of you be able to be together? What's wrong with you? You turned off your phone and actually slept at home? Shang Chu suddenly hugged Shen Qi, and she really wanted to tell her that she had suffered a great injustice. Seeing that Shang Chu was not right, Shen Qi lightly patted her back and her voice softened. What's wrong? I'm fine. Shang Chu shook her head. Then why are you acting so strange? Shinshi looked at Shang Chu and realized that there was something wrong with her today. I'm fine, I'm a little tired, I want to sleep. Shang Chu lay back on the bed. Are you really okay? Shang Chu, why are you so red? Shinshi felt her forehead, it's burning hot, do you have a fever? Shang Chu had a fever, 39.2 degrees, so Shinshi stayed at her place to take care of her. Shang Chu woke up again. It was already 10 o'clock the next day. She looked at the wall clock, sat up confusedly, and felt a tingling pain underneath her body. It had been so long, but she still felt so much pain. It seemed that the man that night really had no mercy on her. The door opened and Shinshi walked in. Shang Chu finally woke up. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Shang Chu shook her head. Shinshi touched Shang Chu's forehead. You had a fever yesterday, which scared me. I stayed at your place to take care of you. Your fever broke at night, and fortunately, you're fine now. Shang Chu was moved. Kiki, you're so good. It's good that you were there for me. Don't mention it. You should rest well today. I've already asked for leave from work. Are you hungry? Do you want some kanji? Shang Chu nodded. She hadn't eaten all day yesterday, and she was really hungry. I'll go get the porridge for you. Kiki, I'm almost recovered, so I'll go wash up and eat at the table. Okay, then clean up a bit while I get ready. A few minutes later, the two sat down at the table. Shinshi placed the hot porridge in front of Shang Chu. Chu, you eat more, you didn't eat all day yesterday, you must be hungry. Shang Chu took a few bites of the porridge, feeling the warmth in her stomach and her mood improved considerably. Looking at her with curved eyebrows, she said, Thank you, Kiki. Why are you saying thank you again? We've been good friends for so long, why are you saying thank you? In the past, when I broke my leg and was in the hospital for half a month, you also visited me every day and took care of me. Shang Chu nodded. Shinshi ate the porridge but her mind was elsewhere. Seeing that Shang Chu had almost finished eating, Shinshi finally spoke. Shang Chu, when I was taking care of you last night, I saw the marks on your body. What happened? Shang Chu looked at Shinshi for a few seconds, then her eyes dimmed. It's nothing. Are you sure it's nothing? Your whole body is red, it looks really scary. It's nothing, it's probably an allergy. Shinshi blinked. Did you eat any mango? Maybe. Shinshi worriedly said, Chu, you can't eat mango if you're allergic to it, you must be careful in the future, don't even touch mango juice, snacks with mango, or drinks. No wonder there were so many marks on your body, and you had a fever, it turned out to be an allergy. Kiki, I'll be careful in the future. Yes, you must be careful. Oh, did you know that yesterday, Su Yan was going to confess his love to you? Shinshi said excitedly. Shang Chu stirred the porridge in the bowl. Who told you that? Yesterday, when you had a fever, you seemed to have said something, but I don't remember because I was confused. Su Yan's best friend Wu Qinghao said it. Didn't you guys want to go to the movies together? Su Yan was going to confess after the movie, and Wu Qinghao suddenly called me and asked me to go to the cinema to witness it. Unfortunately, you didn't go, and then Su Yan couldn't get in touch with you, so he called me and asked me to come and see you. I never thought that when I came to your house, you would have a fever. So Su Yan was going to confess to her. Fortunately, I didn't go yesterday. We're all classmates, so it would definitely be awkward to see each other in the future. Shinshi continued, I told Su Yan that you had a fever. He has been very worried about you, asking about your condition all the time, and said he would come and see you. Shang Chu's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Don't let him come. Why? Why wouldn't you let him come if he came to see you? If you hadn't suddenly had a fever yesterday, you would have gone on the date and you would have been together. Shang Chu sighed. Kiki, don't talk nonsense. Even if I went on the date, I wouldn't have agreed to be his girlfriend, I don't like him. Shinshi looks incredulous. Why? No, don't you like him? There's no why. Besides, I've never liked him. He is indeed very good looking and dazzling, and I have admired him like any other girl, but I don't like him. Kiki, please talk to him and tell him not to come. I don't believe it, you obviously like him. Who on earth told you that I like him? I don't even know that I like him, but I don't deny that I have admired him. Admiration is not love, and I don't like Su Yan. Shinshi had a look of sudden enlightenment on her face. I always thought you liked Su Yan, and I wanted to matchmake you too. In that case, never mind. In fact, I think you two are a perfect match. Shen-Chi. Shang-Chu's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Shen-Chi waved her hand in a gesture of appeasement. Okay, I'll stop talking. Ding dong, the doorbell rang, and the two of them looked at the door at the same time. Shen-Chi sat up and I'll get the door. Shen-Chi walked to the door and opened it. She saw a handsome man standing in front of the door. The man was over 180 centimeters tall, wearing a white shirt and jeans, and holding a bouquet of flowers in his hands. This person was Su Yan. Su Yan politely asked, "May I come in?" Shen-Chi was a little embarrassed. She remembered what Chu-Chu had just said. She didn't like Su Yan and didn't want to see him now. Shen-Chi put on a smile and said, "Senior, why are you here?" "I came to see Chu-Chu." "Is she okay?" "She's fine, her fever has already subsided." "Then can I come in and see her?" "Chu-Chu is just getting better and doesn't really want to see anyone." "Why don't you come back some other time? I'll just have a quick look at her, give her these flowers and then leave, is that okay?" Shen-Chi was a bit at a loss. She didn't want to refuse Su Yan, but she also didn't want to see him again. So she said, "Why don't I go and ask her?" Su Yan nodded. Shen-Chi turned around and walked over to the table and said, "Chu-Chu, it's Su Yan here to see you." Shang-Chu lowered her eyes. "Tell him to go." "Chu-Chu, I can see that Su Yan has always cared about you. Do you want to meet him?" "I don't want to see him. Some other day, when I'm feeling better." Seeing that Chu-Chu refused to see him, she had no choice but to turn around and go to the door, and told Su Yan, "I'm sorry, my Chu-Chu isn't feeling well. You can come back some other day." Su Yan's face fell. "Alright, I'll come back to see her some other day. Please give her these flowers." Shen-Chi took the flowers and nodded. Su Yan was rejected and turned away, his lonely back making Shen-Chi feel sorry for him. Shen-Chi closed the door and walked towards Shang-Chu, hugging the flowers. "Shang-Chu, what's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly treat Su Yan like that? Even if you don't like him, we are all friends, aren't we? Why can't you let him in to see you?" Shang-Chu looked at the lilies in Shen-Chi's arms and fell silent. "Did something happen between you two?" "No. I don't believe you. I always feel that something is wrong with you." "Really, it's fine. I just made that clear. So, Kiki, as my best friend, can you support me?" Shen-Chi placed the flowers on the table. "Of course I have to support you. Who made you my best friend?" Shang-Chu felt incredibly warm in his heart, and hugged Shen-Chi. "Kiki, you're so good." Shen-Chi sighed helplessly and patted her back. Shang-Chu really wanted to tell Shen-Chi about that incident, but she was afraid that she would blame herself. After all, the incident happened the night before because she had accompanied her to the bar for drinks. She simply told herself that the man was very handsome and good-looking, and that she had not suffered any loss. Chapter 3, Chu-Chu, I will be responsible for you. Half a month later. Shang-Chu was sitting in the office, goofing off, when a phone call interrupted her thoughts. She picked up the phone and looked at the unfamiliar number on the screen, and picked up the phone with some confusion. Chu-Chu. On the other end was the magnetic and pleasant voice of a man. Shang-Chu was puzzled. The voice seemed familiar, so she asked, "Who is this?" The man laughed lightly. "What, after only half a month, Chu-Chu has already forgotten me?" Shang-Chu froze. She recognized the man's voice. It was Hua Jinghui, with whom she had had sex half a month ago after she entered the wrong room. How did he know her phone number? Seeing that the girl was silent, Hua Jinghui continued, "Chu-Chu, why aren't you saying anything? Why did you call me? How did you get my phone number? Chu-Chu, let's meet." "Meet? What is there to meet about?" "Chu-Chu, you don't think that thing is over, do you? That thing is the thing that happened half a month ago when they had sex." Shang-Chu remembered the images of the two of them entwined that night, and instantly blushed. "Sorry, Chu-Chu, I've been busy these days and haven't contacted you. I've kept you waiting for so long. I've just finished work and returned home." "Where are you?" "I'll come and pick you up and we can talk about what happened between us." "What could have happened between us? What happened last time was just an accident. It's in the past. I've already forgotten about it. Chu-Chu, I don't think we've moved on from it. I meant what I said last time when I said I'd take responsibility." "Sorry, I'm a bit busy, I'll hang up first." Shang-Chu hurriedly hung up the phone and looked at the screen of her phone, which displayed a series of unfamiliar numbers. As soon as she hung up, the other party called back, and Shang Chu pressed reject. Shang Chu held her phone tightly in her hand, her heart pounding. She had almost forgotten about that night half a month ago, but she never expected Hua Jinghui to find her phone number. She remembered that the morning after the incident, Hua Jinghui told her to take responsibility, and she shivered. She had just graduated from university, started working, and settled down, and she didn't want to get married right away. Besides, what century was this? She didn't think that Hua Jinghui was that conservative, that he would take responsibility for having sex just once. Anyway, how did Hua Jinghui get her phone number? If he could find her phone number, could he find her? If Hua Jinghui found her, what would she do? It was her fault half a month ago, she went to the wrong room, but he didn't suffer from that incident. She still remembers that morning. She was covered in marks, her waist and legs aching. When she got home, she had a high fever, but fortunately, Shin Shi took care of her. He, on the other hand, woke up looking refreshed and full of energy. So in this case, it's always the woman who suffers. Inside the Maybach. In the back seat, Hua Jinghui looked at the other person's unanswered phone call and gave a helpless expression. Half a month ago, he went to Europe on business, thinking that he would be able to return home in a few days, but he never expected it to take half a month. When he contacted Chu Chu again, she was so cold. It seems that Chu Chu doesn't want to have anything to do with him. Hua Jinghui lowered his eyes and sighed helplessly. President. At this time, Chen Ming, the assistant in the passenger seat, spoke up. President, you must be in a bad mood. You were just rejected by Miss Chu Chu. Hua Jinghui glanced at him indifferently. Is there something wrong? Chen Ming, nothing. If there is, just say it. Hua Jinghui could clearly tell that there was something wrong. Chen Ming spoke cautiously. President, can you let me off at the next intersection? You're not going back to the office to write the business trip report? Chen Ming was a little embarrassed. President, I can write it at home. Besides, I've been on business trips with you for half a month, and I haven't seen my wife for half a month. I want to go home early. Hua Jinghui waved his hand. Go. Chen Ming was instantly beaming with joy. Thank you, President. I thought the president had just been rejected by Miss Chu Chu and wouldn't agree to his request, but suddenly he agreed to let him go home. Lao Shang, give me a break at the milk tea shop up ahead. I want to buy my wife's favorite milk tea to take back to her. Driver Lao Zhang applied the brakes, and Chen Ming immediately brightened up, carrying his bags, and went back to the milk tea shop to join the queue. Hua Jinghui used to wonder why Chen Ming always went home on time every day to spend time with his wife, but now he understands. When you like someone, you think about them all the time, you want to hold them, kiss them, and sleep with them. During the past 2 weeks in Europe, he had dreamed of Chu Chu almost every night. In his dreams, Chu Chu had become his wife. They had eaten together, listened to music, watched movies, painted, and traveled together. They had slept in each other's arms at night, doing things that made his heart race. He felt incredibly happy and content in his dreams. But when he opened his eyes, it was all a dream, and he felt an overwhelming sense of emptiness. After returning home, Hua Jinghui sat on the sofa and rubbed his forehead wearily. Is Chu Chu being so cold to him because of Su Yan? If it really is because of Su Yan, then there is a need to send him abroad and keep him away from Chu Chu. Office. Shang Chu is replying to a message. It is her mother who said she should come home for dinner. It is almost time to go home from work, and her colleagues are discussing. There is a new barbecue restaurant on Ziwei Road. Does anyone want to go with me after work? Great, I haven't had barbecue in half a month. I'll go too. After this barbecue, I'll go on a diet. Haha, Wenwen, you said you want to lose weight 1,000 times, but you just keep getting fatter. I'd say don't bother trying to lose weight. You're so annoying. Wenwen's plump little face crumpled up, making her look extra cute. Chu, are you going to the barbecue? Wenwen asked, turning to her. Shang Chu smiled faintly. I'm not going. My mom told me to go home for dinner. There were still 5 minutes until the end of the shift, but Wenwen grabbed one person by the hand and dragged them off to the barbecue. Shang Chu also tidied the table a little, picked up her bag and was about to get up and leave when a man walked towards her. Where are the rest of them? The man was dressed casually and looked to be about 180 centimeters tall. He was the company manager, Tang Yiwa. They're off work, Shang Chu replied. The man looked at his watch. Is that the time? You're off already? I seem to spoil them too much. Mr. Tang, Didn't you say that you could go home early if you finished your work? Tang Yuo was helpless. He had indeed said that before. Their small company had only been established for 3 years, and there were not many people, so there had never been any rules. As long as the work was finished, they could go home whenever they liked. Shang Chu stood up, holding her bag in her hand. I'm off work too. Tang Yuo nodded, looked at the girl's back, and said, Chu Chu, you've been distracted lately. Has something happened? Shang Chu stopped in her tracks, turned around, shook her head, and said, I'm fine. That's good to hear. Our company may be small, but we take the physical and mental health of our employees very seriously. If you're really worried about something, you can take some time off work. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Tang. You're welcome. Hey, Chu Chu, do you have time tonight? Why don't we go out for dinner? I'm sorry, Mr. Tang, but my mother asked me to go home for dinner tonight. Tang Yuhua felt a little disappointed. Okay. Shang Chu turned her head in confusion. Why did she feel that Mr. Tang was acting strange today? Shang Chu had just left, and Tang Yuhua sighed with disappointment. A hand rested on his shoulder. She rejected you? If you really like her, confess your feelings to her sooner rather than later. She's so outstanding and beautiful, there are bound to be lots of men after her. By the time she's with someone else, you'll be crying and not know where to turn. Tang Yuan nodded firmly. Thank you, Jack. I'll ask her out again tomorrow. Shang Chu rode her little electric bicycle home, and when she arrived, she noticed that it was unusually lively. It turned out that her aunt had come. As soon as she entered the house, her younger brother Shang Yi ran up to her, frowned, and whispered, Why did you come back? Didn't I send you a message telling you not to come back? Did you send me a message? I was riding my bike and didn't see it. You take care of yourself, Auntie is here to introduce you to a matchmaker. Chapter 4, Stop fighting, I'm going on a blind date, isn't that fine? Shang Chu narrowed her eyes, What? Chu Chu, you're back. Come quickly. Auntie Liang Wei walked over to her, took her arm, and headed towards the sofa. Shang Yi shrugged his shoulders, sent a message to his sister telling her not to come back, who let her not see it. Shang Chu's mind was still confused, so she politely called out, Auntie. Well, it's been a long time, but Chu Chu has become more and more beautiful. Are you tired from work? It's okay. Your mother said that you have good work benefits. Is your company still hiring? Your sister is now unemployed. She stays at home all day, except for eating and playing mobile games. It's annoying. Why doesn't she apply for a job at your company? Shang Chu shook her head slightly. We don't need anyone for the time being. Our company is very small, with only a few people, so there are no job openings. Liang Wei frowned in disgust. Just a few people? How can they do the work? A company with just a few people is too small. It might go bankrupt at any time, and it probably doesn't even pay social insurance and housing funds. Your mom said you have a good job, but what's so good about a small company? Shang Chu frowned in displeasure. Although their company doesn't have many people right now, the benefits are still pretty good. The salary is paid on the 5th of every month, and it's never late. Occasionally, if it's a weekend or holiday, it'll be paid early. Not to mention the benefits, they get the whole weekend off, the boss often invites them to dinner, there's afternoon tea every day, and if they finish work early, they can go whenever they like. Shang Chu explained, Auntie, although our company is small, the benefits are not bad. Of course we have 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, and the salary is paid on time every month. It's not for long. Auntie, I advise you, don't work for a small company like this one. It's only stable if you find a big company or a state-owned enterprise. There are only a few people in this kind of small company, and it might close down at any time. Shang Chu wanted to argue back, but thought better of it. Why bother explaining to her when she doesn't understand anyway? At this point, Shang Mingyong, Shang Chu's father, spoke up. As long as my daughter is happy working there, if the company does close down, I can support her at home. Shang Chu's mother Liang Jia also nodded, Yes, sister, as long as Chu Chu is happy, if Chu Chu's company unfortunately closes down, we can just find a new job. Liang Wei smiled awkwardly, Look at what you're saying, I didn't mean it that way. What I meant was for Chu Chu to find a stable job. Compared to those small companies, state-owned enterprises are more stable, aren't they? I don't care if it's a state-owned enterprise or a private enterprise, as long as my daughter is happy. Shang Mingyong said. Liang Wei, that's true, but we still have to think about Chu Chu's future. Shang Mingyang said discontentedly, Sister, isn't your own daughter still unemployed at home? If you don't care about your daughter, what do you care about my daughter? Do you want to control your daughter's future? Shang Yi touched Shang Chu's shoulder and gave her a thumbs up. He said in words, Dad is awesome. Shang Chu also smiled. Liang Wei blushed with anger and stood up, angrily saying, Shang Mingyang, what do you mean? Is this how you talk to your sister? My daughter is unemployed at home because she just quit her job and is taking some time off to rest. What's wrong with that? After all, Chu Chu is my niece, would I ever do anything to harm her? Liang Jia glared at Shang Mingyang and then tried to smooth things over, saying, Sister, don't be angry, we're all family. You know Mingyang's temper, he speaks his mind and has offended a lot of people. Don't be angry. Liang Wei looked aggrieved, grabbed her bag off the sofa and said, Sister, I'm leaving. Liang Jia quickly came over and held her back, Sister, why are you suddenly leaving? Mingyang really didn't mean anything by it. You've known him for so many years, don't you know him yet? Listen to what he just said. Does he speak without thinking? I was just worried about Chu Chu's future. What's wrong with me? I'm Chu Chu's auntie. Mingyang was wrong just now. Don't take it to heart, sister. Didn't you say you wanted to stay for dinner? It's not easy to come here. What dinner? I'm so angry, he argues with me no matter what I say. He's made me lose face in front of the younger generation. Liang Jia thought to herself, Mingyang wasn't wrong just now, even if his words were a bit harsh. My sister's daughter has been unemployed at home for nearly half a year since the new year, but instead of worrying about her future, she's here worrying about Chu Chu's future. But after all, she is my sister, and we can't let our relationship become strained. Liang Jia, sister, I apologize to you. Mingyang was indeed in the wrong just now. Liang Jia glanced at Shang Mingyang, signaling him to apologize. Shang Mingyang saw the expression on his wife's face, and he resolutely refused to apologize, because he was right. Shang Mingyang got up, and I remembered that there is still soup in the kitchen. I'll go to the kitchen to cook, you guys chat. Before Liang Jia could say anything, Shang Mingyang ran into the kitchen. Liang Jia patted Liang Wei on the shoulder and said, Sister, we're all family. Mingyang is straightforward, so don't take what he said to heart. Liang Wei was a little better after Liang Jia gave her a way out, but she was still displeased and said, Judge, you have to say something to him. He's always been like this, and he doesn't think before he speaks. Liang Jia nodded in agreement and said, Yes, sister, I will definitely scold him. Chu Chu, do you have a boyfriend? Liang Wei leaned in close to Shang Chu and asked, grasping her hand. Shang Yi snickered beside her, enjoying the show. Shang Chu then understood the sentence Shang Yi had said to her when she first entered the door, Auntie will introduce you to someone you can trust. Shang Chu shook her head embarrassedly. Liang Wei patted her hand heavily, Oh, that's great. I just happen to know a very good boy for you. Auntie, I don't want to fall in love. Shang Chu pulled her hand out and touched the place Liang Wei had patted, her hand palm was red, Auntie really did lay her hand heavily. Chu Chu, you're 23 years old, and you still don't want to fall in love? I'm telling you, this boy is really special. He's tall and handsome, with overseas study experience and returned from studying abroad. His parents are very open-minded. He's really special. I'm only introducing you to this quality guy because you're my niece. I wouldn't even introduce her to just anyone. Shang Chu refuses, Auntie, I'm not 23 yet, I haven't even had my 22nd birthday yet. I just don't want to find a partner, I think it's nice to be alone. Even if you are 22 now, you are not young anymore. Your mother and I got married when we were 22, and look at you now, you don't even have a partner. Liang Jia was a little upset. Sister, this era is different from ours. We can't use our way of thinking from our time to influence the young people of today. Whether my daughter wants to fall in love or stay single, I will support her. That's true, but the boy I introduced to Chu Chu is really outstanding, motivated, and filial. I guarantee Chu Chu will like him. Why don't you meet him? Shang Chu looked helplessly at her mother and shook her head. Shang Yi also spoke up, Auntie, my sister has already said she doesn't want to get involved in a relationship, so please don't force her. Look at how pretty she is, what a great figure, she graduated from the best university in Huicheng, and now she earns such a high salary. She's so outstanding, do you really think she can't find a partner? There are so many men chasing after her, it's just that she doesn't want to get involved. Liang Wei, if so many people are chasing after your sister, why doesn't she want to get involved? It's just that she hasn't met the right person. I'm telling you, the boy I'm introducing her to is really exceptional. Shang Mingyang suddenly came out with a spatula and angrily told Liang Wei, can't you tell a compliment when you hear one? My daughter has already said she doesn't want to get involved, and you still insist on introducing her to someone. Liang Wei was shocked and stood up abruptly. Why are you yelling at me? I'm just introducing someone to Chu Chu. I'm just looking out for her best interests. Shang Mingyong, you have a daughter yourself, why don't you introduce such a good partner to your daughter? I am her real father, I will do what is good for her, not you, her aunt. Shang Yi leaned towards Shang Chu and whispered, why are dad and aunt arguing? Liang Jia hurriedly tried to stop the fight, what are you two arguing about? Mingyong, why are you talking to your sister so harshly? Shang Mingyong was still angry, look at what she has said since she came to our house, which sentence did I like to hear? If she can say that about me, what business does she have talking about my daughter? What does it matter if my daughter is single or not? Liang Wei also flushed with anger, crossed her arms and angrily said, it's because I'm Chu Chu's auntie, isn't it? If I'm not Chu Chu's auntie, what do I care about these things? As you say one thing and I say another, the living room is in chaos. Shang Chu stood up and said loudly, stop arguing, can't I go on a blind date? Chapter 5, that one time, I actually got pregnant. The next day, at noon. Shang Chu looked at the time on her phone and sighed. Did she really have to go on a blind date? She had seen her aunt arguing with her father the day before, and her mother was caught in the middle, so she had just casually agreed to the blind date. After going to bed that night, her mother went to look for her and said a lot of things. Mom said that when they were young, their grandparents were often away from home, and it was their auntie who took care of Mom, often taking her out to play and cooking for her. No one was allowed to bully her. When they went to school together, their auntie even carried her on her back to school if she didn't want to walk. So the two sisters have always had a very good relationship. Mom also said that she knows she doesn't want to go on a blind date, and since she promised their auntie, she just needs to meet the boy tomorrow, and she can just refuse then. Suddenly, she smelled a very strong smell, and for some reason, Shang Chu felt extremely uncomfortable. She vomited uncontrollably and quickly covered her nose, heading for the bathroom. Wenwen, who was eating spicy hot pot at her workstation, saw Shang Chu run into the bathroom. Her colleague Amy asked Wenwen, what's wrong with Shang Chu? Wenwen, I don't know, she was fine just now. Amy pinches her nose, you really stink. Wenwen, let's discuss something. In the future, when you eat spicy instant noodles, don't eat them in the office, okay? Wenwen looks at her spicy instant noodles. Could it be that Chu Chu threw up because she smelled my spicy instant noodles? The smell of spicy instant noodles is indeed unpleasant. Wenwen quickly takes the spicy instant noodles and goes to the rest area. Shang Chu retches a few times. At this time, Amy walks in and pats her back. Chu Chu, are you okay? Amy asked with concern. Shang Chu felt better and straightened up, shaking her head. Amy took out a tissue and handed it to Shang Chu, who wiped her mouth and said, thanks, I'm fine. It's all Wenwen's fault, always eating spicy and hot food, instant noodles, etc. in the office area. There's always a smell, and it takes a long time to dissipate. Sometimes I can't stand the smell when I smell it, too. I just told her to go to the rest area to eat in the future. In fact, I used to not react much to the smell of these things, and I don't know what's wrong with me today, I feel so sick, I feel like vomiting. Amy teased with a mischievous tone, ha, you're not pregnant, are you? Shang Chu was shocked, and recalled the night more than half a month ago. Pregnant? Amy said pregnant? Amy saw that Shang Chu was actually stunned, and touched her slender waist. What's wrong, Chu Chu? Did I scare you? How could you be pregnant? You don't even have a boyfriend. I was just joking with you. Shang Chu gave a perfunctory smile. Chu Chu, what's wrong with you? You look really bad. Amy was a little worried. I'm fine. Then Shang Chu went into the bathroom and sat on the toilet. Her heart kept pounding, and she had a bad feeling in her heart. That night, she had sex with Huo Jinghui, and he didn't use any protection. Afterwards, she didn't take the morning after pill either. Shang Chu quickly took out her phone to check. Today was the 11th, so when had her period come last month? She pulled out the period tracking app and found that last month's period had come on the 10th, and today was already the 11th, a day late. Shang Chu felt cold all over. In fact, it was normal to delay for 2 or 3 days, but she just had a very uneasy feeling. She then went online to find out how long a pregnancy could be detected. The answer was that it could be detected 10 days after intercourse, and 17 days had passed since the night they had sex, so it could definitely be detected now. Shengqiu put down her phone and touched her flat stomach. Could there really be a life inside? What if she really was pregnant? Shengqiu stood up. Instead of speculating, she might as well verify. If she wasn't pregnant, then it would be a false alarm. Shengqiu rode her bike to a pharmacy, bought some early pregnancy test strips, found a public toilet, and started the test. The instructions said to wait 5 minutes. Shengqiu felt like those 5 minutes were 5 centuries long. During those 5 minutes, she thought a lot. What if she really was pregnant? Huo Jinghuai had called her yesterday, saying that he wanted to take responsibility for her. But they didn't know each other, and it was only that one night. What if she really was pregnant? She didn't know. Another result is that she is not pregnant, and of course not being pregnant is the best result. After a few minutes, Shengqiu checked the pregnancy test stick and saw that there were 2 bright red lines on all 3. 2 lines, she is pregnant. The pregnancy became a reality, and Shengqiu felt like a bolt of lightning had split her head in 2. What should she do? What should her parents do when they find out? What should she do with her future life? She had never been in love before, and suddenly, she was pregnant. Shengqiu didn't know how to get back to the office, and she didn't know how she got off work. It wasn't until her aunt called her and told her to meet the boy that she snapped out of it. When she came back to her senses, it was already 5 o'clock, and her colleagues had already gone home. She got up and prepared to go off work as well. At this time, Tang Yihua came over, not sure when, and asked Shengqiu, "Are you going home?" "No, I'm meeting someone for dinner." "Then be careful." Shengqiu nodded at him and then walked out of the office area. Tang Yihua looked at the girls back inside. He had planned to ask her out for dinner today, but she already had a date. He would ask her out some other time then. Shengqiu arrived at the restaurant downstairs where they had agreed to meet. She saw a man waving at her, so she walked over. The man's eyes lit up when he saw how beautiful Shengqiu was. It seems Auntie was right, the other person really is beautiful and has a great figure, she's even better looking in person than in the photos. "Hello, my name is Guo Ziyu, Auntie Liang told me to come." The man introduced himself. "My name is Shengqiu." Shengqiu sat absent-mindedly in her seat. Guo Ziyu couldn't take his eyes off Shengqiu. "You really are very pretty, even prettier than in the photos." Auntie really wasn't lying. Shengqiu felt that the man's expression was very lecherous, and she really wanted to stand up and leave immediately. Guo Ziyu handed her a menu and said, "Look, order whatever you want, don't worry about the cost, I'll pay. After dinner, let's go watch a movie." Unexpectedly, a tall figure approached them. He narrowed his dangerous eyes and stepped closer to Shengqiu, who was not paying attention and did not notice his approach at all. Until, a familiar voice entered her ear. "Chu, what are you doing here?" Shengqiu suddenly realized that the person in front of her seemed familiar, as if it were Huo Jinghuai. Shengqiu suddenly stood up and looked at his handsome face. Huo Jinghuai, the father of the child. Guo Ziyu saw the somewhat delicate atmosphere and asked, "Who are you? Are you a friend of Chu's?" Huo Jinghuai looked at him and asked in return, "Who are you?" "I'm Chu's blind date." Huo Jinghuai's eyes suddenly narrowed as he stared at Shengqiu and asked, "You're on a blind date?" Shengqiu nodded. Huo Jinghuai's eyebrows were knitted together. "Why are you on a blind date? Would you rather be on a blind date than be with him?" Yesterday, Chu hung up on him, and when she called back, she didn't answer. And today, she's here on a blind date? Shengqiu looked at the handsome man in front of her and lowered her eyes. Should she tell him that she's pregnant? What would Huo Jinghuai do if he knew she was pregnant? The baby would have his share, or else she'd tell him? But what should she say? They hardly know each other. Huo Jinghuai. Shengqiu looked at the man and called out his name, then looked away again. Well, Chu. Huo Jinghuai was momentarily surprised. This was the first time Chu had called him by his name. Shengqiu pursed her lips, not knowing what to say next. Then, Shengqiu said to Guo Ziyu, "I'm sorry, but I think we should end here for today. I have something else I need to do." Shengqiu glanced at Huo Jinghuai and turned to leave. Huo Jinghuai immediately stepped forward to walk parallel to Shengqiu. Chu, is there something you want to tell me?" Shang Chu nodded slightly. I also have something to say to you. Let's find a quiet place and talk. Shang Chu got into the passenger seat of the Maybach at Hu Jinghuai's arrangement. The car slowly moved forward, and Hu Jinghuai asked, Chu Chu, what do you want to eat? I'll go with whatever you want. Shang Chu fidgeted, playing with her fingernails. Chu Chu, why did you go on a blind date? Hu Jinghuai, why were you downstairs in front of our company? Shang Chu asked in return. Chapter 6, I'm pregnant. Hu Jinghuai didn't expect Chu Chu to ask him back, so he laughed lightly and replied, What do you think, Chu Chu? If he could get her phone number, he should be able to find out where she works, right? So Hu Jinghuai came to the company specifically to look for her? I don't know. Shang Chu pretended not to know. The two of them didn't speak the whole way. Shang Chu kept wondering how she was going to tell Hu Jinghuai that she was pregnant. Hu Jinghuai, on the other hand, could hardly hide his joy. The car pulled up to the parking lot of a restaurant. Hu Jinghuai parked the car and, being the gentleman that he was, held the door open for her. It was a restaurant serving Anhui cuisine, which Shang Chu had visited a few times before and had found to be quite good. Shang Chu nodded slightly. Hu Jinghuai reached out to take the girl in his arms, but was afraid of scaring her. What if he scared her and she ran away? The waiter led them into a private room, and after ordering, there were only 2 people left in the room. Hu Jinghuai leaned in closer to her, and Shang Chu felt a little weird, so she shifted to the side. Hu Jinghuai looked at the girl with a face full of adoration, watching her every little move, and unconsciously lifting the corners of his mouth. Chu Chu, didn't you have something to tell me? Shang Chu glanced at the man and said, You go first. Ladies first, Chu Chu, you say it. Shang Chu organized her words a little, but when they came to her lips, she still didn't know what to say. Seeing the girl's solemn expression, Hu Jinghuai leaned closer to her, extended his large palm, and gently touched her head. Shang Chu felt the heat of his palm and quickly retreated. Chu Chu, I'm not a jackal or a tiger, so don't be afraid of me. Shang Chu shook her head slightly. I'm not afraid of you, I just don't like close contact with other people. Ha? Then why did you take the initiative to hug and kiss me that night? Hu Jinghuai raised his eyebrows and looked at her. Thinking back to that night, when the two of them had been intimate, Shang Chu's face instantly turned red. Hu Jinghuai looked at the girl's little expression and really wanted to embrace her in his arms and kiss her, just like in his dreams, doing whatever he wanted to her. Unfortunately, this was not a dream, it was reality, and if he behaved like an animal towards her, she would definitely be shocked. I'm sorry about what happened that night, I went to the wrong room. She was pregnant, and in fact, it was not Hu Jinghuai's fault. It was indeed her who went into the wrong room, and she took the initiative to hug and kiss him, and Hu Jinghuai just didn't refuse. And after the fact, he even said that he wanted to take responsibility. In fact, Hu Jinghuai is quite a good person. I don't blame you for going into the wrong room. On the contrary, I feel lucky. Chu Chu, for the past half month, I have missed you every day. If it weren't for an urgent business trip, I would have gone to see you the next day. Chu Chu, will you marry me? Shang Chu was speechless, looking at Hu Jinghuai's face full of deep feelings. Could it be that he liked her? But they didn't know each other well. Their contact was just that night half a month ago. Hu Jinghuai, why do you want to marry me? We didn't know each other before. Hu Jinghuai's eyes flashed. We got to know each other very well that night, didn't we? Ring ring ring, a sudden ringtone sounded. Shang Chu took her phone out of her bag and found it was her mother calling. She got up and walked to the window to answer it. Mom! Chu, how was the blind date? I met him and I've already rejected him. Good, I can finally tell your auntie that you're not interested. Don't worry, Chu, I won't let your auntie introduce you to anyone else. Okay. My dearest Chu Chu, do you want to come home for dinner tonight? I'll cook your favorite, shrimp, when you get back. I'm not going back. Okay, I'll hang up first and call your aunt back. Okay, Mom. After the call ended, Shang Chu turned around and accidentally bumped into the man's chest. Hu Jinghuai instinctively reached out and put his arm around the girl's waist. The two were close, so Shang Chu quickly pushed him away and took 2 steps back. Sorry, Chu Chu, I didn't know you were going to turn around suddenly. Hu Jinghuai smiled. In just a second, he could smell the familiar, unique, light scent of the girl, the scent he had been missing. After the two sat down, Hu Jinghuai said, Chu Chu, you haven't answered the question I just asked. Why did you go on a blind date? Since you were planning to go on a blind date, why didn't you look at me? I wasn't planning to go on a blind date. My aunt came to my house yesterday and insisted that I meet this man today. Actually, I didn't want to go on a blind date. I see. The waiter knocked on the door a few times and started serving the food. After the dishes were all served, Hua Jinghuai, the gentleman, offered to help Shang Chu with the dishes, but Shang Chu said he could do it himself. Half an hour later, Shang Chu had finished eating, and Hua Jinghuai asked the waiter to remove the dishes. Chu, there's something you haven't told me yet, isn't there? Hua Jinghuai asked. It had been almost an hour since they had entered the restaurant, and he had the impression that Shang Chu had something to tell him, but he had never said anything. Shang Chu had eaten and drunk her fill, and thought it was time to tell him. Shang Chu gathered her thoughts and spoke slowly. I have something to tell you, and it may come as a surprise to you. I just found out about it too, and I don't know what to do, but I think you have the right to know. It's me. Hua Jinghuai reached out and touched her head, with extreme tenderness and affection. Shu, you can tell me, I'll listen. I'm pregnant, Hua Jinghuai. Shang Chu looked him in the eye and said. Hua Jinghuai paused, from shock to surprise, and then smiled, holding the girl's arm with both hands, slightly surprised. Chu, what did you say? You're pregnant? Shang Chu nodded slightly. I just found out today too. I don't know what to do. The child also has your share, so I wanted to tell you. In fact, I have wanted to abort. Never, Chu, you don't want to abort the child. Do you know how happy I am to hear you say you're pregnant? Hua Jinghuai's brows relaxed, his mood soared with joy. He's going to be a father. He's going to be a father. With this child, I'll have a wife too. What a stroke of luck. Let's get married, Chu, and give the child a home. But I don't want to get married. Do you want our child to be an illegitimate child? Do you really want to agree to marry him? She couldn't bear to abort the child, after all, it was her child. Chu, the baby is indeed an accident, but since the baby is here, we shouldn't reject it. Besides, I didn't marry you for the baby. I proposed to you before you said you were pregnant. The day after we had sex, I also proposed marriage. I want to be responsible for you. Shang Chu's mind was in a mess. Can you let me think about it? Okay. Hua Jinghuai drove Shang Chu home, and Shang Chu thought a lot about it on the way. If she really had to get an abortion, she couldn't bear to do it, so there was only one way out, and that was to marry Hua Jinghuai. In fact, Hua Jinghuai was quite good, with an outstanding appearance, her type of man, about 1.9 meters tall, and even more of a presence in a crowd. Unconsciously, they arrived at the bottom of the apartment building, and Hua Jinghuai applied the brakes. Chu, we're home. Hearing Hua Jinghuai's voice, Shang Chu came back to her senses. I also feel like we're home so quickly. Hua Jinghuai got out of the car and opened the door for her. Chu, you must think about this carefully. If you have any questions, feel free to call me. At this moment, it started to rain lightly, and suddenly the rain became a heavy storm. Summer storms always come suddenly. Hua Jinghuai immediately took the girl in his arms to protect her from the rain. Shang Chu suddenly felt a warmth, as Hua Jinghuai almost instantly embraced her in the downpour. Hua Jinghuai protected her as they walked to the stairwell. When Shang Chu got out of Hua Jinghuai's embrace, she noticed that he was completely soaked. Hua Jinghuai touched her damp forehead and said with a loving expression, Chu, you should go home and take a hot shower and change your clothes, or you'll catch a cold. But you're completely soaked. I'm fine. I'm a big man, a little rain won't hurt me. Hurry home, and don't catch a cold. Why don't you come home with me and change into one of my brother's clothes? It's pouring, the car won't start, so you can't go until the rain stops. Hua Jinghuai looked outside with joy. He hadn't expected Chu to invite him to her house. Okay. The two of them took the elevator to the 5th floor. Hua Jinghuai followed the girl the whole way, and when they got to the door, he entered by pressing the code. The room was not big, about 80 square meters, and the overall decoration was in blue and pink tones, which made it look very warm and lovely. I'll go get my brother's clothes for you to change into. Shang Chu went to the guest room and got a set of sportswear that her brother had left behind, and gave it to Hua Jinghuai. Go to the bedroom and take a hot shower, and change into my brother's clothes. When he took the clothes, he accidentally touched the girl's fingers, and Hua Jinghuai felt like his heart had been electrocuted. Chu, you should hurry and take a hot shower too. 20 minutes later, Shang Chu came out of the room and saw Hua Jinghuai in the kitchen, cooking something. Hua Jinghuai heard the girl's footsteps and turned his head to smile. Chu, I've made ginger water, let's have some later. Chapter 7, Getting the License. Shang Chu was wearing baggy cartoon pajamas that revealed her two long, straight legs as she slowly walked towards him. Seeing this erotic scene, Hu Jinghuai's Adam's apple involuntarily rolled up and down. Holding back the fire of desire in his heart, the girl got closer and closer, and she asked him, "Do you know how to cook?" "I know a little," he said. "I'm usually busy at work, and there's an auntie at home who cooks." "Are you usually very busy at work?" "Yes, I'm quite busy. After we get married, I'll be taking care of you." "What do you do?" "Management." As the boss behind the Shangshur Group and the richest man in Huicheng, he has always been very low-key, and few people know his identity and status. The girl suddenly smiled at him, and then turned her back to continue laughing. Hu Jinghuai was also infected by the girl's smile, and his deep eyebrows and eyes turned into a pool of spring water. Shang Chu looked at him with a crooked brow and said with a smile, "You look so strange in my brother's clothes." "How tall is your brother?" 185. "I'm 191, no wonder I feel that the clothes don't fit." The ginger soup was ready, so Shang Chu quickly opened the cupboard and took out 2 bowls. Hu Jinghuai took the soup. Such a natural action made Hu Jinghuai feel very warm. He seemed to have seen their daily life after marriage, and it must be just as warm. After drinking the ginger soup, it was getting late, but the rain outside didn't seem to be letting up. Shang Chu put down the bowl, and Hu Jinghuai took the 2 bowls and washed them in the sink. Looking at the tall figure, he felt an inexplicable feeling in his heart. "Hu Jinghuai, it seems like it's raining really hard outside, why don't you stay here tonight, and leave tomorrow when the rain stops?" Hu Jinghuai's eyebrows twitched slightly, and he smiled as he turned around and thanked Shang Chu for letting him stay. Shang Chu was momentarily dazzled by his smile, and then turned around, saying, "I'm going back to bed." "Chu Chu, think carefully about our marriage," said Hu Jinghuai, watching the slender figure. "I know." Shang Chu didn't even turn her head, but went to the bedroom and closed the door. Lying on the bed, looking at the ceiling, Shang Chu sighed. She had thought that the accident was over, but she never imagined that after that night, there was a little life growing inside her. Thinking about this, she touched his flat stomach. Is there really a little life inside? But why didn't she feel anything? That night was her first and only time, and she actually got pregnant. Life is really amazing. But if her family finds out she's pregnant, will Dad scold her? Dad and my brother will definitely scold her to death, and Mom will definitely be very sad, and my younger brother will yell at her too. In the eyes of her family, she is an obedient and sensible good girl, and suddenly she got pregnant without being married. Hu Jinghuai in the other bedroom was also full of joy. Yesterday, Chu Chu hung up on him and didn't want to have anything more to do with him. And now, at this very moment, he is sleeping at Chu Chu's house, and Chu Chu has already given birth to their child. He, Hu Jinghuai, has a child. He never thought that at the age of 29, he would have a child of his own. If he told his parents, they would wake up smiling in their sleep. The next morning, Shang Chu woke up, got out of bed and opened the curtains. The air was fresh and the sun was shining. She had made a decision the night before, for the sake of the baby in her womb, she was willing to marry Hu Jinghuai. After washing up, she put on a light layer of makeup, dressed in a white shirt and jeans, and tied her hair into a long ponytail. She looked in the mirror and then opened the door. She saw Hu Jinghuai already dressed in the clothes she had worn the previous day, busily working at the dining table. When he turned around and saw Shang Chu, he walked over with a raised leg. "Good morning, Chu Chu. Did you sleep well last night?" Seeing his contented expression, Shang Chu nodded. "Let's go have breakfast, then." Shang Chu walked over to the table and realized that Hu Jinghuai had actually made millet porridge. Millet porridge is good for the stomach in the morning. I went downstairs and bought some Xiaolong Bao to go with it. Hu Jinghuai ladled a bowl of millet porridge and handed it to Shang Chu. "Thank you." Shang Chu said thank you and took the porridge. "Chu Chu, you don't need to be polite with me." Seeing his gentle actions, Shang Chu felt a wave of emotion well up inside her. "After we eat, I'll go to work." "What about you, Chu Chu?" Hu Jinghuai asked. "Me too." "Then I'll drive you to work later, it's on my way." "No need, I'll ride my electric bike." "Chu Chu, electric bikes are not safe, you can easily bump into things. And now that you're in a special period of time, don't ride an electric bike, okay?" "I ride very steadily, I've been riding it for 7 or 8 years, I'll be fine." "But I'm worried about you." "How about this, after dinner, I'll take you to buy a car, and you can drive to and from work." I really don't feel comfortable letting you ride an electric bike. I have my own car, I just don't want to drive it. My company is very close to home, and it's convenient to ride a bike. Shang Chu thought about it for a moment and realized that riding a bike was indeed not as safe as driving. So he said, "Okay, I'll drive to work from now on." Huo Jinghuai nodded with satisfaction. After dinner, Shang Chu cleaned up the dishes and cutlery. Huo Jinghuai pulled her aside and said, "Chu Chu, as long as I'm here, you don't need to do any of this." Shang Chu watched as the man finished cleaning up the dishes and started washing the bowls on the sink. Shang Chu looked at the man's back and slowly said, "I thought about it a lot yesterday, and I've decided." "Chu Chu." Huo Jinghuai turned around and interrupted her. "Have you really thought about it? You should think about something this important for a few more days. I'm in no hurry. I've thought it over and I've decided to marry you and have your child." Shang Chu's tone was firm. Huo Jinghuai's heart leaped for joy, his smile could not be suppressed, and he walked towards her with long strides. "Well, then let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau in a bit." "What? The Civil Affairs Bureau?" Shang Chu's pretty face was slightly surprised. "Well, let's register first before getting married. Isn't that a bit too soon?" "No, since Chu Chu has already agreed to marry me, we should go get the certificate first. He needs to make his wife official first, otherwise what if the girl changes her mind?" "Chu Chu, wait for me, I'll finish washing the dishes and then we'll go to the Civil Affairs office together." Huo Jinghuai returned to the sink. He quickly tidied up, turned around, and saw the girl still standing in the same place. Huo Jinghuai walked over to her, held out his hand and took her wrist. Chu Chu was led out the door by Huo Jinghuai. While waiting for the elevator, Huo Jinghuai's hand slid downwards and their fingers interlocked. Shang Chu tried to break free, but Huo Jinghuai put an arm around her shoulders and said, "We're getting married soon, Chu Chu. You won't even hold my hand?" That's when Shang Chu didn't try to break free. In the car. "Huo Jinghuai, do we need our household registration books for the wedding?" the girl asked, looking at him. I don't have mine with me, so I guess we can't get the certificate today." Shang Chu smiled, as if she was happy that they wouldn't be getting the certificate. Huo Jinghuai had waited a long time for the girl to say she would marry him, and he wasn't going to let this opportunity pass. "Do you have your ID card with you?" "I always carry my ID card with me, but you can't get a marriage certificate with just an ID card." "That's okay, we can go to the household registration office and get a household registration certificate, and then you can get your marriage certificate." "Really?" Shang Chu's smile froze on her face. "Yes. Civil Affairs Bureau." Huo Jinghuai parked the car in the parking lot, got out, and went to the passenger's seat to open the door. He saw the girl sitting there, unwilling to come down. "Chu Chu?" Huo Jinghuai held out his hand, signaling for her to come down. Shang Chu looked at the man's face and then got out of the car. In order to give her unborn child a home, she was getting married today. Huo Jinghuai first took Shang Chu to the household registration office to open a household registration certificate, and then took her to the marriage registration office. After informing the staff, they were given a form to fill out, and then told to go take a photo. Huo Jinghuai led the way and took the girl to take a group photo. Sitting in front of the camera, Huo Jinghuai straightened his collar and fixed the girl's appearance. The photographer quipped, "You two really love each other." Getting ready to take the photo, the staff asked the two to smile. With a click, the two's photo was ready. The two in the photo looked like a perfect match, a man of talent and a woman of beauty. The staff praised them, "You two are the most attractive couple I have ever photographed. You two must stay together forever and be happy." Huo Jinghuai thanked him and led the girl to the registration office again. Within 2 minutes, the staff handed them the marriage certificate. Huo Jinghuai took the marriage certificate, flipped through it, touched the girl's face in the photo, and then put it in his pocket. Shang Chu looked at the marriage certificate with pursed lips, a little dazed. So, she was just married? It felt like a dream. Chapter 8. Husbands and wives are supposed to live together. "Chu Chu, I'll walk you to work." Huo Jinghuai held out his hand and put it around the girl's waist. Shang Chu was a little uncomfortable, but in front of the staff at the Civil Affairs Bureau, she didn't refuse him. In the car. "Chu Chu, I'll pick you up for lunch at noon." Huo Jinghuai couldn't hold back his smile. "No, I'll eat in the canteen at noon." It's almost 10 o'clock now, doesn't that mean that Huo Jinghuai has just dropped her off at work for more than an hour, and he's coming again? Why bother? Then I'll pick you up after work and take you to our home. Ah, to your home? Are we moving in together? We're married, we're husband and wife, of course we have to live together. Chu, you're not going to separate from me, are you? Well, I didn't think about it that much at the time. We got married for the sake of the baby. Oh, she hasn't even told her mother she's married yet. Shengchu, how could you be so impulsive as to get married to him? If Dad finds out, he won't let her off the hook. What else can I do now that I'm married? I'll go home sometime and talk to my mother. I hope Dad won't be mad at her. Chu, when we're settled down, sometime, I'll go with you to visit your in-laws. Shengchu looked at the man and nodded slightly. I haven't told my mother that I'm pregnant yet. In my family's eyes, I don't even have a boyfriend. If I suddenly tell them that I'm pregnant, they'll definitely be very sad. Hua Jinghuai placed his large hand over hers and said, Don't worry, Chu, I'll explain everything. When they arrived at the company building, Hua Jinghuai reminded her, if you're tired at work, take a break. Try to stay happy. If you have anything to say, you can tell me, send me a message, or give me a call. We're married now, and I'm your husband. Hua Jinghuai unbuckled his seatbelt and was about to get out of the car and open the door for the girl when Sheng Chu suddenly grabbed his arm and said, You don't have to open the door for me, I can get out of the car by myself. With that, the girl quickly got out of the car, waved at him and then entered the building. Hua Jinghuai watched the girl walk into the building with a smile on his face until he couldn't see her anymore, and then he stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Sheng Chu arrived at the company and Wenwen and Amy looked at her in surprise as she arrived an hour late. Wenwen, Chu, you've never been late for work in the year since you started, and today you're late. Amy, yeah, Chu, what happened? Sheng Chu, I asked my boss for leave, not late, okay? Wenwen doubts, what leave? You only asked for an hour, not a whole day? Why are you two so nosy? Don't you have to go to work? Amy, the boss is not here, so I'm just relaxing. Shengshire Group. Since entering the company, Hua Jinghuai's mouth has been curled up. Even during meetings, when Supervisor Wang says the wrong data, Hua Jinghuai just says he'll pay attention next time, but the employees are scared stiff. The CEO has never allowed any negligence at work, but Supervisor Wang made such a big mistake, and the CEO just laughed it off and said he'd pay attention next time. Hua Jinghuai got up and left the meeting room, and the employees began to discuss what was wrong with the president. President's Secretary Yang Lan, however, said with a serious face, discussion of personal matters is prohibited during working hours. Hua Jinghuai took out the marriage certificate in his pocket, flipped through it, and touched the photo of the girl. The door was knocked. Hua Jinghuai closed the door, put it back in his pocket, and said, Come in. Assistant Chen Ming entered the room carrying a cup of coffee, and placed it on his desk. Looking at the president's smile, Chen Ming tentatively asked, President, it seems that you are in a good mood today. Is there something happy going on? Hua Jinghuai, you can tell? Of course I can tell. The cleaning staff can tell. Just now a group of people came over and asked him what was wrong with the president, why he had been smiling non-stop all morning, which was creepy, so they asked him to ask. President, you have been smiling since you started work, anyone can tell. So obvious? Very obvious. Okay, you are my assistant, I will tell you, I got married. After Hua Jinghuai finished speaking, he took a sip of coffee. Chen Ming opened his mouth wide, fell silent for 3 seconds, and asked in surprise, President, you got married? Who is the Mrs.? Is it Miss Chu? Who else could it be? How is that possible? The day before yesterday, when you called her, she still refused to meet you. I remember the day before yesterday, when they had just returned to China, and the president was in the car on the way home, talking to Miss Chu. He heard every word. Miss Chu flatly rejected him. The president looked so dejected after being rejected. How come they got married today? This is unbelievable. The president was so fast. When he wasn't by the president's side, how did the president coax Miss Chu? Hua Jinghuai narrowed his eyes, Are you questioning me? Chen Ming shook his head quickly, No, I just find it incredible, I'm not questioning the president. The fact is that she is now my wife. Not busy at work? Do you want me to give you a few days off? Chen Ming was careful, President, it would be great if you gave me a few days off, I want to take my wife on a trip, I haven't had any vacation time in over 80 days. No way. Hua Jinghuai refused sternly. Chen Ming cursed in his heart 8 times, and if it weren't for his annual salary of 10 million and the bonus at the new year, he would have quit long ago. Chen Ming looked dejected, and the president, I'll get back to work. Wait, if you want to take a vacation, then take it. Take 2 weeks, starting tomorrow. Hua Jinghuai said. Chen Ming was ecstatic, thank you, President. I'm willing to be your assistant for the rest of my life. The president is so nice, giving him 2 weeks off. He'll work even harder to repay the president. That's enough. Now go. Okay. Chen Ming had just left the president's office when several people gathered around him and asked, Chen Tezu, did you find out what happened? Why is the president acting so strangely today? Chen Ming was overjoyed to have been given the day off, but he kept a straight face and asked, don't you have to work? Why are you all gathered here gossiping? Don't you want your bonuses? The group dispersed. At 4:30, Hua Jinghuai got up and left for work. He was going to pick up his wife and bring her home. While driving, he saw a particularly blooming flower shop. He stopped by the roadside and bought a bunch of bright red roses, planning to give them to Chu Chu. It was exactly 5 o'clock when he arrived at Chu Chu's company. Seeing that it was almost time to go home, Shang Chu went to the bathroom to wait for her. When she came out, the office area was already empty. She smiled helplessly. Whenever it's almost time to go home, they can sneak off really quickly. Shang Chu packed her bag and went off work. She had just stood up when Tang Yihua came out of the office. Chu Chu, you haven't left yet? Tang Yihua said to her. Aha! It's a good thing we're leaving work together. Great. The two walked in parallel, and Tang Yihua was beaming. Do you have any plans for the weekend, Chu Chu? Cheng Chu thought for a moment. This weekend she had to move into Hua Jinghuai's place and tell her mother about her marriage, so she should be pretty busy. I have something to do this weekend. Huh? What is it? Do you need any help? No, I can do it myself. I've actually been meaning to ask you out for dinner, Chu Chu. Don't you have time? I'm actually quite busy this weekend, but why do you want to take me out to dinner, Mr. Tang? Shang Chu looked at him blankly. Tang Yihua paused for a moment and said, I just want to invite you to dinner. After working together for so long, I haven't yet taken you out for a meal alone. The elevator arrived, and the two entered together. As the elevator reached the first floor, the two walked out together. Hua Jinghuai saw the two laughing and chatting, and his raised corner of his mouth slowly fell. As the two got closer, Shang Chu also saw Hua Jinghuai and waved to say hello. Tang Yihua looked in the direction Shang Chu was looking and saw a man. The man was wearing a high-end suit, and his facial features were like those carefully sculpted by God. The car next to him was a Maybach, so he must be someone important. Chu Chu, are you greeting him? Tang Yihua asked. Who is he? Shang Chu didn't know what to say for a moment. He looks quite mature, could he be an elder in your family? Shang Chu was at a loss, huh? Chapter 9, it's only the first day of marriage, and he's not Shang Chu. Shang Chu was embarrassed. Did Hua Jinghuai look that old? How could Tang think that he was her elder? What kind of eyesight is that? I'm sorry, then who is he? She saw Hua Jinghuai's lips curving up, and he slowly walked towards her. When there was still a distance of 7 or 8 meters, Hua Jinghuai spoke, Shu Shu. Seeing the man showing affection for Shu Shu, Tang Yihua suddenly felt a sense of crisis. You came to pick me up. Shang Chu looked at him with a faint smile. As the three of them drew closer, Hua Jinghuai extended his large hand and took her hand. Are you tired from work? Although Shang Chu felt a little awkward, she didn't break free, but just looked up at him and shook her head. Tang Yihua's eyes widened instantly. How dare this man take Chu Chu's hand? Hua Jinghuai glanced at Tang Yihua and asked, Chu Chu, who is this? Tang Yihua's mind was in a daze, and Shang Chu introduced, he is the owner of our company, Mr. Tang. Hua Jinghuai extended his hand to him, hello, Mr. Tang. Tang Yihua saw that the man had extended his hand, so he also extended his hand to shake it. Hello, are you Chu Chu's? I'm Chu Chu's boyfriend. Shang Chu interrupted him. In the eyes of her colleagues, she had never had a boyfriend before. If she suddenly told Mr. Tang that she had a husband, it would definitely be a shock. A boyfriend was always easier to accept than a husband. Hua Jinghuai looked at the girl with his deep pupils and didn't refute. Tang Yihua had an incredulous face, he's your boyfriend? Well, I haven't heard that you have a boyfriend. I just got one recently. Mr. Tang, I'll go home first, bye. Shang Chu waved at Tang Yue. Tang Yue woodenly reached out his hand and waved at her. Hua Jinghuai looked at the expression on General Manager Tang's face, and a strange flash passed through his pupils. He then put his arm around the girl and opened the passenger door for her. After the girl got in the car, he returned to the driver's seat, stepped on the accelerator and drove off. Tang Yue watched the car get further and further away, stood there in a daze for a long time, and suddenly felt someone tap him on the shoulder. Tang Yue shook his head in disappointment. What's wrong? You're acting strange. Chu Chu has a boyfriend. Tang Yue looked disappointed. Jack, what? She has a boyfriend? When did that happen? I used to tell you to confess your feelings for her, but you never did. Now she's got a boyfriend. A girl as beautiful and talented as Chu Chu will have plenty of suitors. When Chu Chu first started working here, if you hadn't told me that you liked her, I would have tried to woo her myself. Tang Yue glared at him, and Jack shut up. In the car. Hua Jinghuai asks the girl, Chu Chu, why did you just tell Mr. Tang that we were boyfriend and girlfriend? Shang Chu, sorry, Hua Jinghuai, I've never had a boyfriend at my company, and I don't think it's appropriate to suddenly say that I'm married. So you said I was your boyfriend? But there's a big difference between boyfriend and husband. Hua Jinghuai frowns. There's not really that big a difference. One is unlicensed and can break up at any time, while the other is legal and you have to be together for the rest of your life. Chu Chu, I'm your husband, do you think I'm not presentable? Is that why you told your colleague that I'm your boyfriend? Hua Jinghuai expressed his grievances. Shang Chu hurriedly waved his hands to explain, it's not that. Hua Jinghuai, why would you think that? I just felt that if I told my colleague that I was married, it would shock him, and I didn't want him to ask questions, so I said that. Don't get me wrong. Seeing the girl's flustered explanation, Hua Jinghuai couldn't hide his smile. Shang Chu looked at Hua Jinghuai's smile and winked. Are you teasing me? I just think that when you explain, you are especially cute. Hua Jinghuai, why are you so bad? Teasing her like that. Looking at the girl's pouting face, he reached out and touched the top of her head. Is she angry? The girl looked out the window, no. She's not that petty. Hua Jinghuai, where are we going? Home. Your home? Our home. The man said to her. Going to your home? But I haven't packed anything, I don't have anything at your home. Chu Chu, I've already prepared it for you, you just need to go. Really? Well, you have all the clothes you're wearing, as well as makeup, jewelry, and bags. If you don't like it after you go home and take a look, we can choose again. Hua Jinghuai, do you know what size my clothes are? Of course I do. Hua Jinghuai gave a cheeky smile, we were intimate that night for so long, I kissed and touched every part of your body, I know your body very well. Shang Chu's face instantly turned red. Hua Jinghuai, why are you being so explicit? You have no shame. Yes, honey, I know I was wrong. But you are my wife, it is only natural that I know my wife's body, isn't it? Shang Chu looked out the window and ignored him. Before we got married, I thought Hua Jinghuai was a decent gentleman. I never expected that on the first day of our marriage, he would say something so lewd. The car slowly pulled into Shangshihouting and stopped in front of a villa. Shang Chu surveyed the villa in front of her. It was a 3-story single-family villa, and the garden was full of all kinds of flowers. It was May, and the flowers were blooming especially beautifully. Chu Chu, we're home. Your home is so beautiful. Chu Chu, this is our home. Hua Jinghuai got out of the car, then took the flowers he had bought at the florist and prepared to give to Chu Chu from the boot, hid them behind his back, and went to the passenger seat to open the door for Shang Chu. Hua Jinghuai suddenly took a bunch of flowers out from behind his back and said, Chu Chu, these are for you. Shang Chu was full of surprise and took the flowers. Thank you. Do you like them? Shang Chu hugged the flowers in her arms and nodded. A wedding gift. Hua Jinghuai lowered his head and whispered in her ear. Shang Chu felt a tingling sensation in her ears. Hua Jinghuai reached out and put his arm around her waist and they went home. As they slowly entered the door, Hua Jinghuai introduced her to the house. This is a garden, and there's a swimming pool in the back. Oh, and we have 2 cats and a dog at home, they belong to my mother. She and my father are traveling, so she's asked me to look after them for now. Are there still cats and dogs at home? I love cats and dogs so much, I've always wanted to keep them, but I live alone, and no one will take care of them when I go to work, so I don't have any. Hua Jinghuai stroked her furry head, which belonged to her mother, and she would take the cat and dog back when she returned from her trip. As soon as they entered the door, they saw several people standing in the living room, a girl in her 20s and a man and woman in their 40s. The three of them looked at Shang Chu with smiles on their faces. Hua Jinghuai said to the group, "She is my wife, and you must take good care of her in the future. In particular, Zhang Ma, you must pay attention to her diet. Chu Chu is pregnant, so the recipes will be based on Chu Chu." Zhang Ma nodded emphatically, smiling kindly. "Don't worry, Jinghuai, I will take good care of young madam." Zhang Ma was overjoyed. She had worked in the Hua family for 30 years, and had watched Jinghuai grow up. She never imagined that he would marry so soon. I wonder if madam knows that Master Jinghuai has already married. If she does, I wonder how happy she'll be. Hua Jinghuai continues to introduce Shang Chu. "This is driver Zhang. In the future, if you need to go somewhere, just let him know and he'll take you there. This is Lin Lin, she takes care of the family's cats and dogs." Shang Chu greets them. "Hello, my name is Shang Chu, I'll be troubling you in the future." "No trouble at all, madam." Lin Lin looks playful. Zhang Ma leaned closer to Shang Chu and thought to herself, "Young madam is so pretty. No trouble at all. In the future, if there's anything young madam wants to eat, just let me know. Zhang Ma, you can just call me Chu Chu. Young madam is so strange." "Okay, Chu Chu." Hua Jinghuai put his arm around the girl's waist again and said, "I'll show you our room upstairs." Chapter 10, If he gets a girlfriend, I'll write my name backwards. Seeing the newlyweds go upstairs, Zhang Ma immediately took out her mobile phone and called her mistress, who was on holiday in New Zealand, to report the good news. Her mistress had always been worried about Jinghuai's marriage, and she really didn't expect that he would get married without saying a word. The key point was that the young wife was pregnant with a baby. "That's great, the Hua family is expecting a baby." Lin Lin looked at Shang Chu's back and sighed. "The young wife is so pretty and has a great figure. Looking at herself, she is 165 centimeters tall and weighs 125 kilograms. And is fat as a ball. If she had the young wife's figure, she would smile in her sleep." Hua Jinghuai took Shang Chu to the second floor and introduced her to several rooms. There are a total of 5 rooms on the second floor, 1 master bedroom, 3 guest rooms, and a study. Usually my parents will stay with me for a day or two occasionally. Next door to my parents' room is my sister's room, and across from my parents' room is Hua Wannan's room. She also comes to stay with me for a day or two occasionally. Hua Wannan is my younger sister. She is 24 years old and works in a design company. I also have a younger brother called Hua Xiuhua. He is 27 years old and works in a game company. My parents have retired and have been traveling abroad a lot in the past 2 years. Chu Chu, let me show you our bedroom." Shang Chu stood still. "We're going to be sharing a room at night, right?" "Of course, we're husband and wife, we have to share a room and sleep in the same bed." "Chu, are you saying you want to sleep in a separate room from me?" Hua Jinghuai asked. "Is that okay? We'll sleep in separate rooms." Hua Jinghuai would never sleep in a separate room from his new wife. He refused. "No way, if we're husband and wife, we should be sleeping in the same room and in the same bed. Apart from your parents' room and your sister's room, isn't there an empty room over there?" "I'll just stay in that empty room," Shang Chu said, pointing to the guest room. "Xiu Hua lives in that guest room, so you'll have to sleep with me in the master bedroom." Suddenly, Hua Jinghuai put his arms around the girl's waist, and the two were very close to each other. The girl pushed him away. "What are you doing? Why are you so sudden?" "Chu Chu, do you think something will happen if we sleep together?" Chu Chu blushed and shook her head. "No. Chu Chu is pregnant now, how could I touch you? I'm not that kind of animal. Just live in the same room with me, okay? Let go of me first." The girl continued to struggle. "Okay, just sleep in the same room with you, let go of me." "Okay." The plan worked, and Hua Jinghuai slowly let go of the girl. He took the girl to the master bedroom, where he saw that it was very large, with an overall decoration style of simple black, white, and gray, which made it look like the room of a straight man. There is a walk-in closet on this side, with a lot of clothes inside. "Chu Chu, take a look and see if you like any of those things, and if you don't like them, we can buy more." Opening the closet, she found that it was actually another room, with all kinds of girly things, clothes, shoes, and bags. Shang Chu felt extremely surprised. They had only gotten their marriage certificate that morning, and yet that afternoon the closet was full of girly things. Could it be that since getting the certificate, Hua Jinghuai had been preparing for her? Do you like it? Hua Jinghuai asked, seeing the girl's face full of surprise. Well. But these bags are very expensive, aren't they? They're all designer brands. This is Dior, this is Chanel, and this is Hermes. The more she looked, the more shocked she felt. They're not expensive. Shang Chu was surprised to take an Hermes bag. I saw this bag at the counter before and it costs more than 120,000 yuan. It's not expensive? Chu, as long as you like it. You've spent too much money too. Take them back. I don't need so many bags. Shang Chu just feels that men are too spendthrift. Even if you have money, you can't spend it like this. Chu, I bought them for you to use, why return them? I, Hua Jinghuai, never return anything I buy. You're too spendthrift. Hua Jinghuai burst out laughing. Chu, you're the first person to say I'm spendthrift. It's true, I don't need so many bags. I'm not taking them back. Hua Jinghuai pulled the girl out of the cloakroom and continued, there's a gym and a cinema on the 3rd floor. If you want to watch a movie someday, let's go together. Your home is so complete, there's even a cinema. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Hua Jinghuai's pocket vibrated, and he took out his phone to see that it was his mother calling. You answer the phone, I'm going to the bathroom. Shang Chu walked towards the bathroom. Hua Jinghuai answered the phone and slowly walked towards the windowsill. A voice came from the other end of the line. Jinghuai, I heard from Zhang Ma that you got married? Yes. So suddenly? For a moment, I thought Zhang Ma was joking. It's true. Jinghuai, you really are. How could you get married without saying a word? When did you start dating? And you didn't even bring her home for me to see. I'm in New Zealand right now, I really want to fly back immediately to see my daughter-in-law. Mom, you and Dad have fun and come back when you're ready. Your daughter-in-law won't run away. Oh, I'm so happy. I heard from Mrs. Zhang that my daughter-in-law is pregnant? Really? Am I going to be a grandmother? Yes. Jinghuai, you're unbelievable. You kept it a secret well. Not only do I have a daughter-in-law, I also have a grandson. I'm so happy, Jinghuai, you have to treat her well, and never bully her, or I won't recognize you as my son. My baby girl is still too young, how could I bully her? I will take good care of her. Okay, I have to go, Chu should be hungry, I will take her out to eat. Her name is Chu, just hearing her name makes me feel that she is gentle and pretty. Okay, you take her out to eat quickly, don't let my daughter-in-law get hungry. After Hua Jinghuai hung up the phone, he looked in the direction of the bathroom. The girl had not come out yet, so he stood on the windowsill and looked at the scenery outside. Usually he has seen the scenery a million times, but today it feels extraordinarily beautiful. There is a very light feeling in his heart, and he thinks, this must be happiness. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone vibrated again. Hua Jinghuai looked at the screen and saw that it was his good friend Mo Yuchuan calling. He answered, and a voice came from the other end. Hua, you're back from your business trip, right? Let's go out for a drink tonight, Meng is treating. No. Hua Jinghuai refused without even thinking. Today is his wedding night, how could he possibly go out? We haven't hung out in a month, and you're the only one missing. You have to come. I'm busy. Some other time. Why are you being so unfriendly? You don't have to pay. Come on. 7 o'clock, same place. I'm not like you lonely people. I'm hanging up, I'm busy. Hua Jinghuai hung up the phone with a smug grin. At this moment, in the bar's private room, Mo Yuchuan was left hanging, confused. What do you mean we're lonely people? If I didn't know that Hua was single, I'd think he had a girlfriend. At this point, Meng Guxiao asked, Mo Yuchuan, when is Jinghuai coming? Mo Yuchuan spread his hands, he's not coming. He said he doesn't want to be alone with us, as if he had a girlfriend. We're all single. Don't talk about each other. One of the men, Yang Mingyu, said, that's not necessarily true. Maybe after Lao Hua goes on a business trip, he'll have a girlfriend. How is that possible? If he has a girlfriend, I, Mo Yuchuan, will write my name backwards. Chapter 11, One Dog, Two Cats. What are you single old men discussing? A stunning girl pushed open the door, her smile bright, and looked at the group. Yang Mingyu immediately got up, beaming, Wan Wan, you're here, sit next to me. Okay. After sitting down, Hua Wanwan looked left and right, but didn't see Hua Jinghuai, so she asked, where's the other old man? Why isn't he here? Mo Yuchuan laughed heartily, it's fine if you call us old men, but Lao Hua is your brother. If he knows you called him an old man, he'll definitely scold you. I didn't say it in front of him, as long as you guys don't tell, he will know. Yang Mingyu looked at the girl and said, your brother isn't coming today. Why not? Something might have come up. Wan Wan, tomorrow I'll take you to dinner, there's a new movie out recently, let's go watch it together. I want to sleep tomorrow. I'm exhausted from working all week, so I just want to lie around at home. The girl leaned back and crossed her legs. Yang Mingyu saw the girl's slender legs and felt his heart skip a beat. He looked at the two men in the private room and took off his jacket to cover her legs. Hua Wanwan took the jacket away, it's not cold. Mo Yuchuan and Meng Guxiao exchanged glances and smiled at each other. Why don't I take you home? Aren't you tired from work? Go home early and rest. Hua Wanwan glared at him. Didn't you tell me to come? I just sat down and you're telling me to go? Well, let's just hang out for a while. Mo Yuchuan leaned closer to Meng Guxiao and whispered, Lao Yang is easily manipulated by Hua Wanwan. Meng Guxiao nodded in agreement. After Mo Yuchuan hung up, Hua Jinghuai's lips curved up. He had a wife now, and a family of his own, unlike them, who were all alone. Hua Jinghuai, did your friend call you? He asked you to go out and play, why didn't you go? Shang Chu asked behind him. Hua Jinghuai turned around, looked at his stunning wife by his side, reached out and put his arm around her waist, and lowered his head and said, now that I'm married, I naturally have to consider my wife. I told you before that after we get married, I'll come home from work on time to be with you. Shang Chu extended her hands and pushed his chest, her cheeks flushing. Hua Jinghuai, why do you always hug me? The man looked at the girl in his arms, but the sound of her complaining to him was sweet. The unique smell of her body kept coming to his nose, and he felt his blood rise. The erotic scene from that night unconsciously appeared in his mind. That night, she took the initiative to kiss him, and he pushed her away. Seeing a long-lost face, he was surprised and happy. The girl burrowed into his arms, and he did not refuse. He embraced her, kissed her, and overwhelmed her. They repeated this over and over again all night until dawn. At this thought, an uncontrollable part of his body stood up. Shang Chu discovered that her eyes were wide open. She had had experience before and knew what this meant. She opened her mouth slightly and looked at the man, her face flushing. Hua Jinghuai, let go of me. I want to hold my wife. But it is a normal reaction, Chu Chu, don't be afraid. How could I not be afraid? The memory of that night was still deeply imprinted in her mind. So many times, Hua Jinghuai was really merciless towards her. The next day, she had difficulty walking on both legs, so she went home and lay down. In the evening, she developed a high fever. She didn't want to experience anything like that again. Do you know what? After I got home that day, I laid down for 2 days. The girl complained to him. What? The day after we had sex? The man asked. Well, I had a lot of pain, everywhere. In the evening, I developed a high fever. Fortunately, my friend went to my house to find me and took care of me all night when she found out I had a fever. Hua Jinghuai hugged the girl tightly in his arms, stroked her face, and said with remorse, I'm sorry, Chu Chu. I didn't know you had suffered such a great injustice. You suffered because you were inexperienced the first time. You were really so rude that night. I'm sorry, my dear. Chu Chu actually developed a high fever after returning home that night and slept for 2 days. He really should be damned. Even if it was the first time, he shouldn't have treated Chu Chu like that. What if Chu Chu is left with a mental scar? I'm fine now, and you don't have to apologize. Hua Jinghuai lowered his head slowly and touched her cheek. Chu Chu, after the baby is born, when we have intercourse, if there is any discomfort, you can tell me at any time, I won't be like the first time. Shang Chu pushed him away hard. Who wants to have intercourse with you? Hua Jinghuai once again put his arms around her waist from behind, but it was still early, the baby would not be born for at least 9 months. Hua Jinghuai once again touched her flat little belly, which was no different from the beginning. Who would have thought that there was a little life inside? Hua Jinghuai, why don't you go to the hospital for a checkup sometime? Well, I'll go for a checkup tomorrow. Shang Chu broke away from the man's arms around her waist. Why do you always like to hug me? My wife is soft and fragrant, I like it. I never imagined that Hua Jinghuai would be such a man. He looks tall and upright, and I thought he was an ascetic, but in reality he is not at all upright. His appearance and personality are completely incompatible. Hua Jinghuai, I'm a little hungry. Sheng Chu touched her stomach. She didn't have an appetite in the morning, so she went to the cafeteria and ate a small bowl of noodles. Zhang Ma should be ready for dinner, let's go, let's eat. Hua Jinghuai embraced his wife's slender waist and took the elevator to the first floor. Shang Chu was slightly surprised. She really didn't expect that there was an elevator in this 3-story small villa. Upon arriving on the first floor, Hua Jinghuai headed towards the kitchen and saw Zhang Ma busily at work. Zhang Ma, when can we eat? Hua Jinghuai asked. 5 more minutes. Shang Chu saw a fluffy puppy in the living room. Instantly, her eyes lit up. What a cute puppy! She walked towards the puppy and waved at it, puppy, puppy. Hua Jinghuai walked over, and the puppy jumped onto him. Shang Chu blinked. She called the puppy several times, but it ignored her, while Hua Jinghuai simply walked over, and the puppy jumped onto him. Hua Jinghuai held the puppy in his arms, stroked its fur, and said to it, Duo Duo, she is my wife, and also your owner. Duo Duo looked at Shang Chu confusedly, and wagged its tail at her. Do you want to hold it? Hua Jinghuai handed Duo Duo to Shang Chu. Yes. Shang Chu happily took Duo Duo, her eyes lighting up. He's so fluffy and cute. Duo Duo is so cute. Duo Duo also seemed to like his new owner, and was very docile in Shang Chu's arms. Hua Jinghuai looked at the girl holding the puppy and said, This dog is a Pomeranian. Pomeranian? No wonder it's so cute. Hua Jinghuai, I really like it. It likes you too. By the way, Hua Jinghuai, don't you have 2 cats at home? Well, I'm taking care of them for my mom while she's traveling abroad. Where are the 2 cats? In the cat's nest, I think Lin Lin is taking care of them. Zhang's mother came out of the kitchen and said, Jinghuai, Chuchu, dinner is ready. Hua Jinghuai went up to Shang Chuchu, took away Duo Duo from her arms, and said, Chuchu, let's eat first. After dinner, if you want to see the cats, I'll ask Lin Lin to bring them over. Chapter 12 Call Me Husband. She saw that the table was full of dishes: steamed sea bass, beef brisket with potatoes, braised chicken, boiled shrimp, stir-fried cabbage, stir-fried okra with eggs, and pork ribs and kelp soup. Chuchu, I don't know your tastes, so I just made a few dishes. Taste them and let me know if they're not good enough. Just tell me and I'll fix them. Zhang Ma said with a smile. It looks delicious. Shang Chu felt even hungrier. Then Chu, eat more. If you need anything, just let me know. Zhang Ma turned around and went into the kitchen. Shang Chu couldn't wait to taste it with her chopsticks. The taste was just as good as it looked, with all the right colors and aromas. Hua Jinghuai, meanwhile, was unhurriedly peeling shrimp. He peeled a small bowlful and put the shrimp in front of the girl. Chu, eat the shrimp. For me? Shang Chu was surprised. Just now, I saw him peeling the shrimp the whole time, and I thought he liked to peel a bowlful and gobble it up in one go. I never imagined that it was for her. Thank you. Shang Chu accepted without any fuss. After a hearty meal, Hua Jinghuai took Shang Chu to see the 2 cats in the cat's nest. The 2 cats were also particularly cute with their fluffy, round bodies. One was blue and white, and the other gray, blue and white. Shang Chu petted their heads, and the 2 cats meowed, melting Shang Chu's heart. So cute. Hua Jinghuai, what are their names? The blue and white one is called Tuan Tuan, and the gray and white one is called Yuan Yuan. They are Muppet cats. Meow meow meow. The 2 kittens are very docile in character and seem to be coquettish with Shang Chu. After the kittens got to know Shang Chu, Hua Jinghuai let Shang Chu hug the 2 kittens. Seeing that the girl had ignored him after seeing the cats, Hua Jinghuai simply said that the cats needed to eat and led the girl to the garden. As the sky gradually grew dark, Hua Jinghuai took the girl's hand and walked around the garden. Hua Jinghuai, your mother must be a very caring person, right? Why do you say that? She likes animals, and just from that, you can tell that she must be a very gentle and caring person. Hua Jinghuai patted her head. Yes, my mother was indeed very gentle and caring. When I was little, my younger siblings made mistakes, but my mother never said anything harsh, just told them to correct their mistakes and not to make them again. Didn't you make any mistakes when you were little? Almost none. Really? I was very naughty when I was little. My mother was so angry with me that she often said she wanted to beat me to death. Fortunately, my brother protected me, so she didn't hit me. Fortunately, I grew up a bit and became obedient. Choo Choo was actually quite naughty as a child? You can't tell at all. In fact, my younger brother was even more naughty than me. When he was 2 years old, he peed in Dad's teacup. When Dad drank it, he thought the tea tasted funny, so he gave my brother a good beating. My brother also put soy sauce in the food that Mum had just cooked and put glue on Dad's chair. As Hua Jinghuai listened to Choo Choo's interesting stories, his eyebrows curved up, and he put his arm around her waist even tighter. It was past 8 o'clock when Hua Jinghuai led Choo Choo back to the master bedroom. Shang Chu looked at the man with pursed lips. Did she really have to sleep in the same bed with him tonight? Hua Jinghuai couldn't wait. Choo Choo, who's going to take a bath first? Take a bath? Hua Jinghuai looked at her with such affection in his eyes that they could be drawn, and he said, well, take a bath and go to sleep. It's getting late. It doesn't matter, it's all the same. Shang Chu rolled her eyes uneasily. Was Choo Choo shy? Hua Jinghuai patted her on the head and said, I'm going to take a bath in the next room. He said, and indeed, Hua Jinghuai left the door. With only her in the room, she relaxed both physically and mentally. She took out a red nightgown from the closet and headed for the bathroom. A few minutes later, Hua Jinghuai had already returned from the shower next door. He took a towel, wiped the water droplets from his hair, and after a few wipes, sat on the sofa waiting for Choo Choo to come out. Listening to the sound of running water in the bathroom, Hua Jinghuai's heart was filled with waves. He took out his phone to check it and calm himself down. He saw that there were 20+ missed calls on his phone, including calls from his father and Hua Xiuhua. He opened WeChat and saw that there were 99+ unread messages in the family group. His mother had posted about his marriage in the group, and Hua Xiuhua kept questioning him and at ing him non-stop. Strangely, Hua Wannan, who was usually the most nosy, hadn't asked, so he assumed she hadn't looked at her phone. Hua Jinghuai posted in the group, yes, I got married, so get ready to give me a red envelope. Immediately after, Hua Xiuhua's phone rang, and Hua Jinghuai answered it lazily. Brother, are you serious? Are you really getting married? Would I lie to you? Thank you, brother, you're a good person. You don't know that Mum has been nagging you to get married for so long that she started nagging me too. Now that you're getting married, she probably won't nag me anymore. Are you still in Singapore? Yes, but I'll be back soon. I'll be done in about 3 days. As soon as I get back, I'll go to your place and look for your sister-in-law. Don't scare her, she's still young. I didn't know you had such a gentle side, it's really rare. What do you know, you're all alone. Hua Jinghuai heard the sound of the water in the bathroom stop, and said, I can't talk to you anymore, I'm going to sleep with your sister-in-law. He hung up the phone with a pop. Hua Jinghuai turned off his phone and placed it on the bedside table to charge it. He got up again and went to the bathroom door and waited for a few minutes. When the girl opened the bathroom door, she saw Hua Jinghuai standing in the doorway wearing pajamas. The man's eyebrows and eyes were curved, like spring water. Choo Choo, are you done showering? Huh? Why are you standing in the doorway? You startled me. The man moved closer to her, and suddenly picked her up in his arms, forming a Princess Carrie. The girl was flustered. What are you doing? Carrying you back to bed. I can walk by myself. I know, I want to carry my wife. When they reached the bed, Hua Jinghuai slowly set her down. The girl hurriedly fled from him and lay on the bed, covering herself with the quilt. Hua Jinghuai smiled knowingly, lifted the quilt and lay down next to her. Choo Choo, what are you nervous about? I'm not going to bully you. Shang Chu looked at the man with an expression as if he was going to eat her, her fingers clenching the bed sheet. I know. Then what are you afraid of? I've never slept with a man before. I'm not someone else, I'm your husband, and we're going to sleep together from now on. How about this, Hua Jinghuai, can we sleep separately for now? Suddenly having someone else around feels so unnatural. That won't do. We're married. We're husband and wife, and we sleep together. You'll have to get used to it, Choo Choo. Hua Jinghuai couldn't agree to her request. If he did, he would have to stay alone in the empty room in the future. Shang Chuxin's heart sank like a stone, and she pulled the quilt tightly over her neck and closed her eyes. Hua Jinghuai, on the other hand, held out a hand and pulled the girl into his arms, letting her head rest on his hand. Hua Jinghuai, what are you doing? The girl opened her eyes and expressed her dissatisfaction. Hua Jinghuai extended his palm and touched the girl's face. Chu Chu, don't call me by my first name, it makes us seem unfamiliar. Call me husband. What? Call you husband? I can't say it. Shang Chu's face turned red. Can't say it? Then call me Ah Huai. Ah Huai. Well, I really like that name. Hua Jinghuai hugged the person in his arms tightly. Shang Chu, who was in his arms, felt her heart beating fast. She felt that Hua Jinghuai was really good at always saying the right things to make her heart flutter. She remembered Hua Jinghuai saying that he had never been in love. Why was he so good at it if he had never been in love? Hua Jinghuai's face was full of springtime light, and he said gently, Chu Chu, it's getting late, go to sleep, good night. Good night. Shang Chu thought she would be unable to sleep in his arms, but she fell asleep 5 minutes after he said good night. Hua Jinghuai looked at the peacefully sleeping Chu Chu, his heart fluttering. He looked at her red lips and slowly lowered his head. He couldn't resist and kissed her lips, but his deep kiss was blocked by her teeth. Seeing that the girl seemed to be waking up, he slowly moved away from her lips. Chu Chu, good night. Chapter 13. What's so great about my brother? Big brother. Big brother. In the early morning, a crisp voice echoed through the villa. Hua Wanwan practically ran into the villa, not seeing her big brother but seeing Zhang Ma. Miss Wanwan, is there something the matter with you looking for Master Jinghuai so early in the morning? Hua Wanwan took Zhang Ma's hand and asked, Zhang Ma, is it true that my big brother got married? Yes. It's true. I was drunk yesterday and didn't check the family group chat, but this morning I saw that the group had exploded with messages. My mother said that my brother got married. My brother did reply that he got married, I can't believe it. Hua Wannan is so excited that she can't catch her breath. Miss Wannan, actually, I didn't believe my eldest brother when he told me he got married yesterday until I saw Miss Chu Chu. Is my sister-in-law called Chu Chu? Just hearing her name makes me feel so beautiful. Zhang Ma, is my sister-in-law pretty? Zhang Ma smiles, of course the girl that young Master Jinghuai likes is very pretty. That's right, my brother has very high standards. Because he has such high standards, he's still single at 30. He's not interested in any of the girls who chase after him. Zhang Ma, I'm really curious about my sister-in-law now, I really want to see what she looks like. They're still sleeping, but you can see them later. Miss Wan Wan, have you eaten yet? No, I want to eat with my sister-in-law. Okay, I'll go make breakfast. Well, I'll go check on Duo Duo. Hua Wanwan took Duo Duo in her arms and slowly went up to the second floor. She saw that her brother's room door was closed and they were still sleeping. It's already 7 o'clock, why are they still sleeping? Doesn't my brother usually get up at 5:30? Hua Wanwan muttered at the door. In the bedroom. Hua Jinghuai was embracing the girl, intimately close. In fact, he had already woken up a long time ago, but he just wanted to hold his wife and sleep a little longer. The person in his arms was sleeping soundly. She was breathing evenly, and her sleeping face was serene and beautiful. Her eyelashes were long and curled, her skin was smooth and elastic, and her complexion was white with a hint of red. Her two soft red lips formed a perfectly shaped line. Her lips were soft and fragrant, and he had tasted them that night and had never forgotten. Thinking about this, he slowly moved closer to her lips and kissed her. He was about to go deeper when her teeth blocked his way, and he was about to pry her teeth open when the girl opened her eyes. Shang Chu woke up and saw an enlarged face flirting with her, so she immediately pushed the man away. Seeing that it was Hua Jinghuai, she felt much relieved, but she was still wary and covered herself tightly with the quilt. Hua Jinghuai, what are you doing? The man moved closer to her, reached out and stroked the girl's hair. Good morning, Chu Chu. Don't be nervous, I'm not going to eat you, I was just kissing my wife. Why did you kiss me while I was sleeping? Shang Chu was really startled. She was just sleeping soundly, and when she woke up, she saw an enlarged face in front of her. How could she not be startled? Seeing how beautiful you are, I couldn't help myself for a moment. Since you're awake, I'll kiss you now. With that, Hua Jinghuai covered her lips again. Before she could react, her lips were kissed again by Hua Jinghuai. Shang Chu was stunned and didn't dare to move. The man was going deeper, but Shang Chu still pushed him away. I still want to sleep. Shang Chu pulled the quilt over herself and covered herself tightly, then rolled over and turned her back to the man. Seeing the girl so defensive against him, Hua Jinghuai couldn't help but laugh. Choo-choo, don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. It's still early, so Choo-choo sleep for a while longer, and husband get up. After Hua Jinghuai washed up, he went to the closet and got some clothes to change into. Shang Chu peeked and saw the man changing clothes, revealing his perfect body, and her eyes widened. It was too dark that night to see clearly, but it turns out that he has such a great body. The faint lines of his muscles and the 8-pack abs she just saw without noticing. Hua Jinghuai took out a shirt and put it on, then put on his pants and jacket. When he was all dressed, he looked like the serious Hua Jinghuai again. Only she knew that Hua Jinghuai was not serious at all. Hua Jinghuai dressed and slowly walked towards the bed. Shang Chu quickly closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. The man saw the girl's eyelashes closed and didn't disturb her. He slowly opened the door and saw Hua Wannan holding Duo at the door. Hua Wannan couldn't wait to ask, "Big brother, is your sister-in-law inside?" Hua Jinghuai gently closed the door and frowned. "Why are you here so early?" "I came to see your wife. I saw the group this morning and learned that you got married. Unfortunately, I fell asleep last night, or I would have come last night. She is still sleeping, so don't disturb her. Go downstairs and wait for her." Hua Wanwan had no choice but to hug Duo and go downstairs with Hua Jinghuai. "Big brother, how did you meet my wife? How come you got married without any news? I heard from my mom that your wife is pregnant. Is that true? Why are you talking so much?" Hua Jinghuai didn't want to answer her questions. But Hua Wannan continued, "Big brother, you got married yesterday, and my sister-in-law is pregnant. Did you get pregnant before you got married? Big brother, how could you do that? You got my sister-in-law pregnant before you got married?" Hua Jinghuai glared at her. Hua Wanwan. Hua Wannan saw her brother's face change and knew he was angry. She waved her hands. "I was just asking casually, why are you getting angry? I won't ask anymore, okay? Hua Wanwan, you'd better behave yourself, and don't say anything stupid in front of Choo-choo later." Hua Wanwan rolled her eyes at the sight of his back. Shang Chu slowly sat up from the bed when she heard the bedroom door close. She looked at the wall clock and saw that it was already past 7 o'clock. She had originally thought that she would not be used to having another person in bed, but she had not expected her to sleep until 7 o'clock. It was getting late, so Shang Chu got up, washed up, and changed into a light blue top and white shorts. After getting dressed, she looked in the mirror and then opened the door and went downstairs. As soon as Shang Chu got downstairs, a girl rushed in front of her, her eyebrows and eyes curved like the moon, and she looked at her with anticipation and said, "Sister-in-law? Are you my sister-in-law?" Shang Chu blinked and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm Hua Jinghuai's sister, Hua Wannan." Hua Wanwan finally saw her sister-in-law, and indeed she was very beautiful, with skin as white as snow, a face as beautiful as a picture, a voice as pleasant as a spring of water, and eyes like the starry sky at night, deep and bright. "Sis-in-law, you are so beautiful." Hua Wanwan fell in love with her sister-in-law at first sight and held out her hand to take her arm. Shang Chu was flattered. "Wanwan, you are also very beautiful." "Sister-in-law, I used to think I was very beautiful, but after seeing you, I'm eclipsed. I'm not as good as you say I am. Everyone is beautiful in their own way. Why compare?" "You're right, sister-in-law. You're beautiful, I'm beautiful, we're both beautiful. Sister-in-law, let's go sit over there and talk." Hua Wanwan took Shang Chu's arm and they went and sat on the sofa in the living room. Even after sitting down, Hua Wanwan still held Shang Chu's arm. "Sister-in-law, how old are you?" "I'll be 22 in October." "You're only 21. I despise my brother, Hua Wannan, for thinking that my sister-in-law is ready for sex at just 21. "Sister-in-law, I heard that you're pregnant. Is that true?" Hua Wannan reached out and touched the flat stomach. Shang Chu nodded slightly. "Maybe." "Sister-in-law, why aren't you sure?" "I haven't been to the hospital for a checkup yet, but I used a pregnancy test stick, and it came back positive." "Why did my brother do that? He didn't even take his sister-in-law to the hospital for a checkup. How could his sister-in-law fall for my brother? He's such a grumpy old man, so bad-tempered, so insensitive, such a straight arrow, and apart from being reasonably good-looking, reasonably fit and having a bit of money, what's so great about him?" Chapter 14, Is My Child There For You to Play With? Hua Wanwan. Hua Jinghuai strode over, and Hua Wanwan trembled with fear. Holding Sheng Chu, she said, looking scared, "Sister-in-law, you see, my brother has a terrible temper, he's going to hit me." Hua Jinghuai stood next to the two of them, narrowing his eyes and staring at Hua Wanwan. "When have I ever hit you?" "Hua Wanwan. You're going to hit me right now. Don't talk nonsense in front of your sister-in-law." Hua Wanwan looked aggrieved, biting her lip as she looked at Sheng Chu, who looked full of pity. "Sister-in-law, help me." Sheng Chu could tell that the brother and sister were joking, but she still said to Hua Jinghuai, "Can you stop being so mean to your sister?" Hua Jinghuai's tone softened when he spoke to Sheng Chu. "Chu, how could I be mean to Hua Wanwan? It's her who keeps looking for trouble." Hua Wannan looked at his brother and saw that he was smiling at his sister-in-law, his eyes full of tenderness. "He can be tender too, I've never seen that before." Hua Wannan continued, "Sister-in-law, my brother doesn't care about you at all. You're pregnant, but he hasn't even taken you to the hospital for a checkup. If I were a man, your husband, I would have taken you for a checkup a long time ago. I would treat you very, very well, and never let you suffer. Unfortunately, I'm a girl." Hua Jinghuai glared at Hua Wannan. He was overjoyed to learn the day before that Chu was pregnant, and he just wanted to get married as soon as possible. He hadn't really thought about the baby, and he just wanted to take her to the hospital after they got married. Sheng Chu said, "We actually discussed it last night, and we'll go to the hospital after breakfast." "Sister-in-law, how many months are you? Why don't you have a tummy yet?" "I just got pregnant." "That's great, sister-in-law, you're pregnant, and I'll have a baby to play with in the future." "My baby is for you to play with?" Hua Jinghuai still didn't look happy. Seeing the two siblings arguing, Shang Chu was reminded of the scenes with her own brother and sister. They were just like this, too, and although they wouldn't back down from each other, the three siblings actually got along very well. Zhang Ma walked out of the kitchen with a smile on her face and said to the group, "Breakfast is ready." Ignoring Hua Wannan, Hua Jinghuai took Sheng Chu by the hand and said tenderly, Chu, let's go have breakfast." Hua Wannan rolled her eyes at the change in her brother's expression in the span of a second. When she saw her brother taking such meticulous care of his sister-in-law at the table, her eyes twinkled. Hua Wanwan said, "Now there's finally one less single old man among the four of us. If Yang Mingyu and the others knew you were married, they'd be shocked. Last night Mo Yuchuan vowed that if you had a girlfriend, he would write his name backwards." "Ha ha, Mo from Sichuan and Chongqing, that's so strange, it's almost laughable." Chu, let's ignore her, come on, have some more kanji." Hua Jinghuai ignored her words. "Big brother, why are you like this? You really don't understand the mood." Shang Chu had almost finished eating when a phone call came in. She looked at the caller ID and saw Shin Shi's name, so she got up and went outside to answer it. After the call was connected, Shin Shi's lazy voice came from the other end, Chu, what are your plans for today off work?" Shang Chu pursed her lips. She hadn't had time to tell her about her wedding yesterday. It was already a done deal. Shang Chu said, "Kiki, let me tell you something. I got married." "Don't be ridiculous. What nonsense are you talking about so early in the morning?" Shin Shi doesn't believe it at all. "It's true, I got married yesterday and have already moved in with my husband." Shin Shi sat up suddenly, and her mind cleared. "You're lying. I know you've been single for 22 years. Who could you possibly marry? Chu, what's going on? Tell me the truth. Kiki, there's something I never told you. Do you remember the night you got dumped and I went drinking with you? You got drunk, so I took a room upstairs at the bar. I took you up there, but when I got back, I was so drunk that I went into the wrong room. I ended up having sex with a man. I didn't realize it was because of that one time, but I got pregnant. I didn't know what to do, but then he appeared and asked me to marry him. For the sake of the baby, I considered it for a long time before I had to marry him." Shin Shi felt her mind was not working anymore. "What? You're pregnant? Where are you? I'll come over right away, I need to talk to you in person." "Shangshihao Mansion, my husband lives here, but you'd better not come, he'll take me to the hospital to check on the baby later." "Then we must meet after the checkup. Shang Chu, why didn't you tell me about this big event in your life?" "Oh, I remember that day when Su Yan was going to confess his love to you, but you were lying at home with a high fever. You were covered in marks, and I thought it was an allergy, but it was actually from that bastard, wasn't it?" Shang Chu remembered that it was indeed the case. After the incident, her body was all over the place, with no good place, all covered in bruises, from being tossed around by Hua Jinghuai. Kiki asked her if she was allergic to mangoes, and she didn't want to worry Kiki, so she lied and said it was caused by an allergy. I'm your best friend, and you hid it from me. No wonder you didn't go out with Su Yan when he confessed his love to you. Kiki, I've never liked Su Yan. Even without this incident, I wouldn't like Su Yan. Is your bastard husband treating you well? This is what Shin-Chi is most worried about. Thinking of Hua Jinghuai's gentle appearance, Shang-Chu's eyebrows curved. It's pretty good. It had better be, and if he dares to treat you badly, I'll skin him alive. By the way, have you told your family about your marriage yet? Shang-Chu let out a sigh. No, I want to bring my husband home to meet my family and tell them that my husband is my boyfriend, so that my family will be more accepting. That's good. As your good friend, I was shocked to hear that you got married and pregnant, not to mention your family. Choo-choo, it just occurred to me that after that night you seemed to be able to be on your own, not as happy and lively as before. It turned out that you had been wronged. Silly Choo-choo, why didn't you tell me that you had been wronged? I'm your best friend. It wouldn't have helped, it would just have made you worry. But now everything is fine. I've married the father of my child, he's not bad either, and I've met his sister, she's got a good personality too. She has to be good, if she wasn't we wouldn't want him. I'll raise the child with you. Shang-Chu smiled. She believed that if she and Hua Jinghuai ever divorced, Kiki would be willing to raise the children with her. They had been good friends since elementary school. Choo-choo, shall we have dinner together tonight? I want to have a good chat with you. Sure, I should have some time in the evening. We can connect via WeChat. After hanging up, Shang-Chu called her mother again. After the call was connected, Shang-Chu said, Mom, have you had breakfast yet? Yes, I have. I'm watering the flowers in the garden. Choo-choo will be home for lunch and cook your favorite dish, sweet and sour pork. Okay, Mom, I need to tell you something. I'm bringing someone home. Kiki? Of course she's coming home. Kiki is like a daughter to me. Bring her home. No, it's my boyfriend. The other person was stunned for a few seconds, then surprised. A boyfriend? When did you get a boyfriend, Choo-choo? If you have a boyfriend, why did you go on a blind date? I'll tell you when I get home, okay? There are so many things I want to say. Well, it's just that Mom feels a bit surprised. Didn't you always say you didn't have a boyfriend? Have you been lying to me? Well, our relationship wasn't very stable before, but now it is, so naturally I want to bring him home to meet Mom and Dad. Okay, we'll talk about it when you get back. Mom will go tell Dad first. After hanging up the phone, Shang-Chu let out a sigh of relief. She put away her phone and turned around, only to see Hua Jinghuai walking towards her. Chapter 15, I've got it all under control. Hua Jinghuai reached the girl's side, bent down, took her hand, and said gently, I heard you talking to Mom just now. Well, I told Mom I'll take you home later, but I didn't say we were married or pregnant, I just said you were my boyfriend. Hua Jinghuai put the girl in his arms. Outsiders can understand why they didn't tell them they were married, so as to avoid them asking questions. But why did they have to hide it from their own family? Besides, it was impossible to hide the pregnancy. I'm afraid my father will scold me. It's such a big deal to get pregnant before marriage, and my father will be very angry when he finds out. Since she was young, her father has been particularly strict with her. If he finds out that she is pregnant out of wedlock, he will definitely punish her by making her kneel, and he might even beat her. As for disciplining her children, her mother never gets involved. Afterwards, she will come over and hug her to comfort her, telling her not to do it again next time. We are already married, not pregnant out of wedlock. Choo-choo, just leave everything to me, I can take the scolding and the beating. So should I tell my parents the truth? Well, don't be afraid, I'll take care of everything. Shang-Chu had never wanted to rely on anyone before, thinking that women didn't necessarily have to get married and have children, and that they could live a better life on their own. But Hua Jinghuai protected her so well, giving her an unprecedented feeling that with him by her side, she really didn't have to be afraid of anything. Hua Wanwan came out and saw her eldest brother hugging her sister-in-law, looking contemptuous. She never would have thought that the serious-looking old man would be smiling like a peacock courting a mate. It seemed that he really liked her sister-in-law. Hua Jinghuai passed by her with Shang-Chu in his arms, not even giving her a glance. Hua Wannan asked behind them, Where are you going, sister-in-law? Shang-Chu turned around and smiled, To the hospital. Oh, I didn't sleep well, so I'm going to take a nap. Bye, sister-in-law. Huo Jinghuai asked his secretary Yan Lan to make an appointment with the best obstetrician at the Women's and Children's Hospital. Once they arrived at the hospital, they went straight to the doctor's office. The doctor was a female physician in her 50s. There were banners all over the wall, and on the desk was a sign, Director Zhao Xin. Dr. Zhao, wearing glasses, looked at the young couple in front of him. What's going on? Dr. Zhao asked. Huo Jinghuai put his arm around the girl's shoulders and said politely, Hello, Director Zhao, my wife is suspected to be pregnant, so we came for a checkup. Director Zhao asked while writing in a small notebook, When was your last period? Is it regular every month? Huo Jinghuai looked at Sheng Chu, who said with a slight blush, It came on April 10th last month, and it's usually pretty regular. I took a pregnancy test the day before yesterday, and it was positive. Dr. Zhao calculated the time, and said that a positive result meant that she was pregnant. If he was not confident in the result, then he should have a blood test, which would be more accurate. Dr. Zhao wrote out a prescription and handed it to Huo Jinghuai, who thanked him and then put his arm around the girl as they went to get the blood drawn. When they arrived at the blood collection station, Shang Chu became timid. She had always been afraid of injections and blood draws. Huo Jinghuai seemed to see the helpless expression on the girl's face and asked softly, Are you scared? It's okay. Although Chu Chu said it was okay, her expression had already betrayed her. Chu Chu, don't look when I draw your blood, I'll hold you. Shang Chu nodded, determined, and sat down at the blood collection station. Huo Jinghuai gave the nurse the list and confirmed the name before preparing to draw the blood. Huo Jinghuai held the girl in his arms, exposing only one arm to the nurse for the blood test. She hugged Huo Jinghuai's waist tightly, her eyes tightly shut. The nurse gently drew the blood for her. During the process, Shang Chu did not feel any discomfort, only feeling as if she had been bitten by a mosquito. It's done. The nurse took a cotton swab and pressed it against the place where she drew the blood. Huo Jinghuai held it with one hand, while hugging her with the other. Does it hurt? Huo Jinghuai felt heartbroken. Chu Chu had just become pregnant and had to have her blood drawn, and in the future she would have to undergo various examinations, endure even more pain in the third trimester, and give birth to the most painful baby in the world. It doesn't hurt. Shang Chu thought it would hurt a lot, but it really didn't. Huo Jinghuai put his arm around her and sat her down in a chair. Half an hour later, they came out and went for a stroll in the hospital park. Half an hour later, the two returned to the doctor's office. Director Zhao looked at the sheet and said, Congratulations, you are 4 weeks pregnant. Keep a good mood during this period, eat more vegetables and fruits, I will prescribe some folic acid for you to take, and come back for a follow-up examination after 3 weeks. Huo Jinghuai hurriedly thanked him. Director Zhao stared at Huo Jinghuai and said calmly, Young man, let me tell you, you cannot have sex for the next 2 months. Last time, a young couple couldn't resist and had sex when they were 2 months pregnant, and the baby aborted. Before the 3rd month of pregnancy, a woman is at her most vulnerable, so you must take good care of your wife, do you hear me? Shang Chu blushed, while Huo Jinghuai nodded repeatedly. After leaving the hospital, Huo Jinghuai saw that the girl's blood draw site was a large purple bruise. He frowned with concern, Does it hurt? Chu Chu, it's all purple here. Shang Chu has such great skin that even a bump or a knot can leave a large purple bruise. It doesn't hurt, and this little purple bruise is nothing. I still remember that night. After that, my whole body was purple, and it took a week for it to go away. Huo Jinghuai felt very bad in his heart. That time, he really was too harsh. It's all in the past, let's not talk about it. Huo Jinghuai, let's go home. Well, it's the first time I'm going to my mother-in-law's house, I have to behave myself. Huo Jinghuai drove to the supermarket, asked Shang Chu's family about their preferences, and bought a lot of nutritional products first, tea for his father-in-law, skincare products for his mother-in-law, a limited edition action figure for his younger brother-in-law, and an expensive watch for his older brother-in-law. The trunk of the car was full. They returned home with a full load. When Shang Chu saw Huo Jinghuai pay the bill, he was shocked to see that he had spent 7 digits. She stopped him and asked him not to pay the bill and to let him return it, but Huo Jinghuai said that he was rich and as long as her family liked the gifts, that was fine. After getting into the car, Shang Chu thought about it. Huo Jinghuai lived in a villa in Shangshihouting, which was a place where every inch of land was worth a fortune. At the current market price, it would cost at least 200 to 300 million yuan to buy a villa in Shangshihouting. And the clothes, jewelry, and bags that Huo Jinghuai prepared for her in the home cloakroom may add up to 7 digits. So how is Hua Jinghuai so rich? Shang Chu then asked him, Hua Jinghuai, what kind of work do you do? Chu Chu, why do you call me by my name and surname? Didn't you call me Ah Huai last night? Oh, what kind of work do you do, Ah Huai? Shengshi Group, do you know about it, Chu Chu? Of course I know it. Everyone in Huiqing knows it. It seems that Shengshi Group is one of the top enterprises in China. I saw on the news that the chairman of Shengshi Group has been the richest man in China for 5 years. Do you remember the name of the richest man in China? It seems to be Hua Qianzong. He is my father. What? Shang Chu was speechless with surprise. Well, he is also your father-in-law. He handed over the Shengshi Group to me 7 years ago, when I became the president of the Shengshi Group. But he has always been the chairman, and I manage and operate the company. It can be said that I am lucky. 2 years after the company was handed over to me, the chairman of the Shengshi Group became the richest man in China. Xingqiu stared at the man, stunned. She really didn't expect that her husband was the president of the Shengshi Group, the richest man in China. Chu Chu? What's wrong? Shengqiu slowly came to her senses. Are you really the president of Shengshi Group? Is this for real? Hua Jinghuai couldn't hold back his smile and reached out to stroke her head. What a silly wife. Why didn't you say anything before? Chu Chu, you never asked. It seems that's right. She never asked where he worked, only what he did. He seemed to have answered, management. President of Shengshi Group. He really is a manager. Chapter 16, My brother-in-law is so generous, he gave me a Ferrari. Until the car pulled up in front of the house, Shang Chu was still in a daze, unable to accept that her husband was the president of Shengshi Group. Hua Jinghuai asked her, is this the right house? Shang Chu looked at her villa and nodded. Hua Jinghuai then parked the car in the parking space, turned off the engine, and Shang Chu tried to calm herself down. She would tell her husband about it when they got home. At that moment, a boy came out of the villa, probably in his teens or early 20s. He saw a Maybach parked in his parking space and went over with wide eyes. It's really a Maybach. How come a Maybach is parked in front of my house? Shang Yi was wondering when he saw the passenger and driver seats both drive off at the same time. Shang Yi saw his sister get out of the passenger seat. Sister, why are you getting out of this car? Shang Yi asked. Because it's his car. Shang Chu took hold of the tall Hua Jinghuai's arm and introduced him to Shang Yi. This is my boyfriend. Hua Jinghuai greeted his brother-in-law. Hello, my name is Hua Jinghuai. Shang Yi surveyed Hua Jinghuai, looking disgusted. Is he really your boyfriend? Where are your parents? At home. Mom said you're bringing your boyfriend home and cooking for him yourself. Dad heard you have a boyfriend and has been sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper, looking very unhappy. If he's unhappy about having a boyfriend, he'll be even more unhappy about having a husband. Shang Chu was a little worried that her father would make things difficult for Hua Jinghuai. Did you rent or buy this car? Shang Yi's attention was focused on the luxury car. I bought it. Hua Jinghuai replied with a raised eyebrow. How much is this car? Over 8 million. Oh my god, it's so expensive. I want to buy a car like this in the future. Shang Yi greedily touched the luxury car that didn't belong to him. Hua Jinghuai smiled knowingly. Do you like Ferraris? Of course, I don't dislike luxury cars. Unfortunately, my mother won't give me the money to buy one, and she only bought me a Volkswagen for 100,000. I have a limited edition of this year's latest Ferrari in the garage. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Shang Yi's eyes lit up, and he looked at the man in front of him as if he were glowing. He said excitedly, Really? Brother-in-law, do you really have a limited edition Ferrari? Of course, if you want it, I'll go get it with you today. Thank you, brother-in-law. I want it. Hua Jinghuai was filled with joy inside. He had just won over his brother-in-law with a Ferrari. It really is easy to please college guys. But you have to help me get the stuff from the trunk first. Of course. The two men went to the trunk, and Shang Yi whispered to him, Brother-in-law, my father heard that my sister is bringing her boyfriend home, and he is very unhappy. My father has liked my sister the most since she was little. When we get home, you have to behave well. In fact, my father is very soft-hearted and easy to please. As long as my father accepts you, then my family will accept you as well. Hua Jinghuai nodded slightly, and then said, I heard that you like One Piece's ace, so I bought you a figure. I don't know if you like it or not. Saying this, Hua Jinghuai handed the box to Shang Yi. Ace action figure. Shang Yi was overjoyed to see his favorite action figure and excitedly hugged it. Brother-in-law, you must marry my sister. I like you so much. Brother-in-law is really generous, giving him a Ferrari and an ace action figure, and he's already taken him as his brother-in-law. Several people carrying things entered the door, and Shang Chu shouted from the doorway, Mom, Dad, I'm home. Liang Jia came out of the kitchen to greet them, while Shang Mingyon looked displeased. Welcome back. What's the point of bringing so much stuff home? Liang Jia looked at the many gifts arranged on the floor and then at her daughter's boyfriend, who was tall and good-looking and quite a match for her daughter. Shang Chu took her arm and said, This is Jinghuai, who bought these for you? Let me introduce you. His name is Hua Jinghuai. Hua Jinghuai smiled and greeted the two of them, Dad, Mom. Liang Jia's smile froze a little. She had just thought that he was quite nice, but this was a bit too enthusiastic, calling her mom on the first meeting. Shang Mingyong frowned, What did you call me? Dad, Hua Jinghuai shouted without being servile. Shang Mingyon looked up and down at Hua Jinghuai, just his daughter's boyfriend. Why did he call him Dad? Shang Chu said in a very low voice, Dad, Mom, in fact, he and I have already got our marriage certificate. What? Shang Mingyon's serious face added a few more angry expressions. What? Liang Jia stared at Shang Chu in disbelief. Really? Shang Yi was slightly agitated. Shang Mingyon glared at Shang Chu. A marriage certificate? When did this happen? You made this decision on your own? Shang Chu trembled with fear at her father's glare. Hua Jinghuai immediately put his arm around Shang Chu and calmly replied, Dad, don't blame her. Getting married was a decision for the both of us. It was indeed our oversight not to tell you and Mom in advance. Liang Jia, it's true that you were negligent. It's such a big deal as getting married, and you didn't even tell us. Chu Chu, you're so inconsiderate. Shang Chu pursed her lips and said, Mom, I'm sorry. Dad, I was wrong. I should have told you first. Liang Jia saw that the young man was a nice guy, and that his daughter had admitted her mistake, so she softened her tone. She said, Next time, you must tell your parents about anything. Do you think I would have secretly gone ahead with something as big as getting married? Hua Jinghuai, it's all my fault. I loved Chu Chu too much. When I found out she went on a blind date, I was crazy with jealousy. Chu Chu is so outstanding, there are endless men who like her. That's why I proposed to Chu Chu, hoping she would marry me. She also said she would take me home to meet her parents before making a decision, but I didn't want to wait any longer, so I took Chu Chu to get the marriage certificate right away. This had nothing to do with her. Shang Mingyang's gaze shifted to him. So it was your idea? I knew my daughter was obedient and well-behaved, and she couldn't have done something so big without making a sound. So you were the one in charge? Yes, blame me. Shang Chu didn't expect Hua Jinghuai to take all the credit for himself. Shang Mingyong saw that he was so responsible, and his impression of him improved quite a bit. Of course he knew that his daughter was outstanding, he had personally cultivated her. It's just that being too outstanding is not good, and she was lured away by this guy. Shang Yi spoke up, Mom and Dad, my sister will marry someone sooner or later anyway, and I think it's great that she's marrying my brother-in-law. Shang Mingyong gave him a look, and Shang Yi immediately shut up. He just wanted to say something for his brother-in-law, who had given him a Ferrari and action figures. He would recognize only his brother-in-law from now on. Shang Chu saw that his father was reluctant to give his consent, so he backed down. If you're not happy with this marriage, I'll just divorce him. Hua Jinghuai panicked, Chu Chu, how can we get a divorce? You hardly agreed to marry me, I will never get a divorce. Shang Mingyong's face turned pale, and he said sternly, do you take marriage as a joke? You can just get married and get a divorce whenever you want? What should we do then? Dad, if you're not happy, I'll have to listen to you. Shang Chu looked aggrieved. Liang Jia took her daughter's hand. Your father and I are not saying that we are dissatisfied with your marriage, but we are dissatisfied with the attitude of the two of you. Why didn't you tell your father and me before making such a big decision? This is a major matter of marriage. Mom, I'm sorry. Shang Chu's pretty face crumpled up. Good girl, it's okay, just be clear. Liang Jia has always loved her daughter the most, and seeing her daughter aggrieved, how could she bear to scold her? Liang Jia looked at Hua Jinghui again and said, "Don't just stand there, sit down and talk." Shang Mingyong looked at him disapprovingly. "Are you better than me? Sit down and talk. It's Dad." Hua Jinghui understood that his in-laws had slowly come to accept him. He was really shocked when Chu Chu just said divorce, and only later did he react, realizing that Chu Chu was using a retreat as a way to get her father to relent. Chapter 17, he is actually the president of Shengshi Group. Shang Mingyong saw that Hua Jinghui had good posture when sitting and standing, and spoke clearly and without haste. He was even more impressed. He turned his head and saw Shang Yi, who was lying on the sofa like Guyu, which was really embarrassing. "Shang Yi, sit up straight," Shang Mingyong said sternly. Shang Yi immediately sat up straight. Shang Mingyong asked Hua Jinghui, "Were you in the army?" Hua Jinghui replied, "Yes, Dad, I was in the army for 2 years when I was 18. Shang Mingyong nodded slightly, and then asked, "Where do you work now?" "Shengshi Group, Management." "It's a big company." Shang Mingyong nodded, and then asked, "Do your parents know you're getting married?" "My parents are both traveling abroad, but I told them the good news last night, and they said they'll come back soon and visit my parents soon." "Look at what you've done, neither of your parents know." "It was indeed an impulsive move on my part. No matter what my father-in-law says, he'll agree, but fortunately, my father-in-law is no longer as angry as he was." "How did you meet? How long have you been dating?" Shang Mingyong looked at his daughter disapprovingly. "This young man seems nice, so why hide it? Last time Liang Wei even came to introduce a matchmaker for her daughter. If I had known there was someone, why would I have done this?" Shang Chu felt panicked inside. They had only known each other for less than a month, and it was after a drunken night of passion. If her father suddenly asked Hua Jinghui, what would he say? If only she had thought of a lie earlier. Hua Jinghui was deep in thought, as if really considering his answer. After a few seconds, he slowly spoke. "A year ago, at Chu Chu's school anniversary celebration, she sang a song on stage. Since then, I have been convinced that she is the one for me." Shang Chu looked at Hua Jinghui suddenly, recalling the school celebration a year ago. It was true that a few weeks before the school celebration, Shin-Chi had secretly signed her up for the school celebration performance behind her back. She only found out after she was selected that she was on the performance list and had no choice but to practice her song every day. Later, on the day of the school celebration, her performance attracted a lot of attention. After the performance, the response was good, and in the following months, she had junior and senior schoolmates confess their love for her and ask for her WeChat. Could it be that Hua Jinghui really saw her at the school celebration? And watched her perform? Why didn't Hua Jinghui say anything? Shang Mingyong also remembered that a year ago, Chu Chu was going to perform at the school celebration, and she practiced singing every day at home. The family even went to watch the performance on the day of the celebration, and it was really wonderful. Liang Jia was beaming. "My Chu Chu has always had a beautiful singing voice. It's strange to say, but everyone in our family is tone deaf. I don't know why Chu Chu's singing is so beautiful. A negative sum can be positive, which is why my sister sings so well." Shang Yi spoke up. "Do you know how to play chess?" Shang Mingyong asked. "A little. Play a few games with me." "Okay, Dad." Shang Mingyong accepted Hua Jinghui and dragged him off to play chess. Liang Jia went to the kitchen to prepare the meal, and Shang Chu was dragged into the kitchen with her. Shang Chu was full of questions, and she really wanted to ask Hua Jinghui, "Did you know me a year ago? Did he really watch her performance at school?" Liang Jia was washing vegetables and asked her, "Chu Chu, be honest with your mother, is he treating you well?" Shang Chu nodded as she thought about Hua Jinghui. "You love him very much?" Shang Chu pursed her lips, not knowing how to answer. "Love? Not really. If it weren't for the baby in her belly, she wouldn't have agreed to marry him." "Chu Chu, why are you being so evasive?" Liang Jia could tell something was up. "Of course I love him, Mom, otherwise how could I possibly marry him?" Shang Chu wore a smile. "Well, as long as you love each other, that's fine. When you get married, you must choose someone you love very, very much, and the other person must love you very much too. Otherwise, how can you spend the decades of married life without love?" Shang Chu nodded slightly. "Mom, when is brother coming back?" "He should be back for lunch." "Is sister-in-law coming back?" "Your sister-in-law is going abroad for an academic conference and won't be back until the 20th. You, as her younger sister, have already taken your brother before he's even married." Shang Wenhua got engaged to his girlfriend Song Ning 6 months ago, and the wedding is set for early August. The two have been in a relationship for 5 years and are very much in love. Shang Chu suddenly put his arms around Liang Jia, who was washing vegetables, and Liang Jia's heart melted. "Baby, what's wrong?" "Mom, I want to tell you something, but please don't get angry." Shang Chu wants to tell her mother about the pregnancy. "What is it?" "Mom, promise me you won't get angry." "I won't get angry, just tell me." "Mom, I'm pregnant." Liang Jia suddenly pauses and turns to look at her daughter. "You're pregnant? How long have you been?" "It's not long, about 4 weeks." "Mom, please don't get angry, I haven't hidden anything from you except this." Liang Jia sighs, "I'm not angry, I just feel so sorry for you. Do you know how painful it is to give birth to a child?" "Then why did you have 3 children?" "Because I love you, Dad. I love him and I'm willing to bear his children." "Actually, there's another reason. I'm prone to pregnancy. It wasn't until Xingyi was born that your father had a vasectomy." "Baby, I never thought you'd grow up so quickly and become a mother." "Mom, if Dad finds out I'm pregnant, will he be angry?" "I don't think so. I think he's already accepted Jing Hui as a son-in-law." Shang Chu finally let go of her worries. Liang Jia asked Shang Chu to leave the kitchen because of the strong cooking fumes. As soon as Shang Chu left the kitchen, Shang Yi dragged her outside to the park. In a mysterious tone, Shang Yi asked her, "Sister, what does my brother-in-law do for a living? How come he is so rich? When we first entered the house, he said he would give me a Ferrari. My brother-in-law is really generous." Shang Chu said with a serious face, "You can't accept the Ferrari he gave you. It's so expensive, how can you accept it?" Shang Yi's expression fell, "But my brother-in-law said he was giving it to me. He is my real brother-in-law. Can't I accept something from my family? Why don't you ask Dad if you can accept it? If Dad agrees, then I won't have a problem with it. Dad is such an old-fashioned guy, why would he let me accept it? Sis, you're my real sister, please let me accept it. You're the only brother I have. If you want it, you have to fight for it yourself in the future, instead of asking people to give it to you. Dad has always taught us this since we were little." Shang Yi hung his head in disappointment. Although his sister was right, her husband-to-be had said he wanted to give it to him. Chu Chu was right. A high-pitched voice rang out, and a handsome man slowly walked towards the two. "Brother, you're back!" Shang Chu shouted. "Of course my brother had to come back. I heard from Mum that my sister has a boyfriend, so I want to come and see what my future brother-in-law looks like and if he can win my sister's favor." Shang Wenhua reached out and stroked his sister's head. Shang Yisan said with dissatisfaction, "It's not the future brother-in-law, it's the current one. They've already got their marriage certificate." Shang Wenhua laughed lightly, "Oh? Really? Chu Chu, you've already got your marriage certificate with him? Why didn't you tell me anything before?" "Our relationship was unstable before, so we didn't tell our family. Now that our relationship is good, we got our marriage certificate." Chu Chu is really quick, even quicker than me as an older brother. "Where is she?" "She's in the living room playing chess with Dad." "Playing chess with Dad?" "It seems that Dad has accepted him." "I'll go take a look." Shang Wenhua slowly lifted his leg and walked towards the living room. Shang Wenhua saw a man playing chess with his father. He took a closer look and realized it was Hui Jinghui. Why was he in his house playing chess with his father? Could it be that he was Chu Chu's boyfriend? Shang Mingyang glanced at Shang Wenhua and introduced him to Hui Jinghui. "This is Chu Chu's older brother, my eldest son Shang Wenhua." "Wenhua, this is Chu Chu's boyfriend." "President Hua?" Shang Wenhua exclaimed. Hui Jinghui stood up. He didn't know this person in front of him. Could it be that he knew him? Chapter 18. You're drunk. "You two know each other?" Shang Mingyang asked. Shang Wenhua, "I know him, but he may not recognize me. He is the president of Shangshur Group. I met him once at a cocktail party." Shang Mingyang's eyes narrowed slightly. "Shangshur Group? The richest man in China?" Hui Jinghui nodded humbly. "I'm just the CEO, my father is the chairman of Shangshur Group and the richest man in China." Shang Wenhua gave a thumbs up in his heart. He never expected that Hui Jinghui of Shangshur Group would actually be taken by his younger sister. "I heard that Hui Jinghui has never been close to women, and many people speculate whether he has any special preferences, likes men or something." It turns out that Hua Jinghuai likes girls like his sister. Although his sister is outstanding, Hua Jinghuai is a person of great importance, and such a high-class flower actually likes his sister. What do you like about my sister? Shang Wenhua couldn't help but ask. Hua Jinghuai answered honestly, ever since I saw Chuchu a year ago, I knew she was the one for me. I like her bright smile, gentle eyes, and expressive face. I like everything about her. Shang Wenhua didn't expect Hua Jinghuai to actually answer this question, and he was quite sincere. You've only known each other for a year, so why did you get married so quickly? Were you that impatient? I was the one who was impatient. Chuchu is wonderful, and there are many men who like her. The sooner we get married, the sooner she'll be mine and my heart will be at peace. You're right. My sister is indeed very outstanding. Ever since elementary school, she's been getting love letters from boys. Shang Mingyong cleared his throat. Shang Wenhua saw his father's expression and immediately said, I have something else to do. Mr. Hua, you continue to play chess with my father. Shang Wenhua finished speaking and left, went to the garden and walked straight to his sister. Shang Chu was dumbfounded. What? I spoke to Hua Jinghuai for a few minutes, and from the look on his face and the tone of his voice, I could tell that he has been in love with you for a long time. Chu, how did you manage to win him over? I didn't do anything. Then why is everyone's eyes and heart on you? Shang Yi said with a laugh, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Besides, my sister is naturally beautiful and outstanding, with a hot body, a good personality, a high level of education and a kind heart. It's fine if it's just anyone else, but he's Hua Jinghuai, the heir to the Shangshi group, and his father is the richest man in the country. How could he like my sister when he's seen it all before? Shang Yi's eyes lit up. What? My brother-in-law is actually the son of the richest man in the country? No wonder my brother-in-law said he wanted to give me a Ferrari. Shang Wenhua, if he gives it to you, you can't take it, you have to be proud, understand? Shang Yi hung his head in disappointment. Got it. Shang Chu, however, kept thinking about what Hua Jinghuai had said, about seeing her perform at the school anniversary. When she got home, she was determined to find out what was going on. Lunch. A table full of sumptuous lunch, with its rich colors and appetizing aromas, whets everyone's appetite. Shang Mingyong says, my dear, today is a happy day, go get a bottle of wine, I want to have a few drinks with my son-in-law. Liang Jia laughs in agreement and takes out a white bottle. Can Jinghuai drink? If not, don't drink, just have a few drinks with your father using juice, Liang Jia says. Hua Jinghuai respectfully gets up, Mom, I can. Okay, then you can drink with your father. Hua Jinghuai took the bottle of wine Liang Jia handed him, opened the cap, poured 2 glasses, and then asked Shang Wenhua and Shang Yi if they wanted some. The brothers both shook their heads, so only Hua Jinghuai drank with him. Shang Yi said to Liang Jia, Mom, I remember that during the new year, my brother bought some red wine. Is there still a bottle left? Why don't we have some red wine? Do you want some? I'll go get it. I want some. Liang Jia got up and got the wine, opened it with the corkscrew, and poured a few glasses for everyone except Shang Chu. Shang Yi was puzzled. Mom, fill up your sister's glass. Didn't she drink red wine during the new year? Liang Jia gave him a look. Your sister can't drink. Why? Didn't she say that red wine tasted pretty good? I remember that she drank 3 glasses on New Year's Eve. Shang Yi pressed on. Shang Wenhua touched his arm and said, if Chuchu doesn't want to drink, then don't. Why force her? Shang Yi rolled his eyes and didn't say anything else. The meal was very enjoyable, and in the end, Shang Mingyong got drunk. He took Hua Jinghuai's hand and said drunkenly, I only have one daughter, so you have to be good to her, okay? Although I was very strict with her when she was young, I have never once dared to hit her. I really love my daughter. If you dare to treat her badly or let her suffer, I tell you, I'm not afraid of who you are, and I don't care if you're the richest person in the world, you can all go to hell. I will definitely trample on your Hua family. Hua Jinghuai is very clear-headed. He says, Dad, don't worry. As long as Chu is with me, I will never let her suffer. I will love her, respect her, and protect her for the rest of my life. Liang Jia supports Shang Mingyong. I told you not to drink so much, and you drank so much anyway. You're drunk. Let's go back to the bedroom and lie down. Shang Mingyong's eyes are unfocused. I'm not drunk. I'm happy today. My daughter has found a good son-in-law. Okay, you're happy, and you're not drunk. Shang Wenhua gave Hua Jinghuai a thumbs up. Brother-in-law, you're not drunk. I've rarely seen anyone who can drink my father under the table and not get drunk themselves. Hua Jinghuai, I have a strong after effect. Then go back to Chu Chu's room to sober up and get some rest. Shang Wenhua then said to Shang Chu, Chu Chu, take your husband back to your bedroom to rest for a while. Shang Chu looked at Hua Jinghuai, who was blushing slightly at this point, with red ears, and his eyes blinking more slowly than usual. She had just seen him drink a lot with her father. Taking his hand, she said, do you want to go to my room and rest for a while? Hua Jinghuai nodded at his beloved girl. Shang Chu took his hand and prepared to go upstairs. However, Shang Wenhua asked her, Chu Chu, are you pregnant? How do you know? Shang Chu blurted out subconsciously. I guessed. Chu Chu, you're really quick. Shang Chu smiled helplessly. She didn't want to, but what could she do now that it had happened? She could only welcome double happiness. Hurry and take him upstairs. Shang Wenhui turned and walked away. Shang Chu led Hua Jinghuai to her bedroom. As soon as they closed the door, Shang Chu was pressed against the wall by Hua Jinghuai. Hua Jinghuai had drunk a lot, but his mind was still quite clear. Shang Chu was startled by the man's sudden move and blinked her eyes wide, saying, the bed is over there. Hua Jinghuai smiled knowingly and then picked the girl up in a princess carry. Suddenly in the air, Shang Chu subconsciously wrapped her arms around the man's neck, embarrassed and annoyed. Hua Jinghuai, what are you doing? Hua Jinghuai gently placed the girl on the bed and then pressed himself up against her. Didn't Chu Chu say that the bed was over here? I didn't mean that. I meant for you to lie down. You've been drinking with Dad, you should rest a bit. I'm not drunk. The man played with the bangs in front of the girl's forehead, his voice as beautiful as a cello. You're not drunk. Why are your cheeks red? Your ears are red too. Shang Chu reached out to touch the man's ear, it was hot. Hua Jinghuai suddenly felt the girl's fingers were cold, and her red lips kept opening and closing, giving him an urge to kiss her lips. Hua Jinghuai touched the girl's lips with his finger, and then his lips slowly fell as well. Shang Chu quickly blocked his mouth with her hand, but the strength of a girl could not compare to that of a strong man. Hua Jinghuai used only one hand to fix the girl's hands above her head. Chapter 19, Dowry. Then he planted a kiss, tasted the gentle touch of the girl, and deepened the kiss. Shang Chu closed her eyes, prepared to die, and the smell of white wine filled her nostrils. Her lips and teeth were entangled, and Shang Chu's hands were held down while her mouth was kissed, so she could only let him do whatever he wanted. Suddenly, she remembered that night, when the man had kissed her just as deeply. She blushed with shame and turned her head to say that she couldn't come anymore. The man, however, would not let her escape. One kiss followed another, slowly moving down her neck. Finally, there was a gap, and Shang Chu quickly said, Hua Jinghuai, don't do this. You're drunk, let go of me. Hua Jinghuai looked up at her, deeply in love, and slowly lowered his head. Shang Chu thought that the man was going to continue kissing her, but she didn't expect him to release his hands, which were still holding her head above her. His lips came close to her ear and he said softly, Chu Chu, I love you. Shang Chu felt her ear tingle, and it was a few seconds before she reacted to what the man had said. She stared at the man in disbelief and asked in return, You love me? Very much. The man said firmly. Why? I don't need a reason to love you. Just one look and I was sure I wanted to love you for the rest of my life. Chu Chu, you are really beautiful, so beautiful that it takes my breath away, and makes me think of you all the time. Do you know that? After that night, I dreamed of you every night when I was abroad. My longing for you reached a peak in those 10 days. I really missed you and loved you so much. It's great that you're mine now, Chu Chu, you're my wife. Shang Chu's heart was pounding as she heard such a confession. His words were comforting and warm, and she seemed to have fallen for him. Hua Jinghuai's drunkenness slowly set in. He leaned his head on the girl's chest, put his arms around her waist, and his deep eyes slowly closed. Shang Chu still wanted to ask about the school anniversary a year ago, but seeing that the man seemed to have fallen asleep on top of her, she had to wait until he sobered up to ask. Shang Chu wanted to push apart his hands around her waist, but unfortunately he was hugging her too tightly, and she couldn't do it. Reluctantly, she moved the man's head away. The sound of his long, slow breathing came to her, and she realized that he had fallen asleep. His eyes were tightly shut when he slept, and Shang Chu was surprised to see how long his eyelashes were. In fact, his eyes were also very beautiful, bright and deep, and occasionally he would raise one eyebrow and smile at her, as if he were sending out electricity. His nose was straight, his lips had the perfect curve, and he was a very good kisser, always kissing her gently, slowly deepening the kiss until she slowly gave up resistance. His whole face was really perfect, perfect like a god-made godson. Looking back at herself, although she was a bit attractive, it was really a bit of a surprise that such a perfect man could love her so much. Huo Jinghui seemed to really love her very much, but where did such deep love come from? As she thought about it, Shang-Chu also felt drowsy and slowly closed her eyes. Half an hour later, Huo Jinghui slowly woke up and found the girl sleeping next to him. Huo Jinghui's gaze was tender and watery. After kissing her forehead, he slowly got up, covered the girl up, and turned around to leave the room. When he arrived at the living room on the first floor, he saw his mother-in-law mopping the floor. Huo Jinghui quickly walked up to her and said, "Mom, I'll do the mopping." Liang Jia smiled with satisfaction when she saw her son-in-law. "Didn't you go to rest?" "I've rested well." "You really can hold your drink." "Where's Chu Chu?" "She's asleep." Huo Jinghui tried to take the mop from his mother-in-law, but Liang Jia said, "It's already been mopped. I had an auntie who cooks for the family, but when I heard you were coming today, I gave her the day off." "Thanks, Mom, for taking my arrival so seriously." "Of course I do, you're Chu Chu's husband." Liang Jia pursed her lips and began to sob a little. "Mom, what's wrong?" Liang Jia shook her head. "It's nothing, I just feel like time has passed too quickly, and my Chu Chu has actually married someone." "Mom, even though Chu Chu and I are married, nothing will change. She is still the same as when she was single, and I will respect every choice she makes. No matter what she does, I will support her." Liang Jia looked at her son-in-law with great satisfaction. "You can really be seen to be treating her well. I just hope you can always treat her like this. My Chu Chu has been especially spoiled by her father and I since she was little. She has grown from 6 catties and 6 tails to a young lady. Now she is going to become a mother too. I am really happy for her. Mom, Chu Chu marrying me is just one more person who loves her. Nothing else has changed. I will always spoil her. You'd better keep your word. Chu Chu is the only little princess in our family. If she suffers even the slightest injustice in your place, even though I, as an older brother, have little power, I will go to Shangshi Group to seek justice for my sister." Shang Wenhua came in from the outside and said slowly. Shang Yi, who was standing next to him, laughed and said, "Brother-in-law will be very good to my sister." "Mom, brother, you can rest assured. My little brother-in-law guarantees it for my brother-in-law, right, brother-in-law?" Huo Jinghui nodded, "Of course." Liang Jia was worried again and reminded him, Chu Chu is pregnant, so her tastes may become more discerning. If there's anything Chu Chu wants to eat, just come back and I'll cook it for her, or just let me know and I'll deliver it to you. By the way, when I was pregnant, I really liked pickled cucumbers, so I'll go make some now and Chu Chu can have them when she gets morning sickness. Liang Jia said and went to the kitchen to make pickled cucumbers, and pickled some radishes, cabbage and green beans on the side. Shang Chu woke up and found that she was alone in the bed. She looked at the time, it was 3:15. It seemed that she had slept for an hour. If so, did Huo Jinghui sober up so quickly after drinking so much? She got up and went to the window to stretch. She looked down and saw Huo Jinghui and her mother picking vegetables in the small vegetable garden. The vegetables grown in this small vegetable garden are delicious. Your father loves them very much and waters them every day. Your father is old and retired, so when he has nothing to do all day, he tends to this vegetable garden. Liang Jia was picking cucumbers and talking to Huo Jinghui at the same time. Huo Jinghui smiled and replied, "My father loves fishing and often goes with his best friend. My mother likes animals, so we have cats and dogs at home. Chu Chu likes puppies. We used to have one at home, but she was sad for a long time after it died. When I said we could get another one, she said she didn't want to, because she didn't want to see it grow old and leave her." Shang Chu shouted to the two of them, "Mom, Jinghui, what are you talking about?" Huo Jinghui looked at her with a smile, held out a hand, and motioned for her to come down. Liang Jia looked up at her and said, "Come down when you wake up, I'll pick you some vegetables to take back with you." "Okay, Mom." Shang Chu slowly walked downstairs and saw her mother, who had just washed her hands, and Huo Jinghui, who was carrying groceries, in the living room. Liang Jia took Shang Chu into the room and said, "I have a present for you." When they got to the room, Liang Jia handed Shang Chu a box. Shang Chu looked at the box, which seemed to be quite old, but the pattern on it was very beautiful, and the box itself had a kind of sandalwood fragrance. "Chu Chu, this was a dowry that your grandmother gave me when I married your father. Now that you're getting married, I'm giving it to you." What is it? Shang Chu slowly opened the box, and inside lay a pair of phoenix hairpins. The phoenixes were exquisite, lifelike, and beautiful. During the Qing dynasty, my grandmother's great aunt was a concubine of the Qing emperor. This pair of phoenix hairpins was a gift from my grandmother's great aunt, and it has been passed down for more than 100 years. Shang Chu's eyes sparkled as she realized that the phoenix hairpin was an antique. Yes, when you have a daughter in the future, you can give it to her as a dowry when she gets married. Thank you, Mom, I really love you so much. Shang Chu hugged Liangjia and cooed in her mother's arms. You're married, why are you still acting like a child? Liangjia stroked Shang Chu in her arms. Even after I get married, I will always be my mother's precious daughter. Liangjia's eyes welled up with tears. My dear, you must be happy. I will be very happy, Mom, don't worry about me. I'm happy for you. Jing Huai is a good person, a good man to entrust your life to. Chapter 20 Your Bastard Husband. Liang Jia had originally asked Shang Chu and Hua Jinghuai to stay for dinner, but Shang Chu said that he had a date with Shen Qi. Hua Jinghuai sat in the passenger seat with a bag of groceries, while Shang Chu drove. Since Hua Jinghuai had only had a few drinks, and it was best not to drive within 20 hours of drinking, Shang Chu drove. Hua Jinghuai sat in the passenger seat, his head leaning back, his deep eyes fixed on Shang Chu. Chu Chu, you are so beautiful. Hua Jinghuai looked at her with eyes that seemed capable of drawing. Are you still drunk? Shang Chu said, glancing at him. Chu Chu, I am very sober now. But you drank so much, how can you be sober after sleeping for less than an hour? My father drinks the same amount of alcohol as you do, but he sleeps for more than 10 hours. In the early years, I had to drink a lot because I had to entertain a lot. Do you also need to entertain people? Shengshi Group is already one of the top companies in China. The year my father handed over the company to me, Shengshi Group had not yet achieved what it has today. In that year, I had to entertain a lot, but now I don't need to. Even if there is a reception, I will let my secretary or assistant go. Why, so in the early years, you also had a hard time, didn't you? Shang Chu suddenly felt a little sorry for Hua Jinghuai. When his father handed over the company to him, he was just in his early 20s, and Shengshi Group wasn't doing so well yet. Within just a few years, Shengshi Group slowly became number one in China, and his father suddenly became the richest man in the country. Yes, in the early years, I worked 18 hours a day, and I lived at the company for half a year without going home. Now that I think about it, I don't know how I managed to hang in there back then. Ah, why, you were so hard-working back then. It's all in the past. If you feel sorry for me, then kiss me. Shang Chu. People are driving. Shang Chu's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Then wait until we get home. Hua Jinghuai looked at her greedily. Hua Jinghuai saw the car enter the city center and asked her softly, Chu Chu, where are we going? I just got in touch with Kiki and we're meeting at Suda Square in the city center. She's waiting for me there. Kiki is my best friend. We've been friends since primary school. She was shocked when we suddenly got married. I'll go and talk to her. Okay. Invite her to dinner tonight. Okay, what would you like to eat? I'll make the arrangements. It doesn't matter what we eat, you just make the arrangements. There's a restaurant in Suda Square that serves good local cuisine. I'll book a table then. Okay. The car pulled into the Suda underground car park and stopped in a parking space. Shang Chu turned off the engine and opened the door to get out of the car. Hua Jinghuai quickly came up to her and put his arm around her waist. Shang Chu looked up at him, and her image was reflected in his deep eyes. Let's go. Hua Jinghuai took her hand and they linked their fingers. They took the elevator to the first floor and arrived at the agreed-upon cake shop. Shang Chu immediately saw Shen Qi sitting in the corner. At that moment, she was leaning over the table playing with her phone and didn't notice Shang Chu walking towards her. Kiki! Shang Chu called out. Shen Qi suddenly looked up and saw Chu Chu's smiling face. Then she saw that there was a tall man next to her. The two were so intimate that the man was actually putting his arm around Chu Chu. Kiki, have you been waiting long? Shang Chu quickly sat down next to Shen Qi, passing by Hua Jinghuai. It's not that bad, just half an hour. Shen Qi sized up the man and looked at Shang Chu with her eyes, meaning, is this your husband from a shotgun wedding? Shang Chu introduced, Jinghuai, this is my best friend Shen Qi, let's get acquainted. Shen Qi looked at him with dissatisfaction, are you Chu Chu's bastard husband? Hua Jinghuai's expressionless face, you seem to have a grudge against me. Of course I have a grudge against you for cheating on my friend. Shang Chu hurriedly explained, he didn't cheat on me, Kiki. Shang Chu didn't expect that Kiki would so openly express her dislike for Hua Jinghui. He didn't cheat on you, so why did you suddenly marry him and have his child inside you? Do you even know him? How dare you marry him? How long have you known each other? Chu, you were so naive, you were being cheated on and you were still counting your blessings. Shang Chu didn't expect Shen Qi to be so emotional. And Hua Jinghui had an expressionless face, not knowing what to think. Jinghui, why don't you go for a walk, so Qi and I can talk alone? Shang Chu thought to herself, first get rid of Hua Jinghui and appease Qi, otherwise if they have a bad relationship in the future, she will be caught in the middle and be torn between the two. Hua Jinghui nodded slightly, took out his wallet and placed it in Shang Chu's hands, saying gently to her, buy whatever you want to eat. I'll go for a walk. I have money, so you can keep the wallet. Shang Chu took it. Hua Jinghui gave her a smile and then turned around and left the cake shop. Now that there were only two people left, Shang Chu took Shen Qi's hand and said, Qi, why are you so angry? Shen Qi said in a bad mood, do you think I'm not angry? You got married, such a big event, and you didn't even tell me. And that night when you were bullied, you didn't tell me either. I'm your best friend. It wasn't his fault that night when I got bullied. I went to the wrong room by mistake. I was drunk and confused and didn't know anything. It's true that I can't blame Hua Jinghui. Even if you went to the wrong room, he could have completely refrained from touching you, but he bullied you instead. This is not the action of a gentleman, so I suspect there is something wrong with his character. In fact, the next day after I woke up that night, he proposed to me directly, saying that since we had already had sex, he wanted me to marry him and be responsible for him. He said that his family was strict and it was I who refused him. What? That bastard really wanted you to be responsible for him? It's true. After I ran away, I went home and slept for a long time. I didn't know when you went to find me. I had a high fever that night, and you knew about it afterwards. What I didn't expect was that a few days ago, I had some vomiting and discomfort, and the pregnancy test I bought showed a positive result. Just as he returned from a business trip, he found me again and asked me to marry him. I thought about it for a long time, and I couldn't bear to abort the child in my belly, so I chose to marry him. Shen Qi knows the whole story, and Chu has been defending him, as if she likes the bastard. Since you've already married him and have a child, I can only wish Chu well. Is he good to you? Be honest. He's been very good to me. We went home to see my parents this morning, and they've accepted him. My brother and sister have accepted him too. Shen Qi let out a sigh. Well, since your family has accepted him, what can I say? I don't like that bastard anyway. Kiki, you are my best friend, I don't want things to go badly between you. You know what I'm angry about? That night, what did he do to you? There wasn't a single good spot on your body, and you lied to me, saying you had eaten mango and had an allergic reaction, and you had a high fever. If I hadn't gone to take care of you, how dangerous it would have been. Shang Chu hugged her. Yes, next time I won't hide anything from you, Kiki, I was wrong. Kiki looked helpless. Are you pregnant? Has your body changed? Are you uncomfortable anywhere? No, I threw up once a few days ago, but now I'm eating well and I'm feeling great. That's good, and when he's born, he'll be my godson. Okay, you have to be the godmother, and maybe the baby will be a girl. Girls are better, I like girls more, they're softer and more pleasing than boys. Shen Qi glanced at the wallet that the bastard had left on the table. Chu, you open it and see how much money there is. Let's spend all the bastard's money. Shang Chu smiled knowingly, opened the wallet, and there was a stack of cash inside, which looked like there should be a few thousand yuan, as well as a few cards, an ID card, a black card, and a company business card. Shen Qi took out the business card and checked it out, and she was instantly stunned. It said on the card, Hua Jinghui Shengshi Group President. Your bastard husband is actually the president of Shengshi Group? Shen Qi's jaw dropped. Well, I was shocked the first time too. Shen Qi looked at Shang Chu while hugging her. Although my best friend is pretty and has a good figure, how could the president of Shengshi Group fall for you? Chapter 21, Write the name backwards. Sichuan in Chongqing Mo. Shang Chu couldn't help but laugh and cry. Kiki, do I really look that bad? You are very beautiful and outstanding, but the other person is the president of Shengshi Group. Then, Shen Qi frowned again. His family is so rich, there won't be any messy things at home, will there? I've seen on TV that top families like this one want a specific daughter-in-law, don't they? And the mother-in-law is especially bad and will make things difficult for the daughter-in-law. Chu, you're still too impulsive. Shang Chu shook her head, I don't think so. I met his sister, and she's a very gentle and obedient girl. His mother likes animals and keeps a few at home. People who like animals can't be that bad, right? It would be best if the family is harmonious. As you know, I often watch 8 o'clock melodramas, and basically every rich mother-in-law is mean to her daughter-in-law. TV dramas are written by screenwriters for ratings, and reality is different from TV dramas. Hey, since you've already married him, it's useless to say this. If your mother-in-law treats you badly, just divorce her. Don't hold it in. I'm sure your uncles and aunts, your brothers and sisters, will all support you, and I'll also raise your children with you. I know. Shin-Shi looked at the jerk's wallet and said, let's use the jerk's money to buy milk tea to drink. Okay. Shang-Chu smiled like a flower. The two went to the front desk, ordered 2 cups of milk tea, and then left the store together. The man was just outside the door, leaning on the railing with his hands, and when he saw the 2 girls come out, he walked up to them. Shin-Shi still didn't like him very much, and she didn't even look at him. Shang-Chu said, Kiki, just now Jinghui said he booked a restaurant that serves Anhui cuisine. How about we go there tonight? I'm fine with it. It's getting late, so let's go now. Huo Jinghui was right behind the 2 of them, watching his wife hold hands with someone else. Even though that person was a woman, he just felt uncomfortable, and he wanted to hold and lead Chu. Since when had he become so paranoid about Shang-Chu? He was jealous of her holding hands with her friend. Once they reached the private room, Shin-Shi ordered a meal, ordering the most expensive one, as he had money to spare. Shin-Shi flipped through the menu and told the waiter, this stinky fish, this hodgepodge, the 1-dish pot, crystal pork knuckle, salt and pepper chicken, seasonal tofu, sanha dumplings, and a poached shrimp. The waiter nodded slightly and was about to leave when Huo Jinghui said, add some stir-fried vegetables and cucumber salad. The waiter left, and Shang-Chu said, we might have ordered too much, we 3 can't finish it all. Shin-Shi leaned over and whispered in Shang-Chu's ear, I deliberately ordered a bit more so that your husband would spend more money, he's so rich anyway. The 2 of them laughed knowingly. Huo Jinghui, however, said, most of the dishes just ordered by Ms. Shin are meat dishes. I'll order some vegetarian dishes, so that the combination of meat and vegetables is healthy. Shin-Shi retorted in a sarcastic tone, how is it unhealthy for us to eat some meat when we're young? Only people who are older think about health preservation. Oh, by the way, Mr. Hua, how old are you? 29, what do you think, Ms. Shin? Shin-Shi's face is full of exaggeration, ah. You're already 29 years old. Oh my god. We are only 21 years old, and you're already 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years older than us. My god, we are just starting elementary school, and you're already in college. This generation gap is too big. Huo Jinghui turns a deaf ear to her, as if Shin-Shi really hates him. Shang-Chu, however, pulls her along, saying, Kiki, I'm 22 years old. I'm 21 until my birthday comes, and it's a fact that I'm 8 years older than you, which means I'm an older man dating a younger woman. The atmosphere was a little awkward, and Shang-Chu kept touching Shin-Shi's shoulder to tell her to stop. Huo Jinghui spoke indifferently, I love Chu, and I don't care if people call me an older man dating a younger woman. Shin-Shi didn't expect Huo Jinghui to be so direct. Shang-Chu blushed for a moment, wondering why Huo Jinghui had just blurted it out so directly. As far as I know, you haven't known each other for long, have you? How can you love Chu so much? Shin-Shi asked. Love has nothing to do with time. Some people fall in love for 3 days and get married, and they stay together forever. Some people fall in love for 3 years, and after getting married, their love fizzles out without a trace. There is no definition of love. Shin-Shi actually found what Huo Jinghui said very reasonable. The door to the private room was knocked on. Huo Jinghui thought it was the waiter, so he said, come in. The door opened, and unexpectedly, it was a familiar face. La Hua, I just heard it was your voice, and I didn't expect it to be you. Mo Yuchuan slowly walked in with a smile on his face, followed by a man, Meng Guxiao. Meng Guxiao was shocked when he saw the 2 stunning beauties in the private room. How could you secretly have dinner with a girl without inviting us? You're not a good friend. Mo Yuchuan agreed, yes, you actually went out to dinner with 2 such pretty girls behind our backs, no wonder you didn't want to go out with us. Huo Jinghui looked serious and glared at the group, don't talk nonsense. Then Huo Jinghui put Shang-Chu in his arms and introduced her, Chu, these 2 are my friends. The group was stunned. What was old Hua doing? Putting a girl in his arms? Then Hua Jinghua introduced the group. This is my wife Shang Chu. Mo Yuchuan was the first to object. You've got to be kidding, La Hua. How could you possibly have a wife? Don't we know you? You've been single since you were 29, and you've never even been in a relationship. How could you suddenly have a wife? Meng Guxiao agreed. I don't believe it either. Hua Jinghua glanced at the two men and said, why would I joke about something like that? Chu Chu and I got married yesterday. You're serious? Mo Yuchuan still looked incredulous. There's no need to lie to you. But how is that possible? I've never heard of you having a girlfriend. Meng Guxiao expressed his doubts. Xinxi looked at the two men, her eyes rolling. They were no less surprised than she was when they learned that Hua Jinghua had married Chu Chu. When she learned the news that her best friend had gotten married, she didn't believe it at first either. The expressions on those two men's faces were so dumb and silly. No, when she didn't believe it at the time, didn't she also show a dumb and silly expression? In an instant, Xinxi couldn't help but feel unhappy. Meng Guxiao suddenly laughed. If Jinghua said the marriage was real, then Mo Yuchuan would have to write his name backwards. Ha, it's not like Chuan Yu Mo to be so unaccustomed to it. Mo Yuchuan. Hua Jinghua frowns. What's going on? Meng Guxiao smiles and explains, didn't I call you last night to come to our party? You said no, and Yang Mingyu guessed that you might have a girlfriend and want to spend time with her. But Mo Yuchuan said, if you have a girlfriend, he, Mo Yuchuan, will write his name backwards, ha. So, Yuchuan, you can't just set a flag willy-nilly, or you'll get slapped in the face one day. Mo Yuchuan, I was talking about a girlfriend last night, not a wife, so my name is still Mo Yuchuan. Meng Guxiao, what's your bug? Just say that a wife and a girlfriend are the same, okay? Meng Guxiao was speechless. Hua Jinghua looked at the two of them and said to the girl in his arms, they're usually like this. We're all friends and we often joke around. Shang Chu laughed and shook her head slightly. She and Xinxi also often joke around with each other, it's nothing. Then he narrowed his eyes and said sternly to the two of them, stop clowning around, you two, behave yourselves. Mo Yuchuan and Meng Guxiao then changed their appearance and looked at Shang Chu and greeted her solemnly. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. Shang Chu waved her hand back, hello. Hua Jinghua looked at the two of them and said, since you've said hello, you can go now. Shang Chu said to Hua Jinghua, Jinghua, they are your friends, so let's eat together. We ordered too much food anyway. Chu Chu, we invited Miss Shin to dinner tonight, and we will invite them to dinner some other time. Xinxi immediately said, it's fine with me. We did order too much food, so let your friends stay. Mo Yuchuan sat down with Xinxi and looked at her a few more times. He found that the girl was even more beautiful up close, so he introduced himself, hello, beautiful. My name is Mo Yuchuan. May I ask your name? Let's get acquainted. Xinxi had just noticed that the man was quite handsome and she didn't dislike him. So she raised an eyebrow and said, aren't you called Chuan Yu Mo? There was a moment of silence, and then the several people laughed heartily. Chapter 22, it turns out that the domineering boss, behind his back, is actually. The atmosphere in the private room suddenly picked up. Meng Guxiao looked at the girl and said, Miss Shin, you're quite humorous. Xinxi stared at him and asked, how do you know my surname is Shin? Just now, Jinghua addressed you as Miss Shin. Mo Yuchuan looked displeased, you have a good memory. The waiter began to serve the food, and after the dishes were all served, the group began to eat. Mo Yuchuan kept his mouth busy, looking at Hua Jinghua and asking, Hua, how did you and my sister-in-law meet? How come I've never heard you mention her before? You're really quiet until you strike, and then you just got married. Xinxi stared at Hua Jinghua to see how he would answer, and he answered that Chu Chu had gone to the wrong room, and then Hua Jinghua slowly spoke, I met her a year ago at Chu Chu's school's anniversary celebration. You've actually known each other for a year? You really kept it a secret, Hua Jinghua, we good friends really didn't notice a thing. Mo Yuchuan exclaimed. Shen Qi. Hua Jinghua, you've known Chu Chu for a year? Xinxi asked in disbelief. Shang Chu replied, do you remember the school celebration a year ago? You helped me sign up to sing Love Cycle. Xinxi nodded, of course I remember. I thought you sang well, so I signed you up. You could speak Japanese, so I signed you up for the Japanese song Love Cycle. After the event, weren't you angry with me? You wanted to withdraw from the show, but you couldn't, so you had to practice. The truth is that your performance was really amazing, and you won first place. Hey, wait. Was it the Japanese song Love Cycle sung by Hanazawa Coriander? Mo Yuchuan asked. Yes. Shin-chi nodded. Mo Yuchuan's face lit up with an aha moment. Oh, no wonder why Laohua has liked this song so much over the past year. I often ran into him listening to it, and I even teased him about it. I never would have guessed that it was sung by his wife. Meng Guxiao agreed, I've run into it a few times too. Shang Chu gave Huo Jinghuai an ambiguous look, while Huo Jinghuai carefully peeled the shrimp for her, a look of adoration on his face before putting them in her bowl. Shin-chi was still puzzled. So you met Chu-Chu a year ago? You were also at the school anniversary a year ago? Yes. Mo Yuchuan, so you had love at first sight for your wife? Huo Jinghuai returned a smile as a tacit acknowledgement. Shin-chi wanted to say something else, but in front of so many people, she didn't dare to say it. What she was thinking was, if Huo Jinghuai had met Chu-Chu a year ago and had love at first sight for her, then was Chu-Chu's entering the wrong room that night an accident? Or had Huo Jinghuai been planning it for a long time? Chu-Chu was drunk that night and her consciousness was unclear, so only Huo Jinghuai knew what really happened that night. Seeing that Huo Jinghuai's eyes were full of Chu-Chu, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he was sincere about Chu-Chu. Whether it was Huo Jinghuai who had been planning it for a long time or Chu-Chu really went to the wrong room, it didn't matter anymore, as long as Chu-Chu was happy and happy. Miss Shin, can I have your contact information? Mo Yuchuan took out his phone and looked at her with a smile. Of course you can. Shin-chi took out her phone and scanned his QR code business card. Shin-chi saw that Mo Yuchuan was good-looking and quite amusing, so she added him to WeChat to chat with occasionally. Chu-Chu, go to the bathroom with me. Shin-chi got up, took Shang-Chu's hand, and left the private room, heading for the bathroom. There were only 3 men left in the private room. Mo Yuchuan looked at Huo Jinghuai with contempt and said teasingly, Huo Jinghuai, no wonder you've always been single, it turns out you don't look at other women. I really didn't expect you to like a girl like your wife. She is indeed very beautiful, no wonder you hid her for a year without introducing her to your brothers. You just peeled shrimp for your wife, you are completely different from usual. Huo Jinghuai glanced at him and said, how would you, a lonely man, understand married people? Are you making fun of me? Mo Yuchuan spat out a mouthful of old blood. Meng Guxiao revealed a smile, I wish you a happy marriage, Jinghuai. Mo Yuchuan, even though you're making fun of me, I also wish you and your wife a long and happy life together, and that you'll have a child soon. Thank you, but the red envelope still has to be given, and there are 2 of them. Huo Jinghuai leaned back in his chair and looked at the 2 of them. Mo Yuchuan, why are there 2? The other one is for the baby in Chu-Chu's belly. Mo Yuchuan. Meng Guxiao was much calmer and said, congratulations, double happiness. Restroom. Shin-chi took Shang-Chu's arm and returned to the private room, saying to her, before, I thought your husband was an asshole who took advantage of you when you were drunk, but now it seems that's not the case. It turns out that he met you a year ago. In that case, I won't call him an asshole anymore. In fact, I just found out today that he met me a year ago. Really? In Huo Jinghuai's character, if he had fallen in love with you at first sight a year ago, why didn't he approach you? I don't know. I'll have to wait until I get home and ask him. By the way, Chu-Chu, since you rejected Su-Yen last time, he said he couldn't get in touch with you afterwards. Why didn't you see him or reply to his messages? Shin-chi asked. Shang-Chu lowered her eyes, didn't you say that he was ready to confess his love to me? Since I already know that he likes me, and I don't like him, I have to stay away from him and tell him not to waste his time on me. If Su-Yen asks about me again, just tell him that I'm already married. Shin-chi sighed, okay, actually Su-Yen is also pitiful. He has secretly liked you for so long. I thought you also liked Su-Yen and was thinking of matching you up. In fact, Huo Jinghuai is very good. Although I don't have a good impression of him, I can see that he really loves you quite a bit. Chu-Chu, I wish you a happy new life. Thank you, Kiki, for your blessings. Shang-Chu slightly curled the corners of his mouth. After returning to the private room, it was getting late, so the group took the elevator together to the underground parking lot. Shin-chi had a car, so once they found it, they drove off. Meng Guxiao and Mo Yuchuan shared a car, so once they found it, they drove off. Shang-Chu continued to act as the driver, and Huo Jinghuai sat in the passenger seat, watching his wife drive and feeling a sense of sweetness in his heart. Even if he didn't do or say anything, his heart was now filled with happiness. Shang Chu reached out and touched her arm. Ha? What's wrong? Shang Chu glanced at him before continuing to drive. Nothing, I just wanted to call you. Shang Chu blinked, not knowing what the man was thinking. Finally, they arrived home. After parking the car in the parking space, the two got out of the car together. It was already dark. Hua Jinghuai leaned towards the girl and put his arm around her as they entered the house together. Duo was sleeping on the sofa in the living room. When it heard its owner's return, it immediately ran towards them, jumping up and down by Hua Jinghuai's legs and wagging its tail. Shang Chu picked up the dog and stroked its fur. Duo, you're so cute. Shang Chu felt her heart melt. Duo is beautiful, cute, and clingy. At this time, Zhang's mother came over and asked, Jinghuai, Chu, you're back? Have you eaten yet? Zhang's mother, we've eaten already, don't bother. It's been hot lately, so I went out in the afternoon and bought some watermelons. They're very sweet and refreshing. Do you and Chu want some? Xing Chu's eyes lit up a little. I want some. Zhang Ma had a smile on her face. Okay, I'll go break the melon. Hua Jinghuai then took Shang Chu and sat her down on the sofa, letting the dog down, who bounced back and forth in front of the two of them. Hua Jinghuai, Duo, go back to sleep. Duo reluctantly looked at his owner and left the living room on his own. Shang Chu looked at Duo's back and said, Duo is so obedient. Well, Duo has always been very obedient. Hua Jinghuai patted his wife's head. After eating the watermelon, the two took a walk in their garden. It was already completely dark, and the garden was quiet. Shang Chu looked up at her husband, wanting to ask something, but she didn't ask. After walking for 10 minutes, the two returned to the bedroom. Shang Chu took a shower first, and then lay on the bed in her pajamas, looking at the ceiling. A few minutes later, her husband finished showering as well, and slowly walked towards the bed. Hu Jinghuai lifted the quilt and leaned towards Shang Chu, hugging her tightly. Chapter 23, Chu, who is he? My wife is so soft and fragrant. It's so comfortable to sleep holding her. Shang Chu was still a little resistant. She was still not used to a man sleeping so intimately close to her. Don't hug me so tightly, Shang Chu whispered. Hua Jinghuai loosened his grip a little. Is that okay? It's still too tight. Hua Jinghuai loosened his grip some more. Shang Chu lay flat on her back, and the man slept close to her on his side. His head was buried in the hollow of her neck, and she could feel him breathe in and out. It tickles. Hua Jinghuai, can you not put your head here on my neck? Suddenly, she felt something strange on her neck. Hua Jinghuai was actually kissing her neck, and he even increased the pressure as if he was sucking. Hua Jinghuai. Shang Chu was both embarrassed and annoyed. The man slowly moved away from her neck, and as he looked at the skin that was slowly turning red, his eyebrows curved. Why did you kiss my neck? What if it leaves a mark tomorrow? It's the middle of summer and you can't hide it with clothes. Shang Chu's pretty face crumpled up, and she touched her neck with her finger where he had kissed her. Hua Jinghuai grabbed her hand and his eyes sparkled. Honey, if I can't kiss your neck, can I kiss somewhere else? No. Shang Chu looked at him defensively. Seeing that his wife was scared, the man hugged her and said tenderly, Okay, I won't kiss you anymore, go to sleep. Shang Chu turned her back to him, but the man came up to her and pressed himself against her. For a long time, neither of them spoke. Shang Chu heard her husband's breathing even out, so she thought he had fallen asleep. She slowly turned around, but her husband's arms tightened around her. You're still awake? Shang Chu asked in a low voice. Her husband opened his eyes and said, Not yet. It's late, go to sleep. Chu goes to sleep first, and then I'll go to sleep. Can I ask you a question? Chu asked. Shang Chu pursed her lips and looked at the man and asked, A year ago, did you really see me? Of course. The man reached out and tidied the girl's disheveled hair, pinning it behind her ear. How come I don't remember you? There were so many people in the audience, how could you have noticed me? You really fell in love with me at first sight? After Shang Chu finished speaking, she blushed. Hua Jinghuai smiled knowingly. Well, I fell in love with Chu at first sight. Hua Jinghuai slowly lay down flat, and the scene from that day appeared before his eyes. Because my parents had donated a swimming pool and a library to the school, the principal invited my parents to visit the school on the day of the school celebration, but my parents were traveling abroad, so I went instead. I had just sat down in the audience when you slowly appeared. Just from that glance, I knew it was you. Choo Choo, do you know how beautiful that day was? I didn't believe it before, always thinking that was an excuse men made up to justify their infatuation, but since meeting you, I believe there really is such a thing as love at first sight. But if I wasn't pretty, if I had a bloated figure and a face like a wash basin, you wouldn't have fallen in love with me at first sight, would you? Hua Jinghuai was taken aback, then laughed. There are no ifs in the world. Okay, I admit it, I was infatuated with you at first sight. What happened that night? The night I walked into the wrong room. Sheng Chu asked again. That night I heard someone knocking on my door. When I opened the door, it was you, drunk. You just threw yourself at me. When I saw you, I was so happy that I carried you back to bed and wanted you to stay in my room for the night. I never expected you to hug me and kiss me. I was so happy that I let you have sex with me without any control. Afterwards, I was filled with remorse and regret. I wondered why I had not been able to control myself. But when I saw you in my arms, I couldn't resist and we had sex a few more times until the early morning. We fell asleep only when the sky was bright. I originally wanted to woo you slowly, but because of my possessiveness, I made you feel aggrieved that night. So the next day when I woke up, you mentioned marriage. Was it because you had known me for a long time? Since we had already had sex, of course we had to get married, and I couldn't have you. I originally wanted to go find you the next day, create a chance encounter, and woo you slowly. Unfortunately, I had urgent business, and I went on a business trip to Europe for half a month. Every day in Europe, I longed for you, thinking about how I would encounter you after returning home. After returning home, I couldn't wait to call you as soon as I got off the plane, but unfortunately, you didn't want to meet me, and you hung up after just a few words. That night, I returned home with a heavy heart and didn't sleep all night. But you still went to my company the next day, didn't you? Hua Jinghuai gave a faint smile. I didn't expect to just happen to bump into Choo Choo on a blind date. I felt even more downhearted when I learned that you were on a blind date. Since you were on a blind date, why didn't you take a look at me? It was my aunt who arranged it, and I didn't want to go on a blind date at all. I know. Hua Jinghuai put the girl in his arms. Choo Choo, if you weren't pregnant, would you have agreed to marry me so quickly? Hua Jinghuai asked. Shang Chu replied without hesitation, of course not. If she wasn't pregnant, she certainly wouldn't get married so quickly. So I can sleep with Choo Choo now, thanks to the baby in her belly? Hua Jinghuai said. Sort of. Hua Jinghuai laughed softly, then said, even if there wasn't this child, we would have married sooner or later. I would have kept pursuing you until you were willing to be with me. Choo Choo, I can't live without you. Seeing the man's deep eyes, Shang Chu knew that what he said was true. She could tell that Hua Jinghuai really loved her. The man kissed Shang Chu's forehead and said tenderly, it's getting late, wife, go to sleep, good night. Yes, you go to sleep early too, good night. Shang Chu closed her eyes. Sleepiness came over her, and she slowly fell asleep. Hua Jinghuai looked at the sleeping face of the girl, hugged her a little tighter in his arms, and touched the flat abdomen of the girl under the quilt with his big hand. At this moment, he was very grateful to this child, because of him, Choo Choo was sleeping in his arms. Looking at the sleeping face of the girl, he kissed her lips again, and then fell asleep contentedly. Choo Choo, even if there is no child, we will get married anyway, because I can't live without you. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone on the bedside table rang. Hua Jinghuai woke up immediately and brought the phone over, silencing it. It was Choo Choo's phone, and Su Yan was calling. Su Yan. Was the senior that Choo Choo liked? He had once thought that Choo Choo had liked him, and that she had not accepted his marriage proposal because of Su Yan. He had even wanted to get rid of Su Yan by sending him abroad, but now it seemed that Choo Choo had no feelings for him. Why would he call Choo Choo at 3 a.m.? Forget it, I'll talk to her in the morning. Hua Jinghuai continued to hug his wife tightly as they slept. Early morning. Shang Chu slowly woke up and saw Hua Jinghuai sitting on the bed, with a laptop on his lap and his long fingers constantly moving across the keyboard. As soon as she woke up, she saw her husband's handsome face, and Shang Chu couldn't help but stare. Hua Jinghuai seemed to sense that the girl had woken up, and his fingers paused for a moment as he looked towards the bed. The girl was looking at him with wide eyes. You're awake? The man's magnetic voice entered her ears. The girl had just woken up, her voice soft. Do you want to sleep a little longer? The man leaned over her, looking very intimate. I've slept enough. Shang Chu pulled the quilt up to her neck and held onto it tightly. Then get up, wash up, and have breakfast. Shang Chu pushed the man's chest. Then get up first. How can I get up if you're blocking me? Okay. The man slowly got up and sat up straight. Then he handed her his phone. Someone called Su Yan called you a few times in the early hours of last night. I was afraid of waking you, so I set it to silent. Shang Chu took the phone, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, and 3 missed calls appeared on the screen. Last time she learned that Su Yan was preparing to confess to her, and since then, she has deliberately not answered his calls or rejected his invitations. She thought, Su Yan is a smart guy, he should know what she means. He hasn't contacted her for a few days, so why did he suddenly call her last night? Huo Jinghuai looked at the girl with an ambiguous expression on his face. He knew that Su Yan liked Chu Chu, and when Chu Chu was at school, she seemed to have a good impression of him too. He deliberately asked, Su Yan, it seems like a man's name. Chu Chu, who is he? Chapter 24, could it be that he covets his sister? He is my classmate, a year ahead of me in school. Shang Chu stared at the phone and said calmly. Then why did he call you in the middle of the night? I don't know. The man's body suddenly moved closer. Does he like you? Shang Chu blinked and shook her head. Then has Chu Chu ever liked anyone? No. Why are you suddenly asking this? I just want to know if my wife has ever been in love before. The man straightened Shang Chu's bangs in front of her face and pinned them behind her ears. I heard from your friend that you've never had a girlfriend before. You're 29 years old, so how come you've been single for so long? What? You think I'm too old for your wife too? No, I'm just surprised that at 29 years old you've never been in love before. Luckily, I met you, otherwise I would have been alone forever. Huo Jinghuai reached out and put his arms around her waist. The two were close enough to breathe on each other, and even though they had been intimate many times before, Shang Chu's heart still raced. No, you're so good, how could you not get married? Shang Chu whispered. I only like you, I don't want to marry anyone else but you. The man kissed her cheek. Shang Chu reached out to push him away. It's getting late, I'm a little hungry and want to eat breakfast. Okay, let me carry you to wash up. Shang Chu was carried by the man into the bathroom, where he thoughtfully prepared a towel for her and squeezed toothpaste onto it. After washing up and coming out, Huo Jinghuai had been looking at the computer the whole time, and Shang Chu said, Are you very busy at work? Fortunately, my assistant usually handles all this. A few days ago, I gave him half a month's vacation, so I have to deal with the urgent documents. Half a month off? Your company is so good? Chu Chu, do you want to come too? If you want to come, I'll set up a translation department just for you. No, I was just asking. I'm very happy with my current job and don't want to change. Chu Chu can be my secretary. Don't you have a secretary? If I come, Yang will be out of a job. No, if you come and work for me, I'll promote Yang. Shang Chu smiled and said, No, I'm fine working for our small company. Shang Chu went to the cloakroom and casually put on a casual outfit. Huo Jinghuai replied to the document and saw that the girl was also fully dressed. He took her hand and walked downstairs to the living room. Unexpectedly, Huo Wannan was also in the living room. When she heard the movement of the two, she immediately got up. Sister-in-law, why did you guys get up so late? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Huo Wannan directly took Shang Chu's hand. Shang Chu looked at the watch on her wrist and realized it was only 8:30, not too late, right? When did you get here, Wan Wan? Half an hour ago. At this time, a man walked in through the door. He said with surprise, I heard Mo Yuchuan say that you got married, but I didn't believe it. Then I heard Wan Wan say that you did get married, so I wanted to come and take a look. I didn't think it was possible that you, who don't like women, would actually get married. Huo Jinghuai frowned, you came here especially early in the morning just to confirm whether I'm married or not? Yang Mingyu leaned closer to Huo Jinghuai and nodded with a raised lip, I came to see what kind of woman could make you think of getting married. Zhang Ma came out of the kitchen and said, dinner's ready. Huo Wanwan took Shang Chu's arm and said, sister-in-law, I'm hungry. Let's go eat together. Yang Mingyu also said, I didn't have breakfast. Did Zhang Ma prepare any for me? Zhang Ma, yes, of course. The four sat down at the table and had breakfast together. Yang Mingyu smiled and greeted Shang Chu, hello, sister-in-law, my name is Yang Mingyu, I'm a friend of Jinghuai and Wanwan. Shang Chu nodded slightly and said hello. Huo Wanwan said, by the way, my mom called me this morning and said she's already on the plane back to China, and she'll be home at 8 o'clock tonight. Brother, when mom and dad land, go to the airport to pick them up. Huo Jinghuai, Shu and I will be asleep at 8 o'clock, so just ask Zhang to pick them up. Asleep at 8 o'clock? So early? Any objections? No objections, but the reason my parents are in such a hurry to come back is that they want to see my wife. They're so excited, they keep asking what kind of girl has made my son leave the monastery, so they booked a quick flight home. Shang Chu. My in-laws are in such a hurry to come back just to see her? What's so interesting about her? What's there to see about my wife? Even if they come home tonight, please ask them to come see Chu Chu again in the morning. At 8 o'clock, Chu Chu and I will be going to bed. Shang Chu nudged his arm. At 8 o'clock, we won't be asleep yet. If your parents are back, of course we want to meet them. Yes, brother, 8 o'clock is not that late. Chu Chu can't run away, and we can see her the next day just the same. Huo Wanwan, brother, I feel that you have changed a lot since we got married. Right, Mingyu? Yang Mingyu nodded, yes, he has changed. After breakfast, Huo Wannan took Shang Chu by the hand and, looking at her two white, slender arms, said in surprise, Sister-in-law, your arms are bare. There's nothing on them, and you don't even have a wedding ring on your finger. Didn't my brother buy you one? Huo Jinghuai saw that his younger sister was wearing an emerald bracelet on her left arm, a diamond bracelet on her right arm, and an expensive necklace around her neck, while Shang Chu had indeed no jewelry at all. Shang Chu, I've never been used to wearing jewelry. In fact, I have a lot of bracelets and necklaces myself. It's just that my brother didn't buy any for you. My brother is really stingy, the head of the Shangshi group, and he doesn't even buy his wife jewelry. Huo Jinghuai stepped forward, pulled Shang Chu beside him, and spoke softly and gently, I did neglect to get you jewelry. Shang Chu pointed upstairs, I think I saw some jewelry in the cloakroom. I didn't buy those for you, they were prepared by Secretary Yang. You definitely wouldn't like them. Chu, let's go out and buy some jewelry. I don't like jewelry, I have my own, so I don't wear it much. Huo Wannan, sis, you're silly, just take the jewelry your brother bought you. It's only right that your brother buys you jewelry when you get married. But. No buts, let's go, we'll go to the mall together. Huo Wanwan took Shang Chu by the hand and walked out. Huo Jinghuai followed suit. Yang Mingyu followed as well, as Wanwan's birthday was approaching and he wanted to buy her a present. Huo Wanwan sat Shang Chu in the back seat of the car, and Huo Jinghuai glanced in the rearview mirror, not expecting the passenger door to open and Yang Mingyu to get in. Yang Mingyu said, Jinghuai, it's just that I also want to buy some jewelry, so take me with you. Huo Jinghuai narrowed his eyes. Don't you have your own car? Yes, aren't you going to buy jewelry? I'll buy some too, so I can ride with you. You want to use me as a chauffeur? It's just a ride. In the back seat, Huo Wanwan said, Mingyu, who are you buying jewelry for? Do you have a girlfriend? Yang Mingyu's smile faded a little, and he shook his head, how could that be? Then who are you buying the jewelry for? Are you after some girl? Neither. Yang Mingyu sighed, looking at the back and trying hard to suppress the girl's bright smile. Then why are you buying jewelry? To wear yourself. You're actually quite old, and it's about time you got a girlfriend. You see, you and my brother are the same age, and my brother already has a wife, so you should hurry up too. Yang Mingyu lowered his eyes, wanting to say something but unable to. Huo Jinghuai looked at young Mingyu in the passenger seat with slightly wrinkled eyes. He looked a little lost, and then looked at the innocent Huo Wannan in the rearview mirror. An idea came to his mind. This damned Yang Mingyu, could it be that he has his eye on his sister? Chapter 25, we were actually born on the same day of the same year. They arrived at the largest jewelry store in Huicheng, and Huo Wannan dragged Shang Chu to choose jewelry. Sister-in-law, just pick whatever you like, my brother has money. Huo Wanwan pointed to a diamond necklace in the C position of the counter and said, Sister-in-law, what do you think of this one? It's all diamonds and it'll look great with a dress. Shang Chu looked at the sparkling diamonds in the counter and then at the price, which was surprisingly in the 8 digits. It's so extravagant. Shang Chu shook her head. Do you like simple things? Huo Wanwan then led Shang Chu to look at a few more items. Yang Mingyu's eyes fell on Huo Wanwan and he said beside her, Wanwan, which one do you like, I'll buy it for you. Huo Wanwan looked at him with disgust and wondered, why should I let you buy it? I have money to buy it myself. Hua Jinghui glanced at her. Does my sister need someone else to buy her jewelry? Yang Mingyu wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and said sheepishly, Wanwan's birthday is coming up soon, and I want to get her a birthday present. Shang Chu, Wan Nan, is your birthday coming up soon? When is it? It's still early, there's still a week to go, May 20th. 5:20, what a great day. I also think that the homophony of my birthday is I love you. My mother is so good at picking the day to give birth to me. Yang Mingyu leaned over and said, Wan Nan, where are you going to spend your birthday? Book a cruise? Or a restaurant? I'll take care of it. It's just a birthday, so just casually celebrate it. What's the point of booking a cruise or a restaurant? Just invite my best friends and family over for a meal at home. It has to be grand, it's your 25th birthday. Hua Wanwan rolled her eyes. Thanks for reminding me, I'm 25 this year. Hua Wanwan then dragged Shang Chu to look at another display window, and suddenly she saw a very strange-looking but beautiful necklace. The glittering lights made her eyes pop. The salesperson introduced, this set of jewelry is made of diamonds and sapphires, and is matched with the sapphire lotus earrings of the same series, which can reflect the wearer's shoulder and necklines. Do either of you ladies need to try it on? Hua Wanwan pulled Shang Chu in front of her, saying, my sister-in-law, I think this set of jewelry suits her so well. The salesperson smiled and said, then I will take out the jewelry and let this lady try it on. Shang Chu looked at the price and, seeing that it was in the 8 digits, quickly shook her head and refused. Hua Wanwan, sister-in-law, what's the big deal? My family has a dozen of these, and this is just a necklace. Can't my brother afford it? Don't worry about my brother at all. With my brother's financial resources, he could buy out an entire shopping mall with a wave of his hand, without even blinking. Shang Chu was about to be convinced by Hua Wanwan when suddenly a salesperson and a girl walked over. The salesperson took the sapphire and diamond necklace and began to pack it. Hua Wanwan frowned. What are you doing? My sister-in-law hasn't tried it on yet. The other salesperson said, I'm sorry, miss, this necklace was ordered by this lady a few days ago. I'm really sorry, this salesperson is new and didn't know that this necklace had been ordered, so I'm here to introduce it to you. You can take a look at the other models in our store, they are also very beautiful and luxurious. Hua Wanwan was displeased. If this necklace had already been ordered, why was it still on sale? After looking at it for so long, my sister-in-law likes this necklace. The salesperson looked apologetic. I'm very sorry, because of our oversight, we've caused you inconvenience. We don't want this to happen, so why don't you ask this young lady if you can have it, because right now, this necklace belongs to her. Hua Wanwan and Shang Chuzhao looked at the girl next to them. The girl smiled at them, very pretty and cute, with very fair skin and a small tooth showing in her smile. Hua Wanwan decisively greeted her, hello young lady, can we have this necklace? I'll give you another necklace that's even more expensive than this one. You can pick whatever you like. How about I pay for it, young lady? The girl frowned slightly, but this necklace is for my mother. My mother really likes it too. Shang Chu said to Hua Wanwan, since this necklace was given to her mother by this girl, let's not push it. I don't really like this necklace very much either. Hua Wanwan nodded slightly, okay. Suddenly, the girl's attitude changed, if you really like this necklace, I can let you have it. Hua Wanwan was surprised, didn't you give it to your mother? Why would you let us have it? The girl looked at the two of them and smiled, saying, I think your sister-in-law is very pretty, and I'm willing to let her have it. Shang Chu also felt a strange kind of affection for this strange girl. She felt that the girl's smile was especially warm. Shang Chu also smiled and replied, no, it's still not a good idea. You ordered the necklace a long time ago, and it's not good for me to take someone else's beauty. The girl smiled and replied, I can choose another gift for my mother. After all, I think my mother will be very happy with whatever gift her daughter gives her. Hua Wanwan looked at his sister-in-law and then at the young girl. What do you think? Sister-in-law? Shang Chu shook his head, even though the young lady said that, I still can't take someone else's beauty. After all, she ordered it a few days ago, so I'd better choose something else. The girl paused for a moment and said, it's okay, I can really let you have it. My mother will like whatever gift I give her. If I let you have the necklace, you will be very happy too, and then there will be one more happy person in the world, right? Upon hearing this, Shang Chu and Hua Wanwan looked at each other. Hua Wanwan gave her a thumbs up, saying, little sister, you're so considerate. The girl smiled and replied, actually, I'm not usually like this. I have a particularly good impression of this young lady. I don't know why, but I felt a sense of familiarity the first time I saw her, and I hope she'll be happy. Shang Chu looked at her, his eyes sparkling. Me too. I always feel like we've met somewhere before. The girl took out her phone directly. My name is Su Jinjin. Can I add you on WeChat? The girl took out her QR code, and Shang Chu scanned it, adding her on WeChat. I'll add you on WeChat too. Huo Wanwan scanned it too. Huo Jinghuai, who was standing nearby, narrowed his eyes in confusion. Yang Mingyu, how did they exchange WeChat IDs? The girls started chatting and exchanged names. Su Jinshin said, I'm 22 years old. Chu Chu and Wan Wan, how old are you? Huo Wan Wan, I'm 25. Shang Chu, I'm 22 too. Su Jinshin, what month? Shang Chu, October 22nd. Su Jinshin's eyes lit up, and she said incredulously, I was also born on October 22nd. Chu Chu, we were actually born on the same day in the same month of the same year. Shang Chu also felt very surprised. Really? This is the first time I've met a girl born on the same day in the same month as me. Su Jinshin excitedly took out her ID card and said, you can see that I really was born on the same day in the same month as you. Huo Wanwan was astonished. Wow, you guys are so destined. In the end, Su Jinshin insisted on giving the necklace to Shang Chu, who couldn't resist her enthusiasm and accepted her kindness. Su Jinshin bought another luxurious necklace on Shang Chu's recommendation. Both parties bought necklaces and were reluctant to part. Su Jinshin's eyes twinkled. Chu Chu, let's keep in touch on WeChat in the future. Shang Chu nodded, okay. Su Jinshin reluctantly left. I'll go then, see you again some other day. I'll treat you to dinner some other day, bye. After Su Jinshin left, Huo Wanwan looked at her back and said, Jinjin has such a nice personality. If we had met her earlier, we would have definitely been good friends. Shang Chu smiled, it's not too late, we can still become friends. Well, I really like her saying, I'll let you have the necklace, you'll be very happy, and there will be one more happy person in the world. I really think she has a good attitude, she must have a lot of friends. Huo Wanwan nodded in agreement. Chapter 26 Su Yan's Confession. After Su Jinshin left, Yang Mingyu asked, Wan Wan, did you know each other before? Huo Wanwan shook her head, no. No? Then why were you chatting so happily? Because she is very pretty, has a great personality, and is very kind to us. She was the one who originally ordered the necklace for my sister-in-law, but she let me have it, and even offered to give us a necklace instead, saying that it would make the world a happier place with one more happy person. Who wouldn't like a girl like that? I've made friends with her for sure. Shang Chu nodded slightly. She also felt that Su Jinshin was a very nice girl, and she felt a warm feeling towards her. Yang Mingyu raised an eyebrow. Your girlfriendship came on so suddenly. Huo Wanwan didn't say anything, and dragged Shang Chu to go shopping somewhere else. At 2 p.m., the couple returned home. Shang Chu had been shopping all morning, her legs were sore and she was a little sleepy. As soon as she arrived home, she went to the bedroom, and Huo Jinghuai followed closely behind her as he poured a glass of water in the living room. Shang Chu lay directly on the bed, closed her eyes and fell asleep. Just then, the door slowly opened, and Shang Chu opened her eyes to see a familiar figure, and then fell asleep again. Huo Jinghuai walked slowly over, sat down on the bed, looked at the sleeping girl's face, touched her cheek, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. He then fell asleep himself, lying next to her, reaching around her waist and kissing the scent of her hair. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone vibrated, and Huo Jinghuai immediately opened his eyes, got the phone, and turned off the vibration. He saw that it was Shin Qi calling. The girl woke up at this time, and whispered in his arms, who's calling? Huo Jinghuai stroked her face tenderly and said, it's nothing, Chu Chu. Go back to sleep. Shang Chu closed her eyes again and continued to drift off to sleep. After hanging up with Shin Qi, she sent a WeChat message. The phone was still locked, so Huo Jinghuai used Chu Chu's finger to unlock it with her fingerprint. He opened WeChat and found that Shin Qi was still sending messages, including a video. Huo Jinghuai frowned after watching it. Shin Qi had sent. Aha! Chu Chu, why did you hang up on me? What are you doing? Hurry up and watch the show Rising Star. I'll tell you, I was shocked when I saw it. Su Yan actually participated in this show, sang a song on it, and said that the song was for you. Video? I'm so moved. Oh my god, I knew that Su Yan sang well, but I didn't expect him to be so deep. He made a song for you, and sang it on last night's live broadcast. Now the whole world knows that Su Yan likes you. As an outsider, I feel so moved. What on earth are you doing, not replying to messages for half a day? Hua Jinghui slowly clicked on the video and saw Su Yan standing on a stage, playing the piano and singing a song. The words and lines of the song were full of the smell of love. After the song ended, the whole audience screamed and shouted Su Yan together. The host came on stage and said, "Thank you, Su Yan, for such a beautiful song. Just listening to it made me feel like I was strolling on the university campus by myself, and by my side was my first love. It was really beautiful. May I ask Su Yan, is this song your original composition?" Su Yan, dressed in white, is now on stage and nods firmly, "Yes." Host, how was this song made? Su Yan's mouth corners rise slightly. At school, I had a girl I really liked. One day, I strolled with her under the sycamore tree on campus. The breeze blew and lifted her hair. After I got home, I made this song. Host, oh? Is that girl your girlfriend? Su Yan purses his lips and shakes his head, not yet. Host, why haven't you confessed to her yet? Why not take advantage of this opportunity today and confess to her? Say her name. Su Yan blushes and shakes his head, no. Host, still a little shy, then. Does that girl know that you like her? Su Yan shakes his head, I almost confessed to her once, but I missed my chance, and I'd never had the courage to confess again since. Host, if she watches our show today, she'll know you like her, right? Such a beautiful song, such a lyrical song, I wish you success. Mentor, please comment on Su Yan's song, are you satisfied? Mentor seat, Su Yan, today I listened to your song, and I was full of smiles the whole time, because this song reminded me of my girlfriend in college. Just as you wrote in the lyrics, the breeze, the hair, the sycamore tree, the sunset glow, the unrequited love letter, it's exactly the same as what happened to me. The mood of this song is really great. I'll give you 99 points today. I hope you'll be brave and say I love you because I missed my chance. She already had a boyfriend, and that became my regret. I hope you'll confess to her immediately after the show today, so that you won't have any regrets. The host announced loudly, "Congratulations to Su Yan, you have advanced to the top 9. The video ended, and Hua Jinghui's pupils gradually darkened. He knew that Su Yan liked Chu Chu, but he never imagined that he would actually participate in a talent show, where he confessed to Chu Chu both explicitly and implicitly, and even composed a song for her. If Chu Chu saw it, would it not surprise her? No wonder that last night, in the early morning, Su Yan called Chu Chu 3 times in a row, wanting to confess to her? If a man writes a song for a girl and the girl knows about it, she can't just pretend it never happened. If Chu Chu really has feelings for him, will she give up her child and go with him instead of Su Yan? Hua Jinghui searched for Rising Star and found that it was a talent show looking for tomorrow's stars. Any man with talent, good looks and ideals can enter, and Su Yan has been entering for nearly a month and has already made it to the top 9. And in the show, Su Yan is considered good-looking, and he is also creative. The 3 mentors all favor him, and judging from the contestants' abilities, Su Yan advancing to the top 3 is definitely no problem. The investor of this show is Shangshur Entertainment. Isn't this the entertainment company under Shangshur Group? Shangshur Group has many subsidiaries, and Shangshur Entertainment is one of them. What this means is that the big boss behind this show is him. Perhaps he can say hello to the people below, then Su Yan will definitely not be able to stay, but this is unfair to Su Yan, he can't do this. Shang Chu rolled over, put her hand on his waist, and Hua Jinghui looked at the girl greedily. Chu Chu is his wife, and he will never let go of her hand. He loves her and their child. Even if Chu Chu is wavering inside, it must be because he is not good enough. Shang Chu slowly woke up and saw the man holding a tablet in his hands, his face full of worry. What's wrong? Shang Chu said. The man put down the tablet and replaced it with a smile. Chu Chu, you're awake? Well, how long have I slept? I feel like I slept really well. An hour. What are you looking at? Su Yan's participation in the program could not be kept a secret, so he told her the truth. Your phone kept ringing while you were sleeping, so I opened it and read the WeChat message from Shinchi. Su Yan handed the phone to the girl, who looked puzzled. What do you want with me? You'll see. Shang Chu blinked, sat up, opened WeChat, and her eyes gradually grew solemn. After watching the video, Shang Chu glanced at Hua Jinghui and saw that the man was speechless. He actually wrote a song for you. Hua Jinghui spoke slowly. Shang Chu's face was expressionless. I didn't expect it either. He actually participated in a talent show and made it to the top 9. Hua Jinghuai didn't dare to ask, but he wanted to. He said that he liked you, and you used to be in school. Shang Chu quickly waved his hands. We didn't have anything at school, don't get me wrong, I didn't know he wrote a song for me. Hua Jinghuai gradually curled the corners of his mouth. So, Chu, you don't like him? Shang Chu smiled bitterly. Of course I don't like him, in fact, I also knew that soon, he liked me, and as soon as I knew, I immediately kept my distance from him. Hua Jinghuai suddenly put his arm around the girl. I thought you would be very moved by the song he wrote for you, just now I already thought of the worst outcome, I was afraid you wouldn't want me. Chapter 27, You're my type. Shang Chu helplessly said, why would you think that? You're my husband, how could I not want you? Since I agreed to marry you in the first place, I wouldn't abandon you for no reason. This Hua Jinghuai seems like a resentful husband who's about to be abandoned. Come on, she's not that kind of person. How could a man abandon his husband just because he wrote a song for her? Then after watching the show and listening to the song he wrote for you, didn't it stir something inside you? Chu, to be honest, I'm jealous. This man confessed to you on live TV. I just checked the ratings for this show, and they're very high, with nearly 100 million views already. Shang Chu let out a sigh. To be honest, I feel a little strange, but fortunately he didn't reveal my name on the show. I really don't have any feelings for him. There was actually another reason why I agreed to marry you in the first place. What reason? Because, you are my type. After saying this, Shang Chu blushed all the way to her ears. Hua Jinghuai, on the other hand, was full of surprise. Really? Chu, you like me, don't you? Shang Chu shook her head slightly, got up from the bed, and said slowly, actually, I don't know. After all, we haven't known each other for long, and we haven't spent much time together. I've never been in love before, so I don't know what it's like to like someone. Anyway, I just think you look very good, and I don't feel uncomfortable being close to you. In the past, I would reject and resent it if the opposite sex touched me, but I don't feel that way with you. Hua Jinghuai suddenly put his arms around her from behind. The girl's waist was very thin, just the right size to hold in your hands. He leaned his head against her ear and said tenderly, Chu, I will be better to you, so that you will like me sooner. You are already very good. I am not good enough, and my Chu still hasn't fallen for me. Hua Jinghuai knew that if Chu really liked him, it would never be like this. She would rely on him, tease him, and share all kinds of things with him while lying in his arms, but none of that was happening. They were eating, going to work, and going to bed in a routine, not acting like a loving couple. But he was not in a hurry. Chu was already his wife, and there was plenty of time ahead. Chu would definitely fall in love with him. Hua Jinghuai turned the girl's body over, and the two stood face to face, close and intimate. He slowly lowered his head towards the girl's lips. Shang Chu saw the man's lips slowly approaching, and suddenly pushed him away and took a step back, saying unnaturally, I haven't replied to Chi-Chi's message yet. She just sent so many messages, and I need to reply to one. Hua Jinghuai couldn't help wanting to kiss her, but suddenly his arms were empty as Chu escaped. If Chu really liked him, she wouldn't have avoided the kiss. Xin-Shi called on an audio call, and Shang Chu answered, and the two of them started chatting. Xin-Shi said on the other end of the line, You watched the show, didn't you? My goodness, Su Yan is so talented, his song Our Youth is just so beautiful, I've listened to it a few times and I feel so moved. He wrote about you so beautifully, and as a witness to your love, I feel so lucky. Chu, what did you feel when you listened to the song? Shang Chu glanced at Hua Jinghuai. His eyes were full of expectation, as if he was also waiting for her answer. Shang Chu, I don't feel anything. I just think he's quite talented. I didn't realize it before, but he can actually write songs. Xin-Shi, no feelings? How is that possible? A man wrote a song for you, and last night he performed it live, confessing his love for you in front of the whole world. You really don't have any thoughts at all? Really not. Kiki, I'm married now. I know, but you got married not for love, just for the kids. If there were no kids, you definitely wouldn't have married. Hey, at the time I really hoped that you and Su Yan could get together, but I never thought you'd be cut off by your bastard husband. Kiki, my husband is here with me, and everything you say is heard by him. Shang Chu looked at Hua Jinghuai with a smile, and Hua Jinghuai looked unhappy. So what if you heard it? He's still saying the same thing to me. After all, he is my husband. Can you stop calling him an asshole in the future? Xin-Shi said in a strange tone of voice, Oh, you're defending your husband? He is the father of my child, of course I have to take care of him. Okay, I understand, I won't call him an asshole in the future, but Su-Yan's song is really good, I'll listen to it a few more times. I'm hanging up, bye. With that, Shin-Chi hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Hua Jinghui walked towards her. Looking at the stray hair in front of the girl's forehead, he tidied it and pinned it behind her ear, and said tenderly, Chu-Chu, if we hadn't gotten married, hadn't had sex, and hadn't had a child, would you like Su-Yan after seeing what he did to you today? Shang-Chu shook her head, no. Even if you hadn't appeared, I wouldn't like him. Su-Yan and I have known each other for 2 years, and I've never felt anything for him. You've only been around for a month, and we're already married. Besides, there's no such thing as if. Hua Jinghui was finally at peace, and he took Shang-Chu into his arms and gently stroked her head. Hua Jinghui took Shang-Chu downstairs for a walk. It was already 3:30. Zhang Ma came out of the kitchen, beaming, and said, Shang-Chu, are you hungry? I made some egg tarts. Do you want some? Yes, please. Shang-Chu followed Zhang Ma into the kitchen. She saw Zhang Ma and Lin Lin busily working in the kitchen. Zhang Ma said as she took out the egg tarts, Chu-Chu, try them. When you're pregnant, your tastes change a bit. If there's anything you want to eat, just let me know. Thanks, Zhang Ma, the egg tarts are delicious. Shang-Chu ate too and casually asked, Zhang Ma, why are you starting to cook so early? Zhang Ma, Madam and the others are coming back for dinner tonight. Chu-Chu, this is your first time meeting your in-laws, so I naturally want to cook a nice meal for you. Well, I'll help too. How can I let you help? You just sit there, Lin Lin, and I will be fine. Okay. Shang-Chu rolled her eyes, took another egg tart out of the kitchen, and walked towards Hua Jinghui, who was sitting on the sofa. Hua Jinghui was looking at some website, all in English, and Shang-Chu glanced at it. It was about a collaboration project. Shang-Chu placed the egg tart near his mouth and said playfully, Do you want to eat the egg tart? It's so sweet and delicious. Of course I want it, it's from my wife. Hua Jinghui opened his mouth and Shang-Chu fed it to him. Tasty, isn't it? Shang-Chu waited expectantly for his feedback. Hua Jinghui nodded and looked at the girl and said, It's sweet. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Shang-Chu's phone rang. She opened it and saw that Su-Yan had sent her a message. Shang-Chu slowly got up, opened WeChat, and Su-Yan sent 2 more messages. Su-Yan, Chu-Chu, I called you last night, but you didn't answer. Su-Yan, are you there, Chu-Chu? Su-Yan, I want to tell you something, do you have time to meet? Shang-Chu walked to the garden and sat on the bench to reply to the messages. Senior, are you participating in Rising Star? Su-Yan, you saw it? Shang-Chu, Shin-Chi sent me your video. At first I thought it looked like you, but then I saw your name and was sure it was you. Su-Yan, did you listen to the song? Shang-Chu, I did. You're quite talented. I didn't know you could write songs. You're amazing to have made it to the top 9. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Su-Yan is calling. Shang-Chu pursed her lips. Some things had to be resolved. Avoiding them forever was not the answer. Shang-Chu slid her screen open and answered the call. Chu-Chu. Su-Yan's voice was extremely gentle. Shang-Chu, congratulations, you've made it to the top 9 of Rising Stars. I watched your performance, you're really quite good. Su-Yan paused, Chu-Chu, the song Our Youth is from me to you. During the show, I said I had a favorite girl, and that girl is you. Shang-Chu closed her eyes. Ah, it was written for me? I was really quite surprised that you actually wrote a song for me, but I'm sorry, Senior, I already have a boyfriend. You have a boyfriend? When did this happen? How is that possible? Su-Yan's questioning voice sounded. It's true, if you don't believe me, you can ask Shin-Chi. Senior, you really are very talented, and you wrote a very good song. With your talent, you will definitely be able to get good results on Star of Tomorrow. Senior, I still have something to do, so I'll hang up first. Shang-Chu hung up the phone and let out a heavy breath. She looked up and saw Hua Jinghui standing not far away, walking towards her. Chapter 28, Don't Kiss. Shang-Chu took the initiative to explain, that was Su-Yan calling. Hua Jinghui took her hand and sat down next to her. He confessed to you? Shang-Chu nodded slightly and then said, but I refused, telling him that I have a boyfriend. I heard that. Hua Jinghui reached out and gently placed the girl's head on his shoulder. Shang-Chu remembered what had just happened in the kitchen and slowly said, just now, I went to the kitchen and Mrs. Zhang said that your mother is coming home for dinner tonight. I'm quite nervous, it's the first time I'm meeting my mother-in-law. Don't be nervous, my mother has a very good personality, she will like you very much, and after they eat tonight, they will go back to their own home. Don't they live here? Don't they have a bedroom at home? They hardly ever stay here. After dinner, they let driver Zhang take them back. It's usually 8 o'clock when they get home, and dinner will probably be finished by 9 or 10. Should I let them stay here? We'll see. Choo-choo, I still want to spend time with you. Hua Jinghuai's voice was full of endearment and temptation, and Shang Chu's face blushed uncontrollably. After a few minutes, Hua Jinghuai took the girl for a stroll in the garden. It's a little hot. Choo-choo, come with me to the swimming pool in the backyard. I want to go for a swim. Shang Chu's eyes flashed. Hua Jinghuai has a great figure. If he goes swimming, he'll just be wearing swimming trunks, and his figure will be on full display. Then let's go watch him swim. Okay, but I don't swim. I'll watch you. Okay. Swimming pool. Shang Chu arrived at the swimming pool, took off her shoes, sat on the edge, and put her 2 little feet in the water. The water was cool and comfortable. Hua Jinghuai changed into his swimming trunks, wrapped a towel around his waist, and walked out. He saw Shang Chu sitting on the edge of the pool, her feet poking around in the water, which was very cute. Hua Jinghuai knelt down next to her and said gently, "Do you want to go for a swim?" Shang Chu shook her head. "I looked it up online, and I can't swim in the early stages of pregnancy. I'll go first, then." Hua Jinghuai handed Shang Chu the towel and slowly got into the water. Shang Chu saw the man's body, which was comparable to that of a male model, with visible abdominal and pectoral muscles, and long legs that were in perfect proportion. The man swam a few laps, then swam towards her. Suddenly he emerged from the water, splashing water and wetting her long legs. The man stood in the water and touched her little feet. "Choo-choo, you're so cute," said Hua Jinghuai, kissing her feet in the water. Shang Chu was stunned and tried to pull back her foot, but Hua Jinghuai held it tightly. "Choo-choo, are you shy?" Hua Jinghuai, who was wet, stood in the water, his chest and abdominal muscles faintly visible, which seemed to add a few more points of charm. "What are you doing? Don't you mind getting dirty?" Shang Chu's face turned red. "How could you mind getting dirty with your wife's feet?" Hua Jinghuai kissed her feet again. The cool touch made Shang Chu feel itchy. "That's enough." "Not enough, I can't get enough of kissing my own wife." "Hua Jinghuai, let go of me." Shang Chu's face was as red as an apple, and Hua Jinghuai really wanted to pull his wife into the water and kiss her on the lips. "Okay, I won't kiss you anymore, I'll wait until tonight." Hua Jinghuai gave her a smile and let go of her feet. Shang Chu immediately got up and looked at him with a defensive expression. Hua Jinghuai swam a few more laps, got out of the pool, and walked towards Shang Chu on the bench. Seeing the man coming towards her again, Shang Chu got up on guard. "What are you doing?" Hua Jinghuai gave a wicked smile. "What can I do?" "I'll get the towel, dear." Shang Chu was embarrassed and handed him the towel. Hua Jinghuai dried himself with the towel, and said, "I'm going to take a shower and change in the bathroom. Do you want to come with me, dear?" "No, I'll go look in the garden over there." Shang Chu turned around and ran, afraid that the man would hug her again. Hua Jinghuai watched the girl escape and revealed a meaningful, long-sounding smile. A few hours later, Shang Chu went to the study to find Hua Jinghuai. He was busy working and smiled when he saw his wife come in and asked her, "What's wrong, Choo-choo?" "Why, it's 7 o'clock, you should go to the airport to pick up Mom." Hua Jinghuai looked at his watch and saw that it was already 7 o'clock. The two of them walked downstairs together, and Hua Jinghuai said, "Choo-choo, you just wait for me at home." As soon as the words left his mouth, he heard a sound. "Mom, was Switzerland fun?" It was Hua Wan-nan's voice. "It was okay, the scenery there was very beautiful, next time you should let Mingyu go with you." "Strange, why should young Mingyu go with me, I can go by myself." Yang Mingyu laughed and said, "Auntie is afraid that it's dangerous abroad. After all, it's been such a long journey in the past. If Wan wants to go, I'll go with you to protect you." A few people walked into the living room, Hua Wan, Yang Mingyu, a woman dressed very elaborately, and a middle-aged man. Hua Jinghuai immediately took Shang Chu's hand. It was their parents who had returned. Have they returned early? It seems so. Several people met, and Hua Jinghuai greeted them expressionlessly. "Dad, Mom, why are you back early?" Didn't you get off the plane at 8 o'clock? Suya saw the pretty girl next to her son and her eyes lit up as she walked over, pushed her son aside, took the girl's hand, and said tenderly, "You must be Chu-Chu? You're so pretty." Shang-Chu nodded slightly and called out, "Hello, Auntie." Huo Wanwan came forward and corrected, "Sister-in-law, since you're married to my brother, you should call me mom just like him." Suya, "Yes, Chu-Chu, call me mother." Shang-Chu blushed and called out, "Mom." Suya was overjoyed, "Hey." Suya then took out a red envelope and handed it to her, "Chu-Chu, take it, it's a change of address fee from your mother." Shang-Chu glanced at Hua Jinghuai, meaning to ask him if he could take it, and Hua Jinghuai nodded. "Thank you, Mom." Shang-Chu accepted the red envelope. Hua Qianzong took a few steps closer and said to Shang-Chu, "Daughter-in-law, you still haven't called me that." Shang-Chu sweetly called out again, "Dad." Hua Qianzong was overjoyed and handed Shang-Chu a thick red envelope. Shang-Chu sweetly said, "Thank you, Dad." Hua Qianzong patted Hua Jinghuai on the shoulder and gave him a strange look. Suya took Shang-Chu and sat her down on the sofa, her heart and eyes full of special satisfaction for her. "Chu-Chu, you're pregnant, aren't you?" Suya looked at her daughter-in-law and her heart melted. She liked her daughter-in-law so much, she was beautiful, her voice was so gentle, and she was good-looking in every way. Shang-Chu nodded. "Jinghuai kept his relationship with you a secret, and instead of telling me and your father, you secretly got engaged and then suddenly got married and had a child. My first thought was that I didn't believe it. In fact, I was in a daze the whole time I was on the plane back. I was afraid that Jinghuai was lying to me, and it wasn't until I saw you that I believed that Jinghuai was really married." Huo Wanwan also agreed, "Mom, I understand how you feel. I was also unsure until I saw your sister-in-law with my own eyes." "That's great." Suya's eyes seemed to sparkle with tears. "Not only is Jinghuai married, he also has a child, and I'm going to be a grandmother too." "Huo Wanwan, Mom, why are you crying?" Suya wiped her eyes with a tissue. "I'm moved to tears with joy. I was afraid that your brother would end up alone. He was over 30 and had never been in a relationship. We were worried about him, but no matter how we urged him, he wouldn't listen. I got tired of urging him, and I never thought that after I gave up, he would get married. Huo Wanwan, my brother hadn't met the right person yet. It wasn't like he met your sister-in-law and immediately married her." Hua Qianzong, who was standing nearby, looked at his daughter-in-law with a satisfied expression on his face. He patted Hua Jinghuai on the shoulder and said to him, "Jinghuai, you finally settled down. Remember, you have to be a good husband in the future. You have to understand her, respect her, love her, and work hard to build your little family." Hua Jinghuai nodded emphatically, "Dad, I will." Chapter 29, He Dares to Bully You. Suya tightly grabbed Shang-Chu's hand and said, "Chu-Chu, thank you for liking Jinghuai and thank you for agreeing to marry him. In the future, if he dares to bully you, just punch him and cry. He is most afraid of girls crying. You can also tell me, and I will definitely stand by your side." "Thank you, Mom, Jinghuai will never bully me." Shang-Chu beamed, looking at her mother-in-law. She was so nice and her heart relaxed. "That's right, my daughter-in-law is so pretty and gentle, he definitely won't let her go. Oh yes, I bought some special products when I was traveling in Switzerland, I'll share some with you." Suya said to Hua Wannan next to her, "Wannan, go to the car and get those boxes of food from the boot, I'll share them with everyone." Hua Wannan nodded and went to the door to get the things. Yang Mingyu followed her. When they arrived at the car park, Hua Wannan stared at him, "Why are you still following me? You should go home." Yang Mingyu felt a little hurt. "His aunt said that I can stay at your brother's house for dinner, and I can take you home after dinner." "Well, okay, after all, you picked up my parents from the airport, but I don't need you to take me home, I'll go back by myself." Hua Wanwan opened the suitcase and took out a few boxes, which looked like cheese and chocolate. Yang Mingyu looked at Hua Wanwan's slender back, with a few strands of hair falling down. He reached out to touch her, but the girl turned around and said, "What are you doing? You look so dazed. Get the things." Yang Mingyu took a few boxes and followed Hua Wanwan into the living room. Suya distributed the souvenirs she had brought back, chocolate and cheese. As soon as she finished distributing the souvenirs, Zhang's mother called for dinner. The meal was harmonious. After dinner, a man in a suit came in, handed a document to Hua Qianzong, and then left. Hua Wannan was surprised. "Dad, why did Lawyer Chen come just now? Haven't you stopped taking care of company matters a long time ago?" Hua Qianzong sat on the sofa and said seriously, "Chu-Chu, come here." Shang Chu looked puzzled, but walked over. Huo Qianzong took the document and said, "This is a share transfer document. On my way home, I asked my lawyer to draft a share transfer document to transfer 5% of my shares to Chu Chu as a wedding gift." Shang Chu was flattered and kept shaking her head. "Dad, this is too valuable, I can't accept it." Huo Wanwan took her arm and said, "Sister-in-law, please accept it. This is a gift from your father, and you are now the eldest daughter-in-law of our Hua family. You are pregnant with our first grandchild. You deserve it." Shang Chu shook her head, "But the Shangshur Group shares are too valuable. As a leading group in China, not to mention owning 5% of the shares, even if you have 0.1% of the shares, you can eat and drink without worry for the rest of your life." Suya got up and took her hand. "Shares are just cold, hard numbers, but you are our daughter-in-law, Jinghuai's wife. It's just a measly 5% of the shares, so just take it." Huo Jinghuai came over and put his arm around the girl's shoulders. "Chu Chu, it's a token of our love, so just take it, okay?" Shang Chu could not refuse such a generous offer, so she had to nod and accept. Huo Qianzong said, "Jinghuai, you have a daughter-in-law now, and you have a family. In the future, you should put your daughter-in-law first and love each other with Chu Chu." Suya also reminded him, "Yes, Chu Chu is pregnant now, so you can't bully her. If Chu Chu and the baby in her stomach suffer any injustice, I won't let you go." Huo Jinghuai nodded repeatedly, "Dad, Mom, I'll let driver Zhang take you home. It's getting late, so hurry back and rest." Suya and Huo Qianzong had been on a plane for more than 10 hours and were indeed tired. If it weren't for wanting to see their daughter-in-law, they would have gone home to rest long ago. "Okay, we'll go back then." Huo Qianzong took Suya's hand and was about to go out the door. "Shang Chu, Mom and Dad, why don't you stay here tonight?" Suya, "No, we won't disturb you too. You're newlyweds, and Jinghuai won't be happy if we two old folks stay." Shang Chu blushed. Once outside, Suya took Shang Chu's hand and reminded her, "If there's anything you want to eat, let Zhangma cook it for you. If there's anywhere you want to go, let Jinghuai take you there. Someday, let Jinghuai take you to our old house. The cook there makes delicious food too." "Okay, Mom." Shang Chu nodded. Suya then touched Shang Chu's flat stomach. It was amazing that there was actually a life growing inside. "Chu Chu, I haven't asked yet, how many weeks pregnant are you?" Shang Chu counted the time, it was about 5 weeks. "That means we will meet in 35 weeks, little baby, I am your grandma, I like you very much." Huo Jinghuai put his hand on his forehead, "Chu Chu is only 5 weeks pregnant, there is not even a fetal heartbeat, her body is as small as a seed, how can she hear you?" Huo Jinghuai said, "Mom, you and Dad should go, it's already late." Suya looked at the time, it was already past 10 o'clock, it was time to go home and rest. "Chu Chu, I'll be going then, Jinghuai, take Chu Chu to the old house in a few days." "I know, hurry home and rest." Huo Jinghuai couldn't wait to open the car door and let the two old people get in. Suya suddenly pulled Yang Mingyu aside to speak, their voices were very low, only the two of them could hear. "Mingyu, let me ask you, do you like my daughter?" Yang Mingyu froze, glanced at Huo Wannan in the light, and felt a little guilty. "My aunt, I really do." "If you like Wannan, go after her quickly. In fact, I have long seen that you like my Wannan." "Auntie. Wannan doesn't like men who dawdle." "Mom, what are you talking about with Mingyu? Aren't you leaving soon?" Huo Wannan called out. Suya glanced at young Mingyu and then got into the car. Driver Zhang drove Suya and Huo Qianzong home. Yang Mingyu reacted and also sent Huo Wanwan home. After watching them leave, Huo Jinghuai embraced Shang Chu and returned to the bedroom. In the Maserati car, Huo Wanwan slumped in her seat and stared at him listlessly, saying, "Just now, my mother pulled you over alone and said something to you, didn't she?" Yang Mingyu glanced at the girl and said, looking straight ahead, "Nothing much." "How is that possible? My mom gave you that look, she must have said something to you. Why didn't you tell me?" "She did say something to me." "Huh? What?" "She said I'm quite good, I can be his son-in-law." Huo Wanwan suddenly sat up. "What? How could my mom say something like that?" "Yang Mingyu, do you want a slap?" Yang Mingyu quickly apologized, "I'm just joking, don't take it seriously." "Wanwan, actually I don't want to hear it. I'm exhausted. Usually I'm asleep by 10:30. I'm so tired. Yang Mingyu, wake me up when we get home, I'm going to take a nap." The girl closed her eyes, and soon she was really asleep. When they arrived at the girl's single-family villa, she still showed no signs of waking up. Yang Mingyu unbuckled his seatbelt and looked closely at the sleeping girl's face. Her skin was as translucent as a blown bubble, and there was a rosy flush on either side of her cheeks. She was so peaceful and beautiful when she slept, with her long, curled eyelashes. Every night, she was truly beautiful. Yang Mingyu seemed to be bewitched by something, and with his eyes closed, he kissed her on the lips. It was only for a second, but the soft touch swept over his entire body. He didn't dare linger on her lips, and left after just 2 seconds. His heart was pounding like thunder. It was his first kiss. Yang Mingyu got out of the car carefully, picked the girl up gently, carried her back to her bedroom, and gently laid her on the bed. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes and, seeing the man close at hand, Wanwan pushed him away in horror. Chapter 30, he kissed her secretly. Yang Mingyu, what are you doing? Wanwan stood up and glared at the man angrily. Yang Mingyu explained, I saw that you were sleeping soundly, and after calling you a few times and not being able to wake you up, I carried you back to the bedroom. Who told you to carry me? Wanwan was both ashamed and annoyed. Sleeping in the car would be uncomfortable, so I carried you. Wanwan, don't be angry, I didn't do anything to you. I just secretly kissed you. Wanwan looked at him defensively. Just now, when she opened her eyes, she clearly saw Yang Mingyu staring at her with a lewd smile. Could it be that she had misunderstood him? Thank you for carrying me back. It's getting late, so you should hurry home. Yang Mingyu pursed his lips and looked at her. It's too late. Can I stay at your place for the night? It is indeed late, so you need to hurry back. Yang Mingyu lowered his eyes. His plan to stay the night had failed. He said with disappointment, then you go to bed early. I'm going back. Be careful on your way back. Good night. Yang Mingyu left in a dejected state. Wanwan leaned over the windowsill and watched Yang Mingyu slowly walk out of her living room. The man suddenly looked up at the girl's room and happened to meet her eyes. Wanwan waved her hand and said, Go back quickly, be careful, good night. Yang Mingyu's eyes lit up. Wanwan. Why was she spying on him from the windowsill? Was she worried about him? Go back quickly, it's very late, Wanwan said. If it's so late, can't I stay the night? Yang Mingyu asked, looking at him hopefully. Well, it's not impossible. You can sleep downstairs. Wanwan closed the window and drew the curtains. Yang Mingyu ran back excitedly. When he arrived at the bedroom on the first floor, Wanwan had let him stay the night. Did that mean she also felt something for him? Wanwan didn't think so. She thought that Yang Mingyu had stayed the night before, and it didn't matter if he stayed again. Shengshi Heio Mansion. Shengshu had just finished showering and came out of the bedroom. The man was already sitting on the bed, reading a book. When he saw his wife come out of the shower, he put the book on the bedside table and looked at her with a smile. Chu, it's late, you must be tired, right? Huo Jinghuai put his arms around the girl's waist and pulled her onto the bed. I am a little tired. Shengshu lay down, and Huo Jinghuai pulled her into his arms. Let's go to sleep then. Huo Jinghuai stroked the girl's hair, and the fragrance kept entering his nostrils, making him a little infatuated. Why, do you think Mom and Dad like me? Sheng Chu asked worriedly. Of course they like you, can't you feel it? They are very open-minded, as long as I like it, they will like it too, and besides, Chu, you are very pleasing to the eye, otherwise why would I have fallen in love with you at first sight? The man looked at her with deep affection, and his lips slowly moved closer to hers. Sheng Chu's slender fingers blocked his lips. Why did Dad give me shares? He has a lot of shares, just take them. Shares in Shengshi Group are very valuable, and he just gave them to me so easily. You are part of the Huo family if you marry me, so there is a reason to give you shares. In fact, Chu, I want to give you everything I have, my property, real estate, shares, and funds. You are my wife, we are husband and wife, inseparable. Huo Jinghuai took her hand away, linked his fingers with hers, and slowly brought his lips closer. Sheng Chu closed her eyes. I'm sleepy. Honey, let me kiss you. Huo Jinghuai leaned towards her. No, I'm sleepy. I want to sleep. Sheng Chu rolled over, her back facing him, but her face still wearing a smile. Huo Jinghuai could only kiss the nape of his wife's neck with her back facing him. Sheng Chu felt it tickle and she shrunk her neck. Huo Jinghuai, I'm really sleepy. The girl's voice raised a decibel, and in his ears, it was all the sound of a spoiled child. Good night, honey. I'm not teasing you anymore. Huo Jinghui did indeed quiet down, and he stopped moving his hands and feet. His wife in his arms fell asleep in 2 minutes, and the sound of her long, slow breathing came slowly. Huo Jinghui, who was intimately connected to her body, closed his eyes. The next day, a weekday, Shang Chu got up, washed up, and had breakfast with Huo Jinghui. While eating breakfast, Shang Chu noticed that the house was empty, and she remembered that the fluffy dog Duo Duo, which usually played in the living room, was gone. She asked, "Why, where's Duo Duo?" Huo Jinghui replied, "Lin Lin took Duo Duo and Tuan Tuan back to the old house this morning." Shang Chu was a little disappointed. "Oh. Do you miss them? I can ask Mom to send them back." "No need to do that yet. Mom just got back from her trip and must really miss them. Let them keep her company for a bit longer." Although Huo Jinghui's wife said that, the look of disappointment on her face didn't seem fake. Chu Chu really liked Duo Duo quite a bit. "Then how about this, after work today, let's go to the pet shop and buy a puppy." Shang Chu thought about it for a moment, shook her head, and said, "Forget it. When I miss him, just take me back to the old house." Huo Jinghui lowered his eyes and thought about it. He thought about going to the pet market later to look for a dog and buying it back to give to Chu Chu. After all, Duo Duo was the mother's dog, and having one at home is always different. After dinner, Huo Jinghui sent Shang Chu to the company. Shang Chu waved goodbye to him and turned around to go upstairs. Huo Jinghui went to the pet market and spent an hour looking, finally finding a yellow dog. He took the dog to the office and asked his secretary to look after it. Shang Chu had 2 days off at the weekend. After working hard all morning, he finally finished the work that had piled up. After finishing his work, Shang Chu slumped in his chair. Wenwen went to get some water and passed by her workstation. She said, "Do you want some coffee? I'll bring you a cup." "Thanks, Wenwen, but I don't drink coffee. I'll just have some hot water." "Okay." Wenwen took her cup and poured her a cup of hot water. Sitting at her workstation, Wenwen was still busy working, talking to her. "I didn't expect that there would be so much work to do after I miss 2 days of work. I'll be busy for at least 2 hours before I can finish." Shang Chu volunteered, "Wenwen, I'll help you with some of it." "Send it over." Wenwen was moved to tears. "Shang Chu, you're so kind. I'll send it to you right away." "You're welcome." Shang Chu looked up words in the dictionary while translating the document. Wenwen spoke to her again, "Chu Chu, I feel like you've changed." "How?" Wenwen looked at her carefully. "I can't put it into words. It's not your appearance that's changed, but some of your feelings. You don't move the way you used to, and you don't stretch your legs at your workstation when you're tired anymore. You've become a lady." "Shang Chu. Let's have lunch together at noon. There's a barbecue restaurant downstairs that I love. Chu Chu, I'll treat you. Thank you for helping me with the work." Amy, next to her, Wenwen, "Didn't you say you wanted to lose weight? How can you eat barbecue if you want to lose weight?" Wenwen, "I'll start losing weight tomorrow, not today." Amy laughs, "Ha ha ha, I think the more you lose weight, the fatter you get. I can see you go from 110 pounds to the current 125 pounds. Wenwen seems to have been struck by lightning. "I can't believe it, I'm actually 125 pounds. Amy, Chu Chu, how come you're so skinny?" Amy, "I've been controlling my diet, not eating at night, it's hard to be hungry. I've managed to stay at 102 pounds, but it's worth it." Chu Chu, "What about you?" Chu Chu, "I don't control my diet, I eat what I want." Wenwen, "I envy Chu Chu so much. At 174 centimeters tall, she weighs only 98 pounds and can eat whatever she wants." Ding ding ding. The alarm clock in the office went off at 12 o'clock. Wenwen immediately stood up, grabbed her bag, and said, "Finally, it's lunchtime. I'm starving. Amy and Chu Chu, let's go downstairs and have some barbecue." Amy waved her hand and said, "I'm not going. I brought whole wheat bread." Shang Chu looked helpless, but Wenwen took her hand and they went to the elevator. "Wenwen, let me treat you," Shang Chu said. Wenwen refused, "Then how can I say it's my treat?" Shang Chu wanted to say something else, but paused and didn't say it. When they arrived at the barbecue restaurant on the first floor, the waiter arranged 2 seats. Wenwen ordered 2 glasses of juice first. Shengchu smelled the smell of barbecue coming from the next table and felt sick to her stomach. She covered her mouth and stood up to go to the washroom. When she reached the sink, Shengchu retched several times. Wenwen ran over, patted her back, and worriedly asked, "Chu, what's wrong?" Chapter 31, Dear, I miss you. Wenwen handed her a tissue, and Shengchu wiped her face. "I'm fine, I'm just sensitive to certain smells these days." "I'm sorry, Wenwen, I can't eat the barbecue with you." Wenwen looked distressed. "Your face is white, are you sick or just tired from work?" "It's nothing, I just can't stand the smell of barbecue." "If it's that bad, we won't eat it, let's go, we'll eat something else." "You eat Wenwen, didn't you want to eat barbecue?" "But you can't eat it." "I said I'd buy you lunch, otherwise let's go eat noodles?" Shengchu nodded, and Wenwen dragged her next door to eat noodles. They ordered 2 bowls of noodles, and the two sat on stools waiting. Wenwen looked at Shengchu's stomach thoughtfully. And in the morning, Amy brought some apricots, which everyone said were sour. They were thrown away after just one bite, but Shengchu said they were delicious. Combining these 2 points, she had reason to suspect that Shengchu might be pregnant. With a flat stomach and no extra fat, it didn't look like she was pregnant. And Shengchu was single, didn't even have a boyfriend, let alone a husband, so how could she be pregnant? Shengchu felt that Wenwen was acting strange, so she asked her, "Wenwen, what's with you? What are you thinking?" Wenwen asked carefully, "Shengchu, I think you're acting strange." "What's strange about it?" "You feel like throwing up when you smell barbecue, you like sour things, it sounds like you're pregnant, just like my sister-in-law when she was pregnant." Wenwen waved her hands and laughed, saying, "I'm just joking, don't take it seriously, you're still single, how could you be pregnant?" Shengchu blinked, "What if I was pregnant?" "No way, you don't even have a boyfriend, how could you be pregnant? Maybe it's the summer, you're irritable and the smell bothers you." Shengchu and Wenwen have always had a good relationship. In fact, Shengchu really wants to tell her that she is pregnant, but Wenwen has a big mouth, and if she finds out, everyone in the company will know within a minute. For the time being, Shengchu doesn't want to tell her colleagues that she is pregnant. She just smiled and let it slide. The noodles came up, and Shengchu didn't feel like eating. She took a few bites and gave up. Wenwen, on the other hand, finished the whole bowl. "Shengchu, do you not like this noodles? Why did you only eat a few bites?" "It's not that I don't like it, I just don't feel like eating." "I really envy you, you only need a few bites to fill up, unlike me, I always have an appetite, I never feel like eating." After eating the noodles, Wenwen bought a cup of milk tea to drink while cuddling it. Shengchu didn't want any, so she didn't buy any. The two of them went back to the office together. The office was quiet. All the colleagues had gone to take their lunch break, so Shengchu and Wenwen went back to their desks, pulled their chairs close together and covered themselves with the quilts to take a nap. Shengchu couldn't sleep, so she just stared at the ceiling with her eyes open. After a while, she closed her eyes and squinted for a while. She didn't know how long it had been when she heard soft footsteps approaching her. She opened her eyes and saw her boss, Tang Yiwa, put a bottle of milk on her desk. Shengchu closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. Tang Yiwa just looked at her for a minute before walking away quietly. Shengchu looked at the milk thoughtfully. She knew that Tang Yiwa liked her. Once, when she went to the office to find the boss, she heard Tang Yiwa and Jack talking at the door. Jack told him to confess to her quickly, and Shengchu deliberately kept her distance after she knew about it. Regarding the delivery of milk, Tang Yiwa sends it to the staff every day, which is nothing to avoid suspicion about, but every time Tang Yiwa personally delivers it to her desk, while other colleagues go to the office to get it themselves. Because of this, colleagues have also teased them about it. A few days ago, Tang Yiwa met Hua Jinghuai and learned that he was her boyfriend. Why didn't he give up? Shengchu sat up and saw more than 10 WeChat messages. Xin Shi had sent a few, Hua Jinghuai had sent a few, and Su Jinjin had also sent her a message. She replied to each one, and clicked on Hua Jinghuai's first. Hua Jinghuai asked her if she had missed him, and that he had missed her a lot. What did she eat for lunch? He would pick her up after work and give her a surprise. Shengchu replied with a smile, "I haven't thought about you. I had noodles for lunch." Hua Jinghuai, T to the power of T. My wife doesn't miss me, but I miss her, crying ing. Shengchu. I imagined the scene of a 1.9 meter tall man acting cute, it was simply unbearable to watch. She clicked on Xin Shi's WeChat profile picture, and she posted that the song Su Yen wrote for her had gone viral, with over 40 million plays on Kugo Music. The song was trending on Weibo at number 9, Our Youthful Days. Shang Chu sent back a smiley face. Shin Chi, what expression is that? Shang Chu, what expression do you think I should have? Shin Chi, hey, Su Yen, I've known you for more than 2 years and liked you but never confessed. Now you're a married woman, it's too late to regret it. Shang Chu, I never had any feelings for him, and no matter when he confessed, I would never have said yes, let alone wavered. Shin Chi, I don't believe it. How could you not be shaken when a man wrote a song for you and confessed his love to you on live TV in front of the whole world? Shang Chu, I did feel a strange sensation in my heart, but I definitely wasn't shaken. Shin Chi, okay, your heart is so hard that nothing can move you. Shang Chu clicked on Su Jinjin's WeChat. She had posted a photo with a caption. Su Jinjin, picture, Chu Chu, this is my mother, wearing the jewelry you chose, don't you think it looks good? She's so happy. Shang Chu clicked on the picture, which showed a woman in a cheongsam that showed off her good figure. Judging from her expression, she seemed like a very kind woman, and she looked to be in her 30s or early 40s. For some reason, Shang Chu felt that this aunt looked very familiar. Shang Chu, Auntie is so pretty, is she your mother? Su Jinjin, I just told my mother that you praised her, she was so happy. Shang Chu, Auntie really has a lot of charisma. Su Jinjin, thank you for your praise, my mother said she would invite you to dinner at my house someday. Shang Chu, okay, if there's a chance. Hua Jinghuai sent another message. When she clicked to open it, he said, honey, I've started work. I'll be off in 3 hours and come pick you up. Shang Chu, hurry up and go to work, I've got to get busy too. Hui Jinghuai. Shang Chu was smiling with her phone in her hand when Wenwen came up from behind her at some point and asked, Chu, what are you smiling at with your phone? Shang Chu put away her phone and said, nothing. Are you in love? You look so happy. Shang Chu nodded. Wenwen was shocked and moved closer, what? You're really in love? Yes, I'm in love. When? I'm your best friend, and you're in love and you didn't tell me. It didn't last long. Who is he? What does he do? How old is he? The boss walked out and said loudly, Wenwen, what are you doing during work hours? Is your work done? Wenwen rolled her eyes and said, I know. I'll get back to work. Before leaving, she said to her, Chu Chu, let's chat after work. 2 minutes later, Wenwen suddenly turned to her and asked, Chu Chu, your boyfriend couldn't be the boss, could he? Shang Chu smiled helplessly, why would it be him? Wenwen let out a sigh of relief and patted her chest, I'm glad it's not him. But the boss has always liked you, and if he finds out you have a boyfriend, he'll be really sad, won't he? Within half an hour, her colleagues congratulated her one after the other, saying that she had a boyfriend. Shang Chu looked at Wenwen and said, you said it? Wenwen returned an embarrassed smile. There were not many colleagues in the office, so she went to get a drink of water and went to the bathroom. She told everyone she saw that Shu Shu had a boyfriend, and now everyone was congratulating her. Shang Chu was also very helpless. Tang Yuo was the only one sitting in the office, as if he had lost his soul. Chapter 32, I have a surprise for you. Jack patted him on the shoulder and said, I've told you to confess to her, but you kept putting it off. Now it's too late to regret it, isn't it? Tang Yuo glanced at him and said, I'm already hurt, so don't add to my pain. Having a boyfriend is not the same as being married. In fact, you could confess to her and tell her how you feel. Tang Yuo shook his head and said, forget it, why should I add to her troubles? This is not adding to her troubles, but expressing the feelings you have for her. Since she has a boyfriend, I won't say anything, unless she breaks up with him one day. Jack laughed, you kid. It was time to go home. As his colleagues left the office one after the other, Shang Chu also gathered her things and finished work. She took the elevator to the first floor. As soon as the elevator opened, Shang Chu saw Hua Jinghuai at the entrance. He smiled and reached out to her, and Shang Chu also reached out to him with a smile and shook his hand. Hua Jinghuai took her hand and held it tightly. Why are you waiting for me at the entrance? I wanted to see you earlier. Shang Chu looked up at his gaze. The man's eyes were sparkling, and he made no secret of his longing for her. As they got into the car, Hua Jinghuai fastened her seatbelt and stole a kiss on her cheek. After the kiss, he sat up straight and stepped on the accelerator. Shang Chu was at her wits' end. The car pulled up to a stop at a traffic light. Next to it was a shopping mall, and the screen was displaying a poster for the show Rising Stars. The fifth contestant in the top 9 was Su Yen. Shang Chu looked at it a few more times and noticed that there had been a lot of publicity about the show Rising Star in the past few days. It seemed that the show was very popular. Then, the big screen changed to Su Yan's solo performance. He was dressed in white and, under the gorgeous lighting, slowly sang "We Are Young." As soon as he started singing, the people passing by looked up at the big screen. Shang Chu had already watched this video. Su Yan looked good, his singing was melodious and pleasant, and the melody was also good. It sounded like a song that would become popular. In terms of looks, he is among the best in the other 8 finalists, and in terms of talent, the song has already had over 100 million views so far. He has talent and good looks, so Su Yan will probably become a bit famous. Huo Jinghui frowned and looked at Shang Chu's expression. She didn't have any expression. "Chu Chu, I have a surprise for you." Huo Jinghui tried to distract her. Shang Chu did look at him and asked, "What surprise?" "You'll know when we get home." "Still playing hard to get?" "I promise you'll like it." "Why don't you guess?" Shang Chu thought about it for a while, shook her head, and said, "I can't guess." "Give me a hint." Huo Jinghui reached out and took the girl's hand, prompting her, "It's fluffy." "Fluffy?" Shang Chu still shook her head. "I can't guess." "Ah, why? Just tell me." "If I tell you, you won't be surprised when you see it." "I'm keeping the suspense." Shang Chu shook off the man's hand. "If you won't tell me, I won't let you hold my hand." Huo Jinghui gave a meaningful smile, and Shang Chu acted coquettishly, really cute and adorable. Shang Chu received a voice message from Shang Chi. She opened it and listened. "Ah! Shang Chu, I got the tickets. Live tickets for tomorrow's Star, and there are 2 of them. The live broadcast is on Friday, you'll come with me." Huo Jinghui slowly frowned. Shang Chu replied in a voice message, "How did you get tickets to tomorrow's Star?" "I just randomly submitted an application, and I didn't expect to be selected." "Chu Chu, do you know how lucky I am? There were hundreds of thousands of applicants, and only 500 viewers per episode, and I was selected. It's pretty lucky, but I don't want to go." "Why?" "You know how many people want to go but can't. I finally managed to get 2 tickets. I'm telling you for the first time and sharing it with you, and I hope you'll go with me." "Why don't you want to go?" "Shang Chu, I'm not interested in going." "How can you not be interested? We went to concerts before, and you were pretty happy, weren't you? How can you not be interested? Is it because your husband doesn't let you go? Has he found out that Su Yan likes you and wrote a song for you? Chu Chu, just go with me. You're my best friend, and we've known each other for more than 10 years. Shang Chu glanced at Huo Jinghui, who was wearing a faint smile. Huo Jinghui said, "Chu Chu, if you want to go, just go. I'll respect your decision. I think it's going to be pretty noisy there, and the broadcast will last at least 2 hours, but Kiki has invited me like this, so it's not good to refuse. Chu Chu, you can go if you want, don't worry. If you decide to go, I'll accompany you. Can you get tickets?" Huo Jinghui smiled. "Of course, this show is hosted by Shangshur Entertainment, and I am the majority shareholder of Shangshur Entertainment." "Oh," Shang Chu nodded, "Shangshur Entertainment, Shangshur Group, it's obvious. Huai is really amazing, he is also involved in the entertainment industry. I want to go, but don't get me wrong, I want to go and it has nothing to do with Su Yan. I've never liked him." Huo Jinghui nodded and then said, "Then I'll arrange 3 tickets in the best seats." "Well, thank you, Huai." "Silly wife, what are you thanking your husband for? If you really want to thank me, just give me a kiss." Shang Chu lowered her head with a smile at the corner of her mouth. When they arrived at Shangshur Houting, the 2 got out of the car and went home together. Shang Chu was in Huo Jinghui's arms, and she looked up and asked, "You said you had a surprise for me at home. Can't you tell me now that we're home?" "You'll find out later." Huo Jinghui led Shang Chu into the living room. Just then, Huo Jinghui saw the little dog on the sofa and bent down to pick it up. Shang Chu's eyes lit up, and she leaned closer to Huo Jinghui, her smile hidden, her face full of surprise. Huo Jinghui handed the puppy to her, and Shang Chu hugged it into her arms, her heart melting. "After Duo left, I saw that you were very disappointed, so I went to the pet shop and chose this dog. This dog is only 2 months old and of the same breed as Duo. From now on, this dog will be ours." Shang Chu was overjoyed. "Does it have a name?" "No, Chu Chu, you name it. He is soft, cute, and good-looking, with snow-white fur." How about calling him Snowball? Okay, he will be called Snowball from now on. Shang Chu's heart melted, and she couldn't bear to let go of the puppy. Snowball, Snowball, you will be called Snowball from now on, so you must remember your name. She was looking at him, and he was looking at her. Seeing that his wife was so happy, he knew that buying a puppy was really the right thing to do. At that moment, a strange girl came in from outside. The girl was a little plump and looked to be in her early 20s. Shang Chu was a little confused about who she was, so Hu Jinghuai said, "She is the nanny I hired for Xu Eqiu. She will take care of Xu Eqiu from now on." Shang Chu nodded. The girl smiled and said, "Hello, madam. My name is Xiaofang." Shang Chu returned a smile and said, "Hello, Xiaofang. You don't have to call me madam in the future. You can call me Chu Chu or Shang Chu." Xiaofang nodded, "Okay, then I'll call you Sister Chu Chu." "That's fine. Sister Chu Chu, Snowball should be fed. I'll carry him downstairs to feed him, and I'll carry him back here after he's finished eating." Shang Chu handed Snowball to Xiaofang, who took him and carried him off to feed him. Shang Chu looked at the girl's back and casually asked, "Why, how much are you paying Xiaofang to take care of Snowball?" 30,000. Hu Jinghuai just posted a job advertisement for a dog sitter today. The requirements were that the person had to live in the house, and the salary was 30,000. There were many applicants, and the secretary Yang Lan finally chose Fong. Shang Chu's eyes widened. 30,000. A dog sitter gets 30,000 a month? She only makes a little over 20,000 a month. Chapter 33, Why, you look very good. Hu Jinghuai held his wife's surprised face and asked, "Why are you so surprised? Xiaofang's salary is so high. I was in a hurry to hire someone, and it's a live-in nanny, so the price is a bit higher. 30,000 is too much, I only make a little over 20,000 a month. Is the money not enough? I'll transfer it to you right away." Hu Jinghuai took out his phone. Shang Chu shook his head, "The money is enough, I'm just a bit surprised." As soon as he finished speaking, Shang Chu's phone rang. "Alipay has arrived at 1,314,520 yuan. Shang Chu was both surprised and happy. "I said it was enough, why did you still transfer money to me? And so much too." Hu Jinghuai put his arms around the girl, saying, "Not much, as long as you're happy, my dear." How could she not be happy after receiving so much money? More than 1,000,000 yuan. How could you just transfer it with a few clicks of your fingers? Shang Chu looked up at the man, her eyes curving up like a crescent moon. "This money is nothing, and besides, all my assets are our joint property. As long as it makes my wife happy, it doesn't matter if I spend a few 100,000,000, let alone just 1,000,000. A few days later. Time flew and it was Friday again. Shang Chu woke up early, but there was no longer any sign of Hu Jinghuai beside her. She lay flat on her back and looked at the ceiling, not wanting to get up. Recently, her body had been feeling weak and lethargic, and she would fall asleep at work, on the way home in the car, and even when Hu Jinghuai was chatting with her in the evening. She had also been craving sour foods lately: lemons, sour apricots, sour plums, the sourer the better. It's still morning, and she already wants to eat something sour. She remembers that when she was at home, her mother used to pickle sour cucumbers, and she really wants to eat some. She picks up her phone and calls her mother directly, saying good morning and telling her that she wants to eat some sour cucumbers. Liang Jia says that she will send some to her company later, as she has some business there at noon. After hanging up the phone, it's not early anymore, and Shang Chu has to get up, wash up, and eat breakfast before going to work. While brushing her teeth, Shang Chu feels extremely uncomfortable and retches a few times. Hu Jinghuai happened to be back in the bedroom. He heard the sound of the sink and quickly ran over to see Chu Chu lying on the sink, retching. "Chu Chu, what's wrong?" Hu Jinghuai patted her back, worried. Shang Chu had nothing in her stomach, just a few dry retches, and she shook her head weakly. "Why did you suddenly throw up? Are you very uncomfortable?" Hu Jinghuai put her in his arms and wiped her mouth. "In fact, I've thrown up at noon these past few days." "Why didn't you tell me? Was it really bad?" "Chu Chu, why didn't you tell your husband about something so serious?" "Chu Chu, let's go to the hospital first." Hu Jinghuai was worried. Chu Chu had been suffering from morning sickness for a few days, but she didn't even tell him. "It's not serious. I'll be sick for 2 minutes before lunch, and then I'll feel fine. Besides, I looked it up online, and it's normal to have morning sickness at this stage, and it's mild. I didn't tell you about this little thing." Hua Jinghuai suddenly said very seriously, Chu, when it comes to you, nothing is ever a small matter. Let's have breakfast and go to the hospital. I know you're worried about me, but I really am fine. I haven't thrown up that much, so there's no need to go to the hospital. Why, don't worry, I wouldn't joke about the baby in my belly. Hua Jinghuai patted the girl's head and said helplessly, well, if you feel uncomfortable at any time, just let me know. If you're at work, just call me anytime. Chu, I'm your husband. I know. Shang Chu smiled, her eyebrows curved, and she reached out to hug Hua Jinghuai's waist, inhaling the unique scent of his body and instantly feeling at ease. Hua Jinghuai tightened his arms around her waist, overjoyed, as Chu took the initiative to hug him for the first time. Shang Chu let go of his arms, gently pushed him away, and touched her stomach. I'm a little hungry, I want breakfast. Well, Zhang Ma has already prepared breakfast, so you change and we'll go downstairs together. Zhang Ma has made seafood porridge. Shang Chu is hungry and eats 2 bowls of porridge before she puts down the bowl. Hua Jinghuai looks at her with a face full of affection and reaches out to remove the rice grains from her mouth. Are you full? Hua Jinghuai asks her. Very full, the seafood porridge is delicious. It's delicious, let Zhang Ma make it again next time. Shang Chu nods, puts her hands together to support her chin, and smiles at the man. Chu, why are you looking at me like that? The man asked her while eating his congee. Shang Chu looked around, and seeing that no one was around, she whispered, you look good. Hua Jinghuai froze for 2 seconds, then reached out and grabbed her wrist. He was a little excited. Chu, you think I look good? Shang Chu looked at the man's affectionate expression and couldn't hold back. She had only said that he looked good, and Hua Jinghuai had already reacted like that. It seems that he can't stand sweet words. Well, what are you so surprised about? You're so outstanding, you must have been praised a lot growing up, and there must have been many girls chasing after you. I didn't notice. Shang Chu smiled as she looked down. She had also been praised a lot growing up. When she was little, the aunties in the neighborhood would praise her for being good at her studies and smart. When she was in junior high school, some boys confessed their love for her, and there were even more in high school and university. She rejected them all. Hua Jinghuai's family background is so good, and he is also tall and handsome. There must be a lot of girls chasing after him. When he was in school, he was probably considered cool, and many girls must have had a crush on him. Are you full? It's getting late, and we should go to work. Shang Chu shifted her attention. Hua Jinghuai would not let her shift, and continued the conversation from before. Chu, you said I look good, but where? I was just saying that. Hua Jinghuai sat directly next to the girl, reached out and put his arm around her. He didn't believe her. Just now, when you looked at me, your eyes were glowing. Shang Chu had no choice but to say, your nose is very straight, your eyes are bright, your eyebrows are cool, your lips are sexy, and your whole face is sharply defined. That's why I said you look very good. Since I look so good, does that mean you're attracted to me? Shang Chu looked at the man's face and winked, then nodded. Hua Jinghuai's mouth curled up. So, do you want to kiss your husband's sexy lips? Shang Chu suddenly stood up. It was getting late, and she was going to be late for work. Hua Jinghuai couldn't help but laugh, tidied up a bit, and took the girl out the door. Chu, you were just shy, weren't you? There's also Zhang Ma and Xiaofang at home, and it's not good for us to hug and cuddle. Why be constrained in your own home? Besides, we're in the living room, they generally won't approach. That's not good either. What if they see me and I'm embarrassed? So Chu is shy. Don't worry, Chu. I already told them that when we are in the living room, they should avoid us as much as possible. Shang Chu. In the car. Why, lately I've been craving sour food. I called my mom this morning and told her I wanted to eat the pickled cucumbers she made. She said she would bring them to my office at lunch. Why don't we go back to my mother-in-law's house now to get them, so she doesn't have to make a trip? No need. Mom said she'll be in the neighborhood at lunch and can drop off the pickled cucumbers on her way to my office. Chu, do you want some sour plum drink? After work, let's go to the old house. Mom is very good at making sour plum drink, and it's hot, so a cold glass of sour plum drink would be very refreshing. Shang Chu was about to nod, but then said, but tonight we're going to the set of Rising Star, we won't have time to go home, will we? We'll have time. The live broadcast starts at 8 p.m., so if we finish work at 5 p.m., we can go to the old house for dinner and still have time to watch the broadcast. As you wish. Okay, I'll come pick you up after work and take you to the old mansion. Chapter 34. He covered her with a blanket after she fell asleep accidentally. At 10 a.m., Shangchu finished her work and slouched at her desk. Her body felt limp, and her eyelids began to fight. Shangchu closed her eyes and fell asleep. Tang Yue saw Shangchu asleep through the glass window in the office, so she took a blanket and walked towards her, gently covering her with it. Her colleagues all watched this scene and smiled meaningfully. Amy and Wenwen were about to speak, but Tang Yue shook her head to indicate silence. Shangchu slept for 10 minutes before she was woken by her phone ringing. She sat up dazedly, and the blanket on her body slipped off. She answered the phone first. It was her mother calling. After the call was connected, Liang Jia's voice came through. "Baby, mommy's coming." "Mom, are you downstairs?" "I'll come pick you up." "I'm already in the elevator, I'll be there soon." "So soon?" "I'll be right there." Shangchu hung up the phone and stood up. Wenwen next to her looked like she was enjoying the show. "Chu-Chu, where are you going?" "My mom is here, I'm going to pick her up." Shangchu said and left. Shangchu had just reached the elevator, and the elevator arrived at her floor. The door opened with a ding, and Liang Jia was holding a bag in her hand, smiling at her. "Chu-Chu." "Mom." Liang Jia looked at her daughter, reached out and touched her face, a look of worry on her face. "You've lost weight." Shangchu pouted. "Mom, I've been throwing up a lot lately, but strangely enough, I don't throw up when I eat breakfast or dinner." "My dear, you've been through a lot. This is just the beginning. Here, I brought you some pickled cucumbers, take them home and eat them slowly. If there's anything else you want to eat, just let me know. You've lost weight since I last saw you a week ago. How can someone who's pregnant still lose weight? Maybe it's because I eat less at lunch, but I eat a lot at night." Liang Jia touched her daughter's face and asked, "Is Jing Hui treating you well?" "He treats me very well, Mom, don't worry. Oh, by the way, his parents are back from their trip and said they'll visit us on Sunday." Liang Jia nods. "Well, meet his parents and discuss your situation. Although you already got married without telling either of your parents, I'm going to scold you for bringing this up. You did such a big thing behind their backs, and your father is still sulking at home." Shangchu's face falls. "Is Dad still angry with me?" "He is angry with you for getting married without telling him." "What's so big about getting married?" "Mom, you have to persuade Dad more at home." "It's no use me trying to persuade him. You should go home more often to see him. When your father found out you were pregnant, he got even angrier, saying it was wrong to get pregnant so soon after getting married, and that you should go to Huaihua to investigate the situation. Then I persuaded him that he was going to be a grandfather soon, and asked him to calm down. Your father didn't get so angry after that, and he was worried about your health. Look at these pickled cucumbers, I pickled them with him." Shangchu lowered her eyes. That was her father, he obviously cared about her, but the words that came out of his mouth were always harsh. At that moment, Tang Yue walked up from afar. He was smiling, polite, and called out from afar, "Auntie, you're here. Why don't you come in and sit down?" Liang Jia waved his hand. "It's Boss Tang. I just brought something for Chu-Chu. I'll leave after I give it to her." Tang Yue looked at the bag in Shangchu's hand and said, "It's so hot outside, why don't you come inside the company and have a glass of water?" "No, I have to go, my driver is waiting for me downstairs." "Thank you for your kindness and for taking care of my Chu-Chu." "You're welcome, Auntie." Tang Yue was full of smiles. "Chu-Chu, I'm leaving, come home anytime, call me sometimes." Liang Jia pressed the elevator button and walked in. "Mom, be careful when you go home, and call me when you get there." Shangchu waved at her. "I know, you hurry back to work." The elevator door closed, and Shangchu turned to go back to the office. Tang Yue said, "Chu-Chu, let me carry your things for you." "No, this is very light, I can carry it." "Auntie is really young, I can't tell that you're almost 50 years old. She takes good care of herself." "Chu-Chu, you seem to have very strange tastes these days. Wenwen told me that you like sour food very much and that you've been throwing up a lot lately. Is your stomach not feeling well? If you don't feel well, you must go to the hospital. If you don't go to the doctor for a minor illness, it will turn into a major one." Shangchu knew that Tang Yue had always liked her, and in order to make him give up sooner, she decided to tell him that she was married. With a smile on her face, Shangchu said casually, "Actually, I'm pregnant, which is why my appetite has changed so much." I've been craving sour foods lately, so my mother made me some pickled cucumbers and brought them here especially for me. Tang Yuo was struck like by lightning, frozen in place for a few seconds, before he caught up with the girl and asked incredulously, "Pregnant? You're pregnant?" Shang Chu nodded slightly. "Actually, my husband and I have already registered our marriage. I didn't tell my colleagues because I was afraid they would make fun of me and badger my husband about it. So I just told them that my husband is my boyfriend." Shang Chu then went into the office, leaving Tang Yuhua standing there. He had originally thought that Shang Chu had just got a boyfriend, but he never expected that she was already married and pregnant. Now, he should completely give up and never wait for her to break up with him. Shang Chu returned to the office with a bag. Wen ran over and said, "Chu Chu, where were you just now? Even the boss followed you out." Shang Chu shook the bag in her hand and said, "My mother sent me some food." "Pickled cucumbers? Why do you like eating strange things these days? What's strange about pickled cucumbers?" "Okay, they're not strange. They're quite good with kanji." "Where is the boss?" "He went out with you, why hasn't he come back yet?" Wen looked at the door but couldn't see him. "I don't know, maybe he's got something on." Shang Chu sat at his workstation, looking unconcerned. Amy came over and said with a wicked smile, "You fell asleep just now, and the boss even gave you a blanket. Be honest, is the boss your secret boyfriend?" Shang Chu shook his head vigorously, "Of course not. If he's not your boyfriend, why would he give you a blanket? And it's during work hours. Usually, if we fool around, the boss will scold us, but why did he give you a blanket? If there's nothing between you, I won't believe it." Wen also said, "Yes, Chu Chu, confess." Shang Chu was at her wits' end and explained, "Maybe the air conditioning in the office was low, and he was afraid I would catch a cold, so he gave me a blanket." "You're all thinking too much. I haven't even met my boss in private a few times, let alone have any relationship with him. Don't speculate in the future, if my boyfriend finds out, he'll be jealous." "Really?" Amy and Wen expressed doubt. "Really, my boyfriend is very jealous and cares about me a lot. If he finds out that you are gossiping about me with other men, he will be jealous." Amy whispered, "Wen and I can see that the boss really likes you." Wen nodded. "Don't talk nonsense. You all work in the same place and see each other all the time. Even if there was something between us before, I already have a boyfriend. Amy, Wen, please don't mention this again in the future, okay? It would be embarrassing." Amy and Wen agreed, nodded, and promised not to mention this matter again in the future. They then chatted for a while before returning to their workstations. Shang Chu folded the blanket and took it into the office. There was only Jack in the office. Tang Yuhua had not yet returned. Shang Chu put the blanket down and was about to leave when Jack said, "Chu Chu, can I ask you a personal question?" Chapter 35. Hua Jinghuai, why did you marry without telling me? "What is it?" Shang Chu paused and looked at Jack. "Do you know that Tang likes you?" Shang Chu opened her mouth, not knowing how to reply. Jack continued, "Although you already have a boyfriend, I still want you to know that Tang likes you. I have known Tang for 7 or 8 years, and I don't want him to keep this liking of yours buried in his heart forever. I don't want him to have any regrets. In fact, from the first day you joined our company, Lao Tang had a good impression of you. Later, during the long period of work, he became certain of his feelings for you. I asked him to confess his love to you more than once, but he was like a closed book and never did. Some time ago, I finally persuaded him to confess his love to you as soon as possible. It was hard for him to get the idea to confess his love to you, but suddenly you had a boyfriend." I saw Lao Tang's disappointed expression in an instant. After that, he was depressed for several days and drank every night. I was with him all the time. Shang Chu looked expressionless. "Why are you telling me this?" "I didn't want him to have any regrets, and I wanted you to know that there was once a very good person who liked you. I also told him that you could confess to him even if you had a boyfriend. After all, not everyone has to be reciprocated in order to confess, but he said he didn't want to add to your troubles." Shang Chu paused, "But you still spoke for him. If I didn't speak for him, you would never have known that he liked you, and then this feeling would have disappeared. In fact, Chu Chu, I don't mean anything else. I just want you to know that he likes you, that's all." "I understand. I'll get back to work." Shang Chu lowered her eyes. "It didn't affect you, did it?" Jack asked as he watched her back. "No." Shang Chu finished speaking, turned around, opened the office door, and went out, returning to her workstation. At this time, Tang Yihua just came in from outside, glanced at her, and entered the office. Jack walked over to him with a smile on his face, and they spoke for a while. Tang Yihua's face suddenly looked strange, and he asked Jack angrily. Jack then closed the curtains, so they couldn't see what was going on in the office. One said, Amy, Chu, it looks like the two bosses are arguing. Amy said, isn't it normal for them to argue? One nodded, yes. Shang Chu was looking at the computer, but her mind wasn't there. I bet Jack just told Tang Yihua what he said to him, and then Tang Yihua got angry with him. After all, she and Tang Yihua didn't pick it up, so they wouldn't be embarrassed when they met in the future. Otherwise, she might have to change jobs. She quite likes this job, with short working hours, frequent holidays, 20 days of annual leave for everyone, and the boss organizing trips. Sometimes people from other companies come looking for translators to accompany them, and she can make quite a bit of extra money. In the Shangshur Group office, Hu Jinghuai is working when suddenly the door is pushed open from the outside and a woman appears in front of him, her face full of despondency and questioning. Hu Jinghuai, are you married? Hu Jinghuai slowly looked up and looked at her. His expressionless aura made the office seem several degrees cooler. He didn't say anything, but Yi Nanchi felt a dangerous aura. Yi Nanchi was not afraid at all, but continued to question, why did you suddenly get married? Didn't you say you didn't want a girlfriend? I was only away on business for a month, and you married someone else's woman. Where do you put me? Yi Nanjing, the wealthy daughter of the Yi Group from Huicheng, has liked Hu Jinghuai since high school and has confessed her love to him many times, all of which he has coldly rejected. Yi Nanjing is determined to win Hu Jinghuai. After all, Hu Jinghuai is so outstanding, and apart from her, who else is worthy of him? She thought that if she was sincere and patient, she could make Hu Jinghuai fall in love with her, but she was wrong. For 7 years, Hu Jinghuai had never even looked at her. Secretary Yan Lan walked in anxiously and said, I'm sorry, President, I couldn't stop Miss Yi. Hu Jinghuai waved his hand to indicate that she should leave. Yang Lan left and then closed the door behind her. Hu Jinghuai's face showed no expression. Miss Yi, what's your business with my marriage? Who are you to question me? Yi Nanjing was about to cry. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she felt so aggrieved. You said you didn't want a girlfriend, you said you didn't want to get married, so why did you secretly get married while I was on a business trip? Jinghuai, don't you know that I've liked you for 7 years? It's your business if you like me, I've never responded to you. How can you be so heartless? I gave up being a rich girl and came to your company to be a small supervisor. Do you know how tired I am every day? I did all this for you, just hoping that when you plan to get married, you will consider me first, but you. Yi Nanchi was so aggrieved that she shed 2 tears. When others see such a beautiful woman in tears, they must feel pity for her, but Hu Jinghuai just felt annoyed. If you're tired, you can quit. I didn't ask you to apply for a job at my company in the first place. On the contrary, when she told him gleefully that she was going to work at Shangshur, he looked worried, annoyed by her nagging. If it weren't for President Yi, who said he would give him face and let his daughter stay, Yi Nanjing would never have been able to get the job. Since she simply went to work at Shangshur and never bothered him, he just ignored her and pretended she didn't exist. Jinghuai, how can you say such a heartless thing? What kind of woman is she that she can captivate you like this? I was only away on a business trip for a month and you got married. Yi Nanshi. Don't talk about my wife. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving your father face. Yi Nanchi smiled bitterly, your wife. Yi Nanchi left Shangshur Group with her bag, returned to the Maserati, and sat in the driver's seat for a long time crying. Finally, she slowly calmed down. She couldn't cry, she was the daughter of the Yi Group, why should she cry? She, Yi Nanchi, had never lacked for anything since she was young, and no matter what she set her eyes on, she could get it in the end. But the man she liked was actually snatched by another woman. She wanted to see what kind of woman Hu Jinghuai really liked and could outshine her. She took out her phone and called a private detective to help her find out who Jinghuai's wife was and why he married her. This obsession of 7 years was not going to let her go. No matter what, Hu Jinghuai could only be hers. An hour later, the private investigator sent Yi Nanji Shang Chu's information, and Yi Nanji paid the private investigator a large sum of money and opened Shang Chu's information. Name, Shang Chu. Age, 22 years old. Birthday, October 22nd. Graduated from Huicheng University, now working in a translation company. Both parents have retired, and there is an older brother and a younger brother at home. Her brother inherited the small company left by her father and is now the chairman of Jiaming Company. Yi Nanqi looked at Shang Chu's photo with a solemn expression, because Shang Chu was indeed very beautiful. Even though she was also very good-looking and beautiful, she admitted that Shang Chu was no match for her in terms of appearance and figure. Yi Nanqi searched Baidu for Jiaming Company, and she sneered. This small company, which has not yet gone public, is not even worthy of holding her family's shoes. And her family, Yi, she is an only child, and will inherit the Yi group in the future, but Shang Chu? She has an older brother and a younger brother, and the company will have nothing to do with her. Shang Chu, how can someone like you compete with me? Yi Nanjin's eyes flashed with a strange light. Chapter 36, Why is she here? Shang Chu ate the pickled cucumbers that Liang Jia had brought her at lunch. Strangely, she didn't feel any morning sickness at all. Hua Jinghuai sent her a message to ask how her lunch was and if she was thinking about him. Shang Chu smiled and chatted with him for a while. Soon, her colleagues started their lunch break. Shang Chu pulled the curtains and turned off the lights, then lay down to take a nap. At this time, Wenwen next to her asked her in a low voice, Shu Chu, where are you going to play this weekend? Shang Chu thought for a moment, I haven't decided yet. Wenwen, do you have a place to go? Wenwen, I want to get a tattoo, do my nails, and then go on a trip to the next city. You're so cool, what are you getting tattooed? Maybe a flower. Shu Chu, do you want to do it together? I'll pass. Shang Chu refused, where can you get a tattoo when you're pregnant? Actually, I've always wanted to get a tattoo, but I was afraid of the pain. Then I consulted someone and they said I could get an anesthetic. Well, I'll see after the tattoo is done. Amy, Wenwen, I also want to get a tattoo. Let's go together. Wenwen, great, after work. It was soon time to go off duty, so Shang Chu packed her things and left work. Hua Jinghuai had been waiting for her outside for a long time. In the car. It's the first time I'm going to the old house, let's buy some gifts for my parents, said Shang Chu. Hua Jinghuai, they don't lack anything, so there's no need to buy anything. But as a daughter-in-law, it's not good to go to my in-law's house empty-handed for the first time, is it? There's nothing wrong with it, and you're not going alone, aren't you going to be accompanied by me and the baby? Shang Chu touched her flat stomach, but why, let's buy some things anyway. Okay, let's go buy some gifts. They passed by the mall, got out of the car, and picked out gifts, skincare products for the mother-in-law and high-quality tea for the father-in-law. In the end, Hua Jinghuai paid the bill. Shang Chu was a little displeased. Hua Jinghuai, why did you pay the bill? I should be the one to pay. Hua Jinghuai carried the bags, put an arm around her waist, and said, we're husband and wife. Everything I have is yours. It doesn't matter who pays the bill. The car arrived at the old mansion, and Suya and Hua Qianzong were already waiting at the door. The car came to a stop, and Shang Chu opened the door and got out. Suya grabbed her hand and said, Chu Chu, you're finally here. Mom. Shang Chu greeted her with a smile, and then called out to Hua Qianzong, Dad. Hua Qianzong nodded and said, let's go inside. Suya said, yes, Chu Chu, I heard that you like sour things these days, so I made my famous sour plum soup. Hua Jinghuai followed behind, carrying several bags in his hands. Hua Qianzong looked at him strangely and asked, Jinghuai, what is this? Hua Jinghuai replied, this is a gift from Chu Chu to you. Hua Qianzong said, really? I told you that my son was carrying things when he came home, but it turns out that my daughter-in-law bought them for us. Jinghuai, you have lived separately from us for 10 years, and every time you come home, you come empty-handed. Hua Jinghuai, you don't lack anything, so why do you need me to buy it for you? Hua Qianzong rolled his eyes. How can what he bought himself compare to what his children gave him? Having 2 sons is useless. My family is still better. Every time I go home, they buy me and your mother things. You and Xiuhua have never brought me or your mother a gift. Suya, exactly. The only good thing Jinghuai did was find me such a good daughter-in-law. Hua Qianzong, that's about it. Hui Jinghuai. He is being disliked. In the past, my parents praised him and said that he was smart, but now that they have a daughter-in-law, they dislike him. The maid Wang Ma brought over some sour plum soup. Suya took it and handed it to Shang Chu, saying, Chu Chu, try some. I also like sour plum soup when I was pregnant with Jinghuai, and I also like sour things. Thank you, Mom. Shang Chu took the sour plum soup and took a sip. It was delicious and refreshing, so she gulped it down. Chu Chu, how does it taste? Suya asked. It's delicious. Mom, you're amazing. Can you teach me how to make plum juice? Of course I can, but you're pregnant now, so don't do it. I'll teach Jinghuai, and he can make it for you. Huo Jinghuai took a sip and felt only sourness in his cheeks. It turned out that after becoming pregnant, Chu Chu liked this taste. His heart instantly ached a little more. Chu Chu is doing everything for him now, not only suffering from morning sickness, but also developing an odd taste in her mouth. He has to love Chu Chu even more. Shang Chu asked Suya, Mom, where's Duo Duo? I don't see him. Suya said, Lin Lin took him to the doctor's for a checkup, he'll be back in a little while. Shang Chu nodded, although the family already had Shuecho, she still missed Duo Duo. The meal was served and the family was about to eat when they suddenly heard a woman's voice. Auntie, I've come to visit you. The woman had delicate makeup on, was wearing a form-fitting red long dress that showed off her slender figure, her long slightly curled hair hanging behind her, and she was slowly walking towards them in high heels. Huo Jinghuai's eyes narrowed. Why is this woman here? He then looked at his wife. Suya stood up with a smile, welcoming Yi Nanjin. It's Nanjin who's here. Yi Nanjin glanced at the woman sitting next to Huo Jinghuai at the table, then smiled and reached out to take her arm in response to Suya. Yes, Auntie, it's been a long time since I've been here, I've missed you, Auntie. How was Switzerland? I also have plans to go on a trip to Switzerland. Suya, it was pretty good, you can go if you want, have you eaten yet? If not, you can sit down and eat with us. Yi Nanjin, I haven't eaten yet, I just got off work and came to see you, Auntie. Then, she deliberately looked at Shang Chu and asked, Auntie, who is she? Suya introduced, she is my family's Jinghuai's daughter-in-law, named Chu Chu. Yi Nanjin pretended to be surprised, brother Jinghuai is actually married? How come it's so sudden? Why didn't I hear anything about it before? There's nothing sudden about getting married when you meet someone you like, Suya said. Huo Jinghuai's face was expressionless as he helped Shang Chu with her food and didn't even look at Yi Nanjin. This woman sure knows how to put on an act. This morning at the office, she clearly already knew that he was married, and barged into his office to confront him about it, and now she's pretending like she doesn't know. Chu Chu, the sweet and sour pork is good, have some. Shang Chu could tell that Huo Jinghuai's expression was off. From the moment that woman walked in the door, could it be that Jinghuai and this woman? Yi Nanqi smiled and greeted Shang Chu, hello, my name is Yi Nanqi. I grew up with Jinghuai since we were little. I never thought that I would be gone for a month and he would get married. It's unbelievable. Shang Chu returned a smile, hello. Yi Nanqi said, I just heard from your aunt that your name is Chu Chu, right? Chu Chu, can I call you that? Shang Chu gave a polite smile, yes. Yi Nanjin, with a smile, Chu Chu, where are you from, and what does your family do? How did you and Jinghuai brother meet? I've never heard that Jinghuai brother had a girlfriend before, so how did he suddenly get married? How did you win Jinghuai brother's heart? Shang Chu. There are so many questions, which one should she answer first? She felt that although the woman in front of her was wearing a smile, her smile always seemed fake, giving her a bad feeling. Suya, Nanji, why are you asking Chu Chu so many questions all at once? Chapter 37, how can she stand next to Jinghuai? Auntie, I'm curious. She is Jinghuai's brother's wife. Huo Qianzuan spoke expressionlessly, let's eat first, and talk after dinner. Yi Nanjin has been a little afraid of Huo Qianzuan since she was a child. She feels that his face is a bit stern. When she was a child and was in a bad mood, her mother would say that Uncle Huo was here, and she instantly stopped crying. Since Huo Qianzong had said so, she didn't dare to speak. Shang Chu finished eating and wiped her mouth with a paper towel. Huo Jinghuai asked her softly, have you had enough to eat? Shang Chu nodded. Let's go then. Okay. Huo Jinghuai then took Shang Chu's hand and said, Dad, Mom, Chu and I still have things to do, so we'll go first. Suya, you're leaving right after dinner? You don't have to work tomorrow, Saturday, so why don't you stay at the old house? Huo Jinghuai, Mom, Chu, and I have things to do. We were just going to have a meal. Stay overnight tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow. What's the rush? Huo Qianzong stood up. What's the point of asking so many questions about young people's business? Jinghuai, you and Chu go ahead. Okay. Dad, Mom, we're leaving. Go ahead. Huo Qianzong wore a smile. Be careful and come back early tomorrow. Suya reminded him. After seeing the two get into the car, Yi Nanqi looked at the scene, her hands clenched into fists. She had been here for so long, and Jinghui had never once looked at her properly, while he had been taking care of that woman the whole time. He had been attentive and caring, serving her food and soup. In the past, he hadn't been like this. Shang Chu, what was so good about her? Apart from looking like a vixen, what did she have that made her better than her? He actually married her. Suya turned around and saw Yi Nanqi's strange expression on her face. She asked with concern, Nanqi, what's wrong? Yi Nanqi instantly put on a smile and said, I'm fine, auntie. What's Jinghui doing? Why did he leave after eating? I don't know. Have you finished eating? If you're not full, go eat some more. Auntie, what kind of woman is Jinghui's wife? Why has he never mentioned her before, and why did they suddenly get married? Suya sighed, Nanji, you still like Jinghui, don't you? Yi Nanji lowered her head and bit her lip. Suya patted her on the back. I used to think that he was emotionally weak, that he had never been in love and didn't have a favorite girl. I worried about him for a long time, afraid that he would end up alone for the rest of his life. But now, seeing him with Chu Chu and taking such good care of her, I feel relieved. Nanji, I know you've been following him around since you were little, and you like and admire him. Although I like you a lot too, my brother Jinghui is already married, so you two are ultimately not meant to be. Don't be too sad. Yi Nanji pursed her lips. It wasn't that they weren't destined to be together, it was that woman who got in the way. If it weren't for that woman, Jinghui would have been moved by her. Yi Nanjin forced a smile and said, Auntie, I'm not sad. It's a good thing that Jinghui is married. How could I be sad? I'm just happy for him. I'm glad you can think like that. You're not young anymore, and it's about time you found someone. I understand, Auntie. I have to go now, but I'll come visit you again some other time. Yi Nanqi turned around and left, her back facing Suya, and her expression changing again. Shang Chu, you're just good looking, right? Apart from your looks, what else do you have? Family background, education, connections, and your parents' status. What do you have that compares to mine? How can you stand next to Jinghui? Only she, Yi Nanqi, is qualified to stand next to Jinghui now. She must find a way to get Shang Chu away from Jinghui. In the car. Why, I thought you were acting strange just now, ever since that woman came in. Shang Chu said with a blank expression. Hua Jinghui looked at the girl and said, Did I? Yes. I have nothing with her. But Mom said that you grew up together and it seems that she cares about you a lot, asking me all kinds of questions. I wonder if she likes you. For some reason, Shang Chu felt a bit of bitterness in her heart. Hua Jinghui reached out and took her hand, gently rubbing the back of her hand. Chu Chu, are you jealous? Hua Jinghui asked with interest. Shang Chu shook his head vigorously, I'm not. Then why did you ask such a question? After all, you are the father of my child, and just looking at the way that woman treats you, I just want to show my concern. Hua Jinghui sighed and said with some disappointment, just now I was secretly happy, thinking that Chu Chu might like me, because a woman is jealous. Shang Chu's face turned slightly red, and in fact she suddenly felt that she did seem to like him a little. The way that woman looked at him just now really made her feel uncomfortable, and the way that woman asked her questions also made her feel strange. Hua Jinghui suddenly said seriously, Chu Chu, there's nothing between her and me. It's just that my mother and her mother were good friends, and she would often come to my house to play. We didn't see much of each other when we grew up, but then she went to work in my company. I didn't want to keep her, but her father came to me and asked me to give him face by letting his daughter stay at the company. So now she works at your company? Shang Chu asked. Well, don't worry, she works on the 12th floor and I'm on the 48th floor, so we're far apart and we don't usually see each other for a month. So she likes you, right? She went to work for your company for you, right? She did tell me she liked me, but I kept rejecting her. Chu Chu, I only like you and only love you. Shang Chu felt bad, even though Jinghui had rejected her. She always had the feeling that the woman was not friendly towards her, and she could see a murderous gleam in her eyes. A buzzing sound came from Shang Chu's mobile phone, and it was Shin-Chi calling. She picked up the phone and Shin-Chi's voice came through, Chu Chu, where are you guys? I've already arrived, there are so many people here. Shang Chu looked at the time and saw that it was already 7 o'clock. We should be able to get there in about half an hour, have you found a seat yet? I'm already sitting down. Your husband arranged the best seat. This is a really good seat. It's still good to have an insider, to be able to sit in the best viewing position. Thank your husband for me. You're not calling him an asshole anymore? Shang Chu joked. No, after all, he's still kind of useful. It's a bit noisy here, I'll hang up for now, I'll wait for you. Okay. Shang Chu hung up the phone and looked at Hua Jinghuai and said, Shichi said thank you for arranging a good seat for her. Hua Jinghuai's mouth curled up, it was nothing. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the scene. After parking the car, Hua Jinghuai put his arm around Shang Chu and walked in. There were a lot of people, so Hua Jinghuai put his arm around her and reminded her, Chu, there are a lot of people here, so you must always stay with me. I know. Shang Chu had to be careful at this sensitive time, as the early stages of pregnancy were the most dangerous. After checking in, they found a seat. Shin Shi was taking photos, and after they met up, they sat down. Look, there are so many Su Yin fans over there. Shin Shi pointed to a large group of people in the back. Many of them had small banners in their hands, with Su Yan's name on them, and there were also illuminated signboards, also with Su Yan's name on them. Do you think that since Su Yan is on this show, he's going to make his singing debut? I don't know. Shang Chu shook her head. Just then, a host came out with a microphone and announced that the show had officially begun, and invited the top 9 contestants from the previous episode to perform an opening show. The music started, the stage lights came on, and 9 men appeared on stage. Shin Shi said excitedly, that's Su Yan. Chapter 38, I've confessed, but she has a boyfriend. Shang Chu didn't have any expression on her face, but instead, Hua Jinghuai, who was holding the girl's hand, tightened his grip a little. Shang Chu looked at the man, and just as he was looking at her, their eyes met. Look, Su Yan is on stage and he looks the most handsome. Shin Shi said, tugging at her arm. Shang Chu turned her head and looked at the stage. 9 men stood in turn. The music started to play and they began to sing, one after the other. When they reached the 4th verse, it was Su Yan's turn. My God, Su Yan sounds even better live. Shin Shi exclaimed in awe. When one song ended, the 9 men stood on stage. The mentor slowly took his place and the lights came on. The fans below screamed like crazy. The 3 mentors are Ying Jiang, a powerful male singer, a singing king, winner of numerous awards, debuted 15 years ago, has written dozens of songs, has many fans, and every time he holds a concert, the tickets sell out as soon as they go on sale. The second mentor is Su Fenghua, an idol male singer who debuted 8 years ago and has released several albums, and is very popular. The third mentor, Yenmi, is a singer and actress who debuted as a child star. She has been in the industry for 20 years and has starred in many popular dramas. She has also sung several songs that have become very popular. All of these people have a lot of fans, and even Shin Shi is a fan of Ying Jiang. Ah! 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 Ying Jiang! Ying Jiang! Shin Shi shouted. Shang Chu! My ears almost exploded. In fact, she likes Yenmi, and the TV dramas she stars in are quite good, so long as she makes a TV drama, she will definitely follow it. The fans screamed repeatedly, and the scene got out of control for a while. The host took the microphone and went on stage, and the fans' voices gradually subsided. Afterwards, the rules of the competition were announced. After each contestant performed, the mentors would score them. The scores given by the 3 mentors would be added up, and the 2 contestants with the lowest scores would be eliminated. 7 of them would directly advance to become the top 7 in the country. Then the host said, I have a news flash. Our contestant Su Yan's performance of Our Youth last week has had a total of over 200 million views on all the major music platforms. It was the 3rd most searched term on Weibo and it has been trending for 2 days straight. Congratulations, Su Yan, on such a great result. Ying Jiang clapped happily and went straight up to the stage to give Su Yan a hug. Well done. You've really brought honor to your teacher. The whole audience applauded and cheered, screaming, Su Yan, Su Yan. Su Yan wore a faint smile, as if he had seen a familiar figure in the audience. Was it her? The lights in the audience were very dark, while the lights on the stage were very bright, so it was hard to see from the stage. The host approached Su Yan and said to him, Su Yan, you got such a good result with this song, what are your thoughts? Su Yan replied very matter-of-factly, thank you all for liking it. Host, anything else? Su Yan, I hope everyone will continue to support me. The host chuckles and says, actually, I was going to ask you, does the girl you have a crush on know that you participated in the show Rising Star? Do you know that you wrote this song for her? Su Yan, I know. The host can't wait to ask, what did she say? Was she moved? And did you two get together? Su Yan, no, she told me she already has a boyfriend. Shin Shi, in the audience, grabs Shang Chu's arm and whispers in her ear, Chu Chu, they're talking about you. Shang Chu didn't seem to mind. But Wu Jinghui's eyes narrowed. Shin Shi knew Su Yan and Shang Chu best of all. The three of them had met 2 years ago, and had been spending time together ever since, going on sketching trips, attending events, debating, and rehearsing songs together. She actually quite liked their couple status, but unfortunately, the two of them didn't work out, and Shang Chu wasn't attracted to him. Host, that's a shame. So what song have you brought with you today? Su Yan, we'll see. The host announced that the order of our contestants' appearances would be determined by drawing lots. I have a box in my hand, and whoever draws a certain number will go on stage in the corresponding position. The 9 contestants drew lots one after the other. Su Yan drew number 5 and would be the 5th contestant to go on stage. After the lots were drawn, the contestants began to perform, and there was also a VCR before the performance. The VCR was nothing more than an introduction of themselves, with friends praising them. After that, the show officially began. The first performance was a singing performance. The contestant had a pretty good voice, and he played and sang by himself in the first half of the performance. In the second half, he put down the guitar and started dancing. Shang Chu frowned as he watched, a little embarrassed by the dance. Shin Shi also commented, can't he just sing properly? Why does he have to do an embarrassing dance? He got 92 points originally, but after the dance, he got only 72. After the performance, the host came on stage, thanked Gui Zixuan for his performance, and invited the judges to score. Ying Jiang's comment, Gui Zixuan, you sang the first half of the song very well, and it was also your original composition. Secondly, why did you add the element of dancing to the second half? Do you know that it was embarrassing? If the second half continued the singing in the first half, then your performance would have been at least 90 points. But sorry, your performance in the second half was really awkward, so I can only give you 82 points. I suggest that next time you just sing, and never dance awkwardly. Second Judge Su Fenghua's comments, I don't agree with Yan Yang. I think Gui Zixuan's dance was the highlight. First of all, the music was very good, and it was original. In the first half, he just stood there singing, which was a bit dull. But then in the second half, he put down his guitar and danced, and I felt my blood boil. I really like his performance, so I'll give him 94 points. Ying Jiang, do you have a problem with your eyes? You actually said that you liked that embarrassing dance? Su Fenghua, in my opinion, he is good. I am willing to give him 94 points. You just don't know how to appreciate it. Ying Jiang, I really don't know how to appreciate his dance. Shin Shi in the audience, I don't know how to appreciate it either. What kind of dance is that? I can't even watch it without feeling embarrassed. I wonder if Su Fenghua was paid. The host interrupted the two of them. Everyone has a different appreciation. Maybe Mr. Su just likes Gui Zixuan's performance. Please, Mimi, comment. Yan Ni, my opinion is similar to that of Teacher Ying. I also think that this child is very good and very eye-catching as he stands quietly playing the guitar. He is also very handsome, isn't he? But as soon as he dances, I feel that the style is not quite right, so I can only give him 84 points. The host announced, according to the calculations just now, Gui Zixuan's final score is 260. Congratulations! Please welcome the next contestant's performance. It was still a video of the contestant, and after it ended, the performance began. The second contestant was a rapper, accompanied by a few dancers. The rap lyrics were fast, and the whole thing was quite rhythmic. Shin Shi said, normally I don't really like listening to this kind of music, but it sounded pretty good live, and the contestant is quite handsome. Chu Chu, what do you think? It was okay. Shang Chu didn't know much about rap music, and she didn't dare to make any comments. Chapter 39, the wedding date has been set, please come to our wedding. After the performance, the judges made a lot of comments, all of which were positive. In the end, the total score was 268 points, a very good result. Next, the third place was 261 points, the fourth place was 270 points, and finally it came to the fifth place, Su Yan. First played was Su Yan's VCR. The camera shows Su Yan's best friend Wu Qinghao, who says that Su Yan really likes to create, and after composing a song, he will sing it to him and ask him what he thinks and what needs to be modified. Several of the songs were inspired by his unrequited love for a girl. He also asks everyone to support Su Yan. After the video ends, Shin-chi pats Shang-chu. Shang-chu also knew Wu Qinghao, having participated in activities together at school, and the few of them were quite familiar. Huo Jinghuai regretted it. He shouldn't have brought Chu-chu to watch the show. The host and Su Yan stood on the stage. The host asked him, "What performance are you going to bring today, Su Yan?" "Su Yan, today I'm going to bring you an original song, The Unsent Love Letter." The host Yang, "Okay, then please start your performance." The host retires from the stage, the lights fall on Su Yan, and the music slowly begins to play. At that moment, he catches a glimpse of Shang-chu, who is sitting in the middle of the front row. He is stunned. He never expected her to come. And she is accompanied by Shin-chi. They are here together. Why did Shang-chu come? Did she come especially for him? Last time, when he confessed his love to her, she said she already had a boyfriend. He was so sad for days. In the end, his mentor Ng Jiyang told him to do a good job and not let him down. He had chosen him from the beginning. Only then did he start to rehearse properly. Su Yan closed his eyes and concentrated fully on singing. His voice was melodious and skillful, and as soon as he opened his mouth, his fans, who were rooting for him, began to scream. 3 minutes later, the song ended, and Su Yan bowed to the audience. Shin-chi clapped her hands. Su Yan's song was also very good. I guess it will also become a hit like the last song. Shang-chu also felt that Su Yan was so talented that he could write such beautiful songs. The host came on stage. Wow! I didn't realize that this song was also very good. In my opinion, it is not inferior to the youngest that came on last. If I were a mentor, I would definitely give you a 95. Unfortunately, I am only a host and have no power. Mentors, please comment on Su Yan's song The Unsent Love Letter. Ng Jiyang couldn't wait to take the microphone. Su Yan, I originally thought that the last performance was your peak, but I didn't realize that this performance was even more wonderful than the last one. How much talent do you have? Su Yan bows, thank you, teacher. Ng Jiyang continues his critique, this song is not as upbeat as the last one. When I listen to it, I feel a bit depressed, as if there is some kind of emotion that I can't let out. I've been controlling my emotions, afraid that she will find out. I've been carefully guarding your love for her. Luckily, this love letter was never sent. If it had been, then we wouldn't have been able to hear such a beautiful song. Host, Teacher Ng has given a very high appraisal. May I ask what score you would give Su Yan's performance? Ng Jiyang, 94 points. The audience screamed because this was the highest score ever given by a mentor. Host, wow. It seems that Teacher Ng really liked Su Yan's performance, but what about Mimi? Yenmi paused for a moment and said, I heard myself in Su Yan's song. When I was in college, I had a secret crush on a boy, but I never dared to confess my feelings to him. Just as I gathered the courage to confess, I discovered that he already had a girlfriend. So, I buried this relationship and have never mentioned it again. Ng Jiyang, oh? So there's a man who's won the favor of our Mimi? Yenmi, it's all in the past. What I want to say is that Su Yan's song is really beautiful. I just had tears in my eyes and I almost wanted to cry. My score is 95 points. Finally, mentor Su Fengwa commented, I don't agree with the other two mentors. I don't think his song was amazing at all. Although he impressed you too, he didn't impress me. I think he should just learn the song well. Of course, his singing skills and lyrics are quite good, so I give him a score of 89. Host, congratulations to Su Yan, with a total score of 278, he is temporarily in first place. The audience screamed and applauded, and 2 minutes later, Su Yan went backstage. He did a good job in this performance, because before singing, he saw Shang-chu in the audience, and he performed even more enthusiastically, hoping that Chu-chu could hear the depth of his feelings in the lyrics. Even though she already had a boyfriend, it didn't matter, he had loved her once. Shang-chu wanted to go to the bathroom halfway through the performance, and she told Wu Jinghuai about it. He said he would go with her, and the two of them went to the bathroom together. Shang-chu went to the women's bathroom, and Wu Jinghuai leaned against the wall and waited. Just then, he saw Su Yan enter the men's bathroom. Wu Jinghuai looked at his back and followed him in. After Su Yan finished, he was washing his hands at the sink when he saw a man washing his hands as well, and Su Yan smiled at him. Wu Jinghuai, expressionless, called out, Su Yan. Su Yan was surprised. You know me? Of course. He had known Su Yan for a long time, and he knew that this person had always liked Chu Chu. Su Yan thought carefully. The man in front of him had a very strong aura, but he didn't have any impression of him. Did you watch my performance? Yes. Su Yan smiled awkwardly. He didn't understand why this man had made a point of greeting him. Then I have some things to do over there, so I'll go first. Hua Jinghui didn't show much emotion and let him leave. Su Yan never expected to run into Shang Chu as soon as he came out. The two of them came out of the bathroom at the same time. Su Yan greeted her with anticipation. Chu Chu, why are you here today? I thought I was mistaken, but I didn't expect it to really be you. Shang Chu saw Hua Jinghui behind him. The two had just met, having both come out of the bathroom? Shang Chu gave a polite smile. Xinqi said she wanted to watch the live broadcast, so she asked me to accompany her. You were very good today. Thank you. After today is over, can I take you to dinner? There's something I want to talk to you about. Su Yan looked at Shang Chu with anticipation. Hua Jinghui slowly walked from behind him to Shang Chu's side, reached around her waist, and said gently, Chu Chu, it's a little cool now, are you cold? Shang Chu shook her head, it's okay. Your arms are so cold, aren't you cold? Hua Jinghui took off his jacket and put it on the girl. Su Yan watched this scene in disbelief. He really wanted to ask who this man was and why he was so intimate with her, but what position did he have to ask? Shang Chu looked at Su Yan and said, I'm sorry, Su Yan, it's past 10 o'clock after the live broadcast is over. It's too late, I need to go home and rest. Also, this is my husband. What? You're married? Su Yan just felt his heart blocked up painfully. He thought that Chu Chu had a boyfriend, but he didn't expect her to be married. Hua Jinghui slowly spoke, according to Xinqi, you are Chu Chu's university senior. I really see that you are very talented today. The wedding date between Chu Chu and I has been set. I hope you can come to our wedding. Sorry, Chu Chu and I still have things to do, so we'll go first. Chapter 40, Why did you bully her? Su Yan felt his heart ache as he watched the man embrace Shang Chu and walk away. He had been in a daze for a long time. A few days ago, he had learned that she had a boyfriend, and his heart had ached with pain. He had been so upset that he had been lost for a few days. Today, he had witnessed Shang Chu and a man being so intimate, and he had truly felt the feeling of suffocation. It was as if someone had strangled him. When the two returned to the inner court, Shang Chu looked up at him and asked, Have you and Su Yan already spoken in the bathroom? What did you say? Nothing. Hua Jinghui stroked her hair. Shang Chu blinked and said nothing in return. Back in the stands, Xinqi pulled Shang Chu to sit down. Why did you go to the bathroom for so long? The last performer is about to go on. The 6th and 7th contestants didn't score as high as Su Yan, so it's down to the last one. If this person scores higher than Su Yan, then Su Yan will be first today. The final performance officially began. A spotlight hit the stage. The man sat down at the piano and slowly pressed a few keys. A melodious sound came from the instrument, and his singing followed. As soon as he opened his mouth, Xinqi opened her mouth wide. The sound the man made was as clear and pleasant as a girl's voice. Who would have thought that a big guy standing at 1.8 meters tall could sing like a girl? When it came to the chorus, he switched back and forth between a male and female voice. After finishing a song, he bowed deeply. The audience applauded, and Shang Chu was also amazed. A man's voice is very malleable. The judges' comments were unanimously positive, and each judge gave him a high score. The host announced loudly, the last contestant, Mu Changlin, scored a total of 286 points, defeating Su Yan to become today's champion. All the contestants came on stage, and the host said, there is joy and there is sorrow. Although Mu Changlin won today's championship, 2 contestants will have to leave our stage. The 2 contestants with the lowest scores hugged the contestants who stayed, in order. Shang Chu obviously noticed Su Yan, who looked a little dazed. When someone spoke to him, he forced a fake smile. The mentor, Ying Jiang, even teased him, Su Yan, you didn't win the championship, are you sad? Su Yan shook his head, no, I just don't want them to leave. Ying Jiang, in fact, you are very good, really, really good, but your performance today was really no match for Mu Changlin. Just keep up the good work in the next round. In fact, he was devastated by Shang Chu. Yanmi, I thought that expression of yours meant you were unhappy. Second place is still pretty good. After watching the contestants tearfully bid farewell to the stage, the live broadcast was almost over. Hua Jinghuai was afraid that if it ended soon, there would be too many people crowding around Chu Chu, so he took Chu Chu away from the scene, followed by Shenqi. Once they got outside, Shenqi said, that last contestant, Mu Changlin, was really good. I don't know much about music, but I was captivated. Shang Chu nodded, he was really good. I didn't realize that he could switch his voice to sound like a woman. Yes, when he started singing, I heard a woman's voice, and I thought that there was another girl singing. I didn't realize that it was him. He's amazing. I wonder if he'll be the winner of tomorrow's star. Compared to the other contestants, he is indeed a bit stronger. Well, Su Yan is also quite good. I think Su Yan should be able to get second or third place. More or less. Shinshi looked at the time and exclaimed, wow, it's already past 10 o'clock. It's so late, let's hurry home and get some rest. Shang Chu, Chi, did you drive here? Yes, don't worry about me. You're pregnant, so hurry home with your husband. Tomorrow I'm going to sleep all day. Bye, Shu Chu. Good night. Drive slowly and call me when you get home. I know. Shinshi pressed the car key, then opened the car door, and left the parking lot after stepping on the accelerator. Hua Jinghuai also helped Shang Chu into the car. 2 minutes after the car drove out, Hua Jinghuai looked at her, Shu Chu, are you tired? A little sleepy. Then sleep for a while, I'll wake you up when we get home. It's nearly an hour's drive back, so I'll keep you company and chat. Shang Chu leaned back in her seat and looked at the man with a smile in her eyes. Okay. Hua Jinghuai looked at his wife next to him, her smile like a blooming flower, her eyes full of light. Shu Chu, you're so beautiful, like a flower on the top of a mountain, like an island in the middle of the ocean. I want to give you the whole world. Shang Chu burst out laughing. Shu Chu, what are you laughing at? Seeing your expression, I thought you were a bit funny saying such things, so I laughed. These are my true feelings. But it really is funny. As long as you're happy. Hua Jinghuai laughed with her. Suddenly, Shang Chu remembered something and sat up straight. Why, isn't tomorrow May 20th? Yes. Tomorrow is Nian Nian's birthday. I haven't prepared anything yet. Why, what does Nian Nian like? I'll buy her a present. She likes Hua Jinghuai. After thinking for a few seconds, he shook his head and said, I don't know. You're her older brother, and you don't know what she likes? I usually don't pay attention to these things. Shu Chu, you don't need to get her a gift, you're her sister-in-law. How can I not? It's precisely because I'm her sister-in-law that I have to get her a gift. She's always been very nice to me, and she calls me sister-in-law when she sees me, so how can I not get her a gift? Let's just get her a cake. Buy a cake? A cake is not a gift. Let me think. The car pulled into the city center. Shang Chu looked out the window. Even though it was already 11 o'clock, the streets were still brightly lit and full of people. Just then, she saw two familiar figures, her brother Shang Wenwen and his girlfriend Song Ning. Why, stop for a second. I see my brother. Hua Jinghuai looked around, but there were no cars, so he stopped in a parking space on the side of the road. Why, you come down too, say hello to my brother, I'll go over first. Shang Chu walked over, and from a distance, she saw her brother chasing after Song Ning, who seemed angry. Big brother. Sister Song Ning. Shang Chu shouted. The two turned around when they heard the voice. Song Ning walked towards her with a smile on her face. I was passing by and happened to see you guys, so I came over to say hello. Sister Song Ning, you and my brother are shopping together? Song Ning glanced at Shang Wenhua and looked displeased. Shang Wenhua looked at his sister for help, saying, Shu Chu, please persuade your sister-in-law for me. She's angry with me. What's wrong, Song Ning? Song Ning pursed her lips, looking aggrieved. Shang Chu, brother, you must have done something wrong. Why are you bullying Song Ning? Chapter 41, she seems like an angel. How could I bear to bully her? Shang Wenhua retorted. Then why is Song Ning looking so aggrieved? At this moment, Hua Jinghuai walked from afar. Seeing his brother-in-law Shang Wenhua looking unhappy, I almost forgot, you're already married. Look, your husband is here. Song Ning also looked at the man walking up behind her. Handsome and extraordinary, he stood out among the many crooked and ugly men, a presence that could be seen at a glance. Shu Chu, I haven't congratulated you yet, happy newlywed. Song Ning gave her blessing with a smile. Thank you, Song Ning. I hope you can marry my brother soon and become my sister-in-law early. I'm not marrying your brother, Song Ning said, looking at Shang Wenhua with dissatisfaction. Shang Wenhua reached out and took Song Ning's hand. If you won't marry me, who will you marry? Song Ning was still angry, and brushed his hand away. I won't marry you. Hua Jinghuai came over to the group. Shang Chu took his hand and introduced him. Jinghuai, this is my brother's girlfriend, my future sister-in-law. Hua Jinghuai and Song Ning smiled at each other and greeted each other. Shang Wenhua glanced at Hua Jinghuai and said, Brother-in-law, you don't greet me when you see me? Hua Jinghuai. There's nothing I can do. Since Chu Chu is his sister, even though his brother-in-law is younger than him, he has to call him brother. Shang Chu saw that Hua Jinghuai was in a difficult situation, so he interrupted, Brother, just now, what did you do to make Sister Song Ning angry? I didn't make her angry. Song Ning's face changed. I'm not talking to you, I'm going home. Shang Wenhua immediately stopped her and apologized. Ning Ning, don't be angry, okay? I was wrong, just let it be my fault. You're not wrong, how could you be wrong? It's all my fault, okay? Let go of me, I want to go home, it's late. Ning Ning, it's my fault, it really is. Shang Chu was confused. The two of them had been talking for a long time without getting to the point, so he walked over and asked, Brother, what did you do to make Sister Song Ning angry? I didn't bully her, how could I bear to bully her? So what happened? Song Ning took Shang Chu aside and told her, Chu Chu, your brother really makes me so angry. Isn't tomorrow 520? It's also the 6th anniversary of our meeting. We had planned to go to your house for lunch, then go to the movies, and in the evening go to a concert. But he suddenly said that he had to go on a business trip with his assistant tomorrow. I know work is important, but we had planned it all out. After hearing this, Shang Chu looked at Shang Wenhua and said, Brother, this is where you're wrong. You can't travel on any day, but you have to travel tomorrow? You and Song Ning planned this long ago, so why are you going to stand her up again? Shang Wenhua said, I had planned it originally, but who knew Party A would cause trouble? They only called me at 7 p.m. and insisted that I go to the meeting tomorrow. Then he put his arm around Song Ning's shoulders and said, I promise I'll be back after the meeting tomorrow, okay? Ning Ning. Song Ning's face crumpled up in a frown. She was very angry. Don't be angry. I'll make it up to you when I get back, okay? Song Ning wanted to say something, but she opened her mouth and then swallowed. Ning Ning, I promise I'll be back by 6 o'clock tomorrow, okay? Shang Chu, brother, can't you just send your assistant? Do you have to go in person? Tomorrow is the 6th anniversary of your meeting, and it's also 520. And tomorrow is something you've planned for a long time. Shang Wenhua sighed, Chu Chu, it's not as simple as you say. Party A said that they would only talk if I came in person. You have always supported whatever I wanted to do at home, and you have never been interested in or asked about company matters. So after graduation, I found a job that you like on my own. So you don't understand many things. Now that there is such a family business, it was all hard earned by Dad and me. Shang Chu pursed her lips, and her brother was indeed telling the truth. Shang Wenhua put his arm around Song Ning's shoulders. Ning Ning, I really want to spend tomorrow with you, but I can't. It's all for our future. I promise I'll be back by 5 o'clock tomorrow to spend time with you, okay? Song Ning, then I'll go with you, okay? You just got back from a seminar abroad, so you should rest at home. It's been a long trip to Tingcheng with me, and I don't want you to travel back and forth. I'm not tired. There's no need for you to come with me for a few hours. Once we arrive at Party A's company, we'll have to talk to the people there for at least a few hours, and you'll be bored. You'd better just wait for me at home. Song Ning seemed to have something to say, but she swallowed it again. Don't be angry, okay? I'll come back early tomorrow to make it up to you. Shang Chu also came over to persuade her, Sister Song Ning, what my brother just said also makes a lot of sense, so please don't be angry, okay? He doesn't want to break his promise either. Song Ning nodded slightly, and Shang Wenhua embraced her tightly. Ning Ning, I promise to come straight back after finishing work tomorrow. It's getting late, I'll walk you home. Shang Wenhua put his arm around Song Ning and told Shang Chu, your sister-in-law and I will go first, and you should also go home and rest early, it's already late. I know. Shang Chu said with a pout. Chu Chu, we'll go first then. Song Ning waved goodbye. Okay, bye. Shang Chu watched the two of them walk away, and Hua Jinghuai slowly walked beside her, putting his arm around her waist. After they had walked a few steps, Song Ning said, "I'm not angry that you're going on a business trip tomorrow, I'm angry that you take your assistant everywhere you go, and your assistant is a woman." Shang Wenhua gave a faint smile. "Ningning, are you jealous? What do you think? Your assistant has been with you for 4 years, she has no boyfriend, she is very pretty, and she works with you every day, so I can't help but think about it." "Is she really that pretty? How come I never noticed?" "Ningning, why would you doubt my sincerity towards you? I can prove to you with the sun and the moon that you are the only one for me for the rest of my life. You are so talkative, so do you want to consider getting a male assistant?" Shang Wenhua thought for a few seconds. "Since my wife has brought it up, I will of course take her up on it, but it will take a few months of training." "Don't worry, wife, I really only love you. I haven't even looked at another woman." Song Ning gave a coy expression. "Who is your wife?" "Don't call her that. We're engaged, of course I can call you my wife." "All right, hurry home. It's late, don't you have to go on a business trip early in the morning?" "Okay, honey, can I stay at your place tonight? I want to cuddle with you, okay?" Song Ning blushed slightly, "So just drive." "Okay, let's go home." Shang Wenhua stepped on the accelerator. "Choo-choo, it's getting late, let's go home too," said Hu Jinghuai. "Why, let's go to the mall, okay? Actually, I'm not really sleepy, so I'll go see if there's a suitable birthday gift for Wan Wan." "Okay." The two of them then entered the mall together. After a while of browsing and selecting, Hu Jinghuai suggested getting a camera for Hu Wan Wan, as she had always liked taking photos. At the counter, they selected a rather expensive Hasselblad camera for Hu Wan Wan. After packing up, the two of them continued browsing for a while, and it wasn't until almost midnight that they slowly got into the car and went home. When the car arrived home, Choo Choo in the passenger seat was already fast asleep. After parking the car, Hu Jinghuai looked at the sleeping Choo Choo and smiled. Sleeping Choo Choo was so obedient, like an angel. He then gently carried the girl back to the bedroom, laid her down on the bed, and took off her shoes. Then he took off his clothes, and as he saw the girl's body revealed, Hu Jinghuai swallowed hard, shook off the thoughts in his head, and gently dressed her in her pajamas and covered her with the quilt. Just then, Shang Chu opened her eyes. They locked eyes, and Hu Jinghuai stroked her face, his lips slowly falling towards her red lips. Chapter 42, She was stunned by a palm strike. He heroically rescued her. Shang Chu reached out to push him, but he didn't move, and then rolled over and continued to sleep with her eyes closed. Hu Jinghuai's kiss fell short, and he felt a little lost. Looking at the sleeping person, he placed a kiss on her cheek. He looked at her for a long time before getting up to take a shower in the bathroom. After a quick shower, he couldn't wait to go to bed and cuddle up to his soft wife. He doesn't know what magic Choo Choo has that makes him love her so much. Shin Shi returned home and took a shower, but couldn't sleep. She spent an hour playing with her phone in bed, but still didn't feel sleepy. She sat up straight and, since she couldn't sleep, decided to go out and have some fun. She picked up her phone and was about to call Choo Choo to go out for drinks and dancing, but then suddenly remembered that Choo Choo was married and pregnant, and it was already late at night, so she must have already gone to bed. Choo Choo is married and has no one to keep her company. Who says a person can't go out and have fun? Thinking this, Shin Shi changed into a t-shirt and ripped jeans, paired with a sleeveless jacket, her hair pulled back high, and grabbed her keys to go out. Driving to the downtown area, Shin Shi parked the car and went into a bar. Even though it was already midnight, the bar was still packed, with men and women on the dance floor twisting their bodies, and Shin Shi joined in. It wasn't until she was sweating profusely that Shin Shi found a place to sit down and order a cocktail. At that moment, a man came over and struck up a conversation. "Hey, beautiful, are you alone? Can I sit at your table?" Shin Shi looked at the man. He was average looking and average height, and she didn't want to bother with him. "Isn't there a seat over there? I just want to sit at your table." "Beautiful lady, you came to the bar alone late at night, aren't you also very lonely? The night is long, do you want me to keep you company and pass the time?" Shin Shi rolled her eyes. "No need. Are you sure you don't want me to keep you company?" Shin Shi stared at him straight on, her gaze full of disdain. The man saw the disgust in the girl's eyes and sensibly left. As he was leaving, he said, "It's such a pity that someone as beautiful as you can't get a man." His voice was very quiet, but Shin Shi heard it. As soon as the man left, another man came. This man was wearing a vest, which revealed his toned muscles. He directly hit on her. "Beauty, are you alone? Let me buy you a drink." He snapped his fingers, and the waiter came over and asked, "May I help you, sir?" "2 cocktails." "Okay." The waiter turned to make the drinks, and the muscular man leaned over the table and stared at her. "You're really beautiful, the most beautiful woman in the whole place today. Can I have the opportunity to get to know you? My name is Chang Lin, as in successful, as in forest. What's your name?" Shin-chi looked at the man. The greasy look made her not want to bother with him at all. She had had her drink and had enough fun. She got up and left, ignoring the muscle man completely. The man stood up and followed her. "Hey, beautiful, are you leaving? Let's be friends." "I don't want to be friends with you." "Come on, more friends, more ways." "Beauty, you still haven't told me your name. How old are you?" Shin-chi ignored the man until they left the bar. The man followed her, and Shin-chi looked disgusted. "Are you annoying? I just want to be friends with you, what's wrong? Are you not giving me face?" The man was slightly irritated. No woman had ever ignored him before. If it weren't for her good looks, who would pay any attention to her? "Who do you think you are? Why should I give you face?" Shin-chi always had a bad temper and spoke her mind. The man changed his expression, looked at Shin-chi, took her in from top to bottom, and said flirtatiously, "If you can come to the bar to play in the middle of the night, you are no good either. You are just here to pick up guys, aren't you? I have a lot of money. If you follow me tonight, I will give you 800 yuan. What do you think? Am I generous?" Shin-chi was so angry that she couldn't find a place to vent her anger. This man actually regarded her as a woman of easy virtue. She slapped him directly, and there was a crisp sound. The man was stunned for a moment. "Watch your fucking mouth." The man reacted, his eyes wide with anger. "How dare you hit me? I'm hitting you. Asshole. Scum of society." Shin-chi snorted and turned to leave. "You think you can just walk away after hitting me?" The muscular man grabbed her slender arm. "What are you doing? Let go of me." Shin-chi struggled. Unfortunately, there was a disparity in strength between the man and woman, and Shin-chi was like a chicken waiting to be slaughtered in front of the man. "If it weren't for the fact that you're quite pretty, I would have hit you already. Let go of me, you lowly man." Shin-chi reached out and accidentally scratched the man's face, and her long fingernails left a scratch on his face. The man let go of Shin-chi because of the pain, and when he touched his face, he saw the bright red blood on his hand. Shin-chi saw that the man actually licked the blood on his hand, and then he stepped closer to her. Shin-chi ran away, but where could she run faster than someone who was taller than her and had been working out for years? After running a few steps, Shin-chi was grabbed by the back of the collar. "You little thing, you thought you could run away? Slap me, and you scratched my face. You insulted me first, so what if I hit you?" Shin-chi looked at the man with murderous intent in his eyes and had a bad feeling. "Humph, now that you're in my hands, why are you still so stubborn?" The man extended his palm and slapped Shin-chi hard on the back of the neck. Shin-chi fainted in pain. The man looked at the girl as she fell into his arms, and revealed a wicked smile. He picked her up and prepared to head to the hotel next door. Tonight, he was going to take her. What a catch, such a beautiful woman. He took a few steps with Shin-chi in his arms, when suddenly, a man blocked his way. Chang Lin angrily said, "Don't you have eyes?" This man was Mo Yuchuan. Mo Yuchuan happened to be unable to sleep at night, so he went out for a stroll and met Meng Guxiao for a drink at a bar. Unexpectedly, he saw a familiar girl struggling with a man at the entrance of the bar. He was about to go and ask Shin-chi what was going on, but unexpectedly, the man directly knocked her unconscious and picked her up. Looking at his lecherous face, as a man, he knew exactly what he wanted to do with Shin-chi. Next to them was a hotel. "What is this girl to you?" Mo Yuchuan asked. "What's it to you?" Chang Lin said angrily. "Get out. Don't interrupt my good deed." Mo Yuchuan stood in front of him. "I'm determined to get involved in what happened today. Put the girl down." "What? You want to be a hero and save her? Humph, I know what you're thinking. This girl is very pretty, and you want to sleep with her, right? Never mind, she's not conscious now. Why don't the three of us go to the hotel together?" Mo Yuchuan clenched his fists and punched the man in the face. The man felt extreme pain and let go of his hands. Shin-chi fell from his arms. Mo Yuchuan quickly embraced the girl and placed her next to him. Then he kicked him several times. The man had not yet reacted and was knocked down by Mo Yuchuan. Cheng Lin was still threatening. Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me? Don't you want to hang out in Huicheng anymore? Chapter 43, Kiss, Conquer Her City. Mo Yuchuan squatted in front of him, gazing down. I really don't know who you are. Tell me your name, and let's see if I can still hang out in Huicheng. My father is Cheng Zongyao, and I'll tell you if you're finished. Yuchuan, what are you doing squatting there? Meng Guxiao asked from behind. Half an hour ago, Mo Yuchuan said he couldn't sleep and invited him out for a drink. In order to keep his friend company, even though he had already gone to bed, he agreed to come over and drink with him. Hey, why is Shenqi here? Is she asleep? Meng Guxiao crouched down to check on Shenqi and saw that she was sleeping soundly. Shenqi was knocked unconscious by him. Mo Yuchuan replied. What do you mean? I just happened to run into this guy knocking Shenqi unconscious and trying to take her to a hotel. Meng Guxiao's face instantly turned serious. What? That bastard tried to bully Shenqi? Cheng Lin on the ground was surprised. You know that woman? Mo Yuchuan got up and raised his leg to crush his hand, which made Cheng Lin scream in pain. Ah, it hurts. You're fucking stepping on me. My hand is going to break. Let me go. I'm going to tell my dad, you're finished. You'll never be able to hang around Huicheng again. Big brother, please let me go. Mo Yuchuan curled his lips. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Why are you begging for mercy now? Cheng Lin, nonsense, if I don't beg for mercy, his hand will be crushed. Scum like you are not even as good as an animal. Lao Meng, call the police and let him reflect in prison on how he should respect women. Mo Yuchuan raised his leg and headed towards Shenqi. Good. Meng Guxiao called the police and they said they would be there in 5 minutes. Cheng Lin smiled on the ground. Report the police? Ha ha. As long as his father goes to bail him out, he'll be able to get out. You can settle anything in the world with money. It's just as well, because their family has the most money. This brat humiliated him so much today, he will definitely make him pay in the future. What about Shenqi? Meng Guxiao asked. Mo Yuchuan crouched down and picked up the girl in his arms. I'll take her home. Do you know where her home is? No. Then how are you going to take her? Mo Yuchuan looked at the sleeping face of the girl and a feeling of compassion rose in his heart. I'll take her to my place, you handle the rest. You must make him suffer. Leave it to me, you take her back. Meng Guxiao frowned as he looked at the man on the ground. Disorienting the girl and taking her to a hotel to do indecent things, you really disgrace us men, you animal. Mo Yuchuan gently placed the girl in the back seat of the car and then drove home. After arriving home, he gently carried her back to the guest room, took off her shoes, covered her up, and glanced at her. Fortunately, he ran into her today. If he hadn't run into her, he couldn't imagine the kind of torture Shenqi would have been subjected to. Mo Yuchuan got up, left the bedroom, closed the door gently, took out his phone and dialed Meng Guxiao's phone to ask how he was doing. Meng Guxiao, no wonder this kid is so arrogant. His father, Cheng Zongyao, runs a casino and has some influence. I heard that he went to the police station and brought money to ransom someone. Mo Yuchuan snorted in contempt, comparing human and financial resources with me? He's really overestimating himself. Meng, if he wants to compete in terms of financial resources, then we'll compete with him. We must never let him out. Scumbags like him deserve to stay in jail for a few more years. Meng Guxiao, don't worry, I can't stand this kind of animal either. How is Miss Shun? She should be fine, she'll wake up tomorrow and be fine. Meng Guxiao teased, Yuchuan, you don't like her, do you? You even took her to your house, and you've never brought a girl to your house before. Tell me, do you like her? Don't be ridiculous, she's my sister-in-law's best friend, and besides, we've eaten together before, so it's only right that we help her. Even if she was a stranger, we should help her if we saw her being bullied by animals, shouldn't we? Why are you explaining so much? If you don't like her, just say so. Okay, it's late, I won't waste any more of your time. Just take care of it and go home and rest. Okay. Ah. In the morning, a woman's scream woke Mo Yuchuan up. He opened his eyes, sat up, got out of bed, opened the door, and saw Shenqi in front of the guest room door, looking panicked. Shin Shi saw Mo Yuchuan and froze for a second, looking defensive. Why are you here? Why am I here? Where is here? Shin Shi's mind went blank. She couldn't remember how she got here. She remembered being hit on by a muscular guy yesterday, and then the two of them seemed to have had a fight, but she couldn't remember what happened after that. Mo Yuchuan hurriedly explained, "Don't get me wrong, but yesterday I went to the night bar and happened to see you being knocked unconscious by a man. I saw that the man seemed to be planning something inappropriate with you, so I rescued you from him. I originally wanted to take you home, but I didn't know where you lived, so I brought you to my place." Shin Shi let out a sigh of relief. So that's what happened. That bastard from yesterday. Don't worry, I already taught him a lesson yesterday, and I already reported him to the police. He's now in detention, and a case has been filed for what happened yesterday. I expect he'll be sentenced to more than 10 years in prison. That kind of bastard deserves to be locked up for the rest of his life. Shin Shi said angrily. Don't be angry, he'll get his comeuppance in prison. Shin Shi pursed her lips and looked at Mo Yuchuan. Thank you. If it wasn't for you yesterday, then. Mo Yuchuan touched the back of his head. You're welcome. I believe that any righteous person who sees a girl being bullied will stand up for her. But in the future, you can't go to the bar alone, you're so pretty, it's easy to get taken advantage of. Shin Shi's eyebrows flickered. Did he say she was pretty? Then he nodded slightly. Actually, I rarely go to the bar, I just wanted to go for a drink because I couldn't sleep last night, and I ignored the guy when he hit on me. It was that guy who kept following me and took advantage of the situation. Are you okay? Mo Yuchuan asked with concern. Yesterday, I saw that guy, he slapped you on the back of the neck and you fainted. That slap must have been pretty heavy. Shin Shi moved her neck, and sure enough, it stung a little. Ah, it hurts. Mo Yuchuan took a few steps closer. Does it hurt a lot? Do you mind showing me? You help me take a look. If you don't say anything, I haven't noticed it, but you're right, it does hurt quite a bit. Shin Shi lifted her long hair and turned around. Mo Yuchuan looked at the back of the girl's neck and saw a red mark. It's a bit red. That guy seemed to have used quite a bit of strength on you, otherwise he couldn't have knocked you unconscious with one slap. Do you want to go see a doctor? I'll take you to the hospital. No, it didn't really hurt that much. I'll just put some ointment on it and it'll be fine. Thank you for last night. I owe you one. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. It's already dawned, so I'll go now. Let me walk you home. No need, you've already done enough. I'll just take a taxi. It's hard to get a taxi in this villa area. I'll walk you home. Thank you. You're welcome. Shang Chu woke up and smelled a floral fragrance. She opened her eyes and saw a large bouquet of pink roses next to her. Shang Chu sat up in surprise and blinked. Huo Jinghuai walked over to the bed and sat down next to her. He said tenderly and lovingly, "Wife, I love you." Shang Chu was surprised to receive flowers and her husband's confession as soon as she woke up. Why, what are you? Huo Jinghuai put his arm around her waist. Today is 5:20, which sounds the same as I love you in Chinese. On such a good day, of course I have to give my wife flowers. Do you like them, wife? Shang Chu blushed and nodded. As long as you like them, wife. The temperature around them slowly rose as their eyes met. Huo Jinghuai leaned in and kissed the girl. The gentle kiss slowly conquered her city, and Shang Chu was held by him, slowly pushing her against the bed. Chapter 44, Can I go to your house? The passionate kiss made Shang Chu a little overwhelmed, and she reached out and pushed his chest, avoiding his kiss. Why, thank you for sending me flowers, I really like them. Huo Jinghuai looked at her, so do you like me? Shang Chu looked at the man's jawline, and then at his eyes, so deep that she could pinch out water. Chu Chu, I'm waiting for your answer. Since they got married, Huo Jinghuai had taken care of her in every way, and before she knew it, she had fallen for him. I do like you. Huo Jinghuai's eyebrows curved up at the corners of his mouth when he heard the answer. Really? Well, since we got married, you've been so good to me, so gentle, and I feel so happy with you. Silly wife, of course I'll be good to you. Huo Jinghuai scratched the girl's nose. Why, I'm a little hungry, can you get off me? Why, I'm a little hungry, can you get off me? Why, I'm a little hungry, can you get off me? Why, I'm a little hungry, can you get off me? Why, I'm a little hungry, can you get off me? Why, I'm a little hungry, can you get off me? Why, I'm a little hungry, can you get off me? Why, I'm a little hungry, can you get off me? Why, I'm a little hungry, can you get off me? Why, I'm a little hungry, can you get off me? Why, I'm a little hungry, can you get off me? Why, I'm a little hungry, can you get off me? Why, I'm a little hungry, can you get off me? Why, I'm a. In his arms, Shang-Chu looked at his thin lips and said, "You're going to kiss me without washing up? Don't you mind me?" Hua Jinghui gave a faint smile and said, "Baby, you haven't even had time to do it yet, so how could you mind? As long as you don't mind me, that's fine." When they reached the bathroom, Hua Jinghui put her down and offered to squeeze the toothpaste for her. Shang-Chu smiled and took it, saying, "Okay, you can go now." "Okay, I'll go out and get ready the clothes you want to wear today. It's your birthday tonight, so pick me out a long dress." "Okay, honey, I'll be waiting for you outside." Hua Jinghui left the bathroom after giving her a kiss on the cheek. Shang-Chu looked at herself in the mirror and beamed. She was truly happy at that moment. After washing up, she went to the bedroom and saw a long, blue, floral dress laid out on the bed. Hua Jinghui put his arms around her from behind and whispered in her ear, "It's quite warm today, so I chose a cooler dress. Do you like this one? If not, we can change it." "I like it." "Then let's change it, and we'll go downstairs to eat." Shang-Chu turned around, and the two were face to face, with the man still hugging her slender waist. "How can I change if you're hugging me?" "You're right. I'll change it for you," Hua Jinghui said, and took off Shang-Chu's pajamas. Shang-Chu covered her private parts and angrily said, "What are you doing? Don't look, go out." Hua Jinghui couldn't help laughing and crying. "Shang-Chu, we are husband and wife, what are you embarrassed of? Which part of your body haven't I seen? Stop it." Shang-Chu hurriedly put on her underwear and pulled on her skirt, quickly walked out the door, followed by Hua Jinghui. "Chu-Chu, slow down." Hua Jinghui caught up to Shang-Chu and took her hand. "Chu-Chu, are you angry?" Shang-Chu pursed her lips, not angry, just a little shy. Seeing that the girl was silent, Hua Jinghui hurriedly apologized, "I'm sorry, Chu-Chu, next time you change clothes, I'll just hide." "Don't be angry. Chu-Chu, I'm sorry, don't be mad at me, okay?" Seeing the man apologizing to her in a low voice, Shang-Chu smiled. "My dear, you're smiling. You're not angry with me anymore? Well, I'm not that petty." "That's great. You're so good." Hua Jinghui embraced her and kissed her on the cheek. Shang-Chu was at a loss for words. Her husband's appearance and personality were completely different. He looked like a serious, successful man. But his personality was just the opposite. He was always saying sweet things and occasionally even acted cute around her. Mo Yuchuan drove Shin-Chi to her doorstep. Shin-Chi thanked him, saying, "Thank you for driving me home and for last night. I'll treat you to dinner sometime to show my appreciation." Mo Yuchuan nodded, saying, "Sure, I'm always free. I'll wait for you to take me to dinner. You should go home soon. Your parents must be worried about you after staying out all night." Shin-Chi's face changed. "I live alone," she said. "It's not safe for a girl to live alone. Why don't you consider living with your parents?" "My parents are divorced. They both have their own families and have long since given up on me." Mo Yuchuan saw the girl's desolation on her face and felt inexplicable pain in her heart. "I'm sorry. I didn't know you. Have nothing to be sorry about. I'm doing just fine on my own now. I have very good friends, a job I love, and a small villa to live in. I'm happy every day." Although Shin-Chi was smiling, Mo Yuchuan could see that she was putting on a happy face. Who doesn't want their family to be harmonious and their parents to be in love? Unfortunately, not every marriage can last forever, and the first person to be hurt when a marriage ends is the child. "I'm afraid to ask, when did your parents separate?" Mo Yuchuan knew that this question would upset Shin-Chi, but he just wanted to get to know her a little better. "I will always remember that day. After I finished my college entrance exams, I went home and told them happily that I had done well. Before I could say anything, they gave me some heavy news. They had already obtained a divorce certificate that day. They explained to me that they had long since lost their feelings for each other, but they had kept on putting up with it just for my sake. Now that I had finally finished my exams, they couldn't wait to get a divorce. From that day on, they moved out of the house, and now I am all alone." Shin-Chi was shocked when she finished speaking. How had she told Mo Yuchuan about her family? Normally she would not easily tell others about her family affairs. After hearing this, Mo Yuchuan felt even more distressed for the girl in front of him. It turned out that after she turned 18, she had been living alone. She was only 18 years old, and she was still a child, but her parents had left her. Shinshi was so pretty and cute, how could her parents bear to let her go? He has a younger sister called Mo Jalan, who is 22 years old, the same age as Shinshi. She cuddles up to her parents at home every day, and her parents still call her their baby. Compared to Shinshi, she really became independent at a young age. You are very strong and independent, I really admire you. Who wants to be strong and independent? I have no one to rely on, I have to be independent, but I've got used to it over the years. Shinshi brushed her long hair and smiled. Anyway, Mo Yuchuan, thank you for bringing me back. You probably haven't had breakfast yet, so you should go home and eat breakfast. Can I go to your place for dinner? Mo Yuchuan blurted out, not sure why he wanted to go to her place. Go to my place? Well, okay. You saved me last night, took me to your place to rest for the night, and brought me back here today, so I'll make breakfast for you to show my appreciation. Chapter 45, Tricked into Getting Married. Mo Yuchuan didn't expect Shinshi to agree, and he was surprised. Then thank you for your hospitality, Achi. Achi? Shinshi blinked, feeling a little strange about this nickname. Can I call you Achi? After all, we are already friends, and calling you by your full name feels a bit formal. I thought it would be better to call you Achi. It's just a name, you can call me whatever you like. Come on, let's go into my place and have breakfast. I'm actually hungry. Mo Yuchuan followed behind her, keeping a distance of 1 meter. Once they entered the house, Shinshi asked him to sit in the living room while she went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Mo Yuchuan took a look around. It was a very homely place. There was a photo hanging on the wall in the living room. There were 3 people in the photo. The girl in the photo was Shinshi, and the other 2 were presumably her parents, a man and a woman. Shinshi in the photo looks very young, and it was probably taken before she turned 18. She was already this beautiful at 18, and now she is even more mature and attractive. Mo Yuchuan, do you like wontons? Shinshi suddenly asked him from the doorway of the kitchen. Mo Yuchuan turned around and replied, well, I'll eat whatever you make. Shinshi saw Mo Yuchuan standing in front of the photo of her family portrait, and her eyes darkened. She then returned to the kitchen. Mo Yuchuan followed her and stood in the kitchen doorway. Shinshi smiled when she saw him. I made the wontons myself, and I chopped the filling myself. Mo Yuchuan was amazed when he saw the golden-like wontons. Chi, you're amazing, these wontons are really well made. Thank you. Does Chi usually cook? Not really, just occasionally. I make breakfast, have lunch at work, and dinner is prepared by my maid. Sometimes when I'm bored at home, I'll make dumplings or ravioli. I have a younger sister about your age, 22 years old, who can't do anything and just sits around at home, spoiling her parents. Chi's eyes drooped. If she could, she would also like to spoil her parents. But that will never happen, because both her parents have new families. Mo Yuchuan realized that Shinshi's face looked strange and knew that he had said the wrong thing. He quickly changed the subject and said, it smells pretty good. One by one, the wonton balls floated in the water like ingots, exuding a fragrant aroma. Shinshi scooped them up when they were done cooking. A little light soy sauce, lard, chopped green onion, cilantro, and a few small shrimps in the bowl, and the wontons were ready. It smells so good. Mo Yuchuan could feel his mouth watering. Okay, let's take it to the dining room and eat it, Shinshi said. MMHM. Mo Yuchuan took 1 bowl in each hand and carried them to the dining table. Go ahead, try it. Mo Yuchuan ate it. To be honest, it was really delicious. The wonton wrappers were thin and the filling was generous, and with the coriander and lard, the soup was also very tasty. It's delicious, Chi, you're a really good cook. Thank you. After finishing the wonton meal, Mo Yuchuan rushed to wash the dishes, and Shinshi didn't argue with him, because she didn't like doing the dishes anyway. Shinshi wiped the table and put away the books in the living room. Looking up, she saw the glaring family photo. In the photo, the 3 of them were smiling really happily, but who knew that just 3 days after the photo was taken, their parents actually got divorced. It turned out that the smiles on their parents' faces in the photo were all fake. What are you thinking about, Chi? Mo Yuchuan asked, standing behind her without her noticing. Do you know when this photo was taken? It was probably taken when you were 18, right? Well, it was taken on June 6, the day before the college entrance exam. They got divorced on June 8. At the time, I suggested taking a family photo, and I never imagined that it would be our last photo. Mo Yuchuan was never good at consoling people, and at this moment, he didn't know how to comfort her. Even after the divorce, they are still your parents, and I think they still love you very much. It doesn't matter. You should go back now, as you've already eaten. I didn't sleep well last night and want to catch up on some sleep. Shin Shi gave the order to leave. It's time to go back. Thanks for the delicious ravioli. I'm sure the man will be very happy to marry you. I will never get married in my life. Why? What's so good about getting married? I'd rather be free and do whatever I want, eat whatever I want, go wherever I want. Besides, my parents' example is right there in front of me. I think it's her parents' failed marriage that makes her so averse to marriage. You should go back soon. I'll invite you to dinner some other time. Shin Shi saw Mo Yuchuan to the door. After he left, Shin Shi went back to the bedroom, lay on the bed and closed her eyes. For some reason, tears fell uncontrollably. She hadn't cried for a long time, but for some reason, she couldn't help it today. Maybe it was because her parents had their own families and rarely cared about her. Maybe it was because she was bullied last night and had no one to talk to. If her parents hadn't divorced, her father would have taken care of it for her and her mother would have held her in her arms and comforted her. Huo Wanwan's birthday is today. She arrived at the old house early in the morning and was overjoyed to receive gifts from her parents. Suya beamed like a flower, looking at her daughter with love. Time really flies, my Wanwan is all grown up. Mom, thank you for raising me, I really love you so much, Mom. Huo Wanwan snuggled up to Suya and cooed. Huo Qianzong, that's enough, stop being a baby. Which of your friends are coming to celebrate your birthday today? There are big brother and sister-in-law, Yang Mingyu and Meng Guxiao. After celebrating at home, we'll go out and have a good time, maybe go to a karaoke bar and sing a few songs. It's a pity that second brother can't come back, he was always here for my birthday in previous years. Your second brother is busy at work and can't come back, so please understand, said Suya. I know, even though second brother isn't here, he's already sent me a red envelope, a really big one. Huo Qianzong looked serious, don't drink when you go out. I know, Dad. Huo Wannan winked, she didn't listen to her father, she was already 25, she could drink as much as she wanted. Wannan, your sister-in-law is coming, I'll go check how the chicken soup is cooking in the kitchen. Suya said. Isn't there Mrs. Wang in the kitchen? I'll go check myself, your sister-in-law is having a hard time being pregnant, she had morning sickness before and wanted to eat something sour, your brother said she vomited at noon. Pregnancy is really exhausting. I don't want to get married and have kids in the future. What do you mean you don't want to get married? Huo Qianzong said. Huo Wanwan retorted, I don't want to get married. It's so nice to be alone and free. Your sister-in-law got married at the age of 22, and you? You're 25 years old and you still don't have a boyfriend. You think I'm like my sister-in-law, who was easily tricked into getting married by my brother? My sister-in-law was only 22 years old and her life had just begun, but she got married at a young age. Huo Qianzong, what nonsense are you talking about? Huo Qianzong put himself in her shoes for a moment. If he had to marry at the age of 22 every night, he definitely would not agree. Suya, Wanwan, that's not what I meant. There are advantages to getting married, just like me. I also married your father at the age of 22 and gave birth to your 3 lovely children. Look, I'm so happy now. Huo Wanwan pouted, her mother was happy because her father was responsible for the family and loved her wholeheartedly. If she could find a man in the future who is responsible for the family and loves her wholeheartedly, perhaps she would also think about getting married. But for now, she actually wants to fall in love, too, but she hasn't met the right person since she was little. The men who chase after her either see that she is pretty or covet her family's wealth. So when it comes to love, she would rather not have it than have it with the wrong person. Chapter 46. Do you have a boyfriend? Wanwan, Wanwan. A familiar voice called out to her downstairs. Huo Wanwan was playing with her phone in her room when she heard the voice. She came to the window and peeked out to see Yang Mingyu. Yang Mingyu, you're here. Huo Wanwan waved at him. Yang Mingyu looked up at the girl and said, Happy birthday, Wanwan. Thanks. Are you here alone? Yes. I'll be right down. Huanan took her phone and quickly went downstairs. Yang Mingyu had a smile on his face as he watched the girl run towards him. Why did you come so early? There's nothing to do in the morning, so I came early to celebrate your birthday. Oh, right, the birthday present. Yang Mingyu reached into his jacket pocket and took out a box, which he handed to her. Thank you. Huanan happily took it and opened it. It was an exquisite bracelet. The bracelet was light pink and looked crystal clear and very beautiful in the sunlight. Do you like it? Yang Mingyu asked expectantly. I like it, it's very beautiful. Shall I put it on for you? I'll do it myself. Huanan put the bracelet on her hand and shook it. How does it look? Yang Mingyu looked at her face and replied with a faint smile, it looks good. Thank you, Yang Mingyu. You're welcome. Let's go inside, it's quite hot outside with the sun shining, I don't want to get a tan just as summer has arrived. The two of them entered the living room together and saw Hua Qianzuan reading the newspaper. Yang Mingyu greeted him, hello, uncle. Hua Qianzuan put down the newspaper, Mingyu is here, sit down. Yes, uncle. Mingyu, what is your father doing these days? I'd like to go fishing with him someday. He's fixing up his bike. There's a bike race the day after tomorrow, and he signed up. He's still going strong in his 50s, after tinkering with it for more than 30 years. He still has a passion for cycling. Sometimes I envy your dad. Huanan took his hand and said, Dad, actually I think you can join in too. It'll be good exercise. Look at how fit Uncle Yang is. You didn't work out when you were young, so now you're just going to learn how to do it when you're over 50. You can still do it in your 50s. By the way, there's a marathon in Tingcheng in a few days, so why don't you take Mom to participate? Let's see in a few days. I've been pretty busy lately. Tomorrow, your mother and I are going to your sister-in-law's house to meet her parents and discuss your brother and sister-in-law's situation. Dad, I want to go too. We're there to discuss serious matters. What would you be doing there? You can go after your sister-in-law and your brother have settled things. While they were talking, Sheng Chu and Hua Jinghuai returned, and Huanan got excited and got up to greet them. Sister-in-law, you're here. Yes, Wan, happy birthday to you. Thank you, sister-in-law. Hua Jinghuai handed her the bag in his hands and said, this is your sister-in-law's birthday gift to you. Huanan took the bag and saw that the box inside had the Hasselblad logo printed on it. Her eyes lit up instantly and she exclaimed in surprise, a camera. Sister-in-law, how did you know that my camera is old and I was thinking of getting a new one? I didn't expect you to get me one. Sister-in-law, I love you so much. Sheng Chu glanced at Hua Jinghuai and said, your brother said that you like taking photos, so he chose and bought a camera for you. Sister-in-law, you're so thoughtful. I love this brand of camera. Suya came out of the kitchen and saw her daughter-in-law. She came over with a smile, Chu, you're back. Sit down and rest. Do you want something to drink? I'll go get it. Sheng Chu smiled back at her warm-hearted mother-in-law. Mom, don't bother. It's no bother. How about some lemonade? Jinghuai said you like sour things these days. Sheng Chu couldn't refuse her mother-in-law's hospitality. She nodded and said, thank you, Mom. I'll have some lemonade. Good. Jinghuai, you take Chu and sit down and rest. After sitting down, Hua Qianzong said, Chu, your mother and I will be visiting your family tomorrow. Have you told your family? Yes, Dad, I already told my parents. Good, we will be at your house tomorrow morning around 9 o'clock. Jinghuai, come with me to the study for a moment, I have something to discuss with you. Hua Qianzong got up and walked towards the study on the second floor. Hua Jinghuai stroked Sheng Chu's hair and said tenderly, I will go to the study first, you wait downstairs and wait for me. Sheng Chu smiled, go ahead. Hua Jinghuai stood up and walked a few steps, then looked at Huanan and said, Wanan, take care of your sister-in-law. I know, big brother. Huanan came to Sheng Chu's side, sat down next to her, and took her hand. My brother is really something, he's only gone for a step, and he's already telling me to take care of you, sister-in-law. My brother really loves you. Sheng Chu's face turned red. No way. Yes, ever since my brother married you, he's changed so much, I never knew he had such a gentle side. Yang Mingyu, I can testify to that. See, sister-in-law, Mingyu has already said so. My brother used to be proud and self-possessed, cold and aloof, calm and rational, and a bore. Ever since Big Brother married you, I never thought he would become like this, completely changing from the inside out. Yang Mingyu added, in the past, when Lao Hua was in our circle, he was known as the iceberg president. He was famous for not being interested in women. Before, there was a newspaper that made a list of the men that women in Wicham wanted to marry the most, and Lao Hua ranked first. Huo Wanwan was surprised, really? I haven't heard of that. When was it reported? It was indeed reported. Meng Guxiao walked in from the outside and continued, at the time, we used this report to tease Lao Hua, thinking that he would be angry, but we didn't expect him to care at all. Yang Mingyu, Meng, you're here, have a seat. Meng Guxiao took a box and handed it to Huo Wanwan, saying, Happy 25th birthday, Wanwan. Huo Wanwan took the gift, thanks, have a seat. Suya came out of the kitchen and brought some drinks. Guxiao is here too, where's your friend Mo Yuchuan, when is he coming? Suya asked. He probably isn't coming. Aren't you usually inseparable? You always come to my house in pairs. Why isn't he here today? Meng Guxiao rubbed the back of his head. He had something to do. Auntie, what do you mean by pairs? We're both men. Suya smiled, have a drink. It's quite hot today, and something cold will make you feel cooler faster. A few glasses of orange juice and a glass of lemonade. Shangchu drank the lemonade by herself, while everyone else drank the orange juice. Shangchu found the sour lemonade delicious. Suya asked, Guxiao, Mingyu, do you two have girlfriends? Both shook their heads. You need to find someone, you're not young anymore. Auntie, you can't just find a girlfriend whenever you want, Meng Guxiao said. Yang Mingyu looked in the direction of Huo Wannan. After Suya went into the kitchen, Meng Guxiao said to Shangchu, sister-in-law, is your friend Shenqi doing well? Shangchu, she's doing fine, why? Oh, that's good, I was afraid that last night's incident had affected her. Meng Guxiao finished drinking the juice in his glass. Shangchu frowned slightly, what happened last night? Chapter 47, In My Eyes, There Is Only You. Sister-in-law, don't you know? No, what happened yesterday? Meng Guxiao told her about how Shenqi had gone to the bar and been knocked unconscious again yesterday. After listening, Shangchu suddenly stood up. What? How come she didn't tell me about such a big thing that happened to Kiki? I'm going out to make a phone call. Huo Wannan was indignant. There are actually such scumbags, taking advantage of people in their time of need, what a villain. Guxiao, how is that scumbag? Yu Chuan asked me to call his lawyer and prosecute him for attempted rape. I think Yu Chuan is quite angry and said he hopes he can be locked up for as long as possible. I think Yu Chuan has a crush on Shenqi. Yang Mingyu, oh? He likes Shenqi? I'm just guessing, you can go and ask him. Shangchu took his mobile phone outside to the park, dialed Shenqi's number, and it was answered after 10 seconds. The voice was soft, hello? Shangchu couldn't wait to say, Kiki, where are you? Are you okay? I'm fine. Why are you sounding so anxious? You went to a bar yesterday and got bullied. Why didn't you tell me? I didn't know anything about it. Chu, how did you find out? Shenqi slowly sat up. Meng Guxiao told me. If he hadn't, I wouldn't have known. Why didn't you tell me? It wouldn't have helped anyway, and it's already been resolved. The guy's already been to the police station. Are you really okay? I'm fine. Mo Yuchuan took me back to his place to rest last night, and he dropped me off in the morning. I'm fine now, except I didn't sleep well last night, so I'm catching up on some sleep. I'm glad you're okay. I was so worried. How did Meng Guxiao know? Did Mo Yuchuan blab? Shin Shiho asked after the fact. No, Meng Guxiao said he also went to the bar and happened to see Mo Yuchuan beating up the man who bullied you. He hit him really hard and broke the man's hand. Really? Well, according to Meng Guxiao, Mo Yuchuan was really angry, and he stepped on the scumbag's hand so hard that it was bloody and mangled. After that, Meng Guxiao added insult to injury, and then followed the police to the police station, and called Mo Yuchuan's lawyer, meaning to make that scumbag spend a few more years in jail. Was Mo Yuchuan taking revenge for her? Shinshi let out a small laugh. Someone was still taking her side, while her own parents hadn't contacted her in half a year. Kiki, I'll go see you later. Shang Chu said. Although Kiki said she was fine, she had suffered so much and was still scared. Sure, come to my house anytime. I'll be waiting. Today is Jing Huai's sister's birthday, and I'll be having lunch at his house. I'll come find you after lunch. Okay, you can come whenever. Okay. Choo-choo, I'll hang up if everything's fine. Oh, I just fell asleep not long ago, but you woke me up with your phone call, so I need to catch up on some sleep. Okay, you go back to sleep. After Shin-chi hung up the phone, she opened her eyes and looked at the ceiling, her mind full of thoughts. Mo Chuan. After Shang Chu hung up the phone, she turned around and saw Hua Wannan walking towards her. Sister-in-law, is your friend okay? Well, she said she's fine, but I'll go check on her after lunch. She must have been really scared after such a big incident. Yes, if I ran into that kind of scum, I would be scared too. Sister-in-law, comfort her and tell her not to be afraid. Okay. Study. Dad, what did you want to see me about? Hua Jinghuai asked. Hua Qianzong sat in a chair and said as he sat down. After Hua Jinghuai sat down, Hua Qianzong said, tomorrow, we will visit your in-laws. Do they like anything in particular? I will prepare it. Just let me buy it. Buying something they like shows sincerity. Does your father-in-law smoke? No. Then how about buying a few cases of good wine, some nutritional supplements, such as ginseng, deer antler, bird's nest, and donkey hide glue, and a few caddies of good tea? That's fine. How much do you think is appropriate for the betrothal gift? Should it be in cash or a check? Hua Jinghuai thought for a moment and said, Dad, didn't I buy a Bentley a while ago? I don't drive it anyway, so I'll give it to my father-in-law as a gift. I'll also go to the bank and get 10 caddies of gold bricks and 8 million in cash. Hua Qianzong nodded, yes, the gold can be taken from my safe, and I'll have the bank send the cash over as well. The car is in the parking lot of the old house, so I'll have Lowly drive it over tomorrow. Dad, I'll pay for the gold and cash. You keep the money for yourself. After all, I'm the one getting married. How can that be? How can I not contribute to my son's marriage? Dad, you already gave Choo-choo 5% of the shares. I'm old. How much can I spend? In the future, your mother and I will spend our money on the three of you. I want to marry Choo-choo myself. Since you're so insistent, fine, use the money in your account to pay the bride price. Thank you, Dad, for your permission. Since there's nothing else, I'll go downstairs first. Hua Jinghuai turned around and wanted to leave. Hua Qianzong said, be good to Choo-choo, she's a good girl. I will. Hua Qianzong watched the tall figure leave the study and he smiled. Now that Jinghuai is doing so well, he doesn't need to worry about him anymore. Hua Jinghuai went downstairs and didn't see Choo-choo's figure. He asked Meng Guxiao, who was sitting there, have you seen my wife? Meng Guxiao pointed outside and said that he had gone out to play with Wan Wan. Hua Jinghuai raised his leg and walked out. Meng Guxiao said, hey, I came to your house, aren't you going to keep me company? Hua Jinghuai ignored him completely. Meng Guxiao followed behind him and complained, you really have a wife and forgot about your friends. Don't you and your wife stick together every day? Why are you so anxious to find her when you can't see her? What could possibly happen in your house? Hua Jinghuai ignored him completely. When they arrived at the small garden outside, Shang Chu and Hua Wannan were playing with the dog. Hua Jinghuai called out to her from afar. Shang Chu put down duo and waved back. Meng Guxiao saw Jinghuai and immediately changed his expression from expressionless to smiling when he saw his wife. Meng Guxiao. The Sichuan opera face-changing technique couldn't have been that fast. It seems that the power of love is really great. It made him feel like falling in love too. Hua Jinghuai walked over to Shang Chu and said tenderly, it's so hot, why aren't you at home? You're sweating. Hua Jinghuai took out a handkerchief and wiped Shang Chu's sweat. Then he took her hand and walked towards the living room, without even looking at the two people next to him, Hua Wannan and Yang Mingyu. Hua Wannan looked at the two of them from behind and said to Yang Mingyu next to her, does my brother only have eyes for my sister-in-law? Yang Mingyu lowered his eyes. Wan Wan, in my eyes, there is only you two. Hua Wan Wan saw that he didn't say anything, so she touched him and asked, why aren't you saying anything? Yang Mingyu looked at her and said, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Maybe in your brother's eyes, he can't see anyone else. Chapter 48, Uninvited Guests. Huo Wanwan turned her head and stared at Yang Mingyu, moved closer to him, and gave a playful smile. Yang Mingyu saw that Wanwan was so close to him, and his heart beat uncontrollably faster. Wanwan, why are you looking at me like that? The girl slowly opened her red lips and asked, how do you know so much? Do you have a favorite girl? Are you in love? Yang Mingyu's ears instantly turned red, and he shook his head hard. Wanwan, I'm not in love, I'm not. Why are you stuttering? The girl's bright eyes stared at him. I'm not. I just want to tell you that I've never been in love. You're not young anymore, you should find a girlfriend. Huo Wanwan turned around and headed towards the living room. Yang Mingyu looked at her back and followed suit. Wanwan, let's go watch a movie tonight, okay? I booked a private room for the night. We can go after we sing karaoke. There's nothing good on TV these days, I don't want to go. Then let's go to the amusement park. Didn't you say you wanted to ride the Ferris wheel before? I'll go with you. Huo Wanwan glanced at him doubtfully. Why does it have to be tonight? Because it's your birthday. Huo Wanwan thought about it for a moment and said, okay. Wanwan, you promised. Yang Mingyu was slightly excited. Well, didn't you tell me to go? Yang Mingyu gave a soft yeah behind him and then continued to chase Huo Wanwan's footsteps. Once they entered the living room, Huo Wanwan said to everyone, I'll treat everyone to dinner this afternoon, and then we'll go sing after dinner. Meng Guxia was the first to nod, okay, I don't have anything to do this afternoon anyway. Yang Mingyu, me too. Huo Wanwan asked again, sister-in-law, are you and brother going? Huo Jinghuai asked Sheng Chu tenderly by his side, do you want to go? Meng Guxiao, sister-in-law definitely has to go. I heard that you sing very well, and Jinghuai has never forgotten you because of the way you sing. Shang Chu blushed, looking at Huo Jinghuai helplessly. Huo Jinghuai, don't listen to what other people say, do you want to go? Huo Wanwan leaned closer to Shang Chu, took her arm, and said softly, sister-in-law, you should go. I haven't heard you sing yet. Shang Chu nodded slightly. She couldn't refuse such a beautiful Wanwan. That's great. Your singing must be very beautiful, otherwise how could you have captured my brother's heart? Shang Chu looked shy. At this moment, someone came in through the door. As soon as she entered the living room, she greeted everyone with a smile, hello everyone. Happy birthday, Wanwan. Everyone looked at her, and it was Yi Nanshi. Yi Nanshi and Huo Wannan were friends, so it was normal for her to come to Huo Wannan's birthday. Huo Jinghuai's face was expressionless as he took Shang Chu's hand and checked it to see how many fingers she had. Huo Wannan got up and walked towards her. Nanshi, why are you here? I thought you were on a business trip abroad. Last time I saw you in your circle of friends, weren't you in France? When did you come back? Yi Nanshi looked at Huo Jinghuai sitting on the sofa, and saw that he and Shang Chu were so close, talking about something. After 2 seconds, she looked at Huo Wannan and smiled, saying, I just got back a few days ago too. Happy birthday, Wannan. This is my birthday gift to you. Huo Wannan took the gift and said thank you. We've been friends for so long, what's there to say? Nanshi, let's go sit down and talk. Okay. Where are your parents? Why aren't they here? They'll be here soon. Yang Mingyu and Meng Guxiao glanced at each other and smiled. They both knew that Yi Nanshi had liked Huo Jinghuai since she was a child and had been chasing after him, but Huo Jinghuai had never even looked at her. In order to chase after Huo Jinghuai, Yi Nanshi had quit her own company and joined Huo Jinghuai's company. They had previously joked about being together with Yi Nanshi. After all, she was quite pretty and came from a good family, but Huo Jinghuai told them seriously that they should never mention it again and that he had no feelings for Yi Nanshi. Huo Jinghuai whispered to Shang Chu, Chu, you have 6. Shang Chu nodded, let me take a look at yours. Huo Jinghuai held out his hand for Shang Chu to see. You have 8. Yi Nanjin watched the two of them so intimately, suppressed the anger in her heart, and tried hard to keep smiling, saying, Jinghuai, what are you and Shang Chu playing? Huo Wannan also came over and asked, yes, brother, what are you and your sister-in-law playing? Huo Jinghuai just glanced at him and didn't answer. Shang Chu said, Jinghuai and I are counting the number of dimples on our fingers. Yi Nanjin said. How childish. How could Jinghuai play such childish things with her? Huo Wanwan laughed a few times, are you kids, actually looking at the number of finger ridges? Meng Guxiao said, so Jinghuai, how many ridges are there on your fingers? Shang Chu responded, Jinghuai has 8, and I have 6. Huo Wanwan held out her hand to Shang Chu, sister-in-law, help me see how many ridges I have. Shang Chu really looked carefully and said, 6, just like me. Meng Guxiao held out her hand to Yang Mingyu, Mingyu, help me count how many buckets I have. Yi Nanjin. Why are they all so childish? At this time, Wang Ma came out of the kitchen and said, dinner is ready. Huo Wanwan got up, finally it's time to eat, I'm starving, let's go, everyone go eat. Yi Nanjin, Wanwan, why don't I go home first? Huo Wanwan held her hand, why do you want to go home? Aren't you eating at my house? Huo Wannan, stop being so slow, let's go, let's eat. Everyone was there, the food was on the table, and Huo Wannan stood up, raised her juice and said, thank you all for coming to my birthday, thank you all for the gifts you gave me, I'd like to propose a toast to everyone. Today's meal was very sumptuous, and there was a cake in the middle. Everyone was eating and laughing, but Yi Nanchi felt particularly dazzling. Jing Hui actually took such good care of Shang Chu, even peeling shrimp for her. Shang Chu was such a prodigy, so how did she fall into the mundane world because of Shang Chu? What was her merit? After dinner and cake, Shang Chu told everyone that she had something to do, so Wu Jing Hui took her away. Yi Nanchi looked at the two of them leaving, her face showing disappointment, and she couldn't fake it anymore. Huo Wanwan saw Yi Nanji's expression and took her to the back garden, saying, Nanji, I know you've always liked my brother. You're sad that he's getting married, aren't you? Yi Nanji choked up, Wanwan. Huo Wanwan comforted her, Nanji, you and my brother are not meant to be. Don't like him anymore. You're so outstanding and beautiful, why are you so obsessed with my brother? Yi Nanchi sobbed, Wanwan, I've liked him for 9 years. I know you've always liked him and chased after him, but he's never liked you, never even looked at you. Yi Nanchi clenched her fists, she was so unwilling, why? Why was it Shang Chu? Why couldn't the person beside Jing Hui be her, Yi Nanchi? Chapter 49, such an intimate nickname. Huo Wanwan patted Yi Nanwei on the shoulder to comfort her, telling her to stop thinking about him, otherwise she would not be happy. Give up on him. Yi Nanwei sobbed, Wanwan, tell me, what is it about me that makes me inferior to Shang Chu? Tell me, why does Jing Hui like her but not me? I have known Jing Hui for more than 10 years. Love has no order of arrival. Even though you have known my brother for so many years, I know it's hard for you to give up on a relationship you've had for so many years, but you can go on a trip to relax and let your mind stop dwelling on this relationship. My brother and my sister-in-law are getting married, that's a given. They love each other very much, and my sister-in-law is already pregnant. What? Shang Chu is pregnant? Yi Nanchi's eyes widened. Yes. So you must give up, you can't love my brother anymore. Yi Nanchi felt weak and fell to the ground. Shang Chu is pregnant. Jing Hui actually got her pregnant. Huo Wanwan pulled her up, Nanji, if you're uncomfortable, just cry it out. Yi Nanji suddenly stood up, Wanwan, I'll go back first. Nanji, where are you going? Yi Nanji didn't even pay any attention to her and kept walking out. Huo Wanwan sighed, letting her think for herself is good. I've told her not to like Big Brother for a long time, but she refused to listen. She's been chasing after Big Brother for so many years, wasting so many years of her youth, why? Yang Mingyu and Meng Guxiao walked out, and the three of them looked at each other. It was obvious that she was very sad. Meng Guxiao said. Yang Mingyu, Jing Hui had already warned her not to have any thoughts about him, but she didn't listen and just kept running into him. Who's to blame? Huo Wanwan put her hand on each of the men's shoulders and said, why don't one of you go talk to her? She's really sad. Yang Mingyu refused outright, I'm not going. The two looked at Meng Guxiao, who said, I'm not going either. Why should I go comfort her? What's it got to do with me if she's having a hard time? Huo Wanwan said, we're all friends. Yang Mingyu said, she's not my friend. Meng Guxiao said, neither am I. Huo Wanwan sighed and let her think it over. Yang Mingyu pulled Huo Wanwan's hand off Meng Guxiao's shoulder without saying a word. Wanwan can rest her shoulder on his shoulder, but not on another man's shoulder. Meng Guxiao rolled his eyes and thought to himself, Mingyu is so petty, he has no feelings for Wanwan. While Huo Wanwan was not around, Yang Mingyu pulled Meng Guxiao aside and whispered to him, Guxiao, I want to confess to Wanwan tonight. Meng Guxiao, you should have confessed a long time ago. What's the plan? Do you need any help? Wanwan said she'd treat us to dinner and then karaoke. I want to take her to an amusement park after karaoke. I'll book the whole place and hire some people to decorate it with balloons and fireworks. I'll take Wan Wan on the Ferris wheel and confess to her there. Just as I do, the fireworks will go off. Meng Guxiao gave him a thumbs up. I didn't realize, you're quite the romantic. What do you think my chances are? Yang Mingyu asked. Meng Guxiao, I don't know, I'm not Huo Wannan. So do you think she likes me? How would I know? You'll know after you confess tonight. Yang Mingyu, but I'm worried, I'm afraid of failure, I'm afraid she'll reject me. Just go for it, what's there to be afraid of? If it doesn't work out, you can always try again. True. Yang Mingyu was very unsure, he doesn't know if he will succeed tonight. Hang in there, buddy, I'll always be behind you. Shang Chu bought a cake and milk tea and arrived at Shin Shi's door, ringing the doorbell. Shin Shi got up and opened the door as soon as she heard the doorbell ring. She saw Shang Chu, beaming, and said, "You know my house code, just press it yourself." Shang Chu was relieved to see that Shin Shi was safe and sound. "Kiki, have you eaten yet?" "No, I just woke up." "Come in and talk." Shin Shi pulled Shang Chu and dragged her into the house. Hua Jinghuai was standing outside, and Shin Shi glanced at him and said, "Mr. Hua, you come in too." Shin Shi led Shang Chu back to the room, and Hua Jinghuai was in the living room, so he sat down on a sofa. Shang Chu took out the milk tea and cake, and said, "Look, I bought your favorite milk tea and cake." "Chu Chu, you're so good." Shin Shi hugged her. Shang Chu opened the straw and stuck it in the milk tea, and handed it to her again. "Drink." Shin Shi took it and took a few sips. It was really sweet. Shang Chu opened the cake again and said, "There's something even sweeter. Have some cake." Shin Shi's pretty face crumpled up. "Milk tea and cake? Are you trying to make me fat?" Shang Chu pinched her little face. "My Chi is so skinny, a little won't hurt." After she finished the cake, Shin Shi hugged Shang Chu. "I know you're worried about me, Shang Chu, but I'm really fine." Shang Chu patted her back lightly, and was glad that she was fine. "But I really have to thank Mo Yuchuan for what happened yesterday. If it wasn't for him, I could have really gotten into trouble. Well, we really should thank him properly. Invite him to dinner sometime. Oh, and Meng Guxiao, after you were carried away by Mo Yuchuan yesterday, he took care of the aftermath. He took the heat for you, punched the bastard a few times, took the bastard to the police station, and hired a lawyer. Shin Shi, I didn't know that Meng Guxiao had also helped me." It's strange that Mo Yuchuan didn't say anything. The doorbell rang, and Shin Shi was about to get up to answer it when Shang Chu pulled her back. Jing Huai was outside, and he would answer the door. Shin Shi didn't get up, wondering, strange, who is coming to my house at this hour. Hua Jinghuai did go to open the door. When he opened the door, there was Mo Yuchuan standing there, beaming from ear to ear and carrying a lunchbox. Mo Yuchuan's smile froze. "Lao Hua. Why are you at Chi's house?" Hua Jinghuai said calmly, "I came with Chu Chu." Mo Yuchuan was relieved. Yes, your wife is Chi's good friend." Hua Jinghuai's mouth curled up. "She? Is it Shin Chi?" Mo Yuchuan, if it's not her, then who else? "A Chi is with your wife?" In the room. Hua Jinghuai looked at Mo Yuchuan up and down. It seems that his good friend has fallen for Shin Chi. Mo Yuchuan headed towards the bedroom, knocked on the door, and said, "A Chi, you haven't eaten, have you?" "I brought lunch." Shin Chi in the room was surprised to see Mo Yuchuan. Shang Chu, on the other hand, had a strange smile on his face. "What did he call you?" "She? Since when have you two become so familiar?" Shin Chi's face was calm. "He said it's more natural to call me by my full name, so he called me Chi. What's wrong with that?" Chapter 50, She Stole My Heart. Shang Chu gave a meaningful smile and pushed her back. "It's nothing, just go open the door. He's brought you lunch." Shin Chi looked puzzled. "What are you smiling at?" "Nothing, just go open the door." Shin Chi walked over and opened the door. She saw Mo Yuchuan smiling at her. "Aki, you haven't had lunch, have you?" "I ate the cake and milk tea that Chu Chu brought. I'm not very hungry now." "How can you get full on cake and milk tea?" "I've brought poached chicken, braised fish, meatball soup, and stir-fried lotus root slices. You should eat something." "You're right, I'm a bit hungry." "Hurry up, come to the table and eat." "I'll just have a little." Shin Shi followed Mo Yuchuan to the table. Mo Yuchuan opened the lunchbox and took out the dishes one by one. Shin Shi could smell the aroma and her appetite was aroused. Chi, go get 2 bowls and 2 pairs of chopsticks. Okay. Shin Shi went to the kitchen, got 2 bowls and 2 pairs of chopsticks, and handed them to Mo Yuchuan. She asked, "You're not eating either?" Mo Yuchuan nodded while he was serving the white rice. It's good to eat together. Shang Chu stood in the doorway, watching the two interact, and smiled. Hua Jinghuai leaned close to her and also smiled faintly. The two of them looked at each other, and Shang Chu asked in a low voice, "Why, what's Mo Yuchuan like?" "He's okay, I wouldn't be friends with him if he wasn't." "You're right, why, does he like Chi Chi?" "Hua Jinghuai, I don't know. How many girlfriends has he had before?" "As far as I know, none." "Single since birth again?" "Again?" "You are, and young Mingyu too. What's wrong with you guys? You're almost 30, and you've never been in love?" Hua Jinghuai reached out and put his arm around her waist, and whispered in her ear, "Perhaps it was fate that brought us together." Shang Chu's ears turned red. "Don't look at them, let's go sit over there." Hua Jinghuai took Shang Chu to the living room and sat down. The two people at the table. Mo Yuchuan couldn't wait to ask, "Is it delicious?" "Shin Shi, it's delicious, it's just my taste, did you cook it?" "No, the auntie in the family did." "I don't know how to cook." "You must be pretty busy at work, right?" "Not really." Shin Shi had wanted to try the food, but the dish was so delicious that she ended up eating a whole bowl of rice and getting full. "Chi, do you like the food my aunt makes?" "Sure. Come over to my place sometime. I'll order whatever you want to eat. Maybe some other time." "Where's Choo Choo?" Shin Shi suddenly remembered that Choo Choo was still at her place. "I'm in the living room. Have you finished eating?" Shang Chu's voice came from the living room. "I'm done eating." Mo Yuchuan said, "Chi, go play with your sister-in-law, I'll clean up the dishes." Shin Shi didn't hesitate to ask him to do it. "No problem." Mo Yuchuan started to clean up the dishes. Shin Shi walked over to the sofa in the living room and sat down, whispering, "Mo Yuchuan's aunt makes better food than my aunt." "Choo Choo, don't tell Aunt Wang, or she'll be sad." Auntie Wang is the maid Shin Shi hired. She doesn't live in, but comes every day to cook 2 meals and clean the house. "I won't tell Auntie Wang." "Choo Choo, let's go shopping this afternoon." "I have an appointment in the afternoon, it's Jing Huai's birthday." Shin Shi was a little disappointed. "Okay, then I'll just lie around at home in the afternoon." "Chi, I'm free this afternoon, why don't we go to the movies?" Mo Yuchuan said as he came out of the kitchen. Going to the movies, Shin Shi pondered. "Yes, okay?" Mo Yuchuan asked with anticipation as he sat down next to her. "Okay, I'll treat you to dinner after the movie. By the way, Meng Guxiao also helped me yesterday, why don't you ask him to come out and I'll treat you both to dinner?" Mo Yuchuan waved his hand quickly, he didn't have time, he had a date in the evening. "Okay, then I'll treat him to dinner some other time." Mo Yuchuan was ecstatic inside, Chi is treating him to dinner alone. Strange, why is he so happy when she invites him to dinner alone? Shang Chu's pretty eyes scanned back and forth between Shin Shi and Mo Yuchuan. She almost felt that Mo Yuchuan really liked Chi. "Choo Choo, you're free now, can you go shopping with me?" "Summer is here, and I don't have any suitable clothes," said Shin Shi. "Didn't you buy more than 10 outfits online the other day? How come there's nothing suitable?" "There's nothing I like." "Just go with me, and you can help me make a decision." Shang Chu nodded with a smile, "Okay. Let's go now." Shin Shi got up. "Okay then." Hua Jinghuai was the driver in the front, and Shang Chu was in the back seat, pulled by Shin Shi, as the two of them chatted intimately. Hua Jinghuai looked at the intimate scene of the two and felt a little uncomfortable. Although the person holding Choo Choo's hand was Shin Shi, he was still a little jealous. Mo Yuchuan, on the other hand, was driving alone behind them. Shin Shi said to Shang Chu, "Choo Choo, didn't I buy a lot of clothes online the other day? I don't think the quality of a few of them was very good, and they didn't fit me very well, showing off my shortcomings. I still think it's better to go into the store and try them on, and buy the ones that look good. After all, you can't see the quality online. Well, I bought a black dress before, but it didn't look good on me either, making me look big around the stomach. And the quality wasn't very good either, it lost its shape after just one wash. Yes, and it was expensive. Well, which store are you going to buy it at, Chi? Phoenix Road, I think. We bought a few sets there before, and they were quite good. Shang Chu said to Hua Jinghuai in front of them, Jinghuai, let's go to Phoenix Road. Huh? Hua Jinghuai glanced behind. Once they arrived at the store, the salesperson followed Shinchi as soon as she entered, asking her what type of clothes she wanted to buy. Shinchi said she would look around, so she and Shang Chu selected several summer dresses, t-shirts, long skirts, and skirts. I'll try them on in the fitting room. Chu, you should pick out some clothes too, don't just let me shop alone. Okay. Shang Chu looked around casually, and Hua Jinghuai put his arm around her. Which ones do you like? We already have a lot of clothes at home, I don't want to buy any more. We could wear a different outfit from the closet every day. That's why Shang Chu didn't want to buy any. The clothes at home are for the family. If I want to buy them, I will. My husband can afford it. Hua Jinghuai said gently. Shang Chu smiled and shook her head, really no need. Mo Yuchuan only entered the store at this time. He looked left and right but didn't see Shinchi, so he asked, sister-in-law, where is Chi? Trying on clothes. Shang Chu pointed to the fitting room. At this moment, Shinchi came out wearing a white shirt and pleated skirt. She wore a smile and asked, Chu, what do you think of this? Shang Chu nodded and walked over, it's so pretty. Really? I think it's not bad either, I want to buy it. You can buy it. Shang Chu put his arm around her waist and whispered in her ear, it makes your waist look so thin, you must buy this set. Mo Yuchuan felt that Chi was like a flashlight, and she was smiling at him. At that moment, he felt that she had taken his heart. Chapter 51, Kissing His Wife in Public. Hua Jinghuai glanced at Mo Yuchuan and saw his expression. His lips curled up. Right now, Mo Yuchuan was just like the moment he first saw Chu. His heart felt like it was beating uncontrollably, as if she had stolen it. Shinchi is very pretty? Hua Jinghuai leaned closer to him and said. Mo Yuchuan came back to his senses and nodded. Interested in her? Huh? Mo Yuchuan was a little confused. Lao Hua, what do you mean? What do you think I mean? Hua Jinghuai looked in the direction of the two girls. I don't know. Mo Yuchuan really didn't know. Really? I think Shinchi looks pretty good too, and there should be quite a few men after her. Huh? Who's after Chi? Mo Yuchuan's face changed. Hua Jinghuai raised an eyebrow and said, I don't know. Mo Yuchuan pressed on, you must know. What do you feel for Shinchi? Do you like her? Mo Yuchuan thought for a moment, not knowing how to answer. Ha! Hua Jinghuai gave a meaningful smile. To hesitate meant to think about what kind of feelings he had for Shinchi. He hoped that Mo Yuchuan would quickly win Shinchi over, otherwise she would keep pestering Chu and he would never be able to get close to his wife. Shinchi had chosen 6 outfits and was about to pay for them when Mo Yuchuan said he would pay. Shinchi firmly refused. Why should you pay for the clothes I bought? I think we are friends, so it's fine if you pay. Friends don't let friends pay, I appreciate your thoughtfulness, but I'll pay. Shinchi swiped the card, and Mo Yuchuan was a little disappointed. He had wanted to pay. After paying, Shinchi carried a few bags. Mo Yuchuan volunteered, I can carry your bags for you, can I? Shinchi looked at him, thinking that it would be easier for her if someone carried them. She handed them to him and said, thank you. Mo Yuchuan had a smile on his face, and she didn't need to say thank you. Behind them, Shang Chu was holding hands with Hua Jinghuai. She leaned close to Hua Jinghuai's ear and whispered, Jinghuai, Mo Yuchuan's smile seems to be worthless. Hua Jinghuai looked up, and it seemed that he was moved. I also think that I don't know if Kiki likes Mo Yuchuan's type. Mo Yuchuan put the clothes Shinchi bought in the trunk and continued to hang out with her for a while. After that, Mo Yuchuan bought movie tickets and the two of them went into the cinema. Hua Jinghuai also took Shang Chu back to the car. Seeing that it was getting late, he took Shang Chu to Hua Wannan restaurant. Hua Jinghuai and Shang Chu found a private room in the restaurant and were about to open the door when they heard 2 familiar voices coming from the room. Yang Mingyu, I've booked the playground. Have you booked the fireworks? Menggu Xiao, I've been looking for the fireworks you want all afternoon. I've looked in several places and finally found them. Don't worry, they're perfect. I've booked 300,000 yuan worth of fireworks. They'll look great when they're set off. Yang Mingyu, thanks, buddy. I'll transfer 300,000 yuan to you later. Meng Guxiao, don't mention it, buddy. I wish you success with your confession. Huo Jinghuai opened the door expressionlessly. What were you discussing? Yang Mingyu was startled. Are you here with your wife? Why was there no sound? Huo Jinghuai looked serious. Let me ask you, what were you discussing just now? Yang Mingyu felt the pressure from Huo Jinghuai and took a few steps back. Nothing. Are you sure? Just now, I heard you say you want to confess to someone. Meng Guxiao walked up to Huo Jinghuai with a smile on his face, patted him on the shoulder, and said, It's Mingyu, he wants to confess to the girl he likes. Huo Jinghuai glanced at him, just a glance, and his heart skipped a beat. Huo Jinghuai is so scary. Who is that girl? Huo Jinghuai's eyes fixed on the two of them. Yang Mingyu clenched his fists. That girl is Wan Wan, what's wrong? You want to confess to Wan Wan? Huo Jinghuai just glanced at him, and Yang Mingyu felt like he was shivering. Yang Mingyu thought to himself, it's true that I like Wan Wan, even if she is her brother's sister. So what? Yang Mingyu said seriously, yes, I like Wan Wan, and I want to confess to her. Jinghuai, even if you are her brother, so what? You have no right to interfere in her relationships, do you? You. Huo Jinghuai never expected to be confronted by Yang Mingyu. Shang Chu quickly put aside her desire to see a good show, took hold of Huo Jinghuai's arm with one hand, and said, Jinghuai, Yang Mingyu is right. Although you are Wan Wan's older brother, you have no right to interfere in her relationships. Wan Wan is not a child anymore. I am her brother. Huo Jinghuai said. I know, but my brother also doesn't interfere in my relationships. You see, after I married you, my brother only found out about your existence. Huo Jinghuai thought about it and agreed. My sister can handle her own affairs, just like me. Don't worry about her, okay? Looking at his soft-spoken wife, Huo Jinghuai couldn't refuse her. Okay. Huo Jinghuai patted Shang Chu's head. Then don't mention it when Wan Wan comes later. Yang Mingyu must have been planning this confession for a long time. Huo Jinghuai glanced at Yang Mingyu and nodded. Yang Mingyu was moved to tears. Thank you, sister-in-law, you're so kind. It's nothing. Shang Chu shook her head slightly. The door opened and Huo Wannan walked in. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little serious, she asked, Why aren't you sitting down? Hurry up and sit down, the food will be served soon. At that moment, everyone sat down. After dinner, the group went to the karaoke room. Huo Wannan pushed Shang Chu to order a song. Sister-in-law, I've heard that you sing well, so hurry up and sing a song for me to hear. I want to hear it, and I want to know what kind of singing charmed my brother. Shang Chu was embarrassed. Actually, I don't sing very well. If it's not good, how could it have charmed my brother? Shang Chu. Sister-in-law, I heard that you sang a love loop, and my brother fell in love with you at first sight. Shang Chu. Huo Jinghuai sat on the leather sofa, crossed his legs, and kept his eyes on Shang Chu. The prelude to Love Loop sounded, and Huo Wannan quickly handed the microphone to Shang Chu. Sister-in-law, sing it for me. Shang Chu had no choice but to show off her singing voice. Clearing her throat, Shang Chu began. As soon as she started singing, several people were instantly captivated. Shang Chu's voice was really kawaii. Huo Wanwan was full of surprise, clapping her hands. No wonder her brother is captivated by his sister-in-law, who can resist this voice. Even she was moved, her sister-in-law sings so beautifully. Huo Jinghuai once again heard the voice that made his heart flutter, beaming from ear to ear, and looked at Shang Chu with deep affection. He got up and walked toward Shang Chu, sat down next to her, reached out and took Shang Chu in his arms. Shang Chu glanced at him and continued singing. When the song ended, the crowd applauded. Meng Guxiao, so sister-in-law sings so well, no wonder Jinghuai hasn't finished praising her yet, and he saw Huo Jinghuai embracing Shang Chu and kissing her on the lips. Chapter 52, Breaths Intermingled. Meng Guxiao. Yang Mingyu gave a thumbs up. Jinghuai, awesome. Huo Wannan's eyes shone like stars as she stared straight at her kissing brother and sister-in-law. Shang Chu was dumbfounded. How did it suddenly happen that her face was pressed up against hers, their lips sealed together, and he was deepening the kiss, prying open her teeth? Meng Guxiao started to jeer, wow. Yang Mingyu followed suit, wow. Oh. She saw Huo Jinghuai's kisses getting deeper and deeper, and Shang Chu quickly pushed him away, standing up in shock. Why was he kissing her like that in front of her friends and her boyfriend? Meng Guxia was in a stir and didn't mind the situation, shouting, "Kiss her again." Hua Jinghuai stood up and leaned in towards Shang Chu, who took a few steps back, afraid that he would kiss her again. "What are you doing?" Shang Chu complained. Because in the karaoke room, the flickering lights made it hard to see the girl's real skin, but in fact her face had turned red like an apple. "Chu, I'm sorry, I couldn't hold back for a moment." Hua Jinghuai's face was full of deep affection, and his heart was focused entirely on Shang Chu. "But you shouldn't have either, in front of them. What does it matter? We're husband and wife, isn't kissing normal?" Hua Wanwan saw that Shang Chu was a little shy, so she walked up to him, put her arm around his shoulders, and said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, are you shy? Don't be shy. When you and brother have your wedding, there will be even more people there when you kiss in public." Shang Chu, Wanwan seems to be right. At the wedding, there will be so many people, and if Hua Jinghuai wants to kiss her. Oh my, just thinking about it is embarrassing. Kissing in front of so many people is no different from taking a shit in the street. She couldn't understand why the bride and groom had to kiss in front of all their relatives and friends. Hua Jinghuai took advantage of the situation to pull Hua Wannan away, put his arm around her waist, and said in a gentle and affectionate voice, "Chu, I won't do it again next time, don't be angry." Shang Chu looked up at the man, who was so sincere. She said, "I'm not angry. I'm just embarrassed for her because he kissed her in front of so many people." Hua Jinghuai glanced at his watch and said tenderly, "It's getting late, let's go home." Shang Chu was still a little embarrassed, but it was good to get away from there. She nodded. After getting a response from his wife, Hua Jinghuai put his arm around Shang Chu and walked out of the karaoke room. Shang Chu turned to Hua Wannan and said, "Wannan, we're leaving. I'll see you guys out." Hua Wannan followed them out the door. Once they were out of the karaoke room, Hua Jinghuai said, "Don't see us out. Hurry back." "Oh." Hua Wanwan then stopped, watching her brother embrace his wife and leave. She turned around and returned to the karaoke room. "Chu, were you angry just now?" Hua Jinghuai asked the girl in his arms. Shang Chu pouted, "What do you think? Did my husband do something wrong? You're so bad, how could you kiss me in front of so many people? I couldn't help myself." Chu, do you know that your singing today reminded me of the year without you? I had trouble sleeping at night, and I worried about you every day. Now that you're in my arms, I still feel that it's all unreal. I regret it now that I didn't go looking for you a year ago. If I had, we might have been married for a year already. Shang Chu's heart warmed, and she said playfully, "How do you know I like you? Maybe if you had looked for me a year ago, I wouldn't have paid you any mind. No, since you have promised to marry me now, you would have done so a year ago as well. I promise to marry you now because of the baby in my belly. If there were no baby, I would not marry you. I would not marry you so quickly." To Hua Jinghuai, she has long been attracted. A man who is so good looking, who only has eyes for her and treats her like a princess, how could she not be attracted? Marrying him is only a matter of time. Hua Jinghuai hugged the girl in his arms a little tighter. "Then I have to thank the baby in my belly for helping Dad out so that Mom can marry Dad. But Chu, even if there is no baby in my belly, I will still pursue you seriously. Chu likes the type of man I am, and you will definitely fall for me too. Without a baby, we will just be together a little later." In the car. Shang Chu had just fastened her seatbelt when she suddenly thought of something and said, "Why, let's go home a little later. I want to watch Yang Mingyu confess to Wanwan." Hua Jinghuai's face changed. "What's there to see? I want to watch, can I?" The girl's pair of beautiful eyes flirted with him, and where could he resist? "Then kiss me and I'll take you there." Hua Jinghuai made a request. "Ha? No kiss, no go." Shang Chu saw that no one was in the car, so she kissed him. "Move your face closer." Hua Jinghuai smiled and moved his face next to the girl's. Shang Chu casually kissed his cheek. "Is that good enough?" Hua Jinghuai shook his head. "No, you have to kiss here." Hua Jinghuai pointed at his thin lips. "You're asking for more." "Where's asking for more?" Hua Jinghuai grabbed her hand. "So are you going to kiss me? If you don't, it means you're not going." "Oh, in that case, we might as well go home." Shang Chu was particularly eager to see if Yang Mingyu could confess successfully, so she could only turn her head and head towards his lips. At the moment she kissed him, the man suddenly wrapped his arms around her and deepened the kiss. The temperature in the car was slowly rising as the two breathed heavily and entwined. Shang Chu felt the man's unusual actions and pushed him away as hard as she could, but the man kissed her passionately with his eyes closed. Shang Chu was no match for him, and she had to give up resisting and let him do whatever he wanted. 5 minutes later, Hu Jinghuai slowly moved away from her lips with a dazed look in his eyes, and held her tightly in his arms. Chu Chu, I love you. Shang Chu's breathing increased as she was kissed, and her face turned red. Chu Chu, do you love me? A warm voice came from behind her, and Shang Chu was silent on his chest. Wife, are you angry with me? Did I kiss you for too long? Hu Jinghuai looked at the girl's small face and saw no signs of anger. The girl's red lips were slightly open. I'm not angry, it's just that you kissed for so long that I got a little tired. Hu Jinghuai stroked the girl's head and then asked her to answer his earlier question, do you love me? A little, Shang Chu said. A little? It seems that I haven't done enough to make my wife love me. I have to be better to her in the future. You've been very good to me. Not enough. Otherwise, why doesn't my wife love me? If I don't love someone, would I let them kiss me? Hu Jinghuai's eyebrows twitched. Wife, do you love me? Shang Chu, however, changed the subject. Jinghuai, you promised me that you would go watch Yang Mingyu and Wanwan confess their love. Hurry up and call Meng Guxiao and ask where they are, so we don't miss it. Chapter 53 Witness the birth of a relationship. Chu Chu, don't change the subject. Hu Jinghuai was at his wit's end. Hu Jinghuai, you're so bad, you clearly promised me that if I kissed you, you'd agree to go with me. I not only kissed you, you held me here and kissed me for a long time. Now you don't want to go? Are you going back on your word? Shang Chu pretended to be angry. Seeing how cute the girl looked when she was angry, Hu Jinghuai had no choice but to compromise. Okay, I'll call Guxiao right away. He took out his phone and dialed Meng Guxiao's number. After the call connected, he asked, where are you? Meng Guxiao, on the way to the amusement park. Why? Is something wrong? Which amusement park? My wife wants to go. Ha ha ha. Is it your sister-in-law who wants to go? Not you? I thought you didn't want to know what your sister decided tonight. I can't control what she decides to do. It's at the suburban amusement park, probably starting at 11 o'clock. After getting the time and place, Hu Jinghuai hung up the phone. Chu Chu, let's go. Hu Jinghuai looked at his wife in the passenger seat with tender eyes. At 10:48, the car arrived at the amusement park parking lot. After parking the car, Meng Guxiao walked towards them. After getting out of the car, Hu Jinghuai opened the door for Shang Chu in the passenger seat and let her out. Jinghuai, sis-in-law, you're here. Where are they? Over there. I've already got the fireworks ready. As you can see, Mingyu is quite the romantic. He actually came up with the idea of confessing at the amusement park. I wonder if he can move your sister with this. Hu Jinghuai gave Meng Guxiao a look, and Meng felt a chill, so he quickly shut up. Let's go. I'll take you over there. There's a small pavilion over there, the best place to watch. Meng Guxiao led the way, and Hu Jinghuai followed, with Shang Chu in his arms. Shang Chu, it's late, are you sleepy? No, I'm wide awake. Shang Chu was already looking forward to what was going to happen next. Would she finally agree to Yang Mingyu's confession? What's so interesting? Hu Jinghuai looked unhappy. The person being confessed to was his sister. How could he be happy? Of course it's interesting, we're witnessing the birth of a relationship. Okay, if my wife says so, it must be so. Entering the small pavilion, Meng Guxiao asked the two to sit down. They saw Yang Mingyu and Hu Wannan slowly approaching. Hu Wannan yawned and complained, what are we doing here at the amusement park at this late hour? Yang Mingyu said, today is your birthday, and I want to spend the day with you. But I want to go to sleep. It's almost midnight, and I'll take you home at midnight. Okay. The lights on the Ferris wheel in the amusement park flickered. Hu Wanwan was a little surprised. At this late hour, is there still anyone in the amusement park? Yes, I've arranged for staff to be here. Let's go ride the Ferris wheel. Yang Mingyu took Hu Wanwan's wrist and walked towards the huge Ferris wheel. This Ferris wheel is the biggest in Huicheng. It takes 28 minutes to make one full rotation, and from the top you can see half of Huicheng. At the base of the Ferris wheel, an old man in his 50s respectfully looked at the two people approaching and said, "Mr. Yang, please come in."
Huo does he know you?
"Well, I arranged for someone." Huo was puzzled.
Why did she come to the amusement park and deliberately arrange for someone? Yang Mingyu got on first, then reached out his hand.
Huo didn't think much of it and handed him her hand, and she also got on the Ferris wheel. The door closed, the Ferris wheel slowly rose, and Huo looked at her hand, which was still in his grasp, and said, "Let go of my hand." Yang Mingyu then let go of her hand. Her hand still had her warmth in it, and he was a little reluctant to let go.
Looking at the girl next to him, Yang Mingyu couldn't help but say, "Wannan, you're beautiful." Huo eyebrows wrinkled slightly. "I know I'm beautiful."
She felt that Yang Mingyu's gaze was strange.
She got up and sat opposite Yang Mingyu.
"Why sit opposite?
You can sit here too. Why do you have to sit together? This side is fine."
Yang Mingyu smiled at her, and Huo felt a little scared by Yang Mingyu's gaze.
"How long have we known each other?" Yang Mingyu suddenly asked. Huo thought about it for a moment and couldn't remember. 25 years ago, you were just born. My mother took me to the hospital to see your mother, and I saw you in the crib.
You were so small and soft, and I liked you so much.
Your auntie even said that I could hold you.
I liked you so much that I did, and I didn't realize that you peed in my arms.
Ha, your auntie even joked that when you grow up, you can be my daughter-in-law."
As Huo listened, she became more and more uncomfortable, and she interrupted quickly, "That was all a long time ago.
Why are you bringing that up? Are you trying to make a fool of me? There's no one else here, just the two of us.
When you were little, I liked you so much that I kept pestering my mother to go to your house and play with you. You also liked my hugs very much. After you could speak, you would follow me around and call out to me, 'Brother you.' When you were in kindergarten, a boy gave you a flower and asked you to be his girlfriend.
You refused him and said that you liked Brother you and wanted to be his wife in the future." Huo's body went numb with goosebumps. "Stop it, stop it. How long has it been and you still bring it up?"
"I just think the memories are beautiful, and I still like you very much, Wanwan."
Yang Mingyu said with a deep expression on his face. Huo's heart stirred. Yang Mingyu is not going to confess to her, is he? It's midnight, and it's the amusement park and the Ferris wheel again.
In TV dramas, this is the scene where the male lead confesses to the female lead.
No way. Is this really a confession?
The Ferris wheel was getting higher and higher, and Huo saw that the lights below were all heart-shaped decorations.
Help, such a corny way to confess. I'm really speechless. Huo asked directly, "Mingyu, do you like me?" Yang Mingyu answered directly, "Yes, I like you, Wanwan. You insisted on bringing me to the amusement park today, are you going to confess to me?" "Yes." "Wanwan, will you be my girlfriend?" Huo patted her chest. She didn't expect Yang Mingyu to really profess his love in such a corny way. Do you know that this way of professing love is very corny and often appears in TV dramas?
The male protagonist will book out the amusement park and take the female protagonist on the Ferris wheel.
When the Ferris wheel reaches the highest point, the male protagonist will confess his love successfully and the two will embrace and kiss, right? Yang Mingyu, is that really corny? Huo, it's so corny.
No one does it like that in TV dramas anymore, and you're still using this method to confess your love. I've arranged everything so carefully, but I didn't expect Wanwan to call it corny.
Is that all you've arranged? Huo shakes her head. Looks like there's no hope for a confession. Am I going to fail? Then I'll arrange another one. What kind of confession do you like? Huo. Really, someone is going to ask a girl what kind of confession she likes. Yang Mingyu is quite intelligent, but why is his emotional quotient? Although my arrangement was indeed inappropriate, my heart for you is true, Wanwan, I love you, can you be my girlfriend? Yang Mingyu asked with a face full of expectation. Huo blinked her eyes and looked at Yang Mingyu seriously and said, "I'm sorry, I can't say yes." Chapter 54, The Brother is Heartbroken. Yang Mingyu's face fell, why?
Huo was about to speak when suddenly, she remembered the sound of boom boom boom. She saw the night sky illuminated by fireworks, rising into the air and exploding, the fireworks of various colors forming one heart-shaped pattern after another, so beautiful. Yang Mingyu frowned, how did the fireworks go off early?
He hadn't given any instructions yet. What was Meng Guxiao doing? He saw Huo Wanwan across the street smiling at the fireworks. They were so beautiful. Yang Mingyu looked at the girl smile and smiled along with her. Did you arrange this too? Huo Wanwan asked him. Well, do you like it? Yes, it's very beautiful. In the small pavilion, Shang Chu watched the fireworks bloom and her eyes lit up instantly. Jing Hui, I didn't realize that young Mingyu was quite romantic. The fireworks are so beautiful. Huo Jinghui hugged the girl in his arms tightly. They really were very beautiful. Huo Jinghui remembered in his heart that next time he would also give Chu Chu a surprise fireworks show. The pattern needs to be even more beautiful than this. It would be best if it could display Chu Chu's name. Do you think that Wan Wan will agree to young Mingyu's confession? Shang Chu asked. I don't know. Huo Jinghui had a long face the whole time. After all, that was his younger sister. Meng Guxiao opened the door and walked in, saying, How was it? Was it good? I went to find the fireworks, and it took me to find several places before I found this effect. It's beautiful. If young Mingyu succeeds in his confession, you'll get most of the credit, Shang Chu said. Meng Guxiao scratched the back of his head and said, He. The fireworks went off for 10 whole minutes before they stopped. The Ferris wheel slowly descended. Huo Wannan looked at young Mingyu and said seriously, I've always regarded you as a brother, like my eldest and second eldest brothers. To be honest, your confession today surprised me. Perhaps I did something to make you misunderstand, but I don't have any feelings for you as a man or a woman. Yang Mingyu pursed his lips and spoke slowly, Even if you didn't have feelings for me before, can you see me as a member of the opposite sex from today onwards? I'm not the same as your older brothers after all, and I'm not your brother. You've always been a member of the opposite sex in my heart. Then can you try to like me? Huo Wanwan thought for a moment and then said, I already have a boyfriend. What? Huo Wanwan repeated, I already have a boyfriend, and we've been dating for 3 months. Yang Mingyu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Wanwan has a boyfriend? Why didn't he know? No way. Absolutely not. Yang Mingyu retorted. We were college classmates, and he confessed to me in college, but I refused. Then he went abroad for further studies for 3 years, and returned to China 6 months ago to work with me on a project. After the project ended, he confessed to me, and at the time I had quite a good impression of him, so I agreed. So Mingyu, I already have a boyfriend. Yang Mingyu shook his head in disbelief. Why didn't I know anything about this? I don't believe it. It's true. I wouldn't lie to you about something like this. Do you like him? Yes, I do. Yang Mingyu slumped to the ground. Huo Wanwan wanted to comfort him, but after a moment's thought, she didn't reach out. Mingyu, I've always treated you like a brother. I never thought that you would actually like me. Mingyu, don't like me anymore. I'm sure you don't lack suitors. The Ferris wheel came to a stop. The doors opened and Huo Wannan glanced at young Mingyu before walking off. At that moment, she saw Meng Guxiao smiling and walking over to her. Wannan, did you accept his confession? Huo Wannan shook her head and walked away. After a few steps, she saw Huo Jinghui and Shang Chu. Sister-in-law, big brother, why are you here? Huo Wannan was a little surprised. Huo Jinghui looked at her expressionlessly. Did you accept Mingyu's confession? Huo Wannan didn't understand. What? He confessed. No. Huo Jinghui's face then looked a little better. Go back quickly, it's so late. I know. Big brother, maybe. Big brother, can you give me a ride? I don't want to take Mingyu's car. Let's go. The few people turned and left. Shang Chu came out of Huo Jinghui's arms and walked over to Huo Wannan and asked her, Wannan, why did you reject his confession? Huo Wannan replied, I don't like him, so of course I have to reject him. Meng Guxiao saw his best friend still in the Ferris wheel and walked up to the entrance, saying, Why aren't you coming out yet? He saw the man slumped on the ground, his face full of despair. Meng Guxiao hurried over and said with concern, What's wrong with you? Even if your confession was rejected, you don't need to be so sad, do you? Just keep pursuing, and confess again next time. She has a boyfriend. Her voice was full of desolation. Wanwan has a boyfriend? How come I haven't heard about it? Meng Guxiao was a little surprised. She said they had been dating for 3 months. Really?
How come we didn't hear anything about it? Jing Huai, as her older brother, didn't know either. After a long silence, young Mingyu's face was full of gloom. Go find out who that man is. Meng Guxiao patted him on the back to comfort him. Okay, I'll find out, but you have to pull yourself together. Having a boyfriend is not the same as getting married, you still have a chance. I just can't accept it. I've protected Wan Wan for so many years, why should some other guy get there first? Who can predict love? In fact, you should have confessed to Wan Wan earlier. If you had done so, there might still have been a chance. He had always protected Wan Wan and treated her like a child. Whenever there was a suitor around her, he would eliminate them one by one. It was only after she started working that he relaxed a lot. He never imagined that Wan Wan would fall in love because of this gap. Meng Guxiao helped young Mingyu up and said, "Let me take you home." Where's Wan Wan? At the moment, there was no sign of Wan Wan at the playground. She went back with her brother and sister-in-law. Don't worry about her. Look at yourself, you don't have any energy left. You haven't experienced anything as heartbreaking as what I have. I don't understand, what's so good about love? Look at you now, you're still like me, you should be more carefree. Gu Xiao, I don't want to go home, I want to go drinking. Okay, I'll accompany you. Meng Guxiao was at his wits' end. He took young Mingyu to a bar again and they had a few drinks. Then he started to go crazy. Yang Mingyu's eyes were bright red. Wan Wan, why don't you like me? What's wrong with me? Wan Wan, I like you so much. Wan Wan. Meng Guxiao sat on the sofa, feeling hopeless, and watched his best friend go crazy. After Yang Mingyu passed out, he helped him back home. After placing young Mingyu on the bed and covering him up, Meng Guxiao gently left the room, took out his phone and dialed his assistant's number. When the phone connected, he said, "Go find out about the men that Miss Huawannan has recently contacted. I heard that she has a boyfriend, find him out." Chapter 55, The program team wants to interview me? The Maybach car arrived at the old mansion. Huawannan said to Hua Jinghuai in the front and Shang Chu in the passenger seat, "Sister-in-law, brother, you can just sleep at home today. Aren't you going to your sister-in-law's house tomorrow?" "Just go with my parents." Hua Jinghuai looked at Shang Chu and said, "Chu Chu, do you want to go home or stay here? It's more than 40 minutes to drive home, and you're pretty tired at this hour, so let's stay here." "I'm not tired." His wife actually doubted his energy. Unfortunately, his wife was pregnant, otherwise she would have experienced what it was like that night, which didn't end until dawn. Shang Chu didn't know what Hua Jinghuai was thinking, so she said, "Actually, I'm a little sleepy." A few people got off the car. Hua Jinghuai was about to put his arm around his wife when he was unexpectedly stopped by Huawannan. "Sister-in-law, it's so late, everyone should be asleep." "Well, let's keep our voices down then." "Okay. Wannan, let me ask you a question. Do you have a boyfriend?" Huawannan glanced behind her at Hua Jinghuai and quickly denied, "No, I don't have a boyfriend." "If you don't like Yang Mingyu, what kind of man do you like?" "Well, he has to be tall, clean-cut and sunny, with dimples when he smiles, and he has to be able to make me happy." "His eyes have to be good-looking," Huawannan said, thinking of Gu Jing'an. Huawannan had described Gu Jing'an's characteristics. Shang Chu saw Wannan's happy smile and asked, "You've made it so clear, you must have a friend like that around you, right?" Huawannan bit her lip and glanced at Hua Jinghuai beside her. She immediately retorted, "No. How could there be?" Shang Chu blinked, and Wan Wan should have someone she likes, but because Jinghuai is here, she is embarrassed to admit it. Hua Jinghuai suddenly pulled Hua Wan away and put Shang Chu in his arms, saying, "Our room is on the left, your room is on the right, go to bed." "I know, good night, sister-in-law." Hua Wan pouted her lips and separated from her sister-in-law. "Good night, Wan Wan." Hua Wan walked to the right and went up the stairs. Hua Jinghuai put Shang Chu in his arms and returned to the room. Shang Chu thought of something and said, "I have never lived in the old house, and there are no clothes of mine here. I'll go borrow one from Wan Wan." "I'll go." Hua Jinghuai pushed her onto the bed and said, "You go take a shower and wear a bath towel first." "I'll go. It's so late, I'm not at ease letting you go. You go take a shower, I'll be back in a while." Shang Chu nodded and said, "Okay." Hua Jinghuai pulled Shang Chu into the bathroom and closed the door before going to ask Huawannan for a set of pajamas and a set of clothes to wear tomorrow. After he returned, the sound of water in the bathroom had not stopped. Hua Jinghuai went to the cloakroom to take a look. It was full of his clothes, so it seemed that he still needed to prepare some clothes for Shang Chu. After Shang Chu finished her shower, she wrapped herself in a towel and came out, only to see Huo Jinghuai walking towards her. Chu Chu, let me blow dry your hair. Huo Jinghuai was holding a hairdryer in his hand and looking at her with a smile on his face. No need, I'll do it myself. Shang Chu felt that Huo Jinghuai's smile was sinister and he was definitely going to take advantage of her. Why be polite with your husband? Huo Jinghuai directly pulled his wife over to the side of the bed and sat her down. He took her towel and wiped it over her head, then plugged in the hairdryer and gently blew on her hair. Chu Chu, do you want to lie down? You'll feel more comfortable. Chu Chu was indeed a little sleepy, so she lay down on the bed, resting her head on his lap. Her man gently dried her hair, and the warmth from his hands on her scalp made her whole body relax. After drying Chu Chu's hair, Huo Jinghuai noticed that the girl was breathing steadily. He gently laid her on the pillow and took off the towel, revealing the girl's perfect figure. Huo Jinghuai swallowed hard. Gradually, his body temperature rose, and he thought back to the chaotic night he had with Chu Chu. Unfortunately, Chu Chu was now pregnant, otherwise. After the baby was born, he would definitely spend 3 days and 3 nights alone with Chu Chu in a room. He shook off the lewd thoughts in his head and gently dressed her in her pajamas. Early in the morning, the old mansion was bustling with activity. Huo Qianzong and Suya were going over the gift list. The butler was also standing nearby, saying, Master, I have prepared everything you asked for. Is there anything else you need? Have you got everything? Cash, gold bars, cars, famous wines, ginseng, donkey hide glue, wolfberries, and Tianshan snow lotuses, Huo Qianzong asked. It's all ready. We've loaded it all into a truck. Good, good, as long as it's ready. We must make Chu Chu's family feel that we value Chu Chu, and reassure them that we can take good care of her. Huo Jinghuai came downstairs to find this scene. Suya was a little surprised. Jinghuai, why are you home? Huo Jinghuai, I stayed at home last night after dropping off Wan Wan. Is Chu Chu here too? Yes. Then I need to prepare a nutritious breakfast for Chu Chu. Suya happily went into the kitchen. Huo Qianzong looked at his son and waved his hand. Jinghuai, come here and take a look at this list of gifts for your in-laws. Huo Jinghuai walked over, sat on the sofa, and glanced at the list. It's okay. I think it's okay too. Jinghuai, do you think we should add something? After all, Shu is pregnant with your child, so a little more would show our sincerity. Dad, what do you suggest? Let's add 10 million. Okay, I'll make a call and have someone from the bank deliver it. Okay, go make the call. Shang Chu was woken up by a ringing sound. She picked up the phone on the bedside table in a daze and saw it was an unfamiliar number, so she didn't pay it any mind and answered it. The voice on the other end of the line asked, Is this Shang Chu? Shang Chu's voice was lazy. Well, who is this? Have you watched the program Rising Star recently? Yes, why? One of the contestants is called Su Yan, you know him, right? Shang Chu instantly woke up, sat up, looked at the unfamiliar number, and replied, I know, who is this? I'm a member of the Rising Star production team. Here's the thing, we learned from Su Yan's friends that he's liked you for a long time and even wrote 2 songs for you on the show. Those 2 songs are quite popular right now, so our production team would like to interview you. Shang Chu, interview me? Yes, Su Yan's 2 songs are popular, and the public is very curious about the kind of girl who inspired him to write them. Not only is the public curious, but our production team is very curious too. I hope you can accept our interview. When are you available? Shang Chu, I would like to ask, how did you get my phone number? We asked Su Yan's friend Wu Qinghao, and he told us. He said you are all friends. Miss Shang Chu, can you accept our interview? You should also know that our show's ratings are number 1 among variety shows. If you accept our interview, our show will definitely get even higher ratings, and your appearance will make you famous, letting the whole country and even the whole world know you. Chapter 56 Huo Jinghuai. You're so bad. Wu Qinghao actually leaked her phone number to the production team of the program Rising Star? What exactly is he up to? Shang Chu immediately refused. I'm sorry, I don't want to be interviewed, I don't want to appear on TV, and I don't want to become famous. The other party continued, Miss Shang, don't reject so quickly, okay? Think about it again, after all, Su Yan is your classmate, is it not okay for you to go on the show to cheer for him? Shang Chufu, he and I are just ordinary classmates, and we don't have any special relationship. Besides, I'm married now, and my husband is very jealous, so I won't be doing any interviews. Goodbye. Shang Chu hung up the phone, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. She was speechless. How could the program crew call her for an interview? Su Yan also said on the program that the other person already had a boyfriend, but the program crew still called her. What was the point of cheering for Su Yan? She really couldn't figure it out. Ring ring ring, the phone rang again, and the name that appeared on the screen was Kiki's. She picked it up. Hello, Kiki, why are you calling me so early? Shinshi said from the other end, Chu, let me tell you, just now the staff of the Rising Star program called me, saying that I am Su Yan's friend and hoping that I would go for an interview, and that I should bring you along. Shang Chu, they called you too? Shinshi, yes, what? You also received a call? Well, the phone number was Wu Qinghao who told the program crew. What? Wu Qinghao? How could he give our phone number to the program crew? Crazy. So, did you accept their interview, Chi? Of course not, how could I possibly accept their interview? I even snapped back at him, saying not to call me next time, I'm not going to give an interview. Shang Chu finally showed a smile, well done. Thanks for the praise. Later, I'll go find Wu Qinghao and beat him up for giving our number to just anyone. What kind of person is that? Shin Chi tweeted. You don't need to beat him up, but you can still tell him off. I have a short temper, I have to beat him up. Shang Chu's eyebrows curved as he continued, Kiki, what happened after you and Mo Yuchuan watched the movie yesterday? Shin Chi's voice softened a little. It was already late after the movie. I originally wanted to go home, but suddenly I wanted to eat the grilled squid at the night market. I told him, and he took me there. We wandered around the night market for a while, and then he took me home. Wow, you even wandered around the night market? Yes. Chu, what are you trying to say? Why does your voice sound strange? Nothing. Shang Chu smiled and shook her head. I'm a little hungry, I'm going to get up and eat. I have to go now. After hanging up the phone, Shang Chu got up, washed up, and changed. While brushing her hair, the door opened and Hua Jinghuai slowly walked in with a smile. Chu, you're up. Well, it's already 8 o'clock. I went to bed just after 1 o'clock last night. Why didn't you sleep longer? Hua Jinghuai was behind the girl, putting his arms around her waist. Don't hug me, I'm brushing my hair. I want to hug you. Hua Jinghuai rested his head on Shang Chu's shoulder. Shang Chu looked helpless. I was woken up by the phone. Who called you so early? The Rising Star program team said they want to interview me. Hua Jinghuai's eyes narrowed. They want to interview you? Why? Shang Chu's voice dropped a little. They seem to know that Su Yan likes me, so they found my phone number and called me, saying that Su Yan has written 2 songs for me that are quite popular, so they want to interview me. Hua Jinghuai sneered, daring to interview my wife? Ha! I already rejected them, telling them that I already have a husband and that my husband is very jealous. So they won't call me anymore. Oh, by the way, they also found Shinxi's phone number and called her to tell her to accept the interview, and Shinxi also refused. Hua Jinghuai's pupils darkened as he watched the program. Jinghuai, what do you want to do? Shang Chu looked at Hua Jinghuai's expression and had a bad feeling. The company that produced this program is an entertainment company under the Shangshi Group. If Hua Jinghuai says to stop this program, then it will definitely be stopped. Because he is the biggest boss. I vaguely remember Su Yan saying on the show that his favorite Chu had rejected him and already had a boyfriend. Why did the program crew still want to interview you? Shang Chu, maybe they want the show to have higher ratings and be more talked about. They'll do anything for ratings? I don't know, I don't understand this. It seems I have to warn the bottom and shut down this show. Shang Chu blinked. Is Jinghuai really going to do this? It's not that serious, is it? Hua Jinghuai put Shang Chu in his arms. Everything about you is serious. Shang Chu thought about it and said, Jinghuai, you'd better not shut down the show. If you shut it down because of a little inappropriate behavior by the show crew, it would be unfair to many of the contestants. The day before yesterday's live broadcast, 5 of the 7 contestants had advanced to the next round. Those 5 people are all very good. If you shut it down now, it will definitely have a big impact on their futures. Although the show crew called me, I haven't been affected in any way, so just forget it. Hua Jinghuai listened to Shang Chu's words and thought about it. What she said was true. If he shut down the show, it would indeed affect a lot of people and the future of those contestants. Forget it, I'll give them a warning when I call them later, just tell them not to harass Chu Chu. Shang Chu looked up at Hua Jinghuai and blinked her big eyes. Why, just forget it, okay? Hua Jinghuai's face was expressionless. They harassed my wife, I can't let them go. Shang Chu pouted. If Jinghuai really stopped the show, it would really be unfair to the contestants. They were good at singing, dancing, and songwriting. Unless you kiss me, I won't stop the show. You're teasing me again. Shang Chu got out of his arms. So, wife, are you going to kiss me? Hua Jinghuai followed behind her and grabbed her hand. I'm so hungry, I was just hungry, I want to eat. Shang Chu opened the door and was about to go out, but Hua Jinghuai pulled her into his arms and closed the door again, pushing her against it. His thin lips came at her, and Shang Chu closed her eyes tightly, letting him take her. A few minutes later, Shang Chu pushed him away hard, feeling her flushed face. Enough kissing. Not enough. Hua Jinghuai raised his eyebrows at her. Hua Jinghuai. You're so bad. Shang Chu accused. It was just a kiss, what's so bad about it? Hua Jinghuai's lips moved close to her ear, and he whispered, if it weren't for the fact that you're pregnant, I'd show you what's really bad. Chapter 57, Chu Chu is really naughty. Shang Chu looked at him blankly. Seeing his wife's dumb and cute appearance, he stroked her head and said, we'll talk about it after you give birth. Shang Chu thought back to that night, when the two of them had been intimately entwined. He had tossed and turned with her until the sky turned pale with dawn, and only then had he let her go. At the thought, Shang Chu shivered. If it happened again, she would die in bed. Hua Jinghuai had so much energy, tossing and turning the whole time, carrying her to the bathtub and the bathroom to bathe her, and then coming again in the bathtub, changing the sheets, and coming again a few more times. Who could stand that? Let's go downstairs and have breakfast. Hua Jinghuai took her hand and opened the door. However, Shang Chu did not move. What's wrong? Hua Jinghuai asked her. Shang Chu lowered her eyes and said, I'm still haunted by what happened that night. After I got home, I had a high fever for 2 days before I felt better. If you keep treating me like that after the baby is born, then let's get a divorce after the baby is born. Hua Jinghuai gently embraced her in his arms and said tenderly, I'm sorry, Chu Chu. At that time, I couldn't hold back, so I hurt you. I was just joking when I said that. I won't treat you like that. Don't even mention divorce. We're married, and we'll be husband and wife for life. I love you, and I'll never divorce you. What if you can't help yourself and do that to me again? I really don't want to go through that kind of pain again. Chu Chu, I promise I won't. After the baby is born, I'll respect everything you do, and I'll stop whenever you say to stop. Don't be angry, okay? My husband was wrong at the time, and I will never treat you like that again. My dear, you haven't even had a chance yet. Hua Jinghuai coaxed softly. As long as Hua Jinghuai doesn't treat her like that night, she won't think about divorce. Wife, let's go have breakfast. Shang Chu nodded, and Hua Jinghuai took her to the first-floor restaurant. As soon as they arrived in the dining room, Suya enthusiastically offered Shang Chu some congee, saying, Chu, have some seafood congee. I just tasted it and it's delicious. Shang Chu took the bowl and smiled, saying, Thanks, Mom. You're welcome. Hey, Chu, why is your mouth a little swollen and red? What's wrong? Suya asked. Shang Chu's face turned red as she remembered that Hua Jinghuai had just kissed her against the door for 5 minutes. How could her mouth not be swollen and red? It's nothing. Shang Chu was so embarrassed that she buried her head in her bowl and drank her porridge. Suya asked Hua Jinghuai again, Jinghuai, what happened? Were there mosquitoes in your room? Hua Jinghuai said expressionlessly, no mosquitoes. I just kissed Chu Chu. Suya. Shang Chu stared at Hua Jinghuai with wide eyes. At the dinner table, Hua Qianzong, son, you're so brave. Suya laughed and coughed a few times, and said, so that's what happened. Jinghuai, pay attention, Chu Chu is pregnant. The atmosphere was a bit awkward, but Hua Jinghuai didn't seem to notice. Shang Chu wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Why did Hua Jinghuai say everything? She stretched her legs and kicked Hua Jinghuai. Hua Jinghuai looked at her with a smile, added a small steamed bun to her plate, and said, Chu Chu, this steamed bun is quite delicious, come, have one. I don't want it. I've lost face in front of my in-laws. After the meal, Shang Chu led Hua Jinghuai to the garden. Seeing that there was no one around, Shang Chu frowned and said, Hua Jinghuai, what did you say in front of my parents? Hua Jinghui tried to hug her, but Shang Chu avoided him and kept a distance of 2 meters from him. Don't hug me. Chu Chu. I really don't want to talk to you anymore. Do you know that as soon as you said that, I wanted to find a hole to burrow into? I'm sorry, Chu Chu, I didn't know you were so easily embarrassed. You apologize every time, but you never change, just like yesterday in the karaoke bar when you kissed me in front of your friends and sister. Shang Chu complained. Chu Chu, isn't it normal for husband and wife to kiss? It would be abnormal if husband and wife didn't kiss, right? Have I ever not let you kiss me? You kiss me every time, but don't kiss me in public, okay? Hua Jinghui had never realized that his wife was so easily embarrassed. My dear, I was wrong, it won't happen again. My dear, forgive me, we'll go home with you soon, to meet your parents-in-law. Don't be angry with me, okay? What if my wife gets angry? Just coax her. Whatever the problem is, it's all his fault. As soon as Shang Chu heard the man apologize, she nodded and forgave him. Hua Jinghui quickly took his wife's hand and beamed. Chu Chu, let's go to the living room and see when mom and dad are leaving for your house. Okay. When they arrived in the living room, they saw that Hua Qianzong and Suya were dressed up, which showed that they took meeting the in-laws seriously. Suya said, Chu Chu, Jinghui, when are we leaving? Your father and I are ready. Shang Chu nodded, I'm ready too. Hua Qianzong said, let's go then. Just then, Hua Wanwan came out of her room in her pajamas and saw her parents, brother, and sister-in-law dressed up. She hurriedly asked, where are you going? Suya smiled and replied, we're going to your sister-in-law's house. Hua Wanwan nodded, yes, you're going to your sister-in-law's house. Mom, I want to go too. Hua Qianzuan said sternly, what do you want to go for? Hua Wanwan pouted, I just want to go. Hua Qianzuan said, look at you, your hair's uncombed, your face isn't washed, and you haven't changed your clothes. You're just going like that? Just stay at home. Hua Wanwan felt aggrieved and had to watch the several of them leave. Hua Qianzong and Suya were in a Hongqi car with a chauffeur driving in front. Shang Chu and Hua Jinghui were in the Maybach, which he usually drove. There was also a Bentley behind them, which was loaded with the bride price. Shang Chu saw an extra car and asked the driver, Hua Jinghui, why is there another car? Who's in it? That's the bride price. Bride price? Shang Chu was a little confused. Well, of course you have to give a bride price when you marry a daughter. These are the gifts we are giving to the parents-in-law. What kind of gifts are there that they have to give a car alone? You will know when we get home. Shang Chu saw that Hua Jinghui was not answering, so she didn't ask again. She took out her mobile phone and sent a WeChat message to her mother, saying that Jinghui and her parents-in-law were already on their way. Her mother replied, I know. Shang Chu asked again, are my brothers at home? Her mother replied, of course they are. This is such an important matter, your brothers and sisters must be here. Shang Chu felt so warm in her heart. It felt so good to be cared for by her parents and brothers and sisters. Hua Jinghui saw Shang Chu smile and asked, Chu Chu, what made you so happy? Humph. I'm not telling you. Shang Chu turned her head and looked at the scenery outside the window. You made me keep secrets just now, so I'm not telling you either. Chu Chu is really naughty. Hua Jinghui's eyes were full of affection. Chapter 58, Chu Chu is actually jealous. The car pulled into the residential area. Shang Chu was excited inside. She was almost home. Hua Jinghui saw the smile on the girl's face and reached out to take her hand. Shang Chu glanced at him, her eyebrows and eyes curved. Finally, they arrived at their villa. Shang Yi was already waiting at the door. He was playing with his phone, but when he saw the car coming, he put it in his pocket and waved to greet them. The car pulled into the parking lot, and Shang Yi came to open the door for Shang Chu, grinning, sister, brother-in-law, you're back. Where are mom and dad? Shang Chu asked as she got out of the passenger seat. Mom and dad are home, and so is my eldest brother, Shang Yi said, scratching the back of his head. 2 more cars pulled up behind them, and Shang Yi's eyes widened. It was a Hongqi L5 and a Bentley. He had always loved cars, and he was overjoyed to see 3 luxury cars. The Hongqi car pulled up and 2 middle-aged people got out of the back seat. They looked like a couple, dressed elegantly, and must be the parents of Shang Chu's brother-in-law. Shang Chu said to him, those 2 are your brother-in-law's parents. Shang Yi learned their identities and politely greeted them, hello, aunt and uncle, I'm Shang Chu's younger brother, Shang Yi. Suya nodded with a smile. Hello, young man, you're quite handsome. Shang Yi smiled bashfully. Thank you, auntie. At this time, Liang Jia and Shang Mingyong walked out of the house. Hua Qianzuan smiled and walked up, presuming that this must be the in-laws. Hua Qianzuan went up and shook hands with Shang Mingyong, very enthusiastic. Seeing that the other party was quite polite, Shang Mingyong smiled back. Hello in-laws, please come in and have a cup of tea first. Hua Qianzong and Shang Mingyong went in together. Suya walked towards Liang Jia with a smile on her face and said, Dear mother-in-law, I am Jing Huai's mother. I am very happy to meet you today. Liang Jia smiled back and said, Hello. My daughter is marrying into your family, so please take good care of her and be tolerant of her in the future. What are you saying, dear mother-in-law? Once Chu-Chu marries into our family, she will become a part of it. Naturally, our whole family will treat her with all our hearts. Don't worry, I will treat Chu-Chu as if she were my own daughter. Suya took Liang Jia's hand and promised. Liang Jia was moved. Then I can rest assured. My daughter has been spoiled by me since she was little. If she does anything bad, please understand. Who doesn't have a few minor problems? No one is perfect. I also have a daughter at home, who was also spoiled since she was little. Her two older brothers doted on her, and her father doted on her at home. It's normal for her to have a bit of a temper now. In the old house, Wan sneezed, someone's cursing me. Liang Jia also pulled Suya and went inside, saying, Suya, okay. There were only 3 people left outside. Shang Yi smiled and said, Sis, brother-in-law, let's go home too. The 3 of them entered the door together. Shang Yi leaned towards Hua Jinghuai and said to him, Brother-in-law, are the Hongqi L5 and the Bentley Arnage both your families? Hua Jinghuai glanced at his brother-in-law and said, Well, what? How many luxury cars do you have in your family, brother-in-law? You like cars? Hua Jinghuai raised his eyebrows. I like them. There's no man in the world who doesn't like cars, right? I'll invite you to my underground parking lot to take a look someday. There are all kinds of limited edition cars there. Shang Yi's eyes lit up. Brother-in-law, really? Really? When? You name the time, I'm available. Great. You're so nice, brother-in-law. I like you. Shang Chu was on guard, looking at him with a strange expression. He stepped between the 2 of them again, separating them, his eyes fierce. Shang Yi, what did you say? Shang Yi, I said I like brother-in-law. Sis, you're not jealous, are you? Hui Jinghuai. I'm so happy, my wife is jealous of him. Shang Yi continued, Sis, you're so petty. When they entered the living room, they saw Hua Qianzong and Shang Mingyong shaking hands and chatting happily, while Suya and Liang Jia were also chatting happily. Shang Wenhua came out of the kitchen and served tea to the group. Shang Mingyong introduced, in-laws, this is my eldest son, Shang Wenhua. Shang Wenhua politely said hello, uncle, welcome to my home. Hua Qianzong said, hello, you are Chu-Chu's brother, how old are you? 26 years old. Not bad. Married yet? Shang Wenhua, not yet, but soon. I think I'll get married to my fiancée this year. Hua Qianzong nods, saying, not bad, not bad. My second son is also 26 years old and still single. His mother is urging him to find a girlfriend, but he won't listen. Shang Mingyong, the kids have their own plans, and it's useless for us elders to keep pushing. Suya, you're right. My son Jinghuai was the same. He was single and didn't have a girlfriend. He was approaching 30 and we couldn't rush him. His father and I had given up on him. But this year, he surprised us by bringing home such an outstanding daughter-in-law. We couldn't be happier. Hua Qianzuan, it was just a matter of time before fate brought them together. Shang Mingyong's internal monologue, my son-in-law is actually good at everything except that he's a bit older than Chu-Chu. Forget it, it's already like this, what else can I do, I can only accept it, it's my daughter's own choice. Shang Wenhua handed a cup of tea to Hua Jinghuai, brother-in-law, here, have some tea. Hua Jinghuai took it and said thank you. Shang Chu pulled him onto the sofa and asked, brother, is Song Ning coming today? What if she doesn't come? Did you go on a date yesterday? Were you happy? It was quite fun. I went to see her after my business trip. We had dinner and watched a movie. Big brother, can I make a suggestion? Shang Chu rolled her eyes. What suggestion? Your assistant has been with you for 4 years. She goes wherever you go. After all, she is a woman, and it is not good to be inseparable every day. Sister Song Ning may be jealous. Why don't you get a male assistant? Shang Wenhuo frowned and poked her forehead. We work together. Where are you going with this? I know, but it's not good to always have a female assistant around you. You spend more time with your assistant than you do with Song Ning, and although she doesn't say anything, I think she must be worried as a woman. Shang Wenhuo remembered that Ning Ning had mentioned before that he should change his assistant. Michelle is very good, she can handle everything in detail, and she has never made a mistake at work. If she were replaced, things wouldn't go so smoothly. Since Chu Chu also said that Ning Ning definitely cares, then just get a new assistant. But it may take a long time to train a handy assistant. As for Mi Shui, just promote her to supervisor. Big brother, you will change, right? Shang Chu asked tentatively. I'll think about it. The other day, Shang Chu talked with Song Ning, who complained to her that Wen Hua spent much more time with his assistant than with her. She didn't really care about the work, but the assistant was a woman, young, pretty and in good shape, so how could she not worry? Shang Chu took this opportunity to suggest to her brother that they change assistants. She was also trying to stabilize the relationship between her brother and his future sister-in-law. Chapter 59, Why is she here? Big brother, what are you still thinking about? Shang Wenhua glanced at her, however, and said, we both have proper jobs. What are you thinking? Your brother-in-law must have female assistants and secretaries at work, too. Are you jealous, too? Shang Chu looked at Hua Jinghui. Hua Jinghui said indifferently, I do have a secretary who is a woman. Shang Wenhua was smug, you see, it's normal to have a female assistant secretary. Hua Jinghui spoke again, my secretary is 38 years old and has 2 children. Shang Wenhua. Shang Chu, big brother, I'm not saying that female assistants are bad, the point is that you work and travel with her together, and she is young, beautiful, and unmarried. Sister Song Ning is afraid that you will fall in love with her over time. Shang Wenhua helplessly said, I'm so busy at work, where would I have time to look at whether she is pretty or not? Hua Jinghui said, Chu Chu, I usually only take my assistant with me on business trips, and both assistants are male, so don't worry. Shang Wenhua glanced at Hua Jinghui indifferently. This brother-in-law is going to undermine him. Hua Qianzong patted the sofa and said, oops, in-law, how could I forget the gift I wanted to give you? Hua Qianzong stood up. Shang Mingyong said, in-law, where are you going? Hua Qianzong, dear family, today we have prepared a small gift, it is still outside, I will go and bring it in. Shang Mingyong politely said, why be so polite? Hua Qianzong, this is not being polite, this is courtesy, it is the rule. Saying this, Hua Qianzong and Shang Mingyong went out the door and arrived at the parking lot. The driver Lao Wang got out of the car and respectfully said, Master. Well, bring in the things to be given to the in-laws. Yes, sir. Lao Wang opened the car and saw that the back seat and trunk were full of high-end gifts. Lao Wang's hands were full of gifts, and there were still many in the car. Hua Qianzong was also carrying a lot. At this time, Hua Jinghui came out and helped carry things as well. Shang Mingyong was overjoyed when he saw the many precious gifts. He thought that the Hua family must really care about their daughter, and that she was doing well in their eyes. He said with a smile, in-laws, what do you think you're doing bringing so many things? Hua Qianzong, I think these preparations are lacking. Shang Mingyong, just bring a little something as a token of your goodwill, there's no need to bring so much. Hua Qianzong, of course there is a need, you have worked hard to raise Chu Chu all this way, and now she is marrying into our Hua family, so naturally our whole family is showing our best sincerity. The driver, Hua Qianzong, and Hua Jinghui made 2 trips back and forth before they finished carrying all the gifts, which took up a lot of space in the living room. Hua Qianzong then took Shang Mingyong by the arm and sat him down on the sofa, saying, the Bentley outside is also part of the betrothal gift. Shang Mingyong waved his hand quickly, no, we can't accept that. Hua Qianzong, dear family, this isn't from me, it's in Jinghui's name, he's giving it to you, please accept it, the child is doing his bit to show filial piety. Hua Jinghui said, Dad, please accept it, it's a little token of my affection. Shang Mingyong thought about it for a moment, and then said that he could accept it, and that he would give it to Chu Chu as her dowry on her wedding day. Okay, I'll accept it. Hua Qianzong took out the list of gifts and said, Dear family, look, I've drawn up a list of gifts at home. If you have any complaints, I can add to it. Shang Mingyong took the list and looked at it. The first few lines were fine, but towards the end. 10 caddies of gold. 10 million yuan in cash.
Shang Mingyong, this. Hu Qian, in-law, is there anything you want to add? Shang Mingyong rubbed his forehead. Isn't 10 million in cash and 10 caddies of gold a bit much? Hu Qian, no, this is my sincerity. Hu Qian said to Hu Jinghuai, Jinghuai, go open the box. Hu Jinghuai went to the ground and took the box of gold, placed it on the coffee table, opened it, and instantly, the coffee table was covered in gold. Hu Jinghuai then opened 2 large boxes, which were full of red renminbi bills. Shang Yi was completely dumbfounded, and gave him a thumbs up. Brother-in-law, you're awesome. I've never seen so much money before. Shang Chu was also stunned. Her in-laws and Hu Jinghuai had prepared so much cash in gold bricks, as well as many expensive nutritional supplements. When she asked Hu Jinghuai what was in the car before they arrived, he played hard to get, but it turned out to be the bride price they had prepared. Shang Wenhuo was amazed and also wondered if he and Ningning would have to give such a grand dowry when they got married. Liang Jia was stunned and said, I know your sincerity, but this is too much. We just want to see Chu Chu happy, and we don't care about gifts. Suya said, Mother-in-law, Chu Chu is a very good girl. I, as a mother-in-law, really like her very much. We don't consider this gift to be a big deal. We just want you to know that our whole family cares about Chu Chu and really likes her. After some persuasion, Liang Jia and Shang Mingyong decided to accept the betrothal gift. Both of them thought that when Chu Chu got married, they would regard the betrothal gift as her dowry and let her take it back to the Hu family. The betrothal gift was not easy to carry around, so Shang Mingyong asked Shang Yi and Shang Wenhua to carry it all the way to the guest room on the first floor. Then Shang Mingyong and Hu Qianzuan started playing chess. Liang Jia and Suya started discussing when to hold the wedding. Suya, mother-in-law, I'll do everything you say, Chinese style or Western style. Liang Jia, I don't care, the key is to see what the kids think. That's right, the kids have their own ideas. Liang Jia, but Chu Chu is pregnant now, so it's not the right time to hold the wedding. Yes, we might have to wait until Chu Chu gives birth to a grandchild before we can hold the wedding. Shang Chu led Hu Jinghuai back to her room on the second floor. As soon as they closed the door, she couldn't wait to ask, Jinghuai, why didn't you tell me about the betrothal gift? Hu Jinghuai put his arm around her waist and said, what if I had told you? Shang Chu's eyebrows curved up, and indeed, there was nothing she could do. But won't it be too much? It's not much. I'd say it's not enough to get to marry Chu Chu. Not much? Jinghuai, you really are rich. Hu Jinghuai kissed the girl's cheek, then moved to her lips. Shang Chu quickly moved her head away. I'm a little sleepy. I didn't sleep well last night, and I want to catch up on some sleep. Shang Chu got out of the man's arms and walked to the bed to lie down. Hu Jinghuai sat on the edge of the bed and covered the girl up. Go downstairs and talk to them, don't keep me company. Hu Jinghuai stroked the girl's head. I want to keep you company. Liang Wei came to her sister's house to take a look around. When she arrived at the door, she saw that there were several expensive-looking cars in her sister's parking lot. She recognized one of the cars as a Bentley. As far as she knew, a Bentley costs over 1 million yuan, right? Is someone at her sister's house? Liang Wei was curious and rang the doorbell. Shang Yi answered the door. When Shang Yi saw that it was his aunt, his face fell. Auntie, why are you here? Liang Wei, I'm just dropping by. Is your mom home? Shang Yi, Auntie, I have guests at home. Please come back some other time. Liang Wei was a little angry. What kind of distinguished guests are you having at home that I can't even go in? I'm your mom's sister. Move. Liang Wei pushed Shang Yi aside and went in. As soon as she entered, she yelled, Judge. You should teach your son better. What's wrong with your son that he wouldn't let his aunt in the door? When she reached the living room, she saw 2 more people in the living room, who should be about the same age as her, but dressed in a particularly elegant and refined manner. Shang Mingyong's eyes narrowed when he saw Liang Wei. He thought to himself, why is she here? Then he explained to Hu Qianzong, that's Chu Chu's aunt. Hu Qianzong nodded. Liang Jia hurriedly got up and said, Sister, you should have told me you were coming. Liang Wei, why? Do I need to tell you when I come to your house? Who are those 2 people? Liang Jia, sister, they are Chu Chu's in-laws. We are meeting for the first time today. Liang Wei raised her voice, what? Chu Chu got married. Are you kidding me? Didn't you say a while ago that Chu Chu was single? Chapter 60, You've gotten so fat. When did she find a boyfriend? Why did she go on a blind date when she already had a boyfriend?
Liang Wei questioned. How would I know about the kids' affairs? I heard they've known each other for a year. That kid, she's got a boyfriend and she's still hiding it. I even introduced her to someone, and he's so good, it's a shame that Chu Chu didn't even look at him. Liang Wei felt extremely sorry for her. Liang Jia took her by the arm and whispered, Sister, don't say anything stupid, Chu Chu's grandparents are here. Liang Wei immediately put on a smile and walked towards the two people. It turned out to be her in-laws. Hello, I'm Chu Chu's auntie. Huo Qianzong and Suya also responded politely. Hello, Chu Chu's auntie. Suya said as she walked forward. Hello, Auntie Chu Chu. You look really fashionable. You don't look your age. What's your sign? How old are you? Liang Wei asked enthusiastically. Suya smiled and replied, 52, not young anymore. You're 52? I can't tell. I look much older than you at 50. How do you take care of yourself? Shang Mingyong frowned. Why did she come at this time? She has no sense at all. She knows there's a guest in the house, but she doesn't leave? And she sits down? Huo Qianzuan's voice came over. In-laws, shall we continue? Shang Mingyong nodded and continued playing chess with him. Liang Jia walked over to Liang Wei and sat down next to her. She saw Liang Wei chatting happily with Suya. In-laws, the bracelet you're wearing is so beautiful, crystal clear and translucent with a hint of red. How much did you pay for it? It was a gift from a friend, I don't know how much it cost. Your friend is really generous. In-law, the pearl necklace around your neck is so beautiful, how much is it? About 800,000 yuan. Liang Wei was shocked, 800,000 yuan? My goodness. You're wearing a whole suite around your neck. How can you afford such an expensive necklace? Liang Jia tugged Liang Wei, signaling her to stop. Ignoring her, Liang Wei continued, In-law, what does your family do? I just saw the Bentley outside, is that also your family's? If you can afford a Bentley and casually wear an 800,000 plus necklace around your neck, your family must be extraordinary. Chu Chu, I never thought you'd be so lucky. Just ask her what she does so that your daughter can find a wealthy husband too. Suya replied, I used to run a pet shop, but I sold it to someone else when I got older. My husband is retired now, and we don't have a job. Liang Wei thought to herself, it's not a good job, so how did they become so rich? Liang Wei wanted to ask more, but suddenly her phone rang. She answered it, thinking it was her daughter, and the other person said, Mom, why haven't you come home to cook for me yet? I'm hungry. Liang Wei said, My dear daughter, can't you cook for yourself? I'm at your aunt's house. No, I don't want to cook. Mom, come home soon. Why do you keep going to your aunt's house? What's there at your aunt's house? You go there every day. Okay, I'll be right back. After hanging up the phone, she put the phone away, smiled and complained, How old are you and still can't cook? You want me to come home and cook for you? Liang Jia quickly said, Sister, you hurry back and cook for Tian Tian. It's already 11 o'clock. I was hoping to chat with your in-laws a bit longer, but I guess I'll have to do that some other time. I'm going home to cook for my daughter. Liang Wei smiled and said to Suya. Suya was polite throughout, saying, Okay, Auntie Chu Chu. Liang Jia saw Liang Wei off, and Shang Mingyong finally let out a sigh of relief. At the door, Liang Wei said, Are all these cars from the in-laws? It seems so, Liang Jia replied. The in-laws are rich, aren't they? How would I know? Liang Jia of course knew that the in-laws were rich, and how could they not be if they could give such a large dowry? Don't you even ask about the family your daughter is marrying into? How dare you let your daughter marry into that family? It's the child's own choice, and I don't want to interfere. Fine, you are. You have spoiled your children since they were young, and fortunately, they have all grown up to be good people. Sister, stop it, Tian Tian is hungry at home. It's a pity that I didn't see my son-in-law today. By the way, where is he? Chu Chu said that she didn't sleep well last night, and the two of them went back to their room to catch up on sleep. Liang Wei was all smiles, young people can really be a handful. Liang Jia was at her wit's end, says, Tian Tian is still waiting for you at home, go back. Reluctantly, Liang Wei left on her electric scooter. 30 minutes later, Liang Wei returned home and saw snack bags all over the living room floor. Her daughter was curled up on the sofa, brushing her phone, eating snacks, and laughing from time to time. Even when she returned, Her daughter didn't even look up to call out to her. Frowning, she complained while tidying up, Tian Yuchen, don't you know to throw the rubbish into the bin? You just throw it on the floor and don't clean it up. Tian Yuchen didn't even look at her and said, there's still you, aren't you going to clean it up? Liang Wei looked at her daughter on the sofa, obese and with a cross face, and couldn't hold her temper. Look at you, you've been at home for the past few months, resigning from work, not going out every day, eating and sleeping all day, and look how fat you've become. Look at Shang Chu, 1.74 meters tall and weighing 98 pounds. You should learn from her. Shang Chu is great, but if you let her be your daughter, do you think she'll do it? You think I don't want to? Mom, hurry up and cook for me, I'm starving. Tian Yuchen complains. There are snacks all over the floor, and you're still not full after eating all the time? I just mopped the floor this morning. How can snacks fill you up? Mom, hurry up and cook. Liang Wei was at her wit's end. She couldn't even hit her own daughter. Control yourself. You're getting fat. 140 pounds already? Stop snacking, exercise to lose weight, and hurry up and find a job. I'm tired of serving you all day long. You annoy me, even if you're not annoying me. I can't take care of you forever. Shang Chu got married. The guy should be pretty rich, driving a Bentley and wearing a necklace worth over 800,000 yuan. If you're not going to work, you might as well find me a rich husband. Shang family. After Liang Wei left, Liang Jia and Shang Mingyan let out a sigh of relief and continued chatting with their in-laws while playing chess. When it was time to eat, Hua Jinghuai and Shang Chu also came down, and the family had a harmonious meal together. Not long after eating, Suya and Hua Qianzuan left in the Hongqi car. Shang Chu stayed at home to chat and catch up with her mother. Hua Jinghuai was dragged by Shang Mingyan to play chess. Shang Chu accompanies her mother in the garden to water the flowers. They chat, Chu, I'm completely at ease now that I've met your in-laws. They're a nice family. Yes, my mother-in-law is really nice to me. Whenever I go to the old house, she makes congee for me. Your mother-in-law is a very nice person with a soft heart. She won't give you a hard time in the future. Don't worry, Mom. Jinghuai and I usually live in his villa and don't live with my parents-in-law, so there won't be any conflicts. It is naturally best for a couple to live separately. Have you been suffering from morning sickness lately? Fortunately, I really like the pickled cucumbers that Mom makes. Mom, would you make some more for me? Of course I will, if my daughter wants to eat them. I will send them over to you in a few days once they are pickled. Shang Chu is beaming with happiness, hugging her mother and saying, my mom is so good.